Chapter 1. A Million-Year Thunder Calamity, the first beast god of Douluo. Here lies the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the Douluo continent, the Stardo Forest. At the very heart of this forest, it resembles a sanctuary. Emerald branches and mirror-like lakes create an illusion of beauty and tranquility. Yet beneath this fog lurks peril, concealing great horrors. This is a forbidden zone for humanity. Only soul beasts with a cultivation of at least 100,000 years are deemed worthy to tread upon this land. However, at this moment, a young man clad in a blue robe stands upon the lake's surface, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward. In the distance, a 10-meter-long azure bull python dares not utter a sound, coiling its massive body, its large beastly eyes filled with reverence. The Titan giant ape, towering like a mountain, kneels gracefully upon one knee, resembling a humble devotee worshipping a sovereign. They are acutely aware of the terror embodied by the figure before them. For 1,000,000 years, he has been irrefutably recognized as the supreme beast god of humanity. The blue-robed youth gazes at the sky, his eyes as tranquil as a deep well, slowly shaking his head. At last, the heavens are about to change. Luo Yu, is your million-year calamity of ferocious beasts approaching? A silver portal materializes beside Luo Yu, from which emerges a pair of immaculate jade-like feet, followed by a pair of long, smooth legs, revealing a graceful figure. It is a girl with silver hair and violet eyes. Her breathtaking beauty is simply enchanting. Silver tresses cascade down to her ankles. Long curled eyelashes frame a pallid visage that exudes an irresistible allure, evoking a sense of pity. Luo Yu turns his head, smiling gently. Gu Yue Na, what brings you here? Her clear, beautiful violet eyes flicker with displeasure, her lips pouting in dissatisfaction. Luo Yu, how many times must I emphasize that you should call me Na, not address me by my full name? Luo Yu chuckles in surprise. Surely that cannot be right. You are the sovereign of soul beasts, the Silver Dragon King. How could I dare to overstep? Gu Yue Na scoffs. What is it that you would not dare do? Stop pretending. Who was it that intruded while I was bathing last time? Luo Yu's lips twitch. That was an accident. Who could have known you happened to be bathing there? Gu Yue Na shoots him a sharp glance, replying languidly, I distinctly remember setting up barriers before my bath. Dear lady, please spare me. Just look at those two over there. Luo Yu gestures towards the lakeside. The azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, both formidable soul beasts of 100,000 years, tremble in fear. With wide, terrified eyes, they glance in this direction. Paralyzed by their dread, they neither dare to flee nor eavesdrop, fearing that knowing too much might seal their fate. Their hearts wail in silence. Gu Yue Na, unyielding towards the two, casts a cold gaze, her words frigid. You two, the two mighty soul beasts, stricken with fear, plead with mournful expressions. Great sovereign, we swear we have heard nothing. Begone. Thank you for your mercy, great sovereign. The two soul beasts, as if granted a reprieve, abandon all pretense and scurry away, heedless of decorum, trampling dozens of shrubs in their hasty retreat. TSK, aren't you being a tad too fierce? Luo Yu chuckles, arms crossed. Gu Yue Na's icy demeanor begins to thaw, her lips curving upwards in a light huff. Not everyone is worthy of my gentleness. You are the only rascal in this world who qualifies. Observing the haughty demeanor of the girl beside him, Luo Yu is seized by a blasphemous impulse, a fervent desire to bite her delicate lips and bestow a fervent kiss upon them. You harbor ulterior motives and wicked thoughts towards me. Gu Yue Na's violet eyes suddenly sharpened. I do not. Indeed, you do. Gu Yue Na scoffed coldly. With my spiritual prowess, your every action cannot escape my notice. If you were so formidable, then why was I not discovered for so long while I lingered during your bath? Were you intentionally allowing me to intrude? Luo Yu replied, his expression rife with skepticism. Ridiculous. Gu Yue Na's fair visage flushed with a hint of crimson, her gaze faltering as she retorted, how could my status permit such base conduct? Exactly. What ill intentions could Lil Na possibly possess? Luo Yu teased with a smile. How dare you? You even jest about the Silver Dragon King. Gu Yue Na furrowed her brows, raising her small fist to deliver a series of playful jabs at his shoulder. Enough. Cease your antics. Luo Yu pointed skyward. What was destined has finally arrived. Gu Yue Na's expression stiffened. As if she realized something, her movements halted as she gazed upward. Boom! A resounding thunderclap reverberated through the heavens. The once sunny sky above the forest was suddenly shrouded by ominous clouds. All sunlight was obscured, and the vast expanse was engulfed in an endless, shadowy gloom, with flashes of crimson lightning surging within the clouds, exuding a radiant glow of Destruction to Gu Yu Na gazed at the terrifying catastrophe looming in the clouds, her voice stammering, Luo Yu, you will be fine during this final thunder tribulation, won't you? Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Gu Yu Na faltering in speech. I am asking you. Gu Yu Na's voice trembled, her beautiful eyes reflecting profound worry. As he beheld the girl, who was so aloof and cold with others yet so intimate with him, Luo Yu felt a sense of disorientation, recalling all that had transpired thus far. In truth, he was not from Douluo, but rather from Earth, and the duration of his sojourn in this realm had become a blur. Regrettably, he had not traversed as an adult. Yet, fortuitously, he had been reborn as the most powerful auspicious soul beast, the imperial divine beast, the three-eyed golden lion. His extraordinary talents aside, the soul beasts accompanying him experienced unseen enhancements in their cultivation, rendering him virtually devoid of adversaries over the years. He had navigated through life with remarkable ease. Furthermore, armed with human experience, his interactions with the somewhat naive Gu Yu Na were as fluid as water, leading to an amicable relationship where she found him quite amusing. However, in preparation for the impending and terrifying thunder tribulation, Luo Yu dedicated nearly all his time to fervent cultivation, sparing no effort, and had hardly ventured beyond the Star-Do forest. Yet, having arrived in the Douluo realm well in advance, Luo Yu had undoubtedly averted several tragedies. For instance, a few years prior, he had ventured out and rescued Empress Bibi Dong from her confinement, earning her favor and directly obliterating the abominable Qian Xuanji. Moreover, he had also liberated Xiao's gentle and graceful mother from the grasp of the spear hall. Even now, he vividly recalled the gratitude reflected in the mature woman's eyes. To be honest, a mature woman resembled a perfectly ripened peach, undeniably alluring. However, he is indeed a serious individual, and the cultivation is of utmost importance. Boom! A thunderclap resounded, jolting Luo Yu back to reality. Gu Yu Na, with her lips pursed in worry, gazed at him anxiously. Luo Yu, do you have confidence? What does it matter if I do or do not? Face the challenge as it comes, and let the earth conceal what the water cannot cover. Observing the man's nonchalance, Gu Yu Na bit her moist lips, her fists tightening silently. Luo Yu grasped Gu Yu Na's small hand, gently loosening her fingers, and with a faint smile said, do not be anxious, it is merely a trivial heavenly tribulation. I am confident I can overcome. Gu Yu Na shook her head repeatedly, as if recalling something, her gaze turning fierce. The divine realm lacks virtue, and has no intention of allowing soul beasts to ascend. This million-year beast god tribulation will not be easy to navigate. Luo Yu smiled indifferently, lifting his gaze to the heavens. His stature stood tall like an unparalleled divine spear, his eyes shimmering with divine light, and his black hair danced wildly in the tempestuous winds of the tribulation. What sort of nonsense does the divine realm present? We are not strangers to its tricks. If they wish to challenge me, let them come. I fear it not. In that moment, the extraordinary beauty and the man stood facing each other, their hair one black, the other silver swirling in the wind, their gazes locked as Gu Yu Na's violet eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance at the sight of the imposing man. Boom! 1,000 blood-red thunder dragons twisted in the sky, resembling an apocalyptic scene, while the ground was suffused with a heavy atmosphere. Within the forest, a million soul beasts lay prostrate, trembling in fear. Luo Yu pivoted and ascended into the air, bellowing, this tribulation is aimed at me, all beasts. Remain calm and do not panic. His resonant voice reverberated for miles, and in that moment, the anxious million soul beasts inexplicably found their composure. They gazed up at the man, who appeared insignificant compared to the heavenly tribulation, yet in their eyes, he was immensely grand. Watching Luo Yu boldly confront the tribulation, Gu Yu Na focused intently and shouted, Luo Yu, how confident are you in overcoming this tribulation? The man gazed at the cataclysmic blood-red thunder dragon in the sky, turning back with an amused expression. In truth, I do not possess much confidence. Gu Yu Na's expression stiffened, merely 10%. Are you out of your mind? Is now the time for jokes? Gu Yu Na stamped her delicate foot in exasperation. Luo Yu suppressed his playful demeanor, his face growing solemn. Just watch what I intend to do today is not merely to endure the tribulation, but to defy this firmament. Gu Yu Na was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes flickering with doubt. Upon hearing his words, she was mentally shaken that moment. She understood why her frigid self, who had remained aloof for millennia, would willingly smile at this man because he truly harbored no reverence for the divine realm, and she, indeed, loathed the divine realm for denying soul beasts a path to life, insisting on imposing tribulations. However, gazing at the roiling thunderclouds above, capable of obliterating even deities, Gu Yu Na felt a twinge of worry. Though she admitted that the man had appeared exceptionally gallant, exuding an innate dominance, when faced with such a tribulation, one could honestly say that his million years of cultivation might be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. This wicked man wouldn't be so foolish as to amuse himself with one last joke before his demise, would he? Gu Yu Na's lips began to pale, as the prospect of enduring the tribulation was already fraught with peril, and the annihilating thundercloud was utterly insurmountable. And oh, regardless of the consequences, I must save him. Even if the divine realm discovers it, I shall rescue him. Gu Yu Na bit her lip, resolutely determined, her form enveloped in a radiant aura, gathering her strength with fervor. Foolish man, if you're truly uncertain, do not force yourself, you still have me. Not only was Gu Yu Na filled with doubt, but despair flickered in the eyes of all the spirit beasts when faced with such a cataclysmic thunder tribulation. For the spirit beasts, perhaps achieving success in transcending the tribulation was an unattainable dream, as the divine realm offered no chances. The Titan ape, grand as a mountain, nudged the azure bull python. Brother, can the beast god vanquish this storm of thunder? Are you foolish? Can you not see how fierce this thundercloud is? It offers no chance for survival. The azure bull python smacked its tail against the Titan's head, dejectedly stating, to rely solely on one beast's strength and barely endure is already a challenge. How could one dare to contend with the heavens? The beast god is likely to fail, yet we should share in this noble spirit. Roar! A colossal golden light radiated across the heavens, as a towering phantom of a divine beast emerged, its scales and claws ablaze, exuding an earth-shattering might. It did not choose to wait for the thunder tribulation to descend, but surged forth, fiercely charging against the storm clouds. Goodness, is the beast god truly this audacious? What? The azure bull python was rendered speechless. Normally, one would cautiously await the tribulation, bracing against each strike as it descended. Yet this beast god charged headlong into the fray. Simultaneously, Gu Yu Na's frantic cries rang out. Luo Yu, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Self-igniting your soul? Or are you willing to forfeit your million years of cultivation? Collapse! The 1,000-foot-tall phantom of the beast god, imbued with a destructive aura, plunged into the expanse of the thunderclouds, its presence far more frenzied than the crimson. Lightning in the next moment, dawn broke. The thunder tribulation vanished, the sky cleared, and the heavens were restored to their brilliance. It's been defeated, it's truly been vanquished. The beast god has accomplished it. The Titan ape was ablaze with excitement. Fool, shut your mouth. The azure bull python knocked down the Titan, indignantly exclaiming, do you not see that the beast god is burning his soul core, risking everything to strike at the thunderclouds? The Titan was momentarily stunned, its expression frozen, lost in thought. Could it be that the beast god has truly perished? Gu Yu Na floated in the air, desperately searching, tears shimmering in her eyes, her violet gaze vacant as she took in the scene before her. Gradually, she clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedding in her flesh. Her face turned skyward, and the blood trickled from her bitten lip. A chilling voice emerged. The divine realm slaughters my kin, and now destroys my dearest friend. I shall not let you go unpunished. Having uttered these words, her expression turned sorrowful, filled with deep resentment. Wretched man, if you cannot endure, then at least call for help. I will certainly assist. You, to show off and lose yourself in the process, you scoundrel. Who is the scoundrel? Luo Yu. Who is speaking? Gu Yu Na instinctively responded, abruptly turning her head, only to discover a 24-petal golden lotus floating in the void beside her. The golden lotus, resembling exquisite ruby and agate, emanated an extraordinary divine aura. No. Gu Yu Na's pupils constricted. Under observation, the lotus exuded an aura of mystery and sanctity, brimming with boundless vitality, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of a vigorous heartbeat. She had never encountered such an extraordinary sight before. What treasure is this? A flicker of confusion crossed Gu Yu Na's eyes. At that moment, a disgruntled voice emanated from within the 24th grade golden lotus. Shao Nana, do enlighten me. What do you mean by pretending to lose yourself? Luo Yu, are you inside? What is this thing, and what on earth is happening? Gu Yu Na absent-mindedly wiped the corner of her eye, gazing at the lotus with delight. She prodded it with her finger. It was neither gold nor iron, but as solid as a fortress, composed of an unprecedented material. First, take me back to the cave, where I can nurture this properly. Once we arrive, I shall explain everything in due course. Luo Yu, preoccupied with the cacophony of sounds in his mind, had little inclination for conversation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have finally transformed into a human, and the binding of the goddess system has officially commenced. Ding. System binding successful. Ding. The host can enhance the goddess favorability through strength to obtain divine rewards. Mission objectives are now locked in. Chapter 2. Forging the strongest divine body. The embracing, soft-boned rabbit. Mission objectives locked. Spirit Hall. Hope Bibi Dong. Successfully courting the Empress Bibi Dong will grant the host the true, supreme beast spirit. Current mission progress. 0. Luo Yu, hearing the system's notifications in his mind, felt no surprise. He had awaited this day for a long time. In truth, he had known about his system for quite some time. However, it was rather unkind, requiring a human body for binding. At that time, his cultivation had already reached 300,000 years, but despite his envy for the system, he had no opportunity to transform, merely biding his time for this million-year milestone. While other fierce beasts aspired to ascend to godhood, he looked down upon such ambitions. Becoming a god in the divine realm merely rendered one a lowly being. Moreover, the divine realm discriminated against soul beasts, making it a challenging place to navigate. Thus, he had long since resolved to seize this fortuitous opportunity to take human form. This 24th grade sacred golden lotus was a gift from the system. Aiding in his transformation, it was genuinely named the Tribulation Golden Lotus. Upon reaching 1,000,000 years of cultivation and activating the Golden Lotus during the strongest thunder tribulation, he could preserve his true spirit, converting the power of the tribulation and his 1,000,000 years of cultivation into nourishment for the lotus. This would nurture the most perfect body in the world. While others possessed mere mortal bodies, he would forge a truly unparalleled divine form. Such an opportunity had never been seen in the Douluo continent's ancient history. It was hard to fathom the kind of cultivation talent that would emerge from such a divine body. Honestly, even Luo Yu found himself eagerly anticipating the outcome. Although the talent of the three-eyed golden lion was remarkable, it would likely only lead to being bullied in the divine realm after ascension had one not seen how powerful Gu Yue Na was. Yet she remained hidden among mortals. The divine body and the system were the true capital for a transmigrator's rise to greatness. Moreover, it was time to savor the beauties of the mortal realm, to fall in love, to engage in romance, and to spar with Tang San. Was that not delightful? After traversing through time for so long, spending every day cultivating for tribulation, he had grown weary of it all. Casting a glance at the task panel within his consciousness, he mused, "Is the objective to capture the Supreme Pope? This endeavor may seem insurmountable to others. Yet for him, the difficulty is not as exaggerated, for he has previously encountered such challenges. By the way, what on earth is this true supreme beast martial soul? Could it possibly eclipse the blue lightning tyrant dragon in magnificence? It must be a divine-level martial soul, otherwise it would be rather unimpressive," he mused. In the Star-Do forest, beneath the tranquil waters of a hidden lake, lies a secret realm. This is the private sanctuary of Gu Yue Na. The decor is quite simple, featuring a colossal jade bed accompanied by a round table exquisitely carved from emerald and agate. At the heart of the room, there exists a square pond, its waters shrouded in ethereal mist, suffused with the essence of heaven and earth. The 24th grade golden lotus crafted by Luo Yu was placed within, basking in the nourishing essence of spiritual liquid. You seem to have benefited from this. For these precious liquids are treasures of mine. Now, would you be so kind as to elucidate the situation? Gu Yue Na sat nearby, her elbow propped on the table, hands cradling her chin, her violet eyes shimmering with intrigue and confusion. Luo Yu succinctly explained, with no intention of divulging matters concerning the system. Not wishing to ascend, he chose to transform and undergo a rebirth. This golden lotus is the precious artifact that can aid in my metamorphosis and rejuvenation. Gu Yue Na approached. Are you foolish? Clearly, you could successfully traverse the tribulation. Why provoke the tribulation clouds in such a reckless manner? Luo Yu remained silent. Do you not understand? Once you successfully transcend the tribulation, you shall emerge victorious and ascend to divinity. Gu Yue Na lamented with a heart full of anguish, her expression one of exasperation, as if she wished to forge iron into steel. What is so great about becoming a deity? Luo Yu replied in a low tone. Becoming a deity allows one to ascend to the divine realm. It grants one an eternity of life. Gu Yue Na raised her delicate fingers, enumerating the benefits with fervor, her gritted teeth lending her an endearing air, reminiscent of a porcelain doll imbued with grace. Yes, the divine realm possesses everything. but it does not have you. A soft voice echoed through the chamber. Gu Yu Na stood frozen, her violet eyes shimmering with myriad emotions. What? What did you just say? The girl's voice trembled slightly. It is nothing. Gu Yu Na's expression grew complicated, a fleeting tenderness crossing her features, only to be swiftly concealed. Then why, in good spirits, do you insist on provoking the storm clouds and courting death? Luo Yu retorted, when I obliterate it, will you find joy in that? The emotions that Gu Yu Na had just managed to suppress began to surge uncontrollably. Her heart fluttered, her delicate form trembled, and her enchanting eyes shimmered with waves of sentiment, unable to maintain her composure and cold demeanor. 1,000,000 years of cultivation reduced to nothing. I ask you, is it worth it? Why do you not inquire if I regret it afterward? Do you regret it? Gu Yu Na instinctively questioned, her demeanor now stripped of the calmness befitting a dragon king. No regrets. In that fleeting moment, the tranquility within Gu Yu Na was utterly shattered, and she was about to speak when a hearty laughter echoed from within the golden lotus. What are you laughing at? The atmosphere soured as Gu Yu Na furrowed her beautifully arched brows, tucking her disheveled silver locks behind her ear. Silly girl, I was merely teasing you. My transformation had purpose. Oh, so you toy with me. Gu Yu Na's eyes seemed ablaze with indignation. Luo Yu jested, by the way. Did you just feel a momentary spark of love for me? Ha! I, Gu Yu Na, am oblivious to the affairs of human emotion. Falling for someone else is utterly inconceivable in this lifetime. That's a relief, Luo Yu replied. I truly feared you might develop feelings for me. If I were to fancy another maiden, you might very well wield an axe against me. Gu Yu Na retorted, do not flatter yourself. How could this queen ever harbor affection for you? Indeed, I am unworthy of your esteem. Gu Yu Na's lips formed a silent curse, the word rascal barely discernible. Ultimately, she dismissed him with a cold snort, seemingly indifferent, yet a flicker of something extraordinary danced in the depths of her gaze. Luo Yu let out a quiet sigh, aware that his fate was to conquer the girls of Douluo. It was not that he was averse to it. However, with Gu Yu Na's domineering nature, should they become involved, any flirtation with other women might well earn him a swift and brutal retribution. Forgive me, dear Nana. But I promise you this. On the day I ascend to divinity, I shall champion your soul beast clan, storm the divine realm, and reclaim justice. Luo Yu vowed silently. Unbeknownst to him, the dragon clan had no concept of monogamy. 3 days later, the spiritual liquid in the pool had entirely vanished, and the 24-petal golden lotus spun rapidly, radiating beams of golden light as it absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, leaving a 100-mile radius depleted. With a thunderous roar, golden light erupted, and the lotus blossomed, filling the room with a rich, intoxicating fragrance. Gu Yu Na gazed in astonishment, nearly entranced. From the blooming golden lotus emerged a figure reminiscent of an ethereal immortal, a youth of about 12 or 13 years, strikingly handsome, with elegantly arched brows, delicate lips, and a pair of deep, alluring black eyes that exuded an air of rebellious charm. Most striking was his flawless physique, radiating a unique allure with every movement, as if he possessed an enchanting aura capable of stirring the hearts of young maidens. Compared to his breathtaking visage, Luo Yu sensed the perfection of this form. With all 9 orifices open and the 8 extraordinary meridians flowing unobstructed, threads of golden light weaving through his veins. It was worth noting that Tang San had spent over a decade cultivating the Xiantian skill, and only with the aid of celestial herbs had he barely managed to open the 8 extraordinary meridians. Luo Yu, however, possessed a body of extraordinary talent from the outset. Hey, wake up. Luo Yu waved his hand in front of Gu Yu Na. Huh. Gu Yu Na snapped back to reality and instinctively threw a punch. Ah, you pervert. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Whoa, ancestor, take it easy. I haven't even finished my cultivation. Luo Yu was immediately sent sprawling, his saliva splattering across Gu Yu Na's fair face as he crashed into the wall. Only after delivering the blow did Gu Yu Na realize the gravity of the situation. His cultivation had significantly surpassed his previous level. The power of her casual strike was formidable for an ordinary person, prompting her to hastily pursue him. Luo Yu, don't die on me. Cough. I'm not dead yet, but if you hit me again, I might be finished, Luo Yu said, clutching his chest. Huh? Gu Yu Na was momentarily dazed, staring at his well-defined torso, and instinctively reached out to touch it. Gu Yu Na, what are you doing? Are you trying to play a game with me? Luo Yu panicked. There's something wrong with your body. You're the one with a problem. Your body is a bit too perfect, isn't it? Gu Yu Na, disregarding any notion of restraint, couldn't help but reach out again. Of course. Otherwise, I would have been obliterated by your punch just now. Luo Yu swatted her hand away. You'd better behave. If you provoke me, I might commit a crime. Gu Yue Na shot him a sidelong glance, her face flushing crimson as she quickly turned away, covering her small face with her hands. Luo Yu was at a loss for words. Was this foolish girl merely slow to react, or was she seeking excuses to benefit herself? However, he found himself in a predicament, lacking suitable attire. At that moment, the 24 golden lotus petals soared from the water's surface, aligning themselves perfectly upon Luo Yu's form. What could this possibly signify? Following the dazzling golden light, the lotus petals vanished from sight. Luo Yu's raven hair was elegantly styled, adorned with a gilded crown that held it in place. Clad in a deep indigo ensemble, a soft jade ribbon embellished his waist, while he donned cloud-patterned boots of purple gold. His already striking demeanor appeared even more resplendent. Gu Yue Na had long since turned away discreetly, her fingers parting just enough to reveal her violet eyes, captivated by the sight. Luo Yu, what have you discovered? He raised an eyebrow in curiosity. You were somewhat handsome, Gu Yue Na remarked, playfully curling her little finger. Perhaps just a tad, she added sincerely. Gu Yue Na marveled. Your physique must surely be the finest in the Douluo continent, unmatched by any other. As for your appearance, to be frank, it possesses an inexplicable, transcendent allure. For women, it is akin to a potent poison. If you were to venture out, it is unfathomable how many would be ensnared by your charm. Luo Yu shook his head in disbelief. Please wake up. It was merely a couple of straightforward remarks, nothing so exaggerated. Gu Yue Na, with a serious expression, replied. I assure you, I am not jesting. Your physique is indeed rather unique. Luo Yu coughed, retorting, You speak with such conviction as if you have experienced it yourself. Step aside. If you continue to be so unreasonable, I shall have to teach you a lesson. Gu Yue Na flashed her pearly whites, brandishing her fist in a display of defiance. You should be more serious. Gu Yue Na felt helpless. She always maintained an air of regal aloofness with others, yet found herself unwittingly softening around Luo Yu. Na, I am about to embark on a journey. You are leaving? Gu Yue Na's expression remained composed, though a flicker of concern danced in her eyes. Yes. Where do you intend to go? The first destination is the Spirit Hall. And the second? Gu Yue Na inquired. Luo Yu shook his head, uncertain of his thoughts, most likely leaning towards the direction of the Heaven Do Empire. He sensed that the system's primary target was Bibi Dong, while the second remained ambiguous. Subsequent objectives might focus on Shrek Academy, as he deduced that it was precisely the nascent phase of Tang San's development in Douluo. Then you may leave, he stated. Are you not going to keep me? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised. If you wish to depart, can I truly retain you? Gu Yue Na scoffed lightly. You should hurry and go so that I can recuperate in peace. The sword of the Shura god is exceedingly formidable, and it will take me considerable time to heal. Luo Yu nodded and walked towards the door. Gu Yue Na maintained a composed expression, yet her tightly clenched hands betrayed her agitation. Just as he reached the threshold, Luo Yu paused. Without turning back, he said slowly, Na, rest assured. Whoever dares to bully you, I shall exact retribution on your behalf. The one who inflicted harm upon you shall pay dearly with his life. Gu Yue Na pouted, retorting. You boast too much, you foolish man. Do you even know who attacked me? That was a being of the highest caliber in the divine realm, a paragon of strength. Not only could you not defeat him, but even at my peak, I would stand no chance. Only the dragon god might slightly surpass him. I do not require your vengeance. All I desire is for you to be safe and sound. As she concluded her words, Gu Yue Na's tone softened, and her eyes glimmered with a tender light. Luo Yu boldly pushed open the door and stepped outside. The laughter of a man resonated from beyond the threshold, imbued with a hint of contempt, coupled with a touch of roguishness and rudeness. Shaunana, stop speaking in riddles. Be frank. Isn't it just the Shura God King of the Divine Realm Committee? Those who bully me, regardless of their divine status, I would strike them down as effortlessly as shattering thunder. Gu Yue Na's delicate form trembled, a warm current surged within her heart, mingling her feelings of gratitude with a myriad of questions. He, too, was not of the divine realm. How could he possibly possess knowledge of the Divine Realm Committee? How could he dare to speak of slaying the Shura god? That was a god king, after all. A wave of bloodlust surged within her, reminding her of the faint scars on her body, causing her complexion to pale, while feelings of helplessness and trepidation welled up inside her. It was only when she recalled Luo Yu's parting words that an inexplicable sense of trust blossomed within her, warming her spirit. He had already departed. She murmured softly into the air, eventually revealing a gentle smile as she foolishly declared, "You stubborn man, I will await your return." As Luo Yu stepped out of the core area, he was intercepted by a captivating young woman, clad in a pink garment, with delicate brows and strikingly beautiful eyes. Her skin, as pure as jade, outshone the frost and snow, exuding an enchanting allure that seemed almost otherworldly in the forest. The sight of Luo Yu sparked a flicker of joy and gratitude in her gaze as she curtsied, her alluring figure stirring a tempest of emotions, nearly shattering his resolve. "Greetings to my benefactor. What brings you here?" Luo Yu inquired, puzzled. With reverence, the woman replied, "My lord has sent word, mentioning that you have undergone a revival, and has tasked me with escorting you to the human realm." "There is no need for such trouble." Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. "It is no trouble at all. It is my honor to care for my benefactor. Had it not been for your assistance back then, I fear I would have perished in the hunting grounds of the martial soul hall. After all these years, I have longed for an opportunity to repay your kindness. I implore you to grant me this chance." With her long eyelashes fluttering and her eyes brimming with tears, the young woman's charm was undeniable. "I truly do not require a bodyguard." Luo Yu reiterated his refusal. With a sigh, she responded, "My benefactor. My daughter Xiaowu has been in the human world for quite some time, and as her mother, I am concerned. It would be perfect for me to accompany you and see how she fares. Bringing along such a flower-like beauty as yourself might attract unnecessary trouble," he remarked. Shaking her head vehemently, she transformed in a flash of pink light into an adorable miniature pink rabbit, adorned with lovely patterns on her ears, and promptly leaped into Luo Yu's embrace. "Dear benefactor, I usually exist as your pet. Surely this will not inconvenience you. I can also provide protection, serving a dual purpose." As Luo Yu basked in the warmth of the embrace and listened to the soft, delicate voice, he could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What an absurd situation. One woman, and a married one at that, completely oblivious to the boundaries. This woman had thrown herself into a man's arms, seemingly reveling in the moment, as if her spirit beast were utterly unperturbed. This predicament was quite troublesome. Must she insist on sharing every moment with me, even in slumber? "My benefactor, please regard me merely as an ordinary, delicate bone charm rabbit. Can one truly aspire to be something they are not?" The image of her long, graceful legs and alluring figure flashed through Luo Yu's mind, leaving him momentarily speechless, feeling a strange discomfort, utterly unaccustomed to such a scenario. Despite the overwhelming hospitality, he ultimately found himself reluctantly accepting this clingy young woman, this endearing bone charm rabbit. Luo Yu set out on his journey. Along the way, a question flickered through his mind. The charming bone rabbit, was it truly enchanting? Was its bone really as supple as rumored? With a spirit of scientific inquiry, Luo Yu inexplicably reached out to touch the soft, delicate fur of the rabbit. Ah, what a delightful sensation. The texture was unparalleled. He was utterly captivated. What ill intentions could Luo Yu possibly harbor? He genuinely perceives the rabbit as merely a rabbit, akin to the way one would stroke a cat. Little does he realize that the gentle-boned, enchanting rabbit remained silent, its delicate pink eyes nearly brimming with tears. After a while, they finally arrived at the spirit hall. Luo Yu gazed upon the resplendent and majestic palace within the towering city walls, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. He wondered if that woman still remembered him. Chapter 3. The Commotion of Beauty. Hulaiina's flirtation. Wuhuan City, the most prosperous city in the Douluo continent, served as the stronghold of the continent's foremost power, the Wuhuan Hall. The streets bustled with residents, each casting reverent and devout glances towards the grand edifice at the heart of the city. Among them, however, a solitary figure stood apart, a youth whose ethereal demeanor was strikingly out of place. Not only was his countenance extraordinarily handsome, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, but his profound, star-like black eyes also captivated those around him. Regardless of age or gender, the crowd was irresistibly drawn to the youth's remarkable aura. Goodness, such unparalleled grace. He must be a scion of one of the noble families. Out for a leisurely stroll, one man mused enviously. Surely, with looks and charm like that, he eclipses even the sons of the 7 great sections. Keep your voice down, lest he hears you. The scions of noble families are not subjects for our idle gossip. Another cautioned. While men admired Luo Yu with awe, the women were equally animated. A pure-hearted girl tugged at her friend's sleeve, urging, "You must turn and look over there. There's an incredibly handsome young man." Her friend, unimpressed, teased, "Oh, you silly girl. You swoon over any man you see on the street. Have some decorum. This place is filled with rough men. Where would a handsome fellow come from?" Yet the girl remained entranced, her gaze fixated on Luo Yu, her lips slightly parted. But he truly is stunning. My heart races, she exclaimed. Goodness, your expression is rather exaggerated. Her friend chided playfully. You're hopeless. I suspect you might be experiencing a crush. As their banter continued, the friend followed the girl's gaze, her casual demeanor suddenly tightening, her lips parting in astonishment. Noticing the sudden silence from her friend, the girl turned to her, a look of disdain on her face. Huh, you called me infatuated, yet look at your own love-struck expression. I'm not. I haven't. Her friend vehemently denied, though her gaze remained glued to the handsome youth. The girl smirked. Some people really do get smacked in the face with reality. Here we are, in plain view, and you're drooling over him. How embarrassing. Her friend retorted with a light-hearted scoff. You cheeky girl. I see your own virtue has slipped away. Not only has it fallen, but it seems. Enough. You're starting to fantasize about your Prince Charming. Their hushed squabble drew the attention of passing girls, who blushed and silently criticized the pair for their lack of propriety. We may think it, but please, don't say it out loud. It's too mortifying. As they gazed upon Luo Yu, their cheeks flushed slightly, sensing that this man was not merely handsome. He possessed an inexplicable charm that stirred a desire to delve deeper into his mysterious allure. Hey, handsome young man, is this your first visit to the Spirit Soul City? As Luo Yu approached the papal hall, he was suddenly obstructed by a young maiden. The girl before him, adorned in a splendid golden gown, possessed a devilishly enchanting figure, with alluring curves that captivated the eye. Her long, slender legs were both delicate and voluptuous, while her exquisite features resembled those of a celestial being, exuding an aura of both purity and seduction. Her pink eye seemed to ensnare the very soul. Countless men in the vicinity gazed at the maiden in secret, their mouths watering with desire, yet they were held back by an unspoken fear, too timid to draw near. Luo Yu gently caressed the soft fur behind the neck of the enchanting rabbit, scrutinizing the girl who dared to block his path. With her golden, sharply cut hair and delicate, fair legs, she indeed appeared both beautiful and striking. In the eyes of many, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a goddess, as evidenced by the hungry gazes surrounding them. However, what business did he have with her? He lifted his gaze and inquired, Do you need something? Gu Yue Na's smile faltered. As the saintess of the Spirit Hall, blessed with unparalleled talent, she had never initiated a conversation with a man. Yet today, while enjoying an outing, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Luo Yu. Logically, she should not have felt this way. The Spirit Hall was filled with handsome men, and many would gladly worship her. But in comparison to this stranger, they seemed utterly lacking, prompting her to unconsciously take a step forward to speak with him. Gu Yue Na had always felt confident in her ability to initiate conversations. Setting aside her formidable strength, her beauty was surely enough to overshadow the frivolous charms of others. Aside from her mentor, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to claim she was the most beautiful woman in the Spirit Hall. Surely, a man would welcome an approach from such a captivating lady. Yet, to her astonishment, she was met with indifference. What was this man's demeanor? So aloof? Gu Yue Na instinctively touched her flawless face, ensuring there was nothing amiss. Observing the silence from the woman before him, Luo Yu shifted his stance and prepared to walk past her. Hey, stop! Gu Yue Na called out, her slender, graceful legs propelling her to chase after him. Is there something you require? Luo Yu frowned, puzzled by her persistence. Hiss! Gu Yue Na inhaled sharply, her beautiful eyes momentarily dazed. It was the first time she had encountered a man speaking to her in such an impatient tone. In the Spirit Hall, which talented individual did not shower her with warmth and attention. Yet, she had never taken the initiative before. After finally doing so, she was met with a cold shoulder. This man certainly lacked an appreciation for romance, she thought, pouting her luscious lips. Luo Yu's gaze was peculiar. This young lady, I seem to be unfamiliar with you, he remarked. Hey, are you some kind of dullard? Gu Yue Na pouted, expressing her discontent. The men who were secretly observing felt their hearts flutter as they witnessed the goddess teasing and scolding him, their gazes fixated in awe. Gu Yue Na felt quite disheartened. Here she was, a stunning beauty, approaching him to strike up a conversation, and yet he merely uttered a casual remark. Surely, with a little back and forth, a story could unfold between them. Now, faced with his retort, what more could she possibly say? Luo Yu's gaze shifted subtly. My dear lady, while it is quite perplexing that you have chosen to obstruct my path, I find it tolerable. However, should you continue to speak to me in such a manner, we shall have to engage in a more serious discussion. As Luo Yu's keen eyes scrutinized her, Gu Yue Na pouted, her eyes slightly reddened, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. This was her first attempt to approach someone without her usual reserve, and it had turned out so poorly. She glared at Luo Yu, thinking to herself, all I wanted was to get to know you better. Is it truly necessary for you to be so oblivious to my intentions? This is utterly intolerable. I detest you. You insufferable man. Gu Yue Na stamped her foot, her soul's light suddenly manifesting. Adorable, plush ears sprouted atop her head, and a delicate, pink foxtail appeared behind her. With indignation, she glared at Luo Yu, clenching her silver teeth and defiantly shaking her fist. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. Is this woman perhaps a member of the soul sect? Whispered one. That man is finished. She is the saintess of the spirit hall, far beyond his reach. I have never witnessed the saintess of the spirit hall endure such humiliation. This fellow is quite remarkable. But what use is that? He has provoked the saintess. He will surely regret it. Why must he act so aloof? If a goddess as beautiful as her approached me, I would be at her feet in an instant. This guy is simply asking for trouble. A man, not lacking in looks himself, glared at Luo Yu with venomous envy, wondering why no woman ever acknowledged him. He felt that this fellow, merely possessing a bit of charm and grace, had no right to be so much more popular. As for Luo Yu, he remained unfazed amid the startled crowd, his expression serene. His deep-set eyes were tranquil, cradling the soft-boned rabbit with calm assurance as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue Na's eyes widened in surprise. Aren't you afraid of me? Luo Yu cast her a glance, perplexed, and inquired, why fear? Gu Yue Na's expression shifted dramatically. It was the first time in her life she had been so openly belittled. Feeling a sense of injustice, her heart swelled with indignation. You, sir, are truly excessive. Suddenly, 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings ascended from Gu Yue Na's form. Even the onlookers, subjected to the residual waves of energy, found it difficult to breathe. Their eyes bulging and discomfort palpable. Chapter 4. The Empress is my fiancée, as long as my benefactor is pleased. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. The reputation of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall was indeed well-deserved. Such strength at such a young age was frightening. The young man opposite her was finished. What use is good looks when strength is what truly matters? The men who had previously been envious now spoke again, whispering in glee. Handsome faces are meant for pretty boys. When it comes to strength, he is nothing. At that moment, the crowd believed the aura of the 4 soul rings was sufficient to subdue Luo Yu. After all, he appeared quite youthful, lacking any semblance of power. Even Gu Yue Na harbored doubts, questioning whether she had been too harsh. It was well known that no one from the younger generation of the Spirit Hall could rival her cultivation level, and this fellow was even less likely to do so. Gu Yue Na intended to temper her force, merely wishing to intimidate the individual before her, without intent to harm. However, the next instant, she was astounded. The man remained unscathed, a faint smile adorning his face. 4-ring soul master, with a fox spirit martial soul, you must be Gu Yue Na? As Luo Yu stood unperturbed. The crowd was left in disbelief, erupting into a cacophony of exclamations. This was not the narrative they had envisioned. How could he be unharmed? How could he remain so composed under the pressure of a 4-ring soul master? What level of cultivation must he possess? With such striking appearance and demeanor, could his strength truly be as formidable? Some skeptics murmured, this lad cannot be bluffing. A 4-ring soul master is the pinnacle attainable by peers of his generation. I refuse to believe anyone his age could withstand this. At that moment, the onlookers were left agape, their faces etched with incredulity. As a multitude of questions surged within them, how could this young man maintain his composure in the face of such overwhelming talent as Gu Yue Na, whose soul power was fully unleashed? It was simply unfathomable. Yet the evidence lay before them, rendering disbelief impossible. The man's enigma and strength resonated deeply within each observer. Gu Yue Na, too, found herself momentarily dazed, astonished, her beautiful eyes wide with wonder at the man before her. How could he withstand her pressure? Few possess such prowess and courage. Unable to contain her curiosity, Gu Yue Na inquired, who are you, and how do you know my background? Luo Yu smiled faintly, remarking that it was nothing significant, merely that she had heard of him in the past, especially since those around her were also discussing him. Yet, how is it that I have never heard of you? Gu Yue Na pondered deeply, unable to recall any impression of this extraordinary man. Had she encountered him before? She was certain she would not have forgotten. Luo Yu shook his head and suggested, you ought to stow away your martial spirit. There is not a hint of menace in it, not even sufficient to intimidate the rabbit in my arms. Gu Yue Na, having been seen through, immediately flushed and retorted, do not underestimate others. As a 4-ring soul sect member, am I really unable to frighten a mere rabbit? How ludicrous. Luo Yu, with an odd expression, hesitated and replied, I fear that speaking the truth may terrify you. This rabbit in my embrace could likely defeat you tenfold. He. Unable to contain herself, Gu Yue Na laughed and playfully scoffed. You certainly do not embellish your boasts with any semblance of truth. Just ask those around us. Who would believe your absurd claims? Luo Yu gently caressed the rabbit fur. The disbelief of others does not negate the truth of the matter. Gu Yue Na shook her head repeatedly. That said, you possess a keen eye and your strength is shrouded in mystery. Truly remarkable. I wonder what the origin of your martial soul might be. Luo Yu pondered for a moment before responding candidly. My martial spirit has yet to awaken, and my soul power is non-existent. Gu Yue Na pouted, expressing her displeasure. This is outrageous. You scoundrel, are you attempting to deceive me here? How could one possibly withstand my imposing presence without any cultivation? Absolutely impossible. Your lack of honesty is quite disheartening. Luo Yu was left speechless. What I speak is nothing but the truth. How can you doubt it? Gu Yue Na surveyed him from head to toe, ultimately lifting her chin with a touch of arrogance. From my perspective, your ability to remain unperturbed under my imposing presence suggests that you possess at least a cultivation level of 30, perhaps even comparable to mine. My judgment is infallible. As for your claim of not having awakened your martial soul, I would never believe it, even if you were to insist until your last breath. Luo Yu rolled his eyes, expressing his regret. You guessed wrong. I have yet to awaken. Gu Yue Na, infuriated, stamped her feet. In the Douluo continent, isn't it customary to awaken one's martial soul by the age of 6? You are at least 12 now. Is it not possible for me to accumulate my strength and reveal it later? Luo Yu shrugged. If you don't believe me, that's fine. Shall we make a wager? What if everything I say is indeed true? Gu Yue Na, with a surge of confidence, replied hastily. If you have not awakened your martial soul, then henceforth, this holy maiden shall address you as father whenever we meet. Luo Yu pondered for a moment before shaking his head earnestly, declaring, however, I do not wish to accept you as my daughter. Gu Yue Na erupted in fury, her anger palpable as she seethed with indignation. Her first soul skill igniting with blinding brilliance. It was over. This young man had sealed his own fate, and no one could save him. What a fool. Believing that his handsome appearance granted him the liberty to speak so freely to the saintess, now he was doomed. The man, who had been glaring with jealousy, became exhilarated. A sinister smile creeping across his face. Moments ago, he felt a twinge of disappointment when he thought the confrontation was averted, but now he relished the chance to see Luo Yu face the consequences of his arrogance. With a flash, the soul light surged forth, and Gu Yue Na made her move. The onlookers seemed to anticipate that the next moment would witness Luo Yu being thoroughly thrashed. Some were anxious, while others were thrilled. Boom. Luo Yu stood there, unperturbed, his eyes unwavering. In contrast, the man who had been whispering mockingly from the shadows was sent flying by a kick to his legs. He scraped along the ground, his clothes tattered, a look of incredulity etched on his face as he coughed up blood. What did I do to deserve this? He exclaimed, confusion mingling with the remnants of his earlier smug grin. The onlookers were equally puzzled, and Luo Yu cast a curious glance in his direction. Gu Yue Na descended gracefully, retracting her long, elegant legs, her delicate hands smoothing her striking golden hair. With her alabaster neck and a flash of icy disdain in her pink eyes, she regarded the man who had been flung aside with contempt. Did you truly believe your incessant murmurs would go unheard? She scolded. Mind your own business and refrain from interjecting. Boldly, she pointed at Luo Yu, declaring, this fellow may be a tad abrasive, yet he possesses a commendable demeanor. Speaking candidly without vulgarity, qualities I admire. As for you, a pitiful envious cur lurking in the shadows, your incessant whining is nothing short of repulsive. Her frosty, commanding voice echoed around them, and it was evident that, in the presence of others, Gu Yue Na resumed her lofty, untouchable stance, exuding an aura that brooked no disrespect. Resolute and merciless, the man on the ground, rendered speechless by her words, dared not meet her gaze, overwhelmed by fear as he scurried away, not uttering another word. A glimmer of light flashed in Luo Yu's eyes. This woman seemed to possess quite the character. As for the man who had retreated, he had long been aware of the murmurs surrounding him. However, he found them beneath his contempt. Rubbish is ultimately just rubbish, unworthy of attention. Yet, he had not anticipated that this woman would take action, which piqued his interest. Everyone disperse. Gu Yue Na cast a cold glance around, causing the crowd to shiver and scatter like startled birds. Within a few breaths, they had fled, leaving only Luo Yu and the two of them behind. Gu Yue Na retracted her martial soul and approached Luo Yu, saying, You, after all this conversation, have yet to utter a single truthful word. Luo Yu curled her lips, declaring, I truly lack a martial soul. Do you doubt it? Huh. If you possess the ability, go ahead and test me. If you genuinely lack a martial soul, I shall call you father without hesitation, and I assure you, as a saintess of the martial soul hall. But alas, I am still young and do not wish to assume the role of a parent. Pa, you are nothing but a great deceiver. You may assert your truth. Yet I refuse to accept this paternal title today. Oh dear. Gu Yue Na felt an overwhelming urge to scratch this man before her. How about we become friends? I find you rather intriguing and somewhat enigmatic, she said, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of interest. Luo Yu smiled amiably, saying, there is truly no need. Fate will bring us together again. Gu Yue Na snorted. You, my friend, speak so sweetly, yet it is evident that you are subtly rejecting me. What do you mean by fate will bring us together? I remain sequestered in the spirit hall for long stretches, rarely emerging. You may never have the opportunity to encounter me again. We shall certainly meet again, Luo Yu asserted with confidence. Gu Yue Na shook her head. Impossible. Meeting me is not as simple as you might think. Perhaps not, Luo Yu mused playfully. What could you possibly understand? The holy maiden of the spirit hall cannot be seen at will. Gu Yue Na pouted, her frustration evident as a tinge of melancholy stirred within her. This man simply did not grasp that she was a prodigy, meticulously nurtured by the spirit hall, and it was no easy feat for her to step outside its confines. Even if this man were a genius of another faction, he would lack the qualifications to find her within the halls. Moreover, the spirit hall would never permit their holy maiden to have contact with a man, making another meeting exceedingly improbable. Luo Yu languidly remarked, Your Majesty, I can meet with you at any time. Why is it that the saintess cannot? Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na was taken aback. Cautiously glancing around with a sense of trepidation, she anxiously retorted, Have you lost your mind? Are you seeking your own demise? How dare you show such disrespect to the empress in Spirit City? Luo Yu smiled and shook her head. Gu Yue Na, infuriated, turned on her heel and departed, only to find no pleas for her return echoing behind her. She stamped her foot and could not help but glance back, inquiring, Hey, what brings you to the Spirit City? Oh, nothing much. A woman once claimed she would marry me, and I have come to ascertain whether her words still hold any weight. As Luo Yu spoke, a captivating figure from the past resurfaced in his mind. The once lost and helpless beauty, undoubtedly, has transformed into a sovereign queen ruling the world today. What? Gu Yue Na's eyes widened in astonishment, an inexplicable jealousy stirring within her. Who was that woman? There was no need to mention her. You wouldn't believe it anyway. Pouting, Gu Yue Na retorted defiantly, Dare to speak, and I shall believe. A playful smirk danced upon Luo Yu's lips as he remarked, Do you truly believe that I am the foremost individual of the Spirit Hall? The mention of the Spirit Hall's foremost champion elicited a soft whisper from Gu Yue Na, her delicate form trembling in astonishment. Could it be the esteemed Pope, Master Bibi Dong? She lifted her gaze to meet Luo Yu's, her eyes reflecting a mixture of disbelief and disdain. Are you courting death with such words? How dare you utter such claims? If others were to overhear you, you would surely find yourself imprisoned, stripped of your very skin and bones. Luo Yu raised his hands in exasperation. See, I have long forewarned you. Even if I tell you, you would not believe it. Pa. Cease your nonsensical chatter. How dare you be so audacious before His Holiness the Pope? You are truly courting disaster. You absolutely must refrain from such reckless utterances. Luo Yu shook his head in resignation, pondering the incredulity of a world where truth is met with skepticism. Gu Yue Na spoke earnestly, To be frank, despite this being our first encounter, I find myself rather fond of you. Thus, I advise you to exercise caution. Her Majesty the Empress is a cold and unyielding iron-willed sovereign, having never shown any inclination towards men. Even a declaration of affection from a titled Douluo would lead to a fatal outcome. If you continue to speak so indiscriminately, you may easily invite dire consequences upon yourself. Luo Yu expressed his astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, I highly suspect that you are referring to Bibi Dong. She appeared rather gentle in my presence. How audacious. You truly seem oblivious to danger. Gu Yue Na interjected sharply, advising, based on my understanding of our teacher, she would never feign kindness towards men. Do not utter such nonsensical claims here. Luo Yu responded, Perhaps you do not understand her well enough. I do not comprehend. Who does? Gu Yue Na exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I may know her better than you do, Luo Yu replied calmly. Come now, you speak so recklessly because you are unaware of my relationship with the Empress. Gu Yue Na retorted, observing the seriousness and confidence in the man's eyes, which struck her as absurd. This man, seemingly young, could not possibly be acquainted with her teacher. Moreover, how could he possibly understand her better than her own disciple? Never mind, I shall no longer dissuade you. Take care of yourself. And I hope you refrain from speaking carelessly. Although you have a tendency to be unreliable in your words, Gu Yue Na did not continue, turning to leave. Her heart whispering shyly, I hope to encounter you again. As she departed, her alluring figure and long, fair legs faded into the distance. A subtle smile gracing Luo Yu's lips as he gazed at the nearby papal palace. Very soon, we shall meet again, his voice drifted with the wind. Uncertain whether it was directed at Gu Yue Na or the lofty and aloof empress, Bibi Dong. In his embrace, the soft-boned enchantress rabbit nestled, its delicate pink eyes seemingly brimming with moisture. Under Luo Yu's gentle caresses, it became increasingly soft and comfortable, as though it relished the sensation of being tenderly held. Wu felt a twinge of shyness and anxiety. Should she remind her benefactor that the rabbit's ears were a sensitive area and should not be squeezed? It suffices that her benefactor is pleased. Chapter 5, Standing on the Soul King's shoulders. Is my wife the empress? Am I proud? Luo Yu stood before the Soul Hall, gazing upon the majestic palace complex that towered before him, resplendent in gold and brilliance. Bathed in the sunlight, it emanated an aura of sacred grandeur. Outside the hall, rows of silver-clad knights, armed with sharp spears, stood solemnly in vigilant patrol. Luo Yu stepped forward, only to be halted by a knight clad in silver armor. Halt! This is a sacred ground of the Spirit Hall. Do you possess a pass? I wish to enter the hall. Is there no way to gain entry without a pass? Indeed, the knight replied curtly. Is there truly no alternative for admission? Luo Yu pressed on. A flicker of impatience crossed the knight's face. What nonsense is this? Without a pass, what right do you have to speak? Do you think anyone can simply wander in here? Depart at once. Luo Yu furrowed her brows, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face. What is the matter? Are you angry? The silver-armored knight sneered, a glint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. No matter who you are, if you lack a pass, be gone at once. Do not linger here. The countenance of Luo Yu grew increasingly gloomy. Oh, do you still wish to create a scene? A mere commoner daring to cause a ruckus here. First, one should assess their own worth. The silver-armored knight spoke with arrogance. Emboldened by his authority, can one enter without a pass? Certainly. One merely needs to demonstrate a cultivation level above the Soul King. Aside from that, even if you are a prodigious scion of a great sect, it would be of no avail. He, esteemed as a Soul King, merely cast a glance and discerned that the young man before him possessed no cultivation. Thus, he mentally labeled Luo Yu as a pretty boy, devoid of any respect. Luo Yu's voice was deep. Do you know whom I am searching for? The silver-armored knight's arrogant demeanor faltered as he cautiously inquired. Who? Bibi Dong. Preposterous. Is the name of Her Majesty the Empress something you can utter? The silver-armored knight snorted coldly, 5 soul rings swirling around him, emanating an overwhelming aura that stunned the assembly. Other silver-armored soldiers, noticing the commotion, quickly encircled them. He sneered, if you, a mere pretty boy, were seeking someone else, it would be one thing, but even a sect leader like Her Majesty cannot be seen at will. What qualifications do you possess? Do you even deserve this? Faced with the silver-armored knight's scornful mockery and the overwhelming pressure of his Soul King rank, along with the encirclement of numerous soldiers, Luo Yu gazed down at the soft-boned, charming rabbit, his body trembling slightly. This only incited the silver-armored knight's raucous laughter as he addressed his comrades. Brothers, do you see this? I haven't even exerted myself, and this pretty boy is already quaking in fear. He desires to meet the Empress. Yet he hasn't even taken a moment to reflect on himself. Does he believe he is worthy? Captain, look at this slick fellow, clutching a pink rabbit. He looks like a delicate flower. Let us send him packing. Spilling blood here would tarnish the Hall of Spirits' reputation. Their boisterous laughter echoed around them. But a cool voice emerged from the bowed Luo Yu. I wonder, are all the gatekeepers of the Hall of Spirits so dim-witted? The silver-armored knight's eyes bulged in disbelief. They never anticipated that this trembling figure would dare to retort. How audacious! To provoke us while shaking in fear? You must be in the wrong place. Boom. Excitement surged through the crowd as soul rings ascended in unison. Luo Yu was completely surrounded, with the leading silver-armored knight S5 rings shining the brightest, embodying arrogance. Their eyes sparkled with disdain, already envisioning the humiliating spectacle of Luo Yu being crushed. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold, as dozens of soul rings surged forward. Luo Yu stood firm, the tremors in his body suddenly ceasing. He abruptly lifted his head, his previously furrowed brows now relaxed, a sinister smile curving his lips. Glancing around, he spoke slowly. It has been too long since I faced mockery. I lost control of my emotions for a moment and trembled in anger. I apologize if that led to any misunderstandings. Gazing at his enchanting smile and the bizarre situation, the laughter of all present abruptly ceased. As if someone had forcefully grasped their throats, staring at Luo Yu in disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be devoid of cultivation? He is so young. How could he possibly be stronger than us? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Isn't he merely an attractive commoner? Those standing here are no fools. They are certain of Luo Yu's lack of cultivation. The empress has always held a disdain for men, making it impossible for her to meet with them. It is upon these two assumptions that they have dared to act so arrogantly. At this moment, Luo Yu still exudes no aura of cultivation. However, the smile upon his face sends a chill of fear through the silver-armored knights gathered around him. Luo Yu's profound black eyes swept across the surroundings, locking onto the Soul King of the Five Rings. His voice, devoid of emotion, resonated with the gravitas of a judge from the underworld, prompting an involuntary shiver. May I pose a question? The Five-Ring Soul King, visibly tense, instinctively took a half-step back, acutely aware of the impending danger. Your audacity, does your mother know of it? The words echoed ominously, and in an instant, the Soul King's eyes were laced with bloodshot fury, his fists clenched tightly. Your arrogance is intolerable. Perhaps I misjudged you earlier. Yet regardless of your identity, you possess no right to flaunt your power before the Spirit Hall. He swiftly turned, calling out urgently, brothers, no matter his background. We have already provoked him. I am certain he lacks any cultivation. Let us unite and eliminate him, thus preventing any future retribution from his faction. Should any issues arise from above, we will present a unified front, asserting that he instigated this confrontation, forcing our hand. After all, there are no witnesses here. Our word will be law. This way, his faction will hesitate to provoke the Spirit Hall. Initially, the onlookers trembled under Luo Yu's gaze. But spurred on by their leader's incitement, determination and a murderous glint ignited in their eyes as they began to advance menacingly. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, remarking, "You truly are a remarkable talent. You have even managed to amuse me." He beckoned with his finger. "You guessed correctly. I lack any cultivation. Come forth and slay me, if you dare." Huh, such a brash young man. Even when faced with imminent death, he dares to speak boldly. Brothers, we cannot delay any longer. Let us act swiftly. The Five-Ring Soul King initiated the assault, summoning a fierce tiger apparition that surged into the fray, accompanied by waves of soul light that surged forth to strike. An energy storm converged upon Luo Yu, threatening to tear him asunder. What a bunch of fools. As the deadly intent approached, Luo Yu remained unfazed, gently pinching the adorable ears of the soft-boned, charming rabbit. In an instant, a radiant pink light enveloped the world, rendering the combined assault of the silver-armored knights null and void. All energy storms were obliterated, leaving behind only the astonished and terrified faces of the knights. Frozen in place. What just happened? Why can't I move? What kind of sorcery has this fellow employed? Cries of panic erupted, erasing all traces of arrogance. As the silver-armored knights found themselves immobilized, their eyes filled with pleas for mercy. Facing the terrified knights, Luo Yu slowly shook his head. You people, when in favor, are arrogant and overbearing. When faced with adversity, you bow your heads in submission. Since you are unwilling to behave like decent human beings, then kneel and serve as dogs. Thud. The pink light descended like a mountain, and a series of sounds echoed as the silver-armored knights all fell to their knees, their silver armor and the ground beneath them shattering simultaneously. This group of knights was utterly paralyzed by fear, pleading for mercy. Only the Five-Ring Soul King, trembling yet threatening, spoke. Even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. Regardless of our faults, should you slay us, it would tarnish the reputation of the Spirit Hall, and the Spirit Hall shall not let this matter rest. Moreover, my uncle is the Eight-Ring Soul Douluo, the Platinum Bishop. If you harm me, my uncle will not spare you. Luo Yu approached the Soul King of the Fifth Ring, baring his teeth in a benevolent smile. Your uncle is Contra, isn't he? Indeed. If you know what's good for you, release me at once. Smack. Luo Yu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending several teeth soaring into the sky, while the Soul King's face quickly became engorged and swollen. How dare you? The Soul King exclaimed, his mouth now gaping open. Did this fool not understand the might of Soul Douluo? My uncle is a platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall. With a sharp crack. Another slap silenced his words once more. Luo Yu gazed at the swollen side of his face and nodded in satisfaction. It is the symmetry that renders one truly appealing. My uncle, the Soul King, continues to struggle, his face etched with indignation. The leaders of the 4 sects under the 7 major sects possess merely the cultivation of a soul fighter. With such backing, he has little to fear. Yet, what is the origin of this individual? Silence. Bang. Luo Yu raised his leg and swept it across, forcefully pinning him beneath his foot. Leaning down, he fixed a cold gaze upon the Soul King and remarked, "Are you the Soul Douluo, a figure of great renown? My beloved is none other than the Empress. Do you see me basking in pride?" The Soul King, his face marred with blood, glared with eyes filled with malice, exclaiming, "How dare you insult the Empress? Regardless of your background, you are doomed. I sense the arrival of my uncle." Luo Yu lifted his gaze toward the swiftly approaching beams of light emanating from the direction of the papal palace, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Let us wait and see whether your uncle can indeed protect you. Will it be your demise or your demise?" Chapter 6. To insult the Empress. This young man is condemned. In an instant, several beams of light from the Spirit Hall arrived, revealing 4 figures, all embodying avian spirit souls. At the forefront stood an elderly figure, adorned in opulent attire, with a pair of dragon-winged spirit shadows looming behind him. His countenance bore a haughty, vulture-like expression, and his narrow eyes sparkled with cunning emerald light. This was none other than Pallas, the Platinum Bishop, an 85th level spirit Douluo, as mentioned by the silver-armored Soul King. His expression darkened as he surveyed his surroundings, taking in the sight of the kneeling silver-armored knights and the remnants of his nephew, scattered about by Luo Yu's earlier display. Consumed by rage and on the verge of unleashing his wrath, he hesitated upon noticing Luo Yu's exceptional demeanor and striking appearance. In an instant, he suppressed his fury, adopting an air of calmness as tranquil as a still pond. "Bah, are you still not going to release me?" At Luo Yu's feet, the silver-armored Soul King spat out blood from his mouth, urgently calling out, "Uncle, this brat shows no regard for us, disrespecting the dignity of our Spirit Hall. Quickly, put an end to him." How insufferable. A flicker of impatience crossed Luo Yu's brows as she idly dug at her ear. With a graceful lift of her toes, she delivered a kick to the abdomen of the silver-armored Soul King, sending his body soaring into the air like a tattered sack. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, landing squarely at the feet of the Platinum Archbishop Pallas. A flash of anger crossed Pallas's eyes, yet he refrained from reacting. Instead, he glanced down at the pitiful state of his nephew before withdrawing his gaze and offered a courteous bow to Luo Yu, a smile gracing his lips. "I am uncertain which sect you hail from, dear friend, yet my nephew has been most disrespectful. I kindly ask for your understanding." Luo Yu's eyes flickered slightly. This old fellow seemed to possess a certain intrigue. Just moments ago, his provocative actions would have been intolerable to anyone else. Yet this old man managed to restrain his fury, maintaining a calm demeanor while greeting me. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Luo Yu replied indifferently, "I am but a solitary wanderer without a master. As for the happenings here, do not inquire of me. Instead, direct your questions to the one beneath your feet." Upon hearing the young man's dismissive tone, a shadow of malice crossed Pallas's eyes, yet he refrained from retaliating. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. "My young friend, you jest. I am well aware of my nephew's capabilities. If you can effortlessly subdue them, you must undoubtedly hail from an extraordinary lineage. Should there be any offense on my part, I sincerely apologize." Luo Yu chuckled softly, realizing that the Spirit Hall was not entirely comprised of inept individuals. Indeed, there were those with discernment. The corners of Pallas's eyes twitched unnaturally, filled with resentment, as he seethed at the audacity of this brash youth. Who was he, after all? The Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, wielding authority second only to the elders. Even the leaders of the so-called lower 4 sects would show him deference. When had he ever been so belittled, especially by a mere youth? Yet, years of caution held him back. He refrained from acting rashly until he fully grasped the situation. "Get up and clarify this matter." Pallas's soul power coalesced into a massive hand, gripping the throat of the silver-armored Soul King and lifting him off the ground. "Uncle, why are you hitting me? Strike him instead. This brat lacks a pass and dares to speak disrespectfully to our Spirit Hall, even slandering Her Majesty the Empress. He deserves nothing less than death." Slap. A resounding blow landed on his face as Pallas coldly commanded, "Stop with the nonsense and apologize to our esteemed guest." The silver-armored Soul King stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Bewildered by the unfolding events, Luo Yu embraced his shoulders, a hint of amusement gracing his lips, eager to discover what tricks this cunning old fox had in store. He had just witnessed the flicker of malice in the other's eyes, and he doubted they would let the matter rest so easily. Apologize, Pallas threatened coldly. The silver-armored knight, bewildered yet unwilling to defy, pitifully bared his chipped teeth and bowed deeply to Luo Yu. I sincerely apologize, my lord. It was my lack of discernment that led to this offense. I hope you can show mercy and forgive my transgressions. Huh. Luo Yu cast a penetrating glance at Pallas and raised his hand, stating, in that case, let it be forgotten. Do take heed, should you provoke me again. It will not be so simple. The silver-armored Soul King clenched his fists in frustration, but was restrained by Pallas. Pallas stepped forward, his smile devoid of warmth, and said, I am grateful for your magnanimity, young friend. Since you have come with matters to discuss, please enter the hall for a conversation. I shall have someone guide you. Luo Yu's palm grazed the soft fur of the gentle bone enchantment rabbit, a slight nod accompanying his gesture. Pallas's gaze was cold and piercing, thinking to himself that this arrogant young man would have his moment of triumph. But soon enough, he would uncover the boy's secrets and ensure that he would meet a fate worse than death. 2 guards led the way, with Luo Yu closely following. Pallas trailed behind, accompanied by the silver-armored Soul King. Uncle, you are a platinum bishop. Even if this boy possesses some background, there is nothing to fear, is there? The silver-armored Soul King murmured, his eyes fixed disdainfully upon Luo Yu's retreating figure, a mask of resentment and hatred upon his face. Pallas rebuked softly, are you a fool? Caution is the mother of safety. It would be far more satisfying to eliminate him once we ascertain his true nature. What if he is a formidable opponent? Oh, I see your point. This boy is indeed peculiar. He subdued me without any visible action, employing some strange method. Pallas rubbed his temples, his expression darkening. I have restrained myself, but it is precisely this that gives me pause. The silver-armored Soul King's expression shifted, pondering. Does this mean our vendetta cannot be avenged? Gritting his teeth, he added, Uncle, this boy just slandered the empress, audaciously claiming her majesty is his wife. Pallas's eyelids twitched, a chill running down his spine. Is this true? Or are you merely speaking in jest? The silver-armored Soul King asserted with conviction. He indeed spoke those words. Everyone present heard him. A sinister smile spread across Pallas's face as he mused. Your grievance can indeed be avenged. This boy dares to insult the empress. Even if he possesses an extraordinary background, he is surely doomed today. What if he is a descendant of the upper 3 sects? The silver-armored Soul King expressed his concern. Foolish nephew, you do not comprehend. The empress has, for reasons unknown, developed a profound aversion to men in recent years. Even our elders must stand 100 meters away when summoned, and must not dare to look up. Otherwise, they face dire consequences. This is a taboo. No matter his background, this boy has insulted the empress's honor in plain sight. Even if a celestial deity were to intervene, he would be beyond salvation. I shall only add fuel to the flames. Uncle, your strategical prowess is indeed unmatched. The silver-armored Soul King looked on with admiration. Young man, take heed. You have much to learn, for you still fall short, Pallas remarked, lifting his chin. His visage marked with a cruel expression. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared delight and malice in each other's eyes, revealing a conspiratorial smile. Before the papal hall, Pallas clasped his hands in a gesture of courtesy, saying amiably, My young friend, please wait a moment while I inform Her Majesty the Empress. That is entirely unnecessary. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. Pallas scrutinized Luo Yu intently. If my assumptions are correct, my young friend, you are visiting the Soul Hall on behalf of a significant sect, or else you would not exude such confidence. However, you are unaware that Her Majesty has a profound disdain for men. Even we, at the higher echelons of the hall, must approach her with humility and circumspection. Allow me to enter first and convey your sentiments. Luo Yu gazed steadily at Pallas, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. I am most grateful for your kind words. Might I inquire what messages you require me to convey? Simply state that Luo Yu has come to visit, Pallas replied, hastening towards the papal hall, his heart brimming with silent mirth. Once I enter, it is not a matter of freely expressing oneself. By the time you, young man, step into the hall, you will likely find no opportunity for speech, as the wrath of Her Majesty the Queen will reduce you to mere pulp. The silver-armored Soul King, standing nearby, could not suppress a quiet chuckle, thinking, this fool seems utterly oblivious to the reality of his situation. Just wait for my uncle to enter and provide you with some eloquent words. Ha ha ha. Luo Yu raised her gaze to behold the magnificent palace before her, secretly contemplating that the enchanting beauty of the past, who had already captivated hearts, must now possess an even more alluring charm. A glance at the system panel revealed that capturing the Empress Bibi Dong would grant her the unparalleled beast martial soul. Current task progress stood at a mere 0. How intriguing it was to wonder what kind of martial soul awaited as a reward. The 9 Dragon Kings? The Golden Holy Dragon? These seemed rather unremarkable. And as for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, she hoped it would not be too inferior. It must certainly possess some noteworthy qualities. Luo Yu's lips curled into a charming and confident smile, already contemplating the rewards and the objectives of the next task. As for the schemes of the Platinum Pope and the Silver-Armored Knight, the two would never fathom that his divine physique was unmatched in the world, perceptive and astute. Having already taken everything in stride, though he chose to remain indifferent. Instead, he silently mocked them, 2 mere jesters, and invited them to begin their performance. Chapter 7. The Heart's Quiver of Bibi Dong. An intense longing within the resplendent hall of the Pope. A woman of unparalleled beauty reclined gracefully upon the throne, her alluring snow-white legs elegantly crossed. Enveloped in a gown of radiant gold, she possessed a figure that was devilishly enchanting. Yet, beyond her seductive form, her visage was even more exquisite, akin to a favored child of the heavens, embodying ethereal grace. An aura of noble aloofness perpetually emanated from her, revealing the regal essence of an untouchable queen, rendering her beyond reproach. Regrettably, the grand hall was empty, devoid of anyone to behold the queen's breathtaking splendor. It was only in solitude that the cold and imposing queen allowed herself to display such a vulnerable sadness. Her phoenix-like eyes shimmered with deep yearning, as memories of the broad back that had once shielded her in her frail moments flooded her mind. As she reminisced, Bibi Dong's gaze grew increasingly dreamy. She had believed that with the passage of time, she would forget the man who had saved her. However, she found herself sinking deeper into longing, unable to erase his memory. Had it not been for that man, she would have likely succumbed to a fate of violation. He had rescued her life and bestowed upon her hope. The moments they shared, filled with his humor and charm, were etched indelibly in her mind. Brother Yu, I wonder how you are faring. Donger has waited for you with great longing. For so many years, she had heeded his words, denying any man the opportunity to approach her, none at all. The queen's lips parted softly, her whispers imbued with profound longing and affection, her gaze flowing like water, shimmering with emotion. Should others discover that the Ice Queen had been yearning for a certain man all these years, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest of speculation. Countless men would be consumed with jealousy, for Queen Bibi Dong was undeniably the foremost goddess of her time. Her unparalleled talent overshadowed her contemporaries, and her stunning beauty had garnered her the adoration of countless titled Douluos, who revered her as their goddess and beloved dream. Yet, despite this, no man dared to pursue her over the years. This was partly due to their own inadequacies, feeling unworthy in her presence, and partly because it was well known that the queen had persistently shunned men, allowing none to draw near, regardless of one's identity or status. Anyone bold enough to approach her would be met with a single command: leave. However, this seemingly aloof and unapproachable empress, at this moment, was enveloped in tender emotions. She yearned and awaited, devotedly waiting in the papal chamber for the return of a man from her past. Even after the passage of many years, the empress had never relinquished her hope, for he had promised her that once his affairs were concluded, he would undoubtedly return. Bibi Dong delicately extended her slender, jade-like fingers to caress her smooth, fair visage, whispering dreamily, "You good, do you know? Donger has reached her most exquisite bloom. When will you return? The wait is truly unbearable." As she concluded her words, Bibi Dong pouted her rosy lips, emitting a light, girlish hum. "You dreadful you go. If you do not return soon, Donger may no longer possess her beauty. At that time, you must not disdain me." As her voice trailed off, a hint of shyness colored the empress's alabaster cheeks with a faint blush. Suddenly, the tranquility was disrupted by a subtle knocking at the door. Bibi Dong's warmth receded, her gaze sharpening, infused with authority and a chilling intensity. "Who goes there?" Outside the hall, the Platinum Bishop Palace trembled at the sound of the empress's frigid voice, fear coursing through him as he stammered, "Your Majesty, Bishop Palace humbly greets you." Silence enveloped the hall, just as Palace was about to speak. A commanding voice resonated from within. "Are you seeking death? Begone." Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Pallas mused that the empress indeed possessed a formidable disdain for men. That young fellow had the audacity to approach her. He must be some ignorant scion of a powerful family. Since you are so brazen, I shall grant you your wish today. Pallas lowered his body, trembling as he reported, I humbly inform your majesty that an outsider has come to visit, claiming to be quite familiar with you. With a thunderous crash, the heavy doors swung open, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. The empress materialized, adorned with a crown of twisted purple gold and wielding an ornate scepter encrusted with jewels, radiating an otherworldly beauty. She stood upon the steps, looking down with a cold, disdainful gaze at the figure outside. Pallas, what does this person look like? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Pallas, her voice trembling slightly. Pallas's expression tightened. Could it be that this young man truly had a close relationship with the empress? He cautiously described, he is a very young and handsome lad, possessing great charisma, likely around 12 or 13 years of age. Instantly, Bibi Dong's countenance darkened, her anticipation morphing into fury. Pallas, do you realize your transgression? Pallas bent at a 90-degree angle, hastily explaining, Please forgive me, your majesty. The individual spoke arrogantly, insulting you. I intended to take action. But he insisted that he had a profound connection with you, and I truly dared not intervene. Do you truly believe that I would have a friend so young? The atmosphere was chillingly cold as Bibi Dong spoke, causing Pallas to tremble as if he were in an icy cavern. I believe there will be none. I shall personally descend and rend that audacious wretch into pieces as a warning to others. Though Pallas appeared fearful, a cold sneer flickered within him. With the empress's confirmation, he felt emboldened to act without restraint, regardless of the young man's background. Pallas strode towards the door, a fierce glint gracing his lips. Stop! Pallas turned back, only to find the empress disdainfully averted, her back to him. Despite this, he did not dare to raise his gaze, cautiously inquiring, Might your majesty have further instructions for me? When you encountered that individual, did he utter anything? A glimmer of cold cunning flashed in Pallas's eyes. Young man, it is time for me to speak well of you. Do not thank me excessively. Your majesty, the words of that person are not something I can describe to you. Pallas feigned hesitation. Speak. The empress's voice grew impatient. Forgive my candor, but that young man was exceedingly audacious, uttering words most unbecoming in public, claiming you were his woman, asserting that you had secretly loved him for years. Pallas's voice suddenly rose. How could this be possible? What stature does the empress possess to regard him, a mere insect, with any affection? I naturally do not believe it. He had initially intended to directly eliminate the scoundrel to spare the empress any distress. However, the man had threatened them, declaring unequivocally that should they lay a hand on him, the empress would personally annihilate them. His words exuded extreme arrogance. Pallas felt somewhat uncertain and thus sought your guidance. Is this the truth you speak? Bibi Dong's authoritative and aloof voice trembled slightly, her tall figure quivering. Every word is true, my lady. The silver-armored knights outside can attest. Pallas cast a sidelong glance, inwardly elated. The sight of the empress trembling with fury suggested that she might not need to personally deal with the young man. She could obliterate him herself, regardless of his background, rendering him powerless. Did he mention his name? The empress's shoulders shook more violently, as if suppressing something profound. He claimed his name is Luo Yu, asserting that at the mere mention of it, you would rush out to meet him. I was foolish to believe such nonsense. Reporting it seems redundant. Please forgive my impertinence. Boom. A tempest erupted within the grand hall. The explosive surge of soul power radiating from Bibi Dong shook the very foundations of the palace. She could no longer maintain her composure, her voice urgent and filled with suppressed emotion. Where is he? Pallas felt an exhilarating thrill alongside his fear. The empress had finally unleashed her wrath. You, young man, shall undoubtedly meet your demise here today. Ha ha ha. I won't even need to lift a finger to slay you. Ha ha ha. I shall capture him forthwith and present him for your judgment. With a sycophantic utterance, Pallas forcefully stomped his foot, summoning the 8 rings of his soul to swirl around him as he bolted towards the palace entrance. The empress turned, her once imposing visage now ablaze with excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an infatuated glow as she babbled in a frenzied state. He has arrived. Is it truly him? Yes, it must be him. No, I cannot allow you to meet me. It is Dong who should see him. With a rush, the unparalleled goddess could no longer contain her impatience and soared past, chasing after him. In the blink of an eye, the grand hall was left utterly deserted. Chapter 8. The Dominant Protector. Capturing the Empress. rewarding the world's supreme beast martial soul. Outside the Pope's hall, the silver-armored Soul King dared not make a move, standing there in respectful anticipation. Luo Yu, however, began to meander aimlessly, indulging in the sights around him, nodding occasionally in appreciation. His hands were not idle either, as they caressed the velvety ears of the enchanting rabbit. Unbeknownst to him, the rabbit's delicate pink eyes had already become entranced, misty with emotion, while its pearly teeth grazed its soft lips. Does my benefactor truly treat Douluo as a mere pet, or is this a deliberate act of flirtation? Douluo now felt an extraordinary shyness, waves of tingling sensations surging within her heart. She was somewhat conflicted, yet dared not voice her concerns, only able to silently sulk in embarrassment. Benefactor, please refrain from incessantly touching my rabbit ears. They are quite sensitive. Perhaps you could explore another area? Douluo attempted to shift her position, but Luo Yu's fingers swiftly grasped her ears once more, refusing to let go. The enchanting rabbit's pink eyes seemed on the verge of shedding tears, ultimately surrendering to the situation. Oh well, it's just ears after all. If my benefactor wishes to touch them, so be it. Douluo can endure. It feels a bit strange and exceedingly shy, yet there is also a hint of comfort in it. Luo Yu leisurely indulged in his surroundings, while on the other side, the silver-armored Soul King felt utterly uncomfortable. Observing Luo Yu meandering about with such ease, he instinctively touched his swollen, pig-like face, his eyes flashing with resentment. Unable to restrain himself, he sarcastically remarked, "This is the Pope's palace. Do you not comprehend the decorum here? What are you sauntering about for? Do you truly believe this is your own private garden?" Luo Yu paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at him, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Are you instructing me on how to carry out my tasks?" she exclaimed. The disdainful gaze of Luo Yu, her haughty demeanor, and her contemptuous tone nearly drove the silver-armored Soul King to madness. He trembled with rage, his visage contorted into a grotesque expression, to disregard the spirit hall so brazenly. "You are truly insufferable." Luo Yu stifled a yawn, dismissing further thoughts, remarking that while the spirit hall may be commendable, it is merely your character that I disdain. "You let it go?" The silver-armored Soul King felt his composure shatter, rage igniting a fire in his heart as reason dissipated. "It's audacity, not letting it go." Luo Yu gently corrected, "When your teeth are loose, it's best to speak less. If you keep your mouth shut, no one will know of your edentulous state." "Ah, you are the shameless one." The silver-armored Soul King's eyes blazed with fury, his lips quivering with indignation, as 5 circles of soul rings soared around him, enveloping his form in the might of his fierce tiger spirit. "Alas," Luo Yu sighed, shaking his head. "Do you realize what words are inscribed upon your face at this moment?" Upon touching his face, the silver-armored Soul King scoffed repeatedly. "Do you truly believe me a fool? Clearly, there is nothing." "No," Luo Yu countered. "There are distinctly 5 large characters above." Luo Yu nodded affirmatively, enunciating with conviction. "I seek torment, I seek enlightenment. You are courting death." The silver-armored Soul King was on the verge of exploding with rage. Luo Yu beckoned with a finger, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. "To be candid, if you were to charge at me right now, I might still regard you as a man. Yet, to merely chatter without action, what significance does that hold?" The silver-armored Soul King bellowed venomously, "You insolent wretch, do not be so arrogant. When my uncle emerges, it shall be your demise. I can almost hear your lamentations and screams in the moments before your death." "Ha ha." Luo Yu let out a sigh, lamenting the plight of the poor child. "Perhaps what you hear is the echo of your own wretched cries." The silver-armored Soul King revealed a cruel and confident smile. "Kid, understand whose territory this is. Let us wait and see who shall live and who shall perish." With a whoosh, Paulus, accompanied by 8 rings of soul energy, rushed forward, arriving in an instant. The silver-armored Soul King asked urgently, "How is it, uncle?" Paulus replied with a sinister grin, "With me personally intervening, what could possibly go wrong? Her Majesty the Empress is furious. This boy deserves to die." The silver-armored Soul King rubbed his hands together, cackling, "Kid, your time has come." "Oh." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Paulus, brimming with violent soul power, sneered with a fierce countenance, "Even at the brink of death, you still put on airs. Do not disrespect the Empress. Come with me at once to meet your demise. Were you not going to speak a few good words for me?" Luo Yu replied, astonished. "You foolish child, did you truly believe that? How dare you offend me and strike my nephew? Regardless of your background, I shall not allow you to continue existing in this world. Now, I shall personally take you to the Empress to meet your end." With a crash, Paulus's palm, adorned with azure scales, sliced through the air, aiming directly for Luo Yu's throat. Die, arrogant boy! The silver-armored Soul King watched with immense satisfaction and excitement. As Paulus reached Luo Yu, poised to strike, an enormous pink domain suddenly enveloped the entire area, shattering his soul power and firmly immobilizing his form. The silver-armored Soul King's smile froze, his expression turning to one of shock. How is this possible? Paulus's face contorted in terror as he struggled desperately, but to no avail. What had just transpired? He was a formidable soul-Douluo. Why had he so quickly become like meat on a chopping block, ready for slaughter? The playful glimmer in Luo Yu's eyes vanished, replaced by a frigid demeanor. With a swift motion, he raised his palm and struck the grotesque, bewildered visage of the old man, producing a crisp sound with each resounding slap. Did you truly believe yourself to be astute? Did you presume that others could be effortlessly manipulated at your whim? How does it feel now, I wonder? Amusing, is it? The silver-armored Soul King found himself kneeling on the ground, his eyes vacant, overwhelmed by disbelief. This cannot be. It simply cannot be. Luo Yu could not conceal the disdain evident in his eyes. This was himself. Had it been another, they would undoubtedly have been toyed with by these two rascals. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, heralding the arrival of the elegant and regal empress, her silhouette gracing the skies. Adorned in a resplendent golden gown that embraced her exquisite form, her slender, long legs were encased in gem-encrusted high-heeled boots, and her flawless visage radiated an aura of unassailable authority. With each graceful step, the Empress Bibi Dong approached, her shapely legs moving with poise. Young man, the Empress has arrived. Let us see how you maintain your arrogance now. Your Majesty, please save me, Pallas cried out in desperation, as if he had spotted a beacon of hope. Yet, Bibi Dong disregarded him entirely, her piercing gaze fixed firmly on Luo Yu. The silver-armored Soul King crawled over, lamenting. Your Majesty, this individual is audacious beyond measure. He not only disdains the spirit hall, but has also dared to insult you with vile language. He deserves a most grievous punishment. Begone! Bibi Dong's brows knitted together as a surge of purple light emanated from her palm. With a resounding crash, the silver-armored Soul King was sent hurtling away, charred and defeated. The Empress's focus remained unwaveringly on Luo Yu, completely indifferent to the chaos surrounding her. She stepped closer to him, her delicate frame trembling. Your Majesty, it was a mistake, a grievous mistake. It is this brat who has been hurling insults at you, Pallas exclaimed. Bibi Dong, however, remained unperturbed, her attention solely on Luo Yu as she parted her crimson lips to inquire, what is the matter? Luo Yu pondered seriously for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders and said, It's nothing much. I merely stated that you were my wife. He did not believe me and demanded my demise. How audacious! How dare you insult Her Majesty the Empress? Pallas roared. How dare you? Bibi Dong retorted coldly, turning her head. In an instant, the spirit of the Spider Queen emerged, an overwhelming aura descending, with an intense killing intent directed straight at Pallas. Pallas trembled, nearly paralyzed by fear. What is happening? Where did things go awry? He felt on the verge of tears. Your Majesty, with whom are you truly allied? Luo Yu smiled faintly. Pallas, are you not fond of reporting grievances? Please, continue your performance. Pallas bit his gums until they bled. Your Majesty, this scoundrel has insulted you. Did you not hear? The Empress cast him a cold glance. I relish it. Do you have any say in this matter? This is a madman. Pallas trembled, forcing himself to speak. The Empress's expression turned icy, her authority unmistakable. He is my man. Do you think you are worthy to speak of him? What? Pallas's eyes bulged, nearly succumbing to shock. It cannot be. It is impossible. How could the exalted Empress possibly be connected to this rascal? Surely, she has never shown interest in men. How could she possibly favor this fellow? It defies all logic. Bang! Pallas was sent flying by an energy blast, his entire body erupting in a mist of blood, a sight most harrowing. The one who struck was none other than the Empress, upon whom he had always depended. Alas, one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Luo Yu shook his head, pondering the futility of it all. Only the two of them remained in the arena. The man, strikingly handsome, reminiscent of an ethereal being descended to earth. The woman, stunningly beautiful, exuding an air of regal elegance akin to a frozen goddess. The golden boy and the jade maiden locked eyes. Bibi Dong's amber-like gaze softened, a veil of mist forming as she gazed adoringly at Luo Yu. She extended her delicate hand, yearning to caress his face, yet hesitated. withdrawing shyly as if a maiden in the throes of first love. You wretched man, you have finally returned. Luo Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Had I not mentioned my intention to face the tribulation? You have changed. Bibi Dong shed her regal aloofness, transforming from a figure of icy authority into a gentle and charming presence. In what way have I changed? Luo Yu smiled gently. Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars, exuding an even greater allure. TSK, the praise from Her Majesty is too much for a mere commoner like me to bear. Upon hearing Luo Yu's teasing, Bibi Dong lightly chided, Who is the empress? Do not mock me. In your eyes, I shall forever be the Donger in need of your protection. TSK, should such words reach the ears of others, I fear the envy they might provoke. Bibi Dong pouted her rosy lips, asserting, With your strength, who could possibly rival you? Luo Yu spread his hands, expressing his current lack of strength. What is the situation? Bibi Dong's expression changed dramatically as she swiftly stepped forward, anxiously grasping the man's wrist. The cool, smooth sensation of his skin sent a shiver through Luo Yu's mind. Bibi Dong, too, felt a blush of embarrassment rise to her cheeks. For many years, only Luo Yu had ever touched her. What has become of your cultivation? Luo Yu shook her head, stating that it was a long story. Overall, the issues were not substantial. The act of breaking down to rebuild was, in fact, a positive development. From now on, I shall be the one to protect you. If anyone dares to bully my man, I shall take their life, she declared, her tone chilling and laden with lethal intent. Who is your man? Do not make reckless assumptions. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Bibi Dong momentarily froze, her red lips pouting. You promised me back then that I could be your fiancé, and you just reiterated it. That was mere fabrication spun by someone in your palace. Luo Yu vehemently denied. You are being unreasonable. I distinctly heard it. Bibi Dong pouted, her charming demeanor exquisite and intoxicating, yet regrettably. Only Luo Yu had the privilege to appreciate her beauty. Luo Yu smiled silently. With newfound courage, Bibi Dong boldly grasped the man's hand and declared stubbornly, I don't care. Since you have returned, I shall be your fiancé. At that moment, as Bibi Dong professed her feelings, a series of notification sounds echoed in Luo Yu's mind. Ding. The Empress Bibi Dong's affection for the host has reached 100. Ding. The host has successfully captured the Empress's heart. Current task progress, 100. Task reward, True Supreme Beast Martial Soul, Ancestor of Dragons, Dragon God. However, the system's notifications were far from over. Chapter 9, Ancestor of Dragons, Dragon God Martial Soul. Hidden reward, 9 Heavens Extermination Sword. Hearing the cascade of notifications, Luo Yu felt a surge of exhilaration. He had envisioned numerous martial souls before, but he never anticipated that the system would reward him with the Dragon God Martial Soul. While the blue electric tyrant dragon is celebrated as the world's foremost beast martial soul, it ultimately pales in comparison to the likes of the Golden Saint Dragon or any of the 9 great dragon kings, though these martial souls appear unparalleled. When placed beside the Dragon God Martial Soul, they are but a mere shadow, revealing an immense disparity between heaven and earth. It is crucial to understand that the Dragon God is the sovereign of all beasts, possessing unparalleled strength and divine might. The Golden and Silver Dragon Kings are merely its avatars, with the 9 great Dragon Kings all under its dominion. When the Dragon God unleashes its wrath, 100,000 may fall, and all beasts shall submit. If one were to draw a comparison, the 9 great Dragon Kings might equate to the level of divine martial souls, whereas the Dragon God Martial Soul is indisputably the pinnacle of super divine martial souls. Thus, it can be stated without hesitation that the Dragon God Martial Soul eclipses all beast martial souls in existence. Luo Yu held no doubt that, henceforth, any soul master possessing a beast martial soul who encountered him would inevitably be overshadowed. Those who bore dragon-type martial souls might as well submit in kneeling reverence. This reward is exceedingly extraordinary, indeed. Luo Yu hesitated momentarily, pondering whether the rewards bestowed by the system were somewhat exaggerated. However, upon further reflection, it seemed rather justifiable. After all, had it not been for his fortunate timing in becoming the beast god and entering Bibi Dong's heart during her most vulnerable moment, would anyone else have achieved such a feat? It was unlikely that another could approach the Empress empty-handed and succeed in winning her over. Such an endeavor would likely be akin to chasing after unattainable dreams. The difficulty level was akin to that of hell itself. Even if the system worked tirelessly, unlocking such achievements would remain impossible. It was probable that even before getting close, one would be utterly defeated. The higher the challenge, the greater the reward, and Luo Yu, in a sense, had taken a shortcut and reaped significant benefits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the task in the shortest time and activating a hidden special reward. Upon hearing the prompt, Luo Yu felt a slight thrill. Could there truly be hidden rewards? This was rather exhilarating. The concealed task reward, the genuine supreme weapon soul of the world, the Emperor of Swords, the Nine Heavens extermination sword. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. What kind of martial soul was this? It seemed unfamiliar to him. The Emperor of Swords, perhaps? What audacity to make such grand claims. Did it truly dismiss the 7 killing swords with such disdain? Ding! System notification. The Nine Heavens extermination sword will only manifest when the host flawlessly completes a task for the first time. Should the opportunity be missed, it shall never again be attainable, thus rendering the reward exceedingly substantial. Nine Heavens extermination sword, capable of striking the divine above and defying the mortal realm below. The divine sword undergoes 9 transformations, with each transformation representing a distinct world, and every soul ring possessing unique divine powers and forms. What does the divine sword's 9 transformations signify? Ding! The efficacy of the martial soul is left for the host to explore independently. Hiss! No explanation, just running off? Very well, I shall delve into it at a later time. However, based on the system's description, it seems this sword may surpass even the dragon god martial soul in its extraordinary prowess. Regardless, with a dual-bred super-divine martial soul and an immaculate divine body forged from the 24th grade tribulation golden lotus, this talent should, at the very least, position me among the top in Douluo. Wouldn't you agree? Luo Yu's lips curled slightly. Tang Laosan, are you prepared to embrace the baptism? When I visit Xiaowu, I shall take the opportunity to pay you a visit as well. Brother Yu? A delicate, white hand swayed gently before his eyes. Luo Yu regained his composure and beheld the stunningly beautiful visage before him, her long eyelashes fluttering gently as she gazed intently at him. A faint fragrance wafting through the air. What are you thinking about? She inquired with a sly smile, her voice reminiscent of a soft breeze. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. At such a close distance, he could perceive that Bibi Dong had indeed become more beautiful than in the past. It seemed she possessed an enchanting allure, her graceful form exuding an intoxicating essence that could drive men to madness. Yet the regal demeanor and frosty empress-like aura surrounding her deterred others, rendering them hesitant to approach. While others might refrain, Luo Yu felt emboldened. The captivating fragrance of the woman was right before him, constantly stimulating his senses. If not now, then when? Without a flicker of doubt, he leaned in and pressed his lips against her enticing mouth. Bibi Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom Luo Yu's audacity. To kiss her here, right outside the Pope's chamber. How could he dare? What if someone were to witness this? For many years, Bibi Dong had not permitted any man to draw near, and the suddenness of his advance flushed her cheeks. Yet, she made no attempt to evade him. The man's boldness startled her, but also stirred a sense of delight. She had been awaiting this moment with him for years. How could she possibly push him away? Reluctantly, she closed her eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. Caught between Luo Yu and Bibi Dong, the delicate and enchanting rabbit-like figure displayed a look of sorrow and jealousy, akin to a pet that had lost its favor. On the other side, the charred silver-armored Soul King lay on the ground, even amidst the agonizing pain, overwhelmed by the shocking scene before him, desperately covering his mouth to suppress any sound. The faintly breathing Platinum Archbishop Palace collapsed nearby, and upon catching sight of the unfolding events, felt as though the world was spinning. What was happening? Was the Empress truly kissing a mere youth? This was impossible. My goddess. How could she possibly be attracted to a man? The Platinum Archbishop was so astonished that he forgot his injuries, his pupils fixated in disbelief. He recalled vividly how an elder with the title of Douluo had merely spoken ill of the Empress in passing and had been beaten nearly to death. What kind of divine being could steal a kiss from the Empress? This could not be real. It must be an illusion. Palace would rather believe he was hallucinating than entertain the thought that the Empress would ever express affection towards a man. Ugh, this is unbearable. I can hardly breathe. Bibi Dong pouted playfully striking Luo Yu's chest. Luo Yu smirked, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. What level of cultivation do you possess that you cannot even manage your breath? Under the intense gaze, Bibi Dong averted her eyes, stammering, "This is my first kiss. Of course I can't help but feel nervous." As Luo Yu was about to take action, Bibi Dong blinked her enchanting phoenix eyes and suggested, "Brother Yu, let us return to my chamber and discuss things there. It is not quite appropriate here. Are you afraid of losing face?" Luo Yu teased gently. Bibi Dong pouted playfully. "You are being mischievous. It's not that I care about what others think. I am simply shy." The sight of the supreme empress displaying such youthful charm rendered Luo Yu utterly captivated, exclaiming that he could hardly bear it. "Do you often exhibit such endearment?" he inquired. Bibi Dong huffed lightly. "Certainly not. They are unworthy. You know I have my reservations and currently harbor a strong aversion to men. It is only in the presence of Brother Yu that I wish to be my true self." She shyly blinked her eyes, turned her back, and in a soft yet resolute voice declared, "Brother Yu, do you know? All of Donger's tenderness is meant solely for you." Luo Yu swiftly moved, encircling Bibi Dong's delicate waist with one arm, a hint of wicked charm gracing his lips. "My dear, you must ponder carefully. I am not a man of virtue." Bibi Dong, her eyes glazed, caressed the contours of his face, proclaiming, "In my heart, your significance is unparalleled. Regardless of what transpires, Donger shall forever belong to you alone. Let us proceed." Luo Yu suddenly released his grip, leaving Bibi Dong feeling a profound emptiness within. "You are truly unbearable," she exclaimed, her frustration palpable. "What are you dawdling for? If you do not lead the way, how shall I know where your chamber lies?" "Oh," Bibi Dong responded, her demeanor transforming like a blossoming flower, her face radiating joy akin to the full bloom of spring. The empress gently took Luo Yu's hand and led him towards her quarters, while the two individuals on the ground, barely clinging to life, were entirely overlooked. A dragon would hardly concern itself with the fate of mere ants. However, after Bibi Dong and Luo Yu vanished from sight, a silvery figure began to materialize in their wake, revealing the presence of one who had remained concealed all along. Chapter 10. The Jealous Gu Yu Na and the Empress. Bibi Dong's chamber. Palace and the silver-armored Soul King were both startled and captivated by the sudden appearance of the silvery figure. She was a girl whose beauty transcended description, with long silver hair cascading down her back to her ankles. Her long, graceful legs were exposed beneath a flowing skirt, and her feet were as pristine as jade, untouched by the dust of the earth. Her long eyelashes framed exquisite violet eyes that now seemed to blaze with an inner fire, fixed intently on the direction from which Bibi Dong and Luo Yu had departed. With pursed lips and clenched fists, she seethed, "That dog of a man. I wondered why he rushed out. It turns out he had a dog outside. To think he secretly keeps a little wife." Gu Yu Na felt her temper reaching a boiling point. How could she allow Luo Yu to venture out alone? The strength of Da Wu did little to assuage her concerns, prompting her to stealthily follow him, remaining in the shadows to protect him. Yet, she had just witnessed their affectionate reunion and kiss, and now she felt utterly undone. "Am I, Gu Yu Na, not beautiful enough? Does he need to seek affection elsewhere? He should come to me." This man was insufferable, unable to contain her anger. Gu Yu Na felt as though she might not survive the day without releasing her pent-up frustration. He had not even kissed her yet. How could he kiss another? With a heart full of grievances, she felt a cold glint in her violet eyes as she summoned her soul power, swiftly forming a broad, sharp blade. In the next instant, she shifted her form, standing before the beleaguered silver-armored Soul King, wielding the blade with deadly intent. "Who are you? What do you intend to do to me?" The silver-armored Soul King stammered, terror etched across his features. Gu Yu Na's tone was icy as she replied, "Just now. You spoke ill of him, did you not? I have tolerated you for far too long." The silver-armored Soul King's eyes widened in fear as he attempted to protest. But Gu Yu Na would not allow for any defense. With a swift motion, she brought the blade down, shattering his form and spilling blood in a gruesome display. "Don't come any closer." Palace, the Platinum Cardinal, cried out in panic, desperately gathering his soul power in a futile attempt to escape. "You were the one who sought to plot against him, weren't you? Do you even deserve to?" Without any room for rebuttal, as if presiding over a judgment from the underworld, Gu Yu Na flung the bloodied machete, producing a sonic boom as it cut through the air. Palace was left with a shattered skull, meeting her demise on the spot. Silence enveloped the hall, and Gu Yu Na conjured another machete in her hand. Not sufficient. It must be larger. With a swish, a colossal broadsword materialized. Still inadequate. With a clang, a 10-meter-long cleaver, requiring both hands to wield, appeared, shattering the tiles and sending shards flying, embedding itself into the ground. "This is more like it." Gu Yu Na nodded in satisfaction and dragged the blade toward the Empress's chamber. "Damn it, After all this time together, he never mentioned wanting to kiss me, yet he develops feelings for someone else so swiftly. Today, I shall inquire whether it is my lack of femininity or my inability to wield a blade that has led to this. With a scratching sound, deep gashes appeared on the floor, accompanied by the jarring noise of friction. After taking a dozen steps, Gu Yue Na's expression faltered, her crimson lips pouting. With a clang, the great sword was tossed aside. She sighed, resigning herself to the thought that killing you, wretched man, would be too lenient. I hope you remember your past affections and do not forget them in the face of new love. A flash of silver shimmered, and her figure vanished, leaving behind a voice of discontent. Within the empress's chamber, opulence abounded, exuding an air of grandeur. A subtle feminine fragrance permeated every corner, and the scent from the canopied bed was particularly intense. Luo Yu cradled the delicate, enchanting rabbit and directly seated himself upon the bed. Brother Yu, that is someone's bed, Bibi Dong said, her demeanor uncharacteristically bashful, completely devoid of the regal authority she typically exuded. I am aware, Luo Yu replied with a roll of his eyes. Bibi Dong hesitated, her words caught in her throat. To be candid, this imperial chamber had never once welcomed even a single male creature to tread upon its threshold. Luo Yu remains the first fortunate man to have entered this place in many years, and what's more, he has seated himself upon the empress's bed. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the entire papal hall. Who does not know the temperament of the empress? To dare ascend her bed is tantamount to madness. It is precisely for this reason that Bibi Dong feels such embarrassment. Nevertheless, she ultimately refrains from voicing her thoughts. Brother Yu, are you thirsty? Come here, Luo Yu beckoned. Bibi Dong gracefully moved her lovely legs closer. Luo Yu directly embraced Bibi Dong, seating her upon his lap. Brother Yu, what are you doing? Luo Yu leaned closer to the flushed ear of the empress, softly exhaling a breath. Can you guess what I am about to do? If you guess wrong, I shall let you be. The empress's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She playfully chided, Brother Yu, you are too mischievous. Do you truly believe that the position of an empress is bestowed without merit? How am I to guess? No matter how I respond. You could simply claim that I was correct, and then what would follow? Luo Yu gently grasped Bibi Dong's crimson lips, while his other hand instinctively rested upon her supple thighs. Bibi Dong's long eyelashes fluttered, and in her shyness, she sought to escape, yet alas, the man offered her no respite. On the golden sheets at the corner of the bed, the discarded soft-bone enchantress rabbit lay, its pink eyes filled with sorrow, feeling abandoned and unloved. Just moments ago, it had been praised for its soft fur, yet now, having encountered something superior, it was cast aside without a second thought. Douluo cast a sidelong glance at the queen's enchanting figure, secretly feeling a twinge of discontent. If she were to take on human form, she believed she would not pale in comparison. At this moment, the noble and elegant queen was utterly captivated, completely lost in Luo Yu's rhythm. Just as Luo Yu could no longer contain himself and reached to untie the queen's robe, Bibi Dong's eyes regained a flicker of clarity, a glint of light sparking as she escaped from the man's grasp. Brother Yu, you are too impatient. It is not the right time yet. Luo Yu also slightly regained his composure, casting a sidelong glance at the delicate, enchanting rabbit in the corner, silently chiding himself for his folly. One must not underestimate a rabbit's worth. After all, a pair of watchful eyes were fixed upon them. Was it entirely his fault? The allure of Bibi Dong and her captivating charm was undeniably tempting, almost leading him astray. Observing Luo Yu's focused demeanor, Bibi Dong mistakenly assumed he was displeased. She gracefully glided over, seated herself beside him, and gently placed his hand upon her snow-white thigh. Dear Yu, please do not be upset. Once you agree to marry me, Donga shall grant you anything your heart desires. Luo Yu raised his hand, gently caressing Bibi Dong's silky hair. I was not angry, I had merely acted impulsively moments ago. Bibi Dong shook her head, lowering it slightly as she spoke softly. Do not blame Brother Yu. I, too, found it quite enjoyable just now. Strangely, a chill seemed to envelop the air. Luo Yu pondered, perplexed. Bibi Dong lightly gasped. I seemed to feel it as well, unbeknownst to them, in the shadows. Gu Yue Na gripped a chopping knife tightly, her teeth clenched as she glared in their direction, nearly ready to charge out. By the way, Brother Yu, I must preside over a ceremony today. I shall return to keep you company later this evening, Bibi Dong said, smoothing her disheveled hair and adjusting her partially undone attire. Luo Yu nodded, appreciating the beautiful scenery. Brother Yu, I have a disciple. I will have her come over shortly to keep you company in the hall. Disciple? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Bibi Dong leaned in closer, whispering in his ear, "She is only coming to alleviate your loneliness, dear brother. However, let it be known that my disciple is exceedingly beautiful, so you mustn't harbor any ill intentions." Luo Yu shrugged, seemingly recalling something, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Rest assured, let her come. What malice could I possibly harbor?" Bibi Dong, clearly unconvinced, retorted, "Do not bring calamity upon me, not even sparing the disciples of others. One should not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. Do you wish to part ways with her? Go away with your nonsense." Bibi Dong laughed while scolding, and after a few more words of caution, she mentioned that Gu Yue Na would arrive shortly before hastily departing. Luo Yu sat on the bed, instinctively clutching the rabbit and curling it up. Unbeknownst to him, the resentment once filling the rabbit's eyes dissipated, transforming once more into a serene gaze. Reflecting on his conversation with Gu Yue Na on the street, a peculiar smile graced Luo Yu's lips. He distinctly recalled her words. "I wonder what expression that girl would have upon unexpectedly encountering me here." A rather intriguing thought. Chapter 11. The Astonished Saintess. What are you doing on the teacher's bed? In the corridors of the spirit hall, various beautiful women stood in conversation. Each possessed their own unique charm, yet all shared the striking feature of long, slender legs. Bibi Dong, the Ice Queen, exuded an alluring maturity, while Gu Yue Na embodied elegance and grace, her figure reminiscent of a ripe peach. "Nana, what were you pondering about just now?" "And nothing," Gu Yue Na replied, hastily waving her hands to dismiss the thought that had crossed her mind. "The teacher has assigned you a task. Please, instruct me." "The teacher is about to attend this year's spirit awakening ceremony with the elders. You are to entertain a guest for me." "A guest?" Gu Yue Na gasped in surprise. "Yes, he is within my chamber. Show him around the spirit hall as he wishes. Do not hinder him." Gu Yue Na's astonishment deepened. It was the first time she had witnessed such a formal expression from her teacher. "Very well. I shall ensure this guest is well taken care of." Gu Yue Na swiftly arrived at the entrance of the queen's chamber, her curiosity piqued. Who was this esteemed individual granted the honor of waiting in the queen's quarters? A family member of one of the three great sects? Or perhaps a reclusive female master? The thought of a man being involved was quickly dismissed by Gu Yue Na. She shook her head vigorously. Based on her years of understanding her teacher, there was no way a male presence would ever grace her teacher's room, even if the heavens were to crumble. "Knock, knock, knock." Gu Yue Na gently rapped on the door, fearful of neglecting the esteemed guest. Focusing her gaze, she sought to discern the identity of this honored guest so cherished by her teacher. "Silence, senior. My master has sent me to attend to you." Still, there was no response. Gu Yue Na, puzzled, wondered if anyone was inside. After a moment's hesitation, she pushed the door open. Upon entering, her pupils dilated, and her body stiffened as if struck by lightning. A figure lay on the bed, facing away from the door, revealing only their back, obscuring their face. Yet, the broad shoulders and attire unmistakably indicated that it was a man. Her voice quivered as she spoke, disbelief flooding her eyes. A man has entered the queen's palace? The reality of the situation struck her with alarming rapidity. Not only had a man entered, but this audacious individual was reclining on her teacher's bed, sound asleep. Was he courting death? Could this guest referred to by her teacher truly be this fellow? Surely not. This is rather exaggerated. Given the teacher's character, how could she possibly allow a man into her chambers, let alone permit him to share her bed? It seems implausible. Perhaps this fellow took it upon himself to intrude. Gu Yue Na stealthily approached the bedside. Oddly enough, there was something increasingly familiar about that silhouette. She circled to the other side, and upon glimpsing that ethereal visage reminiscent of a celestial being, alongside the plump little rabbit nestled in his arms, a flash of realization struck her mind, and her mouth fell agape. Could it be him? The commotion outside roused Luo Yu from his slumber. Blinking in confusion, he opened his eyes to find a pair of graceful legs before him. As his gaze traveled upward, he was met with the astonished expression of a golden-haired maiden. "You're here? How is it that you find yourself in the teacheress bed?" Gu Yue Na exclaimed, her eyes wide and her cherry lips parted in disbelief. Luo Yu slowly rose, stretching her limbs with a languid yawn. Feeling fatigued, she thought it would be perfectly fine to take a brief respite upon her bed. However, this was no trivial matter. Gu Yue Na grew anxious, exclaiming, "You dare to lie upon the empress's bed? Have you a death wish?" Luo Yu shook his head, asserting that he could even dare to remove the words "the bed." Huh. Gu Yue Na was initially taken aback, but soon realized. Her cheeks flushed as she glared fiercely in response. I see your other name should be unaware of danger. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes. Is this truly how you choose to entertain me? Entertain? Gu Yue Na snapped back to reality, her words tumbling out in a disjointed manner. You can't possibly be the guest my teacher instructed me to host, can you? Are you foolish? Besides myself, is there anyone else in this room? A dim silver light flickered in the secluded corner of the chamber. Though Gu Yue Na found it hard to believe, the evidence lay starkly before her. Suppressing the tumult of her astonishment, she stammered, Who exactly are you? What is your relation to my teacher? Why are you here? Have I not already explained all this to you? Was it not you who expressed disbelief? Luo Yu replied, lowering his gaze to playfully brush his fingers against the soft rabbit ears, relishing the exquisite texture. Nonsense. How could the empress possibly be connected to you? Luo Yu cast a fleeting glance at her, deeming the details insignificant. What truly mattered was that I had stated we would soon meet again. Gu Yue Na swallowed hard, astonished by the remarkable capabilities of this individual. The image of Luo Yu became shrouded in mystery within Gu Yue Na's heart, igniting a fervent curiosity to explore it further. You can't possibly be an ancient monster rejuvenated, can you? Gu Yue Na timidly inquired. Pa, what ancient monster? As I have mentioned before, I have yet to awaken my martial soul. Luo Yu cast a fleeting glance at the transparent system panel. Dragon God, awaiting awakening. 9 Heavens exterminating sword, awaiting awakening. Enough already, I refuse to believe it. Gu Yue Na shook her head repeatedly, convinced that Luo Yu must be an ancient soul master of unparalleled power. Otherwise, how could he act so brazenly? The absolute truth. Still not convinced. Luo Yu rolled his eyes. I simply do not believe it, so spare me the deception. Gu Yue Na huffed, declaring, If you have not awakened your martial soul, I shall call you father every time we meet henceforth. With a sense of helplessness, Luo Yu remarked, Do you truly wish for me to assume the role of a father at such a tender age? Dare you extend your hand so I may investigate? Should you awaken your martial soul, all you need to do upon our next encounter is address me as little grand lady. Gu Yue Na, brimming with confidence, responded playfully. This saintess's intellect is not to be underestimated. A person of such ordinary caliber has caught the eye of our esteemed teacher. Were it not for having met Luo Yu, she would undoubtedly feel quite constrained, for this individual is exceedingly enigmatic. Luo Yu shook his head, asserting that there was no need for investigation. The manifestation of his martial soul before you would suffice as proof. Gu Yue Na scoffed, remarking that it seemed he was well aware that no awakening stone was present here. Luo Yu was speechless. With such a vast spirit hall, there must surely be an awakening stone. Continue your act, Gu Yue Na remarked, confidently draping her arm over her shoulder, clearly relishing the situation. Come, take me to find the awakening stone. Today, I shall make you regret the words you've spoken. With a defiant glare, Gu Yue Na added, Let's go. Coincidentally, our spirit hall is holding the awakening ceremony today, and I can secure you a place. Awakening ceremony? Luo Yu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Gu Yue Na explained. Did your teacher not mention it? Every year on this day, the offspring of all spirit hall soul saints and above are eligible to awaken their spirits in the central square. Those with exceptional talent may remain to receive the divine blessings of the grand offering. Should a top-tier talent emerge, they could even be chosen in advance as our spirit hall's saint child. Luo Yu seemed to be lost in thought, finding the situation rather intriguing. However, considering the circumstances, she decided it might be best not to proceed. TSK, it appears you can no longer continue the act. Do reveal your martial spirit. For I am genuinely curious. Gu Yue Na blinked her beautiful eyes, displaying the unique arrogance of youth. I have yet to awaken. What would I show you? Then why do you hesitate? I fear that the awakening might create too much commotion and draw excessive attention. You're just boasting. To be honest, I am primarily concerned that once my martial spirit awakens, all those elders and worshippers will beg to take me as their disciple, preventing my escape. Do you truly believe I would trust that? Gu Yue Na playfully blinked her eyes. Well, I can see that today, you are a little girl craving affection. Resolutely determined to call me father. Luo Yu rose with determination, decisively grasping Gu Yue Na's small hand. Let us go. Satisfy my request, and lead me to the central square. Chapter 12. Preparations to reap the benefits of the Spirit Hall on the eve of tremors. The central square of the Spirit Hall was alive with a cacophony of voices, bustling with activity. A series of 6-pointed star formations, constructed from awakening stones, were simultaneously arranged across the expansive square. Powerful beings, those ranked soul sage and above, eagerly gathered their prot-Gs, flexing their muscles beside the formations. Bibi Dong, adorned with a regal golden crown, sat elegantly upon the grandest throne, her long legs crossed. Her phoenix eyes surveyed the assembly with the authority of an empress, casting a commanding gaze over the vibrant scene below. The noble aura surrounding her was so imposing that none dared to meet her gaze directly. Elders and bishops, clad in resplendent garments and exuding formidable presence, stood in 2 rows below her. The atmosphere was indeed lively. Luo Yu gently caressed the delicate, enchanting rabbit nestled in his embrace, standing at the edge of the square and surveying his surroundings with a sense of profound reflection. Previously, he had not yet assumed his true form. Continually constrained by the wretched tribulations of heaven, forced to conceal himself within the vast expanse of the starry forest for his cultivation. It had been quite some time since he had experienced such lively commotion. Now, having returned to the mortal realm, he was determined to savor the vibrant tapestry of life. Luo Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he contemplated the moment. Indeed, it was a splendid time. Little Wu remained unwed. Zhu Zhuqing had yet to find a match. Rong Rong continued to embody her mischievous spirit, and Bai Qinxiang was on the verge of blossoming. Upon reflection, it was truly a scene of limitless beauty, with the future holding great promise. You, my friend, clearly have some ill intentions, Gu Yue Na remarked with a hint of disdain. Nonsense, he retorted. I saw that wicked smile on your face just now. Luo Yu cast her a sidelong glance and teased. All right, O wise one. When does the test commence? I can hardly wait for you to retract your words. Hey, surely you aren't seriously considering participating in the awakening? Gu Yue Na exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, questioning. Did you not summon me? Gu Yue Na scrutinized Luo Yu, shaking her head repeatedly. I still find it hard to believe that you have yet to awaken. It simply defies logic. You remained unperturbed in the face of my oppressive aura. It is impossible to accomplish such a feat without the presence of soul power, is it not? Is that so strange? Gu Yue Na covered her lips with a playful smile. If that were truly the case, I would no longer be the foremost among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. If you possess such abilities, then you should demonstrate them. Never mind, I lack the patience for this. I would rather indulge in a leisurely nap. Luo Yu replied with a lackluster wave of his hand. Why are you staring at me so intently? Gu Yue Na's captivating gaze was filled with curiosity as she regarded Luo Yu, feeling that this man was truly exceptional, distinctly different from the so-called geniuses within the hall. I ponder whether you are merely adept at masquerading or if you genuinely possess such confidence. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yue Na confidently asserted, I am 100% certain that your soul power must be at least level 35 or higher. Luo Yu raised his sword, blocking Gu Yue Na's delicate lips. Shoo! Do not be hasty. At this moment, the entire ceremony was poised for commencement. The empress rose, exuding an aura of dominance and authority that enveloped the assembly. In stark contrast to her demeanor when interacting with Luo Yu, she now resembled a regal queen from the celestial realms, resplendent and breathtaking, yet commanding an overwhelming presence. The formidable energy she emanated rendered everyone breathless, save for Luo Yu, who wore a serene smile. Contemplating the extraordinary nature of his future bride, he mused, perhaps I need not strive so hard. Should I consider a life of ease? As the empress began to speak, an eerie silence fell over the gathering, as though even the wind had ceased its whisper. Present were the most distinguished direct lineage soul masters of the Spirit Hall, and it was believed that the offspring they brought forth today possessed the finest bloodlines, their awakened martial spirits naturally exceptional. You are the future of our Spirit Hall, she proclaimed. Thus, I, as your empress, solemnly vow on behalf of the Spirit Hall, those who awaken a top-tier martial spirit and possess innate soul power of level 7 or above shall be rewarded with 1,000 soul coins. Should one attain level 8, the reward shall be 10,000 soul coins. For level 9, a rare 10,000-year elixir shall be bestowed. And if anyone achieves innate soul power of level 10, Bibi Dong paused, surveying the crowd, I shall grant a piece of soul bone. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in fervor. Soul saints, soul Douluos, and even titled Douluos were envious, while the spirited youths brimming with ambition could hardly contain their excitement. Eager to awaken and prove themselves, the fathers, eyes gleaming with hope, rallied their progeny. Son, that is soul bone. This awakening ceremony. The Spirit Hall has actually offered such a treasure as a reward. Make us proud. One father urged. I do not demand the soul bone. If you can bring back a 10,000-year elixir, I shall rest in peace. Another added, Child, this opportunity is rare and fleeting. Remember, your father, a soul saint, has served the spirit hall for years and has yet to glimpse a soul bone. Just reach level 8. I have been nurturing you since you were in your mother's womb. You must strive to bring honor to our family. Luo Yu turned his head to glance at Gu Yue Na, remarking, Your spirit hall is indeed quite affluent, willing to part with soul bones. Gu Yue Na, unimpressed, rolled her eyes disdainfully and retorted, What use is it for them to howl? It has been years since a naturally full soul power has emerged. Such talent is exceedingly rare. The soul bone reward is at best a mere ornament. But what if it truly exists? Luo Yu pondered thoughtfully. If it does, the spirit hall would be overjoyed, for they would have stumbled upon a genuine treasure. They would likely be more than willing to part with 2 soul bones. Luo Yu's gaze was peculiar. What if one were to possess innate level 20? What reward would that entail? What? Innate level 20? Are you daydreaming? Gu Yue Na exclaimed, her eyes wide as she shook her head vigorously, setting aside the impossibility of such an individual existing, if one did. The spirit hall would likely revere them as a deity, imploring them to remain and offering anything to retain their presence. Ahem, that was an exaggeration, Luo Yu coughed lightly, contemplating whether he might showcase a skill or 2 to reap some benefits from the spirit hall. Soul bones? Those are treasures, even if I don't covet them. I could bestow them upon a lady, right? Gu Yue Na interjected, Enough with your fanciful dreams. None of this concerns us. Let us merely observe the spectacle. As the empress announced the commencement of the ceremony, a series of awakening arrays illuminated the square, each radiating varying intensities of light. Some were mere orbs of brilliance, while others shone for dozens of yards. The awakening of martial spirits elicited excitement from some, but sighs from others. Most individuals awakened with innate soul power around level 6. In the outside world, such a level would be considered extraordinary, yet among the assembly, each individual was a descendant of soul saints. Even level 6 might not match the innate talents of their forebears, thus leading to disappointment. The empress and the elders on the platform observed the phenomena below, sharing their sighs. This cohort seems rather lacking, one elder remarked. Indeed, the innate soul power appears to be quite low. Those hidden in the shadows, the offerings, likely feared they would be unable to select suitable disciples, wondering if it might ignite their ire. Suddenly, a golden beam of light erupted in the square, extending 20 yards, revealing a fearsome crocodilian specter within the golden glow. Wang Tung, martial spirit, thorned crocodile dragon, innate level 8 soul power. The elders above sighed in unison. At last, we have witnessed a worthy contender. Indeed, Wang Tung possesses the potential of a soul Douluo. This martial spirit seems to carry traces of dragon lineage. He may yet aspire to become a titled Douluo, a promising talent. Wang Tang's eyes gleamed with pride as his father laughed heartily, patting his shoulder in approval. The crocodile dragon encompasses dragon lineage. My son Wang Tung possesses great potential. Luo Yu gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, somewhat bewildered. Is this the level of excitement? Gu Yue Na pouted and remarked, Come on, possessing innate soul power at level 8 is quite impressive, you know. Though it may not compare to mine, in the outside world, that ranks among the pillars of ordinary academies. Luo Yu contemplated for a moment, and it seemed there was no fault in the reasoning. Tang San and Dai Mubai's group possessed scarcely any soul power. Unfortunately, the subsequent test proved to be rather lackluster. Each participant wailed and cried out, yet after the assessments, they stood despondently to the side. Only Wang Tung managed to achieve a golden light extending 20 zhang. It appeared that this generation was destined to exhibit such mediocre prowess. Alas, each generation seems to diminish in strength. The elders shook their heads in dismay, while the concealed worshippers harbored deep disappointment, ready to depart after what seemed a fruitless journey. Just then, one of the 95th level worshippers unexpectedly made an appearance, expressing a willingness to accept Wang Tung as a named disciple. Envious glances from peers converged upon them, stirring great excitement in Wang Tung and his father. Just as the ceremony was on the verge of a disheartening conclusion and transitioning to the next phase, an extraordinary golden light suddenly erupted in the square, capturing the attention of all present. Every gaze was drawn towards the source. There, a tall and strikingly beautiful young woman with golden hair activated the awakening array. While Luo Yu stood at the center of the 6-pointed star formation, his eyes closed and demeanor solemn, an unusual radiance began to surge forth from within Luo Yu, intensifying as if the very heavens and earth were stirred into agitation. Chapter 13. A groundbreaking awakening. The Empress elated, truly my man. With a resounding crackle, the golden light in the square burst forth, becoming increasingly resplendent. An extraordinary aura swept through the atmosphere, capturing everyone's attention. From the highest-ranking elder to the sole saint deacons, hundreds of gazes pivoted in unison towards the captivating pair. Is that the saintess? For whom is she presiding over the awakening ceremony? Who is that young man? And why have I never encountered him before? Though the awakening ceremony had scarcely commenced, all the elders sensed an air of peculiarity, unlike their previous indifference towards others. Upon seeing Luo Yu, Bibi Dong, seated upon her throne, swiftly straightened her posture, her elegant legs crossing as her phoenix eyes sparkled with curiosity. No one noticed that the typically frigid and proud Ice Mountain Empress, whose heart resembled still water, now bore a stunningly alluring smile, her eyes brimming with anticipation. What sort of martial soul would the man she favored awaken? Under the watchful eyes of many, Gu Yue Na was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, her expression oddly perplexed. As the formation was activated and she beheld the golden light emanating from the man, she was rendered speechless. This revelation implied that he had not lied. He truly had not yet awakened his martial soul. Gu Yue Na felt an immense sense of injustice and was deeply affected. How could this be possible? Logically speaking, how could someone at the age of 12 or 13 suddenly decide to awaken their martial soul? What astonished Gu Yue Na the most was the realization that this individual, lacking a martial soul, must have previously contended with the pressure of her soul sect solely through physical prowess. Hiss. Upon reaching this conclusion, Gu Yue Na's spirit jolted. Her eyes filled with astonishment as she could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Could it be? This seemed utterly implausible. Who on earth was this individual? However, was it not somewhat late to contemplate awakening a martial soul at this juncture? Wouldn't such remarkable talent be squandered? Moreover, there was another matter that left Gu Yue Na feeling utterly perplexed and reluctant to confront. That was her fervent wager with the other party. What was she to do now? Surely, she could not genuinely be expected to call him father. How could she utter such words? It was far too humiliating. Her heart raced, a flurry of emotions coursing through her, as she nervously bit her luscious, soft pink lips. Boom. In the center of the six-pointed star awakening formation, the serene and closed-eyed Luo Yu suddenly erupted with a powerful current of energy, sending the dazed Gu Yue Na reeling backward. Staggering, she retreated 3 steps, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. What was happening? She had never heard of anyone awakening a martial soul with such destructive force. Not only was she astonished, but the high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall were equally bewildered. The chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan, could not contain his surprise and glanced around in confusion. What was going on? Had any of them ever witnessed such a phenomenon during a martial soul awakening? It was unheard of. The ghostly Douluo shook his head repeatedly. Look, someone exclaimed. Within the formation, a tempest surged, and Luo Yu's long, straight black hair danced wildly. His otherworldly aura, illuminated by the golden radiance, made him appear as if a deity had descended. The golden light representing innate talent was rapidly expanding, unlike others who experienced a gradual growth during their awakening. In this moment, the golden radiance of Luo Yu surged dramatically, transcending Wang Tung's 20 zhang in an instant, evoking gasps of astonishment from all present. How could this be? Whose child is this? Such an extraordinary talent. 20 zhang of golden light signifies at least the 8th level of innate prowess. No, given this explosive speed, there is certainly the potential to reach the 9th level of innate talent. The elders, who had initially been disheartened by the awakening ceremony, were now invigorated. The pairs of dim eyes lurking in the shadows of the square flickered with sharp brilliance, beginning to stir with excitement. Boom. The air around Luo Yu shimmered with a golden radiance stretching 30 zhang. The crowd, mouths agape, barely had time to gasp before another explosive sound erupted. The golden light expanded to a radius of 40 zhang. Wang Tung, who had just moments ago been brimming with pride, stood dumbfounded. So swiftly. Is it now twice my own? He struggled to swallow. Gu Yue Na, her mouth agape, pondered what kind of martial soul this individual was about to awaken. As the leader of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, her own awakening had never been this extravagant. Yet, in a corner of the square, the golden light, a representation of martial soul talent, continued to grow, rapidly flourishing like a resplendent little sun. Zhu Doluo's voice trembled. Surely, the Empress had awakened her martial soul in a manner not dissimilar to this. The elders became animated with excitement. The eyes discreetly observing Luo Yu from the shadows had ignited with fervent anticipation. 50 zhang of golden light. What martial soul was this youth on the verge of awakening? Ghostly Douluo and others clenched their fists, as if they were about to witness the emergence of a true prodigy. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The 6 awakening stones that formed the array began to crack with a web-like network of fissures. Could it be? The awakening stones were about to shatter. How could this be possible? What martial soul was this young man awakening? Everyone gazed at the unfolding scene in disbelief, rubbing their eyes in an attempt to confirm they were not dreaming. Even the most elite martial souls, with innate full soul power, could not possibly shatter awakening stones. With a thunderous crash, they exploded, truly exploded. The elders exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. All 6 awakening stones shattered simultaneously, countless shards scattering in every direction. Alarmed cries arose, as they noticed the golden light of the array swiftly diminishing, while the youth's martial soul had yet to be summoned. Hulaiina's expression shifted. Her soul power surged as she rushed to retrieve another awakening stone for Luo Yu. She was swift, but a graceful figure moved even faster. The throne shattered, and the empress shot forth, her 9 circles of spirit rings blooming in unison, a tremendous surge of soul power coalescing all the awakening stones in the square, forming a hexagram array that enveloped the entire area. It was at this moment that the stones seemed to receive ample inducement. All the awakening stones in the square simultaneously erupted with brilliant light, the dazzling golden radiance resembling an inverted golden bowl, casting its glow over the square. At that moment, the extent of the golden light surpassed 100 zhang. An elder stared wide-eyed, summoning all his strength to declare the startling truth. 1,000 zhang of golden light. No sooner had he spoken than, as if in response, a resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the air. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Luo Yu, and a magnificent 9-colored beam soared into the heavens, overturning the golden light and reaching for the sky, forming a majestic column that connected earth and sky. This sight compelled everyone to rise in awe, with the elders gazing upward in reverence. Hulaiina covered her mouth, unable to conceal her astonishment. Wang Tung's body trembled, and with a resounding thud, he uncontrollably knelt to the ground. Behind him, his colossal crocodile dragon martial soul manifested autonomously, letting out a thunderous roar, pledging its allegiance. Not only he, but all those present with dragon martial souls knelt, the weaker ones succumbing entirely, while the stronger ones experienced chaotic soul power. Only the most powerful remained composed, yet their hearts were filled with indescribable dread. A deacon of the spirit hall, at the soul saint level, manifested a quivering thorn dragon phantom behind him. What lies within that 9-colored beam? Why is my martial soul beyond my control? A more resonant dragon's roar echoed, causing hundreds of awakened stones to shatter simultaneously. It was at this moment that the 9-colored beam dissipated, revealing the true form of the martial soul within. A colossal dragon, towering thousands of feet, emanated an incomparably divine and majestic aura. Each irregular diamond-shaped scale shimmered with 9-colored radiance, elements converging, and an overwhelming vitality that astonished all. Luo Yu slowly opened his eyes, revealing a gaze as resplendent as 9-colored diamonds. In that moment, he seemed to embody the essence of a celestial being, his eyes shimmering with divine light that even the titled Douluo could not bear to meet. Bibi Dong's enchanting gaze sparkled with infatuation as she surveyed the scene, her presence commanding attention. It was as if she could not contain her declaration. Behold, this is the extraordinary talent of my man. Hulaiina's beautiful eyes radiated with a myriad of emotions, her heart tumultuous. Even the thought of retracting her words was quelled by the shock of the moment. In contrast to the two, a graceful figure concealed in the shadows observed intently, her delicate frame trembling incessantly, her purple eyes misted with tears. A single crystalline droplet cascading onto her flawless jade foot. Gu Yu Na, the silver dragon king, had never shed tears before, yet today she wept. For the dragon god had returned. What was paramount was that the one possessing the dragon god martial soul was none other than Luo Yu. As long as it was he, that sufficed. Although Gu Yu Na was uncertain of the circumstances, she understood this heralded a hopeful future for soul beasts. Their future together was now a possibility. Given this man sufficient time, everything would flourish. What fear did the divine realm hold? Having lost the energy support of thousands of awakened spirit stones, the ethereal form of the 9-colored dragon god swiftly diminished to a size of 9 zhang. Settling behind the man, The elders fixated intently on the martial soul behind Luo Yu. The children awakening their martial souls and their parents gazed on with envy. Suddenly, a flurry of hidden worshippers, unable to contain their eagerness, disregarded their poise and swiftly flew to stand before Luo Yu. These pinnacle beings of the spirit hall regarded Luo Yu as if he were an unparalleled treasure, their wrinkled skin beaming with joy, while their expressions conveyed a desire to please. Chapter 14. Mission: Captivate Gu Yue Na. 100,000 years of exclusive soul ring reward. Luo Yu commanded the newly awakened dragon god martial soul, sensing that the surrounding elements seemed to rejoice, eagerly rushing toward his being. He found that he could elevate his cultivation effortlessly, without the need for deliberate training. As he lowered his gaze and clenched his fingers, an uncanny sensation enveloped him. His skin shimmered with a golden radiance, and his vital energy surged forth. He could distinctly feel the explosive power swelling within him, as if merely through sheer force. He could shatter the very fabric of space. "My young friend, I am unaware of the whereabouts of your family. Might I invite them forth for a meeting and discussion?" Luo Yu found himself encircled by the worshippers of the spirit hall. A circle formed around him. At this moment, an elderly man clad in a gray robe, with a youthful visage adorned by white hair, was speaking with a jovial demeanor. "Old fellow, step aside. I was the first to emerge," exclaimed an elder dressed in silver attire, as he forcefully pulled the man away, leaning closer to Luo Yu. "Young brother, would you be interested in seeking a master?" Suddenly, another elder emerged, asserting with righteous indignation, "Do not lose your dignity. Young friend, do not heed the words of these two. I am of the 96th rank. A third worshipper of the spirit hall, with the martial soul of the white-armored holy dragon, which belongs to the same dragon lineage as yours. I am perfectly suited to guide you." "Pa, are you blind, or are we? Who cannot see that your white-armored holy dragon pales in comparison to our young brother's martial soul, resembling a mere white-armored insect?" retorted another, dismissing the claims with disdain. The elders and stewards at a distance bore expressions of utter astonishment. "Could you all please retain some semblance of decorum? What has become of your aloof demeanor?" They were astonished to see the once solemn and enigmatic worshippers behaving like common folk, bickering openly without the customary politeness. However, upon witnessing the scattered shards of awakening stone strewn about and the radiant aura emanating from Luo Yu, it became apparent that everything fell into place, rendering the scene less peculiar. One could not help but ponder the magnitude of Luo Yu's presence. After all, throughout the annals of the Spirit Hall's history, there had never been such a commotion surrounding an awakened martial soul. Typically, a golden light reaching 30 zhang during an awakening would warrant immediate elevation to the status of a holy son or daughter. Yet, this young man had unleashed a brilliance of 1,000 zhang. What extraordinary quality must his martial soul possess, and to what heights might he ascend in the future? Luo Yu was fully immersed in experiencing the transformations of his body. He felt a quiet sense of gratitude, realizing that his physical form was the pure divine body nurtured by the golden lotus of tribulation. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand even the awakening of his martial soul. The dragon god martial soul is simply beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Had it been anyone else, the initial awakening would likely have led to catastrophic destruction of their body. However, if the awakening stones were insufficient, even the dragon god martial soul would remain dormant. Fortunately, the martial soul hall boasts vast resources, and the abundance of awakening stones was adequate for bestowal. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place today. "Step aside." An imposing elder emerged, his gray robes exuding an aura of authority that commanded instant silence from the previously raucous attendants, who were now filled with reverence. He approached Luo Yu and nodded in satisfaction. "You are quite remarkable. I am Douluo, the possessor of a divine martial soul, with a peak cultivation level of 99. Do you wish to take me as your master?" Luo Yu scratched his head, a look of distress crossing his face. "If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to speak candidly. I shall grant your wishes," he said. Douluo appeared aloof, yet a fervent spark flickered in his eyes, and his palms were damp with excitement. "May the heavens bless the spirit hall." As Luo Yu retracted the dragon god martial soul, the surrounding dragon soul possessors, including Wang Tong, breathed a sigh of relief and stood up, albeit with trembling legs, gazing at him in trepidation. Do you still have any awakening stones?" Luo Yu asked bashfully. "What do you mean?" Douluo was taken aback. "Haven't we all awakened already? What do we need awakening stones for?" The others shared his bewilderment, scratching their heads in confusion. I feel as though I haven't fully awakened yet. Luo Yu blinked. Douluo responded with a slight gasp, and then seemed to grasp the situation, his robust frame shuddering. Not fully awakened? The crowd, now attentive, echoed his words, their expressions shifting dramatically as they stared at Luo Yu, wide-eyed. Heavens! Could it be that this fellow possesses a twin martial soul? Surely not. This martial soul is already so extraordinary. Could there be another hidden within? Is it true? Gu Yue Na clenched the hem of her skirt in anxious anticipation. In the concealed space, Gu Yue Na was also engulfed in astonishment. Bibi Dong, of course, was lost in thoughts of her beloved. Upon hearing the murmurs around him and seeing that Luo Yu had no intention to deny it, Douluo's breathing quickened. He turned to those nearby and urged, "Quick! Bring me all the awakening stones from the palace inventory. Hurry!" On the debris-laden square, a massive hexagram formation was once again laid out, composed of over 1,000 awakening stones. Everyone was ushered to the sidelines by Douluo, leaving only Luo Yu to complete his awakening within the formation. Anticipation, astonishment, and awe converged upon Luo Yu. The formation was activated by Bibi Dong, and all present awaited a more spectacular spectacle to unfold. However, after 10 breaths, then 30 breaths, there was no movement from Luo Yu. Someone exhaled in relief, their body relaxing. Phew, that nearly gave me a heart attack. I always thought this guy couldn't possibly have a twin martial soul. That would be unbearable. A nearby individual rolled their eyes, retorting, "Come on. Even if he has a single martial soul, you wouldn't stand a chance against him." Nevertheless, the notion of a twin martial soul seemed improbable. Just how monstrous would that be? Douluo felt a twinge of disappointment in his eyes, yet he said nothing further. Luo Yu's talent was already unparalleled in his experience, leaving little room for regret. He swiftly moved to Luo Yu's side within the formation, smiling as he offered words of encouragement. "Young friend, with your talent, if you take me as your master, even a single martial soul can reign supreme in this world." Luo Yu remained utterly indifferent, his eyes firmly shut. The blatant disregard ignited a flicker of anger upon Douluo's face. Suddenly, a resonant sword cry echoed through the square, penetrating the air and reaching the ears of all present, despite the lack of any golden light or movement in the surroundings. In an instant, the thousands of awakening stones scattered across the ground transformed eerily into dust. A gentle breeze swept through, redirecting the astonished gazes of the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Yu had already opened his eyes, revealing a long sword that appeared before him. Measuring 4 feet and 3 inches in length, the sword was neither gold nor iron. Resembling a precious stone, with a body as transparent as amber, it exuded an ancient aura, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. Yet, no one was foolish enough to underestimate its significance. Often, the peculiar signified immense power, as evidenced by the sudden disappearance of the awakening stones. Could this be the legendary Jiuxiao Zhutian sword, the true weapon spirit of the world? Just because others could not discern its essence did not mean Luo Yu was oblivious to it. It seemed that the sword contained no apparent energy, yet its material was undeniably extraordinary. Luo Yu could not help but recall the astonishing introduction of the system. If this was its caliber, it lacked any prestige. Ding! The system detected the host awakening their martial soul. Mission issued. Captivate the saintess Gu Yue Na. Mission reward. Exclusive 9 heavens sword of extermination and 100,000-year first soul ring. Exclusive soul ring? What does that mean? Luo Yu was momentarily bewildered. The electronic voice resonated once more. System explanation. The 9 heavens sword of extermination. A transformation of one into a world. The host cannot independently acquire the soul ring. It can only be obtained upon completion of the mission. And only with the exclusive soul ring can the true might of the sword's soul be unleashed. Does this imply that even if my soul power is sufficient, I cannot hunt soul beasts unless I fulfill the mission? However, this exclusive soul ring seems to be tailored for the extermination sword. Could it possess unique functionalities? After all, the introduction cannot be misleading, can it? Yet, a first soul ring that can be attained at 100,000 years seems rather remarkable. As the extermination sword rested in his grasp, Luo Yu felt a profound connection, yet there was an emptiness, as if something essential was missing. While he remained composed, the others were already in an uproar. Dual martial souls. It truly was a case of dual martial souls, and the quality of these two seemed astonishing. In contrast to others' astonished murmurs, Gu Yue Na's delicate figure trembled slightly. Her face flushed crimson, and she covered her face with her small hands. unable to bear to look at Luo Yu. It was over. Everything was ruined. She tried to shape her lips to speak, yet her voice caught in her throat. Unable to escape. What a misfortune. How could this person be so audacious? She desperately hoped he would forget this matter. Chapter 15. The innate soul power level that creates records. The crystal ball shattered. In the plaza, Luo Yu had become the absolute center of attention. Every move he made captivated the thoughts of all present. Among them were the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall, each a cunning intellect. How could they not perceive the terrifying potential that Luo Yu possessed? One by one, they contemplated approaching him to establish familiarity and cultivate favorable relations. However, they could not even get close, as Luo Yu was already surrounded by the offerings, forming an impenetrable circle. Having witnessed the dual martial souls, Douluo directly lowered his facade and earnestly pledged, "My young friend, if you are willing to take me as your master, the position of future Pope of the Spirit Hall could be yours." Luo Yu remained undistracted, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. With a few flourishes of the heaven-slaying sword in his hand, he conjured a mesmerizing dance of light. How audacious! The grand offering is addressing you. Why do you not respond promptly? The seventh offering reprimanded sternly. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, casting a fleeting glance at the speaker. Merely a glance. Yet it sent a shiver down the spine of the seventh guardian, as if he were under the gaze of a fearsome deity. This infuriated him greatly. After all, he possessed the formidable cultivation of the 96th level. How could he possibly be intimidated by a mere junior? He scolded sharply. "You, young one, possess remarkable talent. But surely you are too ignorant of the distinction between the esteemed and the base?" Luo Yu, with an air of indifference, barely lifted his eyelids, gently caressing the blade of the Zhuqiang's sword with the tip of his sword, and remarked coolly, "What business is it of yours?" Impudence. The seventh elder, incensed, puffed his cheeks and glared, his formidable cultivation of level 96 erupting in an instant. Hiss. How audacious this young man is, to provoke even the seventh elder. The seventh elder was notoriously obstinate, placing great importance on hierarchy, and he possessed a notably volatile temperament. Whispers of murmured discussions reverberated through the crowd. As the seventh elder's ire reached its peak, ready to unleash his fury, Douluo, with a serene smile, placed a calming hand on his shoulder. "Old Seven, he is merely a junior with commendable talent. A touch of arrogance is only to be expected. Let us exercise a bit more patience. But that cannot disregard the principles of respect for seniors and juniors. This young man is far too presumptuous." The seventh elder protested, visibly displeased. Silence. Douluo's smile vanished, replaced by a stern reprimand. Instantly, the seventh elder fell silent. Restoring his warm smile, Douluo then addressed the young man. "My friend, would you consider becoming my disciple?" As the luminous essence of Luo Yu flickered, he retracted his martial spirit. "I am grateful for the esteemed patron's favor, yet I must decline the offer of apprenticeship." Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? He actually rejected the esteemed patron? Has this young man lost his senses? Is he aware of the significance of his refusal? Power, status, and wealth await him. The esteemed patron has never taken on a disciple. Such an individual stands at the pinnacle of Douluo continent. Even with talent, such audacity is akin to courting disaster. Douluo was equally taken aback by the resolute rejection, his countenance stiffening as a flicker of anger crossed his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and spoke in a more temperate tone. "Would you care to reconsider, young friend?" "Very well, I shall contemplate it further," Luo Yu readily replied. Douluo was taken aback. "What? I did not mean for you to truly ponder it. Moreover, isn't your acceptance somewhat too casual? What are your thoughts now?" The smile on Douluo's face was strained. Had it not been for Luo Yu's extraordinary talent, he would have already exploded in fury, unleashing a powerful strike. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, surprised by the prompt response. "Do you truly consider this a matter for deliberation? Should I hastily acquiesce and later retract my allegiance to the Spirit Hall, would you not fear the consequences?" Douluo was momentarily taken aback, feeling that his smile was on the verge of faltering. "You are correct. Then let the young friend inform me when he has made his decision. I shall provide anything that the Spirit Hall possesses." However, Luo Yu nodded. Douluo felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, his temples throbbing. Am I the one taking on a disciple, or am I the one seeking a master? Yet he suppressed his agitation. The young friend has not yet undergone the innate soul power test, has he? I happen to possess a crystal ball for testing. Why not give it a try? With that, Douluo produced a transparent orb. Simply place your hand upon it. The onlookers immediately perked up, their attention focused intently on this unfolding scene. Luo Yu, curious about his current level, placed his hand upon the crystal orb. This luminous sphere could discern the intensity of light to ascertain the rank of one's innate soul power. Luo Yu inquired with curiosity, so? Achieving the utmost brilliance of this crystal ball indicates one possesses innate, full soul power? Qian Daolu burst into hearty laughter, responding, "My young friend, you jest. While you might be able to illuminate other spheres completely, this particular crystal ball is beyond your reach. If you can manage to illuminate even a third of it, it will indeed attest to your innate full soul power." Luo Yu sensed his physical condition and hesitated, saying, "I feel that my innate soul power may be more profound than merely being fully awakened." Qian Daolu interrupted him confidently, asserting, "Rest assured, this crystal ball is remarkably sturdy. For someone like you, who is just beginning to awaken, it is utterly indestructible. There is no possibility of it breaking. You need only to exert your strength." Seeing his unwavering confidence, Luo Yu refrained from saying more. With a smile upon his face, Qian Daolu channeled his soul power to activate the testing crystal ball. Luo Yu felt an instantaneous surge of soul power coursing through his body. In an instant, the crystal ball illuminated brilliantly, its radiance so intense that it was blinding. Then, it began to tremble violently. With a resounding bang, it shattered explosively, fragments scattering in every direction. Qian Daolu's smile froze, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Staring blankly at the remnants in his hand, not only he, but those around him were equally stunned, and some could not help but utter exclamations of disbelief. What did I just witness? It exploded. Luo Yu sighed helplessly, slowly retracting his hand. He had warned them. He could not bear the loss. Was there a sturdier one available? Qian Daolu's mind was in turmoil, his hand trembling as he gazed at Luo Yu with a look of astonishment, as if beholding a monster. "Young friend, do you understand what level this crystal ball is meant for? It is intended for soul masters of the soul sovereign rank." Qian Daolu was clearly exhilarated. "Do you realize what it means for it to shine fully? It signifies that the total soul power of a soul master has reached the 30th level." Qian Daolu's throat quivered, his face a mask of shock. "And you, Qian Daolu, have caused it to explode." Upon hearing Qian Daolu's explanation, the onlookers suddenly comprehended, their expressions a mix of complexity as if they had exhausted a lifetime's worth of astonishment in that moment. Others could only dream of innate full soul power. And yet this individual casually possessed an innate 30 levels? No, the crystal ball shattered. How could it be that simple? Heaven, what level is this person truly at? Is he even human? Could he be a transformed soul beast? Bibi Dong stood quietly at a distance, observing with a radiant demeanor, her lips unknowingly pouting in a proud manner. She did not enjoy flattery, yet hearing praise for Luo Yu brought her joy, a delightful and intricate emotion. Hulaina suddenly enlightened, realizing everything. No wonder this man was unafraid of her oppressive aura. His innate soul power level rivaled that of herself. Who was hailed as a genius? How had he achieved this? He was astonishingly powerful. Subsequently, during another test, Luo Yu's innate soul power left everyone utterly astounded. Innate 40th level. Never before in history had this been recorded. Luo Yu established a true historical milestone for the Douluo continent. Qian Daolu had been awestruck when he witnessed his granddaughter's innate 20th level, but seeing Luo Yu's innate 40th level rendered him speechless. He vowed to do everything in his power to keep such talent within the spirit hall, absolutely not to let it slip away. Never. Qian Daolu squinted, realizing that with so many people aware of the news, it was likely that someone might leak it. When that happens, the powerful factions outside would likely go mad in their attempts to win over this young man. Merely relying on resources and status would not suffice to retain him. For the first time in many years, Qian Daolu felt a sense of worry. Suddenly, inspiration struck. A marriage alliance. His granddaughter, with her unparalleled beauty and exceptional talent, possessed a divine martial soul. If they were to unite, even their offspring would likely be unmatched in the world. What a splendid idea. Chapter 16. What if I betrothed Qian Rinxue to you? A partnership to reap the benefits. Qian Daolu made his decision on the spot. He pulled Luo Yu aside, dismissing everyone else, and whispered, "My young friend, I shall be direct and spare you the pleasantries. I have a granddaughter who is of marriageable age. If you agree to reside in my spirit hall, not only will I take you as my disciple, but I shall also grant you my granddaughter's hand in marriage." Granddaughter? Where did this old fellow get a granddaughter? Luo Yu was taken aback. He had long ago dealt a crushing blow to Qian Sun, and Bibi Dong was naturally well protected. How could this old fellow possibly have a granddaughter? Was she born from a crevice in a rock? He was unaware of the name of this esteemed granddaughter, Qianrenxue. Observing Luo Yu's peculiar expression, Qian Daolu mistakenly assumed he was being disdainful and promptly began to promote her. My granddaughter possesses a beauty that could eclipse the moon and shine the flowers. Her talents are unparalleled, unmatched by anyone save yourself. Luo Yu was speechless. Feeling that the old man's exuberant demeanor resembled that of a pimp, Qianrenxue likely remained oblivious to the fact that her grandfather was so brazenly selling her out. However, a profound sense of doubt stirred within him. If Bibi Dong was untroubled, then from whence did Qianrenxue originate? Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Is your granddaughter truly legitimate?" Qian Daolu emphatically patted Luo Yu on the shoulder, causing him to stagger, and with wide eyes declared, "My own granddaughter." How could there be any doubt? This left Luo Yu in a state of bewilderment. What? He murmured. Nothing. Luo Yu quietly speculated about the situation. It seemed evident that the child should belong to Qian Xuanji, yet the identity of the biological mother remained a mystery. It was indisputable that Bibi Dong had been rescued by him. In truth, he had once severed one of Qian Xuanji's arms, leaving him barely alive, clinging to the last vestiges of life. Even when Qian Xuanji begged for mercy while prostrate on the ground, Luo Yu had no intention of showing compassion. Ultimately, it was Bibi Dong who, out of kindness, recalled her own childhood, having lost both parents and raised by the spirit hall, decided to spare Qian Xuanji's life. Otherwise, he would have perished on the streets long ago. That wretch did not even dare to reveal his father, Qian Daolu. For Luo Yu's terrifying strength had instilled a profound sense of despair and fear deep within him, ensuring he would never dare provoke Bibi Dong again. Could it be that Qian Xuanji had subsequently entangled himself with another woman within the hall? It was certainly a possibility. Luo Yu was not well informed about the details, as he had returned to the Star-Do forest to prepare for his tribulation during the subsequent period. It seemed prudent to inquire with Dong about the specifics. "My young friend, what are your thoughts on the matter?" Qian Daolu inquired with a smile. Luo Yu's lips twitched. "Surely, you do not wish for me to become a son-in-law, do you?" "That is simply impossible." Qian Daolu smiled slyly, resembling a cunning old fox. "All you need to do is properly marry my daughter Shuer." Luo Yu raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, declaring, "I am utterly destitute. I possess no dowry. As long as you are present, what need is there for a bridal gift? I shall invest both my time and resources to arrange the wedding for you." Qian Daolu repeatedly shook his head, resembling a shrewd merchant as he rubbed his hands together. Luo Yu was left speechless. He was tempted to inquire whether you felt no pangs of conscience for putting your granddaughter in such a predicament. "What have you considered?" A glimmer of light shone in Qian Daolu's eyes. "Well, dear sir, let us not rush. The matter of marriage is far too significant to treat lightly. We have yet to meet, and proceeding without such an encounter seems rather hasty. Perhaps it would be wiser to meet first and see if there is mutual attraction before proceeding. I believe there is no need for that." Qian Daolu was solely intent on solidifying Luo Yu's integration into the spirit hall. "I find it essential." Luo Yu resisted being dictated to, regardless of the allure of the proposition. "Young man, are you refusing to accept the toast and instead opting for the punishment drink?" Qian Daolu's expression grew somewhat displeased. Luo Yu, neither servile nor arrogant, gazed directly into Qian Daolu's eyes, unflinching. "I believe that love should not be a commodity for trade, and marriage is certainly not a bargaining chip for sale." Their eyes locked in a steadfast stare, each holding firm to their convictions, igniting sparks of contention. Luo Yu resolutely rejected the marriage proposal. From a distance, while appearing composed, Bibi Dong was secretly eavesdropping on the conversation and promptly patted her proud bosom, exhaling a sigh of relief, her beautiful eyes shimmering with delight. "Brother Yu, he truly is a remarkable person, despite occasionally being a tad flirtatious." Not only Bibi Dong, but in another realm, the Gu Yue Na also relaxed, casting a fierce glare at Luo Yu as she waved her tiny fist. "If you dare to rashly agree to a marriage, I shall emerge with a hatchet, and then I shall deal with that old relic." Ultimately, Qian Daolu cast a profound glance at Luo Yu. Instead of showing anger, he smiled and praised, "Excellent. Truly admirable, my young friend. I hold you in even higher regard now. Thus, I shall grant you the opportunity to meet Shuer." Luo Yu's lips twitched. This old man was not merely questioning whether he wanted a wife. It was evident he was forcefully presenting one to him. Bibi Dong swiftly approached. interrupting the ongoing dialogue, her voice resonating like the call of a phoenix. Great offering. Others have been waiting for quite some time. We should commence the award ceremony. Lest we stray from tradition. Douluo, vexed, retorted, I have not concluded my matters. Let them wait a little longer. Bibi Dong, her beautiful eyes narrowing, insisted, no, I cannot wait any longer. Internally cursing, she thought, if I wait any longer, my man will be deceived into becoming a son-in-law. How can I afford to wait? In this standoff, Bibi Dong ultimately exuded a stronger presence. Douluo instructed Luo Yu to wait, promising to summon Rinxue for an arranged marriage soon. The awards ceremony commenced in earnest, with prizes distributed according to the levels of innate soul power awakened. Initially, Wang Tong believed the rewards he was about to receive were quite enticing and would allow him to boast. However, upon considering Luo Yu, his enthusiasm waned, and he felt disheartened. Nothing seemed appealing anymore. Not only was he disenchanted, but he also felt a pang of sorrow, unable to rejoice. Everyone around began to speculate about the rewards Luo Yu, with his extraordinary talent, would receive. After all, the previous reward ceiling allowed those with peak innate levels to obtain a soul bone. What then could be expected for someone with the prodigious innate level of 40? It was almost too much to imagine, and jealousy stirred among the onlookers. Finally, the moment arrived for Luo Yu to ascend and receive his award. Suddenly, an incongruous voice rang out. The seventh offering interjected with a scoff. Wait a moment. Confusion spread among the crowd as the seventh offering sneered. This lad, from my recent inquiries, is not a member of the Spirit Hall. He is an outsider brought here on the whim of the saintess. A collective gasp echoed throughout the venue. Before the murmurs could escalate, a thunderous sound erupted, and the self-important seventh offering was sent flying, courtesy of Douluo, who took his place, enveloped in golden six-winged angelic splendor. With 9 soul rings radiating around him, he surveyed the crowd with a chilling glare, stating, What outsider? Where's this outsider? I see none. Am I blind? Everyone standing here today is one of our own. He turned to the other offerings, demanding, Do any of you see an outsider here? No. The other offerings hastily shook their heads, understanding Douluo's intent. Why would they cast aside such remarkable talent? With such gifts, anyone not part of their ranks would surely seek to claim him. As for how he arrived, did it truly matter? Clearly, it did not. First, they would sweeten the pill, then address the details. Bibi Dong observed the spectacle with an indifferent gaze, remarking coolly, Is everything settled? If so, I shall proceed with the awards. Luo Yu ascended the stage, standing opposite Bibi Dong. His innate soul power had reached its zenith, earning him a reward in the form of a soul bone. Bibi Dong presented him with a soul bone of remarkable appearance, adorned with starlight and exquisitely translucent. Specifically a left leg soul bone. The onlookers, including the titled Douluo, felt an intense surge of excitement. Soul bones are among the most precious resources in the Douluo continent. Even among the super Douluo, few possess a complete set of soul bones. In essence, acquiring a soul bone is akin to scaling the heavens. The Spirit Hall may be affluent, yet their stock remains limited. Typically, a common titled Douluo, after toiling for over a decade, would not be able to procure even one. Today, however, the circumstances were exceptional. Luo Yu merely cast a glance and instantly discerned the origin of this soul bone, a leg bone from the 80,000-year Gale white tiger. Ideally suited for agility-based soul masters, a remarkable treasure indeed. Everyone assumed the award ceremony had concluded, and Luo Yu shared this sentiment. However, to their astonishment, the Empress Bibi Dong cleared her throat once more and proclaimed loudly, Indeed, the reward for innate full soul power is a soul bone. But this young friend is far more than merely possessing full soul power. The crowd was bewildered, unable to comprehend the Empress's meaning. Thus, after careful consideration, I have determined that since this young friend is innate level 40, the reward should be quadrupled, for soul bones should be bestowed. Upon the utterance of these words, the entire venue erupted into chaos. Goodness, the Empress has truly outdone herself. When did the Spirit Hall become so generous? The individual hadn't even requested it. Yet she is offering 4 pieces outright. Soul bones are not mere cabbages. Around 100 individuals present were consumed with envy, while the elders' faces collectively turned a shade of green. Douluo's expression contorted, his skin twitching in agony, his heart bleeding as he struggled to remain silent, cursing inwardly instead. What has gotten into Bibi Dong? How can she be so extravagant? This is the very foundation of the spirit hall. The seventh elder rose from the ruins, clutching his chest as he exclaimed, "This is unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Such a thing is inappropriate. Soul bones are incredibly precious. How can they be given away so easily?" Bibi Dong shot him a cold, sidelong glance and solemnly declared, "While soul bones are indeed precious, the spirit hall has always upheld its promises and conducted its affairs with fairness. At this moment, can we afford to go back on our word?" Her righteous words left the crowd in awe. Unable to refute her stance, they could only admire the noble integrity of their empress. However, the seventh elder's countenance darkened, his heart aching with despair. There is no however. The empress's authority was unmistakable, her phoenix eyes steely. "My decision is made. It shall be so." In his hand, Luo Yu clutched the earlier soul bone, and with 3 more exquisite pieces discreetly tucked into his embrace, he managed to suppress his laughter. "Truly, my dear Dong, your affection has not been in vain." At that moment, another figure with a peculiar expression emerged, Gu Yue Na, who was acutely aware that Luo Yu was affiliated with her mentor. Bye-bye Dong. Chapter 17. The brazenly biased empress, the elders weeping with jealousy. In the square, Luo Yu discreetly concealed the 4 soul bones gifted by the empress within his garments, his demeanor calm and unruffled. As he did so, a chorus of heavy breaths arose from all directions. Countless envious eyes, glistening with greed, fixated on the peculiar radiance emanating from the soul bones nestled in Luo Yu's arms. The higher-ups of the spirit hall were nearly suffocating with jealousy, on the verge of tears. Particularly, the sight of Luo Yu's composed demeanor struck them like a blow. Unable to contain their lamentations, in countless hearts, a fervent cry resounded, "For soul bones. Those are 4 soul bones." How could he accept them with such tranquility? Not even a hint of a smile. If it were me receiving such an honor, my grin would stretch from ear to ear, ecstatic beyond measure. Pray tell, how does one feign such a reluctant acceptance of treasures? This is just too ostentatious, too demoralizing. In truth, Luo Yu was not putting on an act. Soul bones aged between 80 to 90,000 years held little allure for him. Yet, the others did not share his indifference. Possessing a single soul bone could greatly enhance one's strength, and owning 4 was akin to taking flight. Among the titled Douluos present, despite their years of toil, few could boast of possessing 4 soul bones. And here was Luo Yu, effortlessly claiming 4 at once. With just 2 more, he could assemble a complete set. Who wouldn't he feel envious? The crowd was torn between admiration and derision. A shared, wild thought ignited within them, to swarm and relieve him of his treasures. However, a lingering sense of reason cautioned them. Unless one sought death, who would dare to rob him? Gu Yue Na, too, felt a pang of envy. Soul bones, who wouldn't covet them? Despite her status as a saintess, she had yet to acquire a single soul bone and would likely need another 2 years of effort to have a chance at even one. Though envious, she bore no malice. Even with knowledge of the underlying truths, she had no intention of exposing the connection between Bibi Dong and Luo Yu. For reasons unknown, witnessing the man bask in attention and receive accolades brought her joy. Especially at the prospect of him possibly remaining in the spirit hall for training, her excitement surged. An opportunity had arisen. Yet, a sudden recollection of their previous wager caused her to instinctively clasp her long, elegant legs together, her cheeks flushed crimson, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. On stage, Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief as he softly called out, "Your Majesty, what do you say?" Bibi Dong silently cursed, that insufferable man, such a hypocrite, even more adept at acting than she was. Just moments ago, he had been in the palace, frivolously touching her and sweetly addressing her as little Donger, and now, outside, he resumed his pretense, referring to her with utmost seriousness as Your Majesty. Since he has received his accolades, may I take my leave and retire for some rest? As soon as Luo Yu's words fell, a disgruntled shout resounded. The 7th elder, exasperated, exclaimed, "The awakening ceremony has never permitted early departures. Moreover, the ancestral homage and the oath-taking ceremony have yet to commence. Do you truly wish to flout the rules? Young man, ancestral homage, worshipping the ancient spirits of the spirit hall, and the oath, merely a declaration of loyalty to the spirit hall." Feeling already bored, Luo Yu found himself even more reluctant to remain. Luo Yu was utterly disinterested in the incessant provocations of the 7th elder, who repeatedly emerged to instigate trouble. It was patently clear that he was a simpleton unworthy of engagement. He turned to Bibi Dong and subtly winked. The empress, feigning ignorance, cast a sidelong glance. her gaze imbued with authority as she declared, "Seventh Elder, who holds the highest position in the Spirit Hall." The seventh elder bowed respectfully, responding, "That would naturally be Your Holiness, the Pope." Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging his understanding. "Nana, please escort your friend below. Since he is unwilling to participate in the remaining proceedings, his presence is no longer required." The seventh elder, suddenly anxious, interjected, "Your Holiness, we cannot disrupt the hierarchy. The rules must be upheld." Silence. The air crackled with intensity as the Empress's eyes glinted with lethal intent, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "Rules? I am the rule." The surrounding crowd gasped, rendered mute by her formidable presence. Yet, they collectively sensed that the Empress was behaving somewhat oddly today, though the precise nature of her peculiarity eluded them. "Thank you, Your Holiness." Luo Yu inclined his body towards Bibi Dong with a courteous gesture, casting a playful glance at the seventh elder, who was so enraged that he seemed on the verge of fainting. He then approached Gu Yue Na, taking her hand without a trace of hesitation, and strode away with confidence. The seventh elder, trembling with indignation, pointed a quivering finger at Luo Yu's receding figure. Incredulous at his audacity, the Empress let out a cold snort, disregarding him entirely, and boldly announced the commencement of the next phase of the ceremony. However, the subsequent monotonous proceedings bore no relevance to Luo Yu, who had already whisked Gu Yue Na away. Whoosh! Though they did not harness their soul power, the two moved with remarkable swiftness. "Slow down. Please, slow down." Gu Yue Na gasped, realizing that her slender, alabaster legs struggled to keep pace with the man's rapid strides. His speed was astonishing and overwhelming. Her current physical strength seemed insufficient to endure it. Luo Yu paused, discovering a spacious little garden, its scenery exceptionally pleasing, with the ground neatly paved with azure stone slabs. Turning to glance at Gu Yue Na, who was glistening with sweat and exhaling delicately, Luo Yu smirked and remarked, "Hey, this is rather exaggerated, isn't it? Just a few steps and you're like this?" Gu Yue Na, observing Luo Yu's calm demeanor, felt a wave of astonishment. "You, my friend, do you not realize how swift you truly are?" Luo Yu shrugged, remarking that it was merely a normal pace. Gu Yue Na's crimson lips twitched slightly. "You call that normal speed?" I felt as though I was about to be swept off my feet. Noticing the girl's mournful gaze, Luo Yu cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps it is due to my recent awakening of the martial soul, along with a slight enhancement in my physical attributes. Gu Yue Na regarded him with an odd expression, as if he were a peculiar creature. Just a slight enhancement? I would assert it is more like a significant one. After stating this, she curiously scrutinized Luo Yu, inspecting him from head to toe. "What are you doing?" Luo Yu exclaimed, stepping back 3 paces to protect his shoulders. "I am merely trying to discern what kind of soul beast you have transformed from, considering how extraordinarily you awakened your martial soul. And the fact that you possess dual martial souls is simply terrifying." Go away, Luo Yu replied with a look of disdain, pushing Gu Yue Na away to halt her inquisitive touches. Realizing her inappropriate behavior, Gu Yue Na's cheeks flushed crimson. Lowering her gaze, she stood on her tiptoes, drawing circles on the blue bricks. The sunlight illuminated her cascading golden hair, rendering her remarkably enchanting. The girl hesitantly stammered, "That, Luo Yu appeared puzzled. Gu Yue Na raised her delicate hand to tuck her golden locks behind her ear, her captivating eyes fixed on him. "Could you, perhaps, summon your martial soul for me to see?" "Why?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Gu Yue Na stamped her foot and pouted, "I'm just a bit curious, that's all." Luo Yu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Hey, little Nana, have you forgotten something important?" "What is it?" Gu Yue Na widened her sparkling eyes, appearing utterly innocent. "Enough of the pretense. If you can't recall, then why is your face turning crimson?" Caught in the act of concealment, Gu Yue Na quickly turned her back, covering her face with her hands. Oh no, the inevitable has finally arrived." Clearing his throat, he continued, "I remember. A certain little girl made a solemn bet with me. What was it about again?" Luo Yu approached Gu Yue Na with a teasing expression, languidly saying, "I have long advised you against gambling, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. How vexing." The young girl, blushing fiercely, her hair flowing gracefully, wished she could find a crevice in the ground to hide away. Luo Yu sighed deeply. "Alas, it matters not. I never took it seriously, merely a jest." Gu Yue Na turned around, slightly parting her fingers that covered her face, and upon catching sight of the man's expression of disappointment, she huffed, "What jest?" "I, Gu Yue Na, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, have always upheld my word. A promise is a promise. Surely, you wouldn't actually call me, would you? Luo Yu regarded her with a peculiar gaze. Gu Yue Na lowered her hands, revealing her resolute little face. If you wish to call, then so be it. One must honor the wager. What is there to fear? She raised her graceful neck, slightly flushed, and said, if I call your name, will you dare to respond? Luo Yu teased, one cannot refuse such heartfelt sincerity. How could I possibly decline? You are truly mischievous. Do not turn the tables on me. I have never taken the initiative to say anything. Gu Yue Na stammered. Who could have foreseen such eccentricity from you? Come on, hurry up, for I am pressed for time. With a broad smile, Luo Yu challenged, will you call or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Flushed with embarrassment, Gu Yue Na exclaimed, I will. Of course. I will call. Her playful reproach echoed far and wide, fortuitously catching the attention of two men nearby, who shared a close rapport with her. Chapter 18. Gu Yue Na pouts and calls daddy to the face of her infuriated admirers. With a fair complexion of flame, Gu Yue Na nervously clutched the hem of her skirt, struggling to find her voice. At last, summoning her courage, she steeled herself to utter the words. Yet, upon meeting Luo Yu's teasing gaze, she instantly faltered. Akin to a wilted eggplant, her voice lodged in her throat, unable to escape, with her pearly teeth gently biting her rosy lip. She cast a timid glance at Luo Yu, tugging at his sleeve. Must I really call you that, dear brother? What shall you call me? Luo Yu inquired. Gu Yue Na pursed her lips, emanating the enchanting allure of her fox spirit. Oh, dear brother, I beseech you, grant me mercy. Luo Yu subtly retracted his arm, disdainfully pinching Gu Yue Na's delicate hand with 2 fingers before discarding it. Do refrain from such behavior, dear. If the members of your spirit hall were to witness their saintess in such a state, they might mistakenly believe I have wronged you, and I would surely face dire consequences. You scoundrel, is this not a form of bullying? Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance. Gu Yue Na, her confidence waning, pouted her lips in a display of grievance. No, not at all. It's entirely my fault for being young and naive, for not knowing better than to engage in reckless wagers. I must warn you, do not attempt to play the emotional card with me. I am not easily swayed by such tactics. And furthermore, you claim to be young? Pray tell, where is the evidence of your youth that I have yet to perceive? Luo Yu cast a discerning glance at Gu Yue Na's striking figure, his eyelids twitching. How captivating this form is. If only she were younger, she would be utterly irresistible. Her waist, with its alluring curves, exuded an endless charm, poised to blossom, reminiscent of a ripe peach. Her petite derriere was undeniably round and enticingly mature. You lecher, where are your eyes wandering? Gu Yue Na playfully scolded, quickly embracing her delicate bosom. It was only because of Luo Yu's audacity that he dared to gaze upon the saintess so unabashedly within the halls of the spirit hall, where few would dare to do so. Luo Yu innocently remarked, you see, you are not young, you seem to know everything. Gu Yue Na, her alluring demeanor subdued, displayed a hint of discomfort. It was not that she was unwilling to speak. Rather, it was that the words simply would not come forth. Luo Yu chuckled softly. As I mentioned earlier, let's consider it a jest. I had no intention of taking this matter too seriously. Gu Yue Na shook her head, stating, that is not the same. As a saintess, how could I renege on a bet? That would be utterly disgraceful. She observed, look, you're merely torturing yourself. There's nothing I can do about it. Luo Yu shrugged his shoulders, yet inwardly he found Gu Yue Na not only beautiful, but also delightfully spirited, quite endearing. In this day and age, individuals who uphold their word are indeed hard to find. Wait a moment. Allow me to gather my thoughts. There's no rush. Luo Yu replied with a smile. Nearby, 2 men walked side by side. One had striking red hair and donned luxurious attire, his appearance remarkable. He exuded an almost palpable aura of explosive flames. At that moment, he gazed flirtatiously at the tall man beside him, who had silvery gray hair. Brother Yu, do you think I should confess my feelings for Nana to her? The silver-haired man turned his head, advising, Yun, I would strongly recommend against such an action. You are well aware of my sister's temperament. When has she ever shown any warmth towards men? Yun, brimming with confidence, replied, oh, I know that. But consider our spirit hall. In terms of looks and talent, aside from you, Brother Yu, who among our peers can rival me? Nana has no reason to choose anyone else but me. As for those men outside the spirit hall, they are mere country bumpkins. How could they possibly compare to us? A look of disdain crossed Yun's face, his demeanor radiating nobility and pride. Yu nodded, lowering his voice, You make a valid point. However, you must realize that Her Majesty the Queen has little interest in men, which has influenced my sister to adopt a similar attitude, leaving her utterly indifferent to them. Brother Xiaoyu, just because Nana is indifferent to others does not mean she feels the same towards me. I haven't even begun my pursuit. How can I give up without trying? I believe I stand a chance, Yin asserted confidently, thumping his chest proudly. Are you truly this self-assured? Xiaoyu shook his head. Yin counted on his fingers. Look, our spirit hall saintess would never seek a partner outside. The men out there are utterly useless. Within the spirit hall, I dare say, aside from you, Brother Xiaoyu, who could possibly compare to me? As long as you are willing to lend your support, I am confident I can win Nana's heart. Xiaoyu regarded Yun's earnest plea and finally relented with a sigh. I can help you give it a try. But the odds are quite slim. I sense that Nana has no inclination towards men at all. Are you certain? Yun asked, skeptical. Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Continuing as they walked, to be honest, I have never seen this girl take the initiative to speak with a man. When she encounters men, she remains as cold as ice, resembling her teacher down to the last detail. Just as Yun was about to respond, his gaze shifted to the garden in the distance. Brother, look over there. Isn't that Nana? Xiaoyu halted in his tracks, perplexed. What is Nana doing here? Yin curiously inquired. Who is that man across from us? Xiaoyu gently patted his shoulder, exuding an air of calmness as he replied, Do not be anxious. I have seen such situations frequently. He is likely a suitor for my sister. Just wait and see. This lad will either be rejected and flee or end up on the ground after a beating. Yin furrowed his brows, sensing that the atmosphere felt somewhat amiss. Xiaoyu chuckled and reassured him, You are overthinking it. My sister typically has but one response to unfamiliar men. Get lost. Relieved, Yin glanced at Xiaoyu, his expression softening slightly, and urged him to stealthily approach the garden to eavesdrop. They observed Gu Yue Na raise her head. Luo Yu chuckled, Are you ready? Beside him, Yin, who had been eavesdropping, looked at Xiaoyu with a face full of confusion, wondering what was meant by ready. Xiaoyu shook his head in puzzlement, gesturing for him to be patient and to continue observing. Gu Yue Na was biting her lip, glaring fiercely at Luo Yu. I truly despise you. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow at Yin, implying that he was correct in his assessment that Lu Yu harbored a disdain for men. Yin, beaming with delight, pointed emphatically at himself, suggesting that no one else would suffice. Only he would do. Forget it, Luo Yu sighed, shaking his head, finding the situation overly tedious, and turned to leave. The smile on Yan's face grew more pronounced. With a haughty demeanor, he thought to himself, what audacity to pursue the saintess. Look, he's about to face humiliation, only to leave in dejection. That forget it is steeped in loneliness. It evoked a sense of sympathy. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that everything unfolded as anticipated. However, in the next moment, Gu Yue Na called out to Luo Yu. Observing her subtle expression, Yan's smile widened even further, delighting in the thought that Lu Yu must feel that outright rejection would be too callous, thus opting to bestow a consolation card before departing. Poor man, what do you want? Luo Yu did not turn around. Dad, Luo Yu turned his head, asking, What did you say? Gu Yue Na's crimson lips quivered as she stammered, her voice thick with profound shyness, ultimately summoning her courage to exclaim loudly towards Luo Yu, Daddy. In that fleeting moment, while Luo Yu remained unfazed, both Xiaoyu and Yin were left utterly speechless. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he fervently pinched his own ears. Yin, on the other hand, felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. The corners of his confident smile twitched uncontrollably. What did he just hear? Daddy? The goddess he had long idolized, the holy maiden of the spirit hall, was calling someone else daddy, and that someone was a mere youth? The rapidity with which his earlier self-assured words came back to haunt him was staggering. Yin felt as though the very ground beneath him was collapsing, his mind nearly bursting with incredulity. How could this be? How is it possible? What is my goddess doing? Hasn't she always been indifferent to men? The world of a devoted admirer crumbled in an instant. That heartfelt utterance of daddy left Yin with no opportunity to deceive himself any longer. Gu Yue Na's subsequent actions only served to deepen Xiaoyu's humiliation and drive Yin to the brink of emotional turmoil, leading him to question his very existence. Chapter 19. The goddess, embarrassed yet majestic, dismisses the devoted Yin. In the shadows of the garden, Yin's scarlet eyes flickered restlessly, fixed intently on the scene unfolding before him. He gazed in disbelief at the events transpiring, his heart roaring in protest. How could my goddess behave in such a manner? At this moment, had it not been for Xiaoyu's firm restraint, he would have dashed forward. He watched, helpless. As the goddess who usually paid him no heed gracefully approached Luo Yu and gently poked his chest with her delicate finger. With a playful pout, she chided. "You naughty man. Are you satisfied now? May I see your martial spirit?" Luo Yu playfully dug at her ear and remarked, "In truth, my hearing is rather poor. I didn't quite catch that." "You are incorrigible." Gu Yue Na shot her a glare, rose onto her tiptoes, and seized Luo Yu's ear. Leaning in closer, she exclaimed loudly, "Daddy, daddy, daddy. Did you hear me clearly now?" Luo Yu forcefully pushed aside Gu Yue Na, rubbing his ears and glaring fiercely. "You venomous woman. Do you intend to deafen me with your malice?" Observing the man's discomfort, Gu Yue Na seemed to have gained the upper hand, chuckling mischievously. "This will teach you not to bully me. Now, you surely hear me clearly. Stingy. Is it such a crime to simply wish to see your martial spirit?" "I am genuinely curious," Gu Yue Na complained, her voice a soft murmur. As Luo Yu was poised to take action, a hysterical and rage-fueled roar erupted. "Who dares to approach my goddess Nana?" Suddenly, a conflagration of fiery wrath surged forth, igniting the air with a tempest of emotion. The golden red flames erupted from a nearby corner, incinerating the surrounding trees, while the explosive heat wave assaulted him mercilessly. Yan's visage was a mask of fury. His body enveloped in flames, veins bulging on his forehead, and his blood-red eyes fixated on Luo Yu like a ravenous beast, a maniac. Bloodthirsty grin curling at the corners of his lips. Luo Yu was taken aback, swiftly turning his gaze and spitting disdainfully. "What creature has suddenly appeared? It startled me." Yan gritted his teeth and said, "You there, whom are you mocking?" Luo Yu chose to ignore the commotion, directing his gaze towards Gu Yue Na and gesturing towards the scene ahead, perplexed. Who is this? Is he out of his mind? Suddenly appearing in broad daylight and causing such a disturbance? It's rather frightening. Gu Yue Na, equally astonished, inquired with disbelief. "Yan, how did you come to be here?" The flames enveloping Yan flickered erratically, his heavy breaths reminiscent of a bull, as he trembled and pointed accusatorily at Luo Yu. "Nana, tell me, who is this man? What sorcery has he employed to ensnare you in such a manner?" Gu Yue Na furrowed her brow, suppressing her rising irritation. "What are you talking about? I cannot comprehend a word. Sorcery? Ensnare? Furthermore, how many times must I reiterate, do not call me Nana?" Upon hearing this, Yan appeared utterly devastated, retreating several steps as he clutched his chest, lamenting, "I heard it. I distinctly heard it. If you were not under some enchantment, how could you possibly refer to someone else? Someone else is what?" Observing his flustered inability to articulate, Luo Yu, with a friendly demeanor, posed a question. "You actually called this young lad father?" Luo Yu nodded. "Boom. You're seeking death, kid." Yan erupted in fury, his four-soul rings soaring into the air like a bursting flame demon, magma coursing through his veins, golden red flames enveloping him, instantly propelling toward Luo Yu. Whoosh! A graceful figure flashed before Luo Yu, her soul rings emerging as she struck Yan back. Yan trembled, unable to face the reality before him. Gu Yue Na stood protectively in front of Luo Yu, her alluring fox tail appearing, her beautiful eyes narrowing in discontent. "Yan, what nonsense are you up to? Nana, what kind of charm has this wild man cast on you that you would defend him so?" "Enough. Do not call me Nana." Gu Yue Na's golden hair billowed as she truly became enraged. "We are all on the same side. Why this tension? Let us all calm down and not ruin our camaraderie." At that moment, Xie Yu stepped forward from behind, grasping Yin to defuse the situation. "Xie Yu, your sister calls others father, and in doing so, has unwittingly acknowledged a new paternal figure. How can you maintain such composure? You may endure it, but I cannot." Upon hearing this, Xie Yu's expression darkened. He turned to his sister. "Nana, explain yourself. Where did this man come from?" Gu Yue Na's expression shifted, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. "How could you eavesdrop on my conversation? If we hadn't eavesdropped, we wouldn't have discovered such a significant matter." Yan shouted furiously, his emotions in turmoil. The ice goddess he secretly adored not only flirted with another, but also called him father? He could not tolerate this. Seeing Gu Yue Na misunderstood, Luo Yu interjected. "You two may have misunderstood. This was merely a jest between Nana and me. Nothing serious, just playful banter." Yan's anger flared upon seeing Luo Yu, believing he was usurping his affections. Especially with Luo Yu's astonishingly handsome visage, a deep sense of crisis surged within him. Enraged, he shouted vehemently, "I curse you to the ends of the earth." Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, the smile fading from his lips, as the surrounding air instantaneously grew thick and frigid. Gu Yue Na, her expression fierce, rebuked. Yan, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Luo Yu at once. Yan's eyes reddened further, and with a menacing grin, he pointed at Luo Yu, taunting, hiding behind a woman is no mark of prowess. Know your place and scram before I decide to spare your wretched life. My martial soul hall saintess is not someone nameless. Unremarkable rogue like you can woo with mere flattery and a shabby facade. In Luo Yu's eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered, restless and eager. Hu Yina grasped Luo Yu's hand tightly, her voice rising in fury. Brother, are you not going to take care of that fool Yin? Zhu Zhuqing shrugged, exhaling a sigh. Nana, Yin is not wrong. This fellow seems unfamiliar to me, likely not from the spirit hall. Since he is merely a mundane outsider, why draw so close? Brother. What do you mean? Hu Yina's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Zhu Zhuqing offered a wry smile as the saintess of the spirit hall. It would be unwise for you to associate too closely with those outside. Your teacher would certainly disapprove. If your affections lay with someone from the spirit hall, I would undoubtedly support you. Yin, conjuring a fireball in his palm, scoffed. Brother, there is no need for idle chatter. Allow me to deal with this pretty boy who hides behind Nana and seduces women. Let Nana see his true colors. Hu Yina's expression was agitated as she prepared to argue. Luo Yu pulled her directly behind him. As Luo Huilina was about to speak, Luo Yu pressed his fingers gently against her lips, shaking his head in judgment. A brotherly obsession, devoid of intellect. A sycophant, destined for misfortune. Now, both have lost their senses. What further dialogue is there to be had with them? I can hardly be bothered to get angry, diminishing my own worth. It is better to employ my own methods to awaken them, to bring them back to lucidity. Luo Yu stepped out, stretching his neck. The sound of cracking bones resonating through the air. Hu Yina gazed at his elegant silhouette retreating, her beautiful eyes clouded with concern. The two adversaries he was about to confront were both top-tier geniuses of the spirit hall, and he had only just awakened his martial spirit. How could he possibly prevail against them? Yet, Luo Yu cast a cursory glance at the two individuals, calmly addressing the woman behind him. What is it? Merely two fourth-ring soul sect members? Can they truly be so formidable? Did you not say you wished to witness my martial spirit? It seems fortuitous that I can entertain myself with them. Have you finally mustered the courage to step out from behind that woman? I wonder how long you can maintain this facade. I hope you refrain from pleading with Nana for salvation later. Yan's cruel smile betrayed his impatience. If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige you today. Zhu Yu's expression fluctuated between shadows and light, for Luo Yu's earlier mockery and disdain had clearly struck a nerve. How dare this wild youth exhibit such audacity? Does he believe the spirit hall is without defenders? I may choose not to take your life, but I must certainly deliver a lesson. Luo Yu offered a friendly smile and gestured towards Zhu Yu. You must be Nana's brother. Rest assured, I won't kill you. He then pointed at Yan, contemplating for a moment before letting out a sigh. Well, I don't quite know what you are, so it's difficult to address you properly. You might want to be cautious, as I have a tendency to accidentally strike you down. Despite Luo Yu's amiable demeanor, the furious Zhu Yu and Yin felt an inexplicable chill, as if they were being scrutinized by a deity of death. Although he wore a smile, it sent shivers down their spines. Yin could no longer contain himself. Flames erupted, accompanied by a searing wave of heat, as he launched a fiery punch toward Luo Yu. The air thick with the scent of burning. Be careful, Hu Yina exclaimed, her concern evident as she prepared to intervene. Stay calm, Luo Yu reassured. Luo Yu turned his head and offered a gentle smile to Hu Yina. The woman was infuriated, the situation was dire. Yet this fellow remained as calm as if nothing were amiss. Die, you fool. Yin had already charged forth, poised to strike. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed, followed by gasps of astonishment. Zhu Yu's eyelids twitched, while Hu Yina covered her mouth in shock. Yan's explosive fiery fist was unexpectedly grasped firmly by a delicate hand. Unable to advance even a fraction, the golden red flames scorched the earth, yet they could not singe a single hair on Luo Yu's body. Chapter 20. Embracing Beauty. Zhu Yu, elder brother, I bow to you. Yin was instantly taken aback, his fist's force dissipating as if it had vanished into the sea. No matter how desperately he exerted himself, he could not break free. Meanwhile, Luo Yu wore a serene smile, seemingly unfazed. Without even revealing his soul power, he effortlessly subdued the top genius from the spirit hall. What left Yin utterly terrified was that this individual did not even cast a glance in his direction. His gaze still fixed on Hu Yina. How could this be? Zhu Yu's voice trembled, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Yin, fully aware of his own strength, knew all too well that he was no mere rookie. He was one of the top talents from the Spirit Hall, and yet here he was, utterly outclassed. Yin felt a shiver run down his spine as the jealousy that had clouded his judgment began to wane. Luo Yu turned his head slightly, shaking it. Your fire seems rather cool, insufficient even to warm one's hands in winter. May I trouble you, this genius, to exert yourself further? If my martial spirit has not yet awakened, do not succumb just yet. Ah! Yin roared, flames erupting and swirling, soul power surging wildly, yet still unable to break free. The smile of Luo Yu began to seep into his heart like a terrifying demon. Are you constipated, genius? Why is your face so flushed? Let go of me. Yin, in a frenzy, felt the rhythm of his soul rings. Oh, very well, as you wish. Luo Yu flashed a grin, gripping Yan's hand and suddenly pulling him back with force. Yan's body lost all control, subject to Luo Yu's whims, as he was swung around and violently slammed to the ground. Luo Yu then raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Yan's face. Yan's bloodied form, akin to discarded metal, skidded along the ground, crashing into numerous tiles that shattered upon impact, dust swirling as his body, marked by a trail of blood, slid away like a lifeless dog, sprawled on the ground. A cloud of dust enveloped the scene, mingling with the acrid scent of charred flames. Witnessing the convulsing figure on the ground, Gu Yue Na was left speechless. She had anticipated Luo Yu's strength, but never imagined it would be to such an extent. Without even unleashing his martial spirit, he had effortlessly obliterated Yin. A true monster. There are indeed monsters within the Spirit Hall. Xiaoyu stood agape, flustered and panicked. Just moments ago, he had considered intervening, but now he was so frightened that he quietly retracted his soul power, fearful of Luo Yu discovering his covert actions. Despite the surreal nature of the situation, Yin lay there in undeniable reality. With such a grim precedent, did he dare to strike? That would be sheer folly. Alas, this has lost its excitement. Luo Yu, still unwilling to part, took a step forward, slowly approaching Yin. Grasping him by the neck, she lifted him effortlessly. Xiaoyu, trembling with fear, exclaimed, "What are you planning to do? The Spirit Hall cannot take lives." Luo Yu shook his head, dismissing any sense of urgency. He found the man quite arrogant and suspected he would not willingly fall. He decided to help him up and continue their playful engagement. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock, his hair standing on end, as he realized that the man was channeling soul power to heal Yin. After a fight, he was still aiding another? An overwhelming surge of soul energy flowed in, and Yin quickly regained consciousness, his aura visibly revitalizing. Upon opening his eyes, Yin was taken aback and swiftly withdrew to maintain his distance. "What are you doing? I warn you, I was careless just now. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to walk away unscathed." "Indeed, I know all too well it was your negligence that led to this," Luo Yu retorted with a beckoning gesture. "Come, brother, I shall grant you another chance." Yin was deeply wounded in spirit, yet fear welled within him, until he noticed Gu Yue Na, completely captivated by Luo Yu. A surge of anger erupted within him. Taking advantage of Luo Yu's moment of inattention, he gritted his teeth and unleashed 4 soul rings, willing to injure himself for the sake of his ultimate attack. Hell's magma surge, granite demon eruption, lava torrent, whirling sands of fury. The 4 formidable soul skills were released simultaneously, incinerating the surrounding flora in an instant, while the ground beneath melted away, as terrifying torrents of lava surged toward Luo Yu. He spat blood, a manic smile stretching across his face as he declared, "You arrogant brat, did you expect this? Grandfather has hidden moves too. No matter how formidable you are, in haste, you shall turn to ashes." "Despicable," Gu Yue Na called out sweetly, rushing to provide assistance. Luo Yu evade. A thunderous dragon's roar resonated through the air, its might cascading outward as Luo Yu's dragon god martial spirit enveloped him. A kaleidoscope of colors surrounded him, and a fierce vitality surged forth, reminiscent of a war deity. A mere trick, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Before the echoes of his words faded, as black hair danced in the wind, Luo Yu raised his fist toward the blazing fireball of magma. The 9-colored fist radiated a tempestuous wind, shattering the searing molten rock with a single blow. Sparks flew, only to be extinguished into nothingness beneath the might of his strike. By the time Gu Yue Na reached the man's side, the crisis had long since passed, rendering her assistance unnecessary. A smile graced the corners of Luo Yu's lips as he extended his arms, effortlessly enveloping the hastily approaching figure in his embrace. "What are you doing?" Gu Yue Na exclaimed in surprise. With the softness of jade cradled in his arms, Luo Yu lowered his gaze and flashed a grin at the enchanting beauty nestled against him. Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to hold you. Gu Yue Na found herself momentarily dazed. The gentle yet inexplicably commanding tone of his voice rendered her unable to refuse. Moreover, the potent aura of his vitality wafting from him caused her body to weaken involuntarily. Meanwhile, Yin stood frozen in astonishment, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Unable to fathom that despite unleashing all 4 of his soul skills in a formidable assault, he had inflicted no harm upon his opponent. Luo Yu cradled the goddess of another in his arms. With a powerful push from his feet, the stone shattered beneath him as he soared upwards. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Yin. There was no alternative. I offered you a chance, yet you proved ineffectual. Thus, farewell. In a state of panic, Yin desperately sought a means of escape. Luo Yu extended his palm, conjuring the sound of slicing wind. A colossal, multicolored dragon claw materialized above Yan's head, its scales distinct and shimmering. With a sudden strike, it plunged downward, burying him deep into the earth. The soul light dissipated, and his presence vanished, leaving his fate uncertain. Gu Yue Na's enchanting eyes sparkled with excitement. She was witnessing such a forceful and domineering man for the very first time. Since her birth, she had always been superior to her peers, so why would she not favor Yin? That fellow was not only lacking in intellect but also deficient in character, and his strength paled in comparison to hers. How could he ever hope to conquer her? Having vanquished a prodigy from the spirit hall, Luo Yu felt little in the way of triumph. He gazed down at the radiant beauty before him and softly remarked, Nana, have I perhaps overlooked someone? As Luo Yu directed his gaze towards Xie Yu, the latter dropped to his knees, his legs trembling. Great brother-in-law, I bow to you. Gu Yue Na stood bewildered, utterly perplexed. Luo Yu was equally perplexed, pondering the actions of this individual. He couldn't help but smile wryly, finding it rather absurd, at the very least. One would expect a modicum of defiance before surrendering. Xie Yu was on the verge of tears, not out of pride, but genuine fear. This fellow was unmistakably the type capable of smiling while committing murder. He had witnessed the torment inflicted upon Yin and was not blind to it. Thus, he wished to preserve his life. Better to kneel and weep than to be ensconced in the earth, gasping for breath. Brother, what are you doing? Gu Yue Na exclaimed as she wriggled free from Luo Yu's embrace. Xie Yu, with an awkward smile, replied, Well, I suddenly feel a bit weary and find this position more comfortable, allowing me to feel at ease. Gu Yue Na fell silent, gazing at Luo Yu with a pitiable expression. Luo Yu, rendered speechless, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I haven't done anything, he replied. Now, please rise and speak, as a dignified man of stature. It is unbecoming to kneel. Xie Yu's smile was more sorrowful than one of joy, feeling wronged. Do you think I wish to kneel? I was merely frightened. Great uncle. I bow to you, he declared. Get lost. Who do you think you are calling my great uncle? Have you lost your senses? You are Gu Yue Na's brother. If I must address you, it shall be as my little uncle. Luo Yu, with an expression of utter disbelief, unleashed a surge of energy that sent Xie Yu soaring. Xie Yu, awkwardly grinning, hurried over and said ingratiatingly, Let us agree to disagree in the future. You can call me little brother, and I shall address you as elder brother. Elder brother, please be quiet. Stop spouting nonsense. Gu Yue Na blushed fiercely, stamping her foot in frustration. Xie Yu, allow me to clarify. What transpired earlier was merely a misunderstanding. Gu Yue Na and I are not involved in any relationship. Luo Yu stated calmly, retracting his martial spirit. Though Gu Yue Na, initially shy, should have felt relieved by Luo Yu's explanation, an inexplicable sadness washed over her, leaving her heart heavy with a sense of melancholy. What? No relationship? Xie Yu stood there in shock, but quickly recovered with a sycophantic grin. Not now, but surely in the future. Elder brother, we are all on the same side now. We must communicate openly, as long as we refrain from resorting to violence. Chapter 21. Nana, you must seize a good man quickly. Luo Yu cast a speechless glance at the alluring beauty beside him. Nana, has your brother studied the art of transformation? Just a moment ago, he was rather aloof, and now he has completely changed. Luo Yu had yet to finish his words, but Gu Yue Na could discern the unspoken meaning. The man had clearly chosen to spare himself embarrassment by refraining from elaborating further. Witnessing her brother's cowardice, she felt an overwhelming desire to sink into the ground, utterly mortified. It was an indisputable humiliation, especially considering her lack of any connection to Luo Yu. How could her brother recklessly entangle her in such a predicament? It left Luo Yu with a rather dubious impression of her. Would he perceive her as cheap? Gu Yue Na felt a tumult of anger and shame. Her beautiful eyes narrowed in frustration, wishing to chastise Xie Yu for his timidity. Yet, she began to comprehend why Xie Yu was so apprehensive. Luo Yu had just ruthlessly defeated Yin in a casual manner, an unsettling scene that would terrify anyone. Yin was not just any passerby. He was a top-tier genius of the Spirit Hall, his strength comparable to that of the siblings. Witnessing Yan's defeat firsthand surely instilled dread in Xie Yu, who feared Luo Yu might direct such violence toward him as well. Xie Yu cast a pleading glance towards his sister. Nana, please intercede for me with my brother-in-law. I spoke without thinking. I was blind to the situation. Xie Yu, let us not disgrace ourselves. Gu Yue Na stamped her foot in exasperation. Who is your brother-in-law? Yu Gu is my friend. Stop making absurd claims. Just then, Luo Yu stepped forward, interrupting their exchange with a gentle smile. It's all trivial. Let it pass. The sight of that smile made Xie Yu shudder. Trivial? He stiffly turned his head to regard the battered Yin. If such minor matters could lead to such devastation, what catastrophic consequences might arise from serious issues with the Spirit Hall? However, seeing that Luo Yu did not seem inclined to pursue the matter brought him profound relief. Phew. Finally saved. Gu Yue Na wore a look of deep resentment. While Xie Yu could disregard his dignity, she could not. Her brother's timidity was a source of immense embarrassment, especially in front of Luo Yu. She pulled Xie Yu aside, speaking in a hushed, urgent tone. Brother, could you please exhibit a bit more courage? Luo Yu has a good temperament. You need to pull yourself together. Xie Yu, with a woeful expression, replied, Sister, I too wish to be courageous, but I cannot help being afraid. Gu Yue Na rolled her eyes repeatedly, realizing her brother was utterly petrified, with no hope of recovery. Suddenly, an idea struck Xie Yu as he covertly glanced at Luo Yu, craftily suggesting, Sister, if you were to get along well with him, wouldn't I have less to fear? Brother, can you not be serious for once? Gu Yue Na puffed up her cheeks, indignantly retorting, If you continue like this, I shall wash my hands of you. Xie Yu implored, I'm only looking out for your best interests, though I know not his background. Based on what he just displayed, who among our peers could possibly rival him? Surely you cannot believe I am cowardly. It is all about the context. Aside from this ancestral figure, simply switch me with any other opponent, and I would flay their skin. Gu Yue Na scoffed, It is the first time I have seen someone speak of bullying the weak and fearing the strong with such rational bravado. Today, I have truly witnessed it. Hiss. Is it appropriate for you to speak of your brother in such a manner? Among peers, as long as it is not this ancestor, I can strike at will. Xie Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, Xie Yu spoke earnestly. Such a prodigious talent must be seized quickly. If you continue to hold back, it will surely not do. Perhaps your idol may be snatched away by another someday. I do not wish to hear your words. Gu Yue Na's face flushed crimson. Is my brother wrong? Besides, have you not always yearned for a man who can truly tame you? Gu Yue Na retorted with annoyance. Brother, did you not previously leap to push him away from me? Xie Yu scratched his head awkwardly. I simply did not perceive him to be so formidable. Should I say you were shallow-minded, or that you are hypocritical? I refuse to be like you. Gu Yue Na disdainfully shot him a sidelong glance, leaving him behind as she hurried back to Luo Yu. What were you two discussing just now? Luo Yu inquired with a smile. Nothing much, Gu Yue Na replied, suddenly bashful, casting her gaze downward at her curvaceous form. Look at you blushing. I shall not pry. Brother Yu, what is the matter? Luo Yu looked at the girl in confusion. You are truly wonderful, hee. Gu Yue Na lifted her head, beaming sweetly. From a distance, Xie Yu rolled his eyes in disbelief at his sister, clearly one who spoke contrary to her heart. He would wager that if his sister held no feelings for that man, she would not refer to another man as father. No one would believe it. Xie Yu secretly hoped. Dear sister, you must embrace this robust leg. Before today, Xie Yu had always believed himself to be the true pillar of support. Today, he felt as though he had regained half of his life. He suddenly realized that the fool was, in fact, himself. I, Xie Yu, am merely a younger brother. I shall no longer pretend to be anything else. Whoosh. A streak of red light, grand and imposing, surged from afar, swiftly approaching. It was an elder, the seventh offering from the awakening ceremony, trembling as he stood beside Yin. Both Xie Yu and Gu Yue Na's expressions changed dramatically. This is bad. The seventh offering is Yan's master. Upon seeing his disciple in such a state, will this old fellow not crush Luo Yu? No matter how strong Luo Yu was, he could not contend with the super Douluo. Brother Yu, we must flee. Gu Yue Na anxiously grasped Luo Yu's hand, urging him to leave quickly. Yet, he remained steadfast, quietly observing the scene. The seventh offering's expression was filled with sorrow and indignation as he tremulously touched Yan's body, channeling soul power to heal him. My disciple, who has inflicted such harm upon you? I have arrived too late. It is him, it is him. Master, avenge me. Yan laboriously opened his eyes, blood frothing at his mouth, rendering him speechless. With great difficulty, he raised a trembling finger, pointing it at Luo Yu. Not yet deceased? Such tenacity of life. Luo Yu marveled. Gu Yue Na, in a state of utmost urgency, exclaimed, at such a critical moment, do you still possess the leisure to jest? The seventh elder, filled with grief and indignation, declared, my dear disciple, await here. I shall avenge you forthwith. With a thunderous roar, the seventh elder rose, his 9 soul rings swirling around him, his fury palpable as he glared at Luo Yu with clenched teeth. You little wretch, I sensed your malevolence in the plaza earlier, and my instincts proved correct. You dare to brazenly inflict harm upon my disciple. I shall demand payment in blood for this transgression. Luo Yu faced the formidable presence of the 7 offerings with unwavering poise, his spine straightened in defiance. Old fellow, do you not even inquire as to why your disciple is being punished? Without seeking the truth, you hasten to cast judgment upon others? The 7 offerings, with a scornful glare, pointed at Yan, declaring that facts speak louder than words. Facts? What facts? Your disciple brought this upon himself. His attempts at coercion ended in failure. And instead, he found himself on the receiving end of a severe beating. Can he blame anyone else for his plight? Luo Yu and Gu Yue Na were momentarily taken aback, for they had yet to utter a word. The voice had emanated from behind them. Xie Yu wore a mocking expression, fervently defending Luo Yu. The 7th elder instantaneously shifted his gaze, exerting his soul power towards Xie Yu. Questioning his audacity to meddle and speak on behalf of an outsider, was he seeking death? Xie Yu lacked the resistance that Luo Yu possessed, and a mouthful of blood was violently expelled, his appearance disheveled, yet he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. How amusing it was. What did it mean to speak for an outsider? First, I, Xie Yu, speak only the truth. Second, he is my brother-in-law. Upon saying this, he cast a triumphant glance at Gu Yue Na, as if to convey, see, your brother is unyielding, as long as he does not offend this ancestor. Even a super Douluo I would dare to confront. The 7th elder was infuriated, his hair standing on end. Had the younger generation of the spirit hall adopted such a lack of decorum? Initially intending to deal with him, he thought, since you seek death, I shall oblige. A cruel smile crept across the old man's face, while Gu Yue Na's delicate visage was filled with anxious concern. Whoosh! The 7th elder swept his sleeve, launching a piercing bone nail, coalesced from purple soul power, hurtling through the air towards Xie Yu's chest. Brother! Gu Yue Na gasped in shock, her eyes glistening with tears. Even if a super Douluo acted carelessly, she would not have time to intervene. What to do? To scold or to fight? He was still her brother. Xie Yu's face turned ashen, tears brimming in his eyes. He wished to slap himself for his earlier impulsiveness. What had compelled him to speak out? Now, he had provoked this old man, and it seemed his life was forfeit. The bone nail whistled through the air, approaching with a thunderous sound. Xie Yu's legs felt weak. Unable to evade, fear gripped him as he thought, my life is over. However, Luo Yu's eyes glimmered with resolve. Clang! A resounding sword cry pierced the heavens. The ethereal figure, wielding a sword, rushed forth to stand before Xie Yu, raising the blade in defense. Ding! The bone nail struck the sword's body, producing a jarring sound of metal clashing. Gu Yue Na's mouth fell agape, her crimson pupils narrowing. Xie Yu stood frozen in place, utterly astonished that someone would come to his rescue. Chapter 22. Empress Bibi Dong. Old fool, dare you harm my man? Luo Yu stood resolutely before Xie Yu, his garments billowing and ebony hair swirling in the air. Holding the sword Zhu, he resembled an ethereal sword immortal. Suddenly, the penetrating bone nail whirled rapidly, grinding against the ancient, translucent blade like jade. The might of the attack was formidable, yet it left no trace upon the sword. The blade remained unharmed. But the wielder was not so fortunate. After all, the assault originated from a master of the super Douluo realm, even if it was a mere casual strike. How could Luo Yu, having just awakened his martial soul, withstand such power, regardless of the divine physique and martial soul he possessed? With a thunderous explosion, the penetrating bone nail expended its energy and detonated instantly. Although he managed to fend off the attack, Luo Yu felt the repercussions. A muffled groan escaped his lips as a metallic taste surged in his throat, and he was propelled back several dozen steps, only to be caught by Xie Yu's swift hands. Although Luo Yu appeared disheveled, the menacing visage of the 7th elder faltered momentarily, utterly astonished. While he had merely delivered a disdainful strike, effortlessly dispatching a soul sect member was as simple as crushing an ant. Remarkably, this fledgling with an awakened martial soul had managed to block his attack with a single sword. "Brother Yu," a voice, laced with anxiety, rang out. Witnessing the man shield her brother with his own body, emitting a painful groan, Gu Yue Na felt an overwhelming surge of heartache. Without a second thought, she dashed towards Luo Yu. "You Xie," equally bewildered, exclaimed in shock, "Why did you save me?" Coughing softly, Luo Yu paid him no heed. Lifting his hand to glance at his Jiu Shaozhu Tian sword, and scathed, "TSK, he murmured, "not to mention anything else. This material is truly remarkable." Furthermore, it felt as if wielding this sword granted him a peculiar enhancement in speed. As a fragrant breeze wafted by, Gu Yue Na's beautiful eyes widened with concern as she fixed her gaze upon Luo Yu. "Brother Yu, are you all right?" Luo Yu waved his hand, revealing his characteristic faint smile. "It's nothing to worry about, but that old fellow certainly struck with malice, leaving my blood boiling." Gu Yue Na expressed her concern with a hint of reproach. "Why did you shield him? Are you not aware of the potential danger to yourself?" Crack, crack. The sound of shattered hearts echoed, a testament to the age-old adage that love can overshadow brotherhood. As Luo Yu gazed into the enchanting eyes of Gu Yue Na, a faint smile crept upon his lips. "Had I not intervened, that old fool's earlier strike would have left you without a brother." "Brother Yu," Gu Yue Na called softly, a surge of unfamiliar emotion swelling within her, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. "It seems I, your elder sister, am destined to succumb entirely." Meanwhile, the sinister Yu lamented inwardly. "All right, I was merely jesting," Luo Yu said with a serious tone. "I have principles, since your brother spoke on my behalf. He must be saved. By the way, you weren't about to shed tears just now, were you?" "Humph. Who would cry?" "Do not underestimate me," Gu Yue Na retorted, her delicate nose held high as she struggled to suppress the moisture gathering at the corners of her eyes. "Huh, you truly dare to disregard me, old man." The seventh elder's countenance darkened, revealing a menacing glint. "Young man, you possess some talent. Even I find myself somewhat impressed by you. However, no matter how exceptional your gifts, ignorance of hierarchy renders you a pest. Now, let us see how you handle this." With a swift motion, 100-foot-long purple spear materialized in the air, exuding a chilling aura of bloodshed as it was aimed squarely at Luo Yu. The sinister Yu felt a chill run down his spine, while Gu Yue Na's beautiful eyes quivered in response. Luo Yu remained unperturbed, gracefully waving his hand to conjure a silver sword flower, which resonated with a melodious chime. "Enough. You two, depart, and allow me to entertain this old fellow alone." Gu Yue Na stood silently, biting her lip, her steadfast gaze fixed upon the heavens. As Xie Yu tentatively stepped forward, his weakened legs betraying him, he beheld the sight of a man and woman standing side by side. Overcome with shame, he clenched his teeth and retracted his foot, cursing to the skies. "Seventh elder, my sister is a saintess. Do you dare to lay hands on her? Are you not afraid of the repercussions? Huh? Is your saintess a treasure, while my disciple is not?" The seventh elder's face contorted with fury. Suddenly, 100-foot-long spear, laden with a foul wind, plunged down from the sky. Luo Yu suddenly smiled, for he beheld the appearance of a resplendent golden-purple light on the horizon. The commanding voice of a formidable woman resounded, reminiscent of a phoenix's cry from the heavens. "Old fool, if you dare to harm my man, I shall take your life." The empress's authoritative voice reverberated, creating ripples in the air, echoing with intensity. The seven offerings trembled, their assault abruptly ceasing as they cast wary glances into the distance. There, a breathtaking figure soared forth, adorned with a crown, her graceful form epitomizing beauty, her phoenix-like eyes seemingly poised to unleash flames. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand for a decisive blow. The ethereal purple-gold spider shadows materialized in the air, shattering the 100-foot-long spear in an instant, diffusing the imminent threat. The seven offerings glared furiously at the newcomer. "Bibi Dong, my disciple has been grievously injured, and you permit me no recourse?" Bibi Dong feigned ignorance, redirecting her gaze with concern toward Luo Yu. "Are you unharmed?" "I am fine," came Luo Yu's reassuring response, visibly alleviating Bibi Dong's anxiety. "Bibi Dong, I am addressing you." The seven offerings, feeling ignored, erupted in rage. The empress shifted her gaze, her phoenix eyes narrowing as she regarded the seven offerings with a chilling stare, the temperature around them plummeting to an icy abyss. Her voice, frigid as ice, rang out, "Old fool, consider yourself fortunate that he is unscathed. Otherwise, I would take your life today." The 7 offerings, tense with fear, discerned the murderous intent in Bibi Dong's eyes, realizing she was not jesting. With indignation, he pointed at Yen. Look at what you've done to my disciple. Am I to remain idle? Humph. The empress cast a sidelong glance, a cold smile gracing her lips. Yen? What is he, to be compared with Luo Yu? The 7 offerings' countenance darkened. I demand justice. Justice? Bibi Dong's presence surged, overwhelming the 7 offerings with an oppressive force. Old fool, let me make this clear. If trouble has arisen, it is your disciple who is at fault. Every misstep falls upon him, should he be harmed. You shall perish. You go too far. Overcome with fury and crushed beneath the empress's might, the 7 offerings coughed up a mouthful of blood. Daunted by Bibi Dong's formidable power, with a resounding crash, the spider monarch's phantom emerged, purple gold soul power enveloping the sky, the empress's authority laid bare. Old fool. Cease your prattle and take that worthless one with you. Leave. I shall seek the grand offering for justice. The 7 offerings, like a wounded beast, summoned his soul power to whisk Yin away, vanishing into the ether. Oomph. The empress's cold snort lingered, her anger still simmering, evidently unsatisfied with merely letting him escape. Were it not for her status as a pope, she would have preferred to strike down this old fool herself. To dare harm her man was an act deserving of death. Bibi Dong, visibly agitated, concealed a breathtaking silhouette that radiated an air of lethal intent. Grasping a spatial blade in her hand, she was poised to strike at any moment. Douluo, I have matters to attend to. Return to his side and ensure he remains unharmed. Gu Yue Na's violet eyes followed the retreating figure of the 7th elder, her lips curling in a cold disdain as her presence vanished into thin air. The enchanting beauty, still possessing an alluring charm, gazed with a sense of resignation at the spot where Gu Yue Na had departed. Moments ago, she had wished to assist her benefactor, yet her stubbornness, fueled by jealousy over the presence of another woman, had prevented her from intervening, insisting he endure a little hardship. Shaking her head, she transformed back into her cute and delicate form, resembling a soft-boned rabbit, and leaped towards Luo Yu. The outside world was harsh. It was far warmer in her benefactor's embrace. In the charred garden, Xiaoyu gazed upwards with his mouth agape, the empress's domineering demeanor indelibly etched in his mind. Wow, does this brother have such formidable backing? That's terrifying. He turned to see Luo Yu, still wearing an expression of serene composure, and marveled internally. Such talent, such support, why not seek to curry favor? Was he a fool? This won't do. Upon returning, he must diligently encourage his sister. A man with such exceptional qualities is hard to find. As Empress Bibi Dong descended to the ground, she remained silent, directly seizing Luo Yu's arm without a care for the astonished gazes of Hu Liena and Xiaoyu, and forcefully pulled him away. Xiaoyu, witnessing the two vanish, seemed to grasp something unfathomable, his lips trembling as he stammered. What is the relationship between the Empress and him? Isn't Her Majesty typically distant from men? Don't ask me. How would I know? Hu Liena, lost in thought, pouted her red lips as she gazed longingly at the spot where Luo Yu had disappeared, a wave of reluctance washing over her. Recalling the moment when her teacher had taken hold of Luo Yu, a twinge of jealousy stirred within her, darkening her mood. An outrageous thought suddenly flitted through her mind. Could it be that the teacher has feelings for Brother Yu? No, it couldn't be. How could that possibly be true? Meanwhile, Luo Yu had already been led back to the dormitory by Bibi Dong. Bang! Luo Yu was unceremoniously thrown onto the bed by the stunningly beautiful Empress. Chapter 23. The Origins of Qianrenxue, the Alluring Donger. Within the dimly lit palace of the Empress, suffused with the fragrance of orchids, a resounding thud echoed. Luo Yu was abruptly pushed onto the bed by the Empress. Why are you so eager to pull me back? He inquired. Bibi Dong remained silent, her exquisite visage still adorned with an icy demeanor, standing by the bedside, quietly observing the man. Luo Yu felt a wave of unease as he sensed the woman's inscrutable thoughts. Logically, when a woman pulls you back to her sleeping quarters and pushes you onto her bed, the implications of such boldness are unmistakable, and one would assume that the subsequent events are quite predictable. Yet, the evident discord in Bibi Dong's gaze suggested otherwise. What on earth was amiss? Luo Yu pondered, wondering who had upset their dear Dong. Bibi Dong's crimson lips pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her delicate form trembling slightly. Do you not realize how fragile you are right now? Why don't you draw a little closer to me? That way, I can shield you. What if something were to happen to you today? What would I do? What if I were to arrive too late? As Luo Yu listened to the nearly reprimanding voice, he felt no impatience. Instead, he discerned a profound concern and, Indeed, fear. Yes, fear. Since the day he rescued the despondent Bibi Dong from the clutches of Qian Sun-ji within that secret chamber, her heart had become irrevocably tethered to him. The subsequent period of companionship, enriched by Luo Yu's wit and charm, had soothed the wounds within her soul and imparted invaluable lessons. From that moment on, Bibi Dong had developed an intense affection for this man, yearning to be by his side. Throughout the years of separation, her thoughts were perpetually consumed by him. Yet, the shadows of her past had rendered her unable to trust any other man, fostering an innate aversion toward them, save for Luo Yu, to whom she could truly open her heart. It was as though all her emotions converged upon a single individual. Consequently, whenever Luo Yu encountered difficulties, her heart would race with anxiety, nearly driving her to madness, stripping away her facade of the proud and regal empress. To others, Bibi Dong would forever embody the unattainable queen, a ruthless and unyielding rose with thorns. However, in Luo Yu's eyes, she revealed an entirely different and exquisite landscape. In that moment, the empress trembled, her shoulders quaking, her eyes reddened with unshed tears. Luo Yu rose from the bed, gently embracing Bibi Dong's shoulders, drawing near to her exquisite visage, even catching a whiff of the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. He offered soft reassurances. "It's all right, see, I am perfectly fine." "What do you mean by fine? If I had arrived later, what would have become of you?" Bibi Dong's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her earlier commanding demeanor dissipating, revealing a vulnerable young maiden in need of tender care. Luo Yu chuckled and shook her head, saying, "It's not that exaggerated. We do have bodyguards, though I'm unsure where they've ventured off to play. However, they should be nearby. If I find myself in danger, she will certainly appear." "What bodyguard?" "That delicate, bone-soft charm rabbit has already reached the level of a formidable beast, ensuring my safety without a doubt." "Is it the same one you held earlier? That is a soul beast?" Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Luo Yu widened her eyes in astonishment. How could others fail to perceive it when she herself could not? "I didn't see it. Isn't that just an ordinary gray rabbit?" Bibi Dong hesitantly remarked. "What?" Luo Yu was instantly taken aback. Was she not aware of what she was holding? After all, she was not colorblind. How could Bibi Dong claim it was gray? That seemed utterly absurd. "Are you certain that what I held earlier was a gray rabbit?" Luo Yu asked, perplexed. Bibi Dong nodded assertively. "Indeed, I am 100% certain." "Then this is truly bewildering." Luo Yu fell into deep contemplation, and soon his eyes began to sparkle with enlightenment. "Ah, I understand now," he exclaimed. "What is it?" Bibi Dong inquired, her curiosity piqued. Luo Yu slowly elucidated. "It appears that someone has intentionally cast an illusion upon the soft-boned enchanting rabbit, rendering it ordinary in the eyes of others while remaining unremarkable to me." Bibi Dong shook her head repeatedly, asserting, "Impossible. With my current cultivation level, who could possibly execute such an illusion before me?" Luo Yu, with a mysterious smile, remarked, "Donger, in comparison to that individual's mental fortitude, you truly need to devote yourself to diligent practice for a while longer." "Who? Male or female?" Bibi Dong inquired, astonished. "Ahem, it is not to be spoken of." "Not to be spoken of? Come on, brother Yu, just tell me," Bibi Dong insisted, tugging at the man's arm and shaking it playfully. The experience of a queen's playful charm was something Luo Yu was reluctant to address, for he felt a certain weakness in his bones. Yet, after much shaking, Luo Yu remained silent. It was no trivial matter to divulge such information, revealing it would lead to dire consequences. "Humph, if you want to say, then so be it." "All right, Donger, let us not play around anymore. I have something I wish to inquire of you." Bibi Dong had initially intended to indulge in a bit of feminine whimsy, having spent many years in solitude, outwardly composed and dignified, yet inwardly yearning for the comfort and companionship of a man. However, upon witnessing Luo Yu's serious demeanor, she retracted her playful expression. "Brother Yu, please proceed with your question." Luo Yu initially hesitated to speak, as doing so would undoubtedly evoke memories for Bibi Dong. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to inquire directly. "After I rescued you back then, did you not return to the Star-Do Forest for a period? What transpired subsequently within the spirit hall that allowed Qian Xuanji to become a father?" "Brother Yu, do you doubt me?" Bibi Dong's phoenix eyes narrowed, her agitation evident. Luo Yu offered a bitter smile, explaining, "No, I simply wish to know what transpired afterward." Bibi Dong gracefully approached, elegantly seating herself beside Luo Yu, her alluring legs crossed and her delicate hand resting upon the man's sturdy waist, her charming visage gently leaning against his broad shoulder. "Brother Yu," she said, Allow me to recount the tale to you slowly. In those days, you left Qin Xuanji severely wounded, coincidentally while Qin Douluo was in seclusion. This pitiful creature was so terrified by you that he dared not seek out his father to clarify matters, fearing your return to trouble him further. While he nursed his wounds in secret, a suitor emerged, diligently caring for him. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's eyes widened in realization as he added, so, Qin Xuanji developed feelings for this woman over time, and they bore a child named Qin Renxue? Bibi Dong chuckled coldly. Indeed, Qin Xuanji is worthless. Yet his lineage and strength attracted many admirers, oblivious to his true nature. What happened next? Luo Yu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Bibi Dong's smile widened as she replied. Karma caught up with him. Qin Xuanji didn't enjoy his good fortune for long. He attempted to hunt down Tang Hao of the Haoyan sect, driven by envy for his wife, only to be brutally slain outside. Such incompetence, to be killed so easily? Luo Yu expressed his astonishment. That seems unlikely. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes. In truth, his demise bears some of your influence, brother Yu. Your severing of his arm diminished his strength significantly, and his injuries never truly healed. Though Tang Hao was not particularly formidable, he possessed the secret techniques of the Haoyan sect. Upon witnessing his wife being sacrificed, he unleashed his power and struck Qin Xuanji down. Poor little GG, truly destined to seek his own demise. Luo Yu harbored no sympathy for this, believing that scum deserved their fate. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, are you not inclined to seek vengeance? Luo Yu taunted. You fool, are you truly jesting? I would rather see that wretch meet a grim demise, crushed to oblivion outside, thus sparing us the annoyance of their presence. Luo Yu chuckled, and the atmosphere suddenly fell into a serene silence, their gazes locking in proximity, rendering the ambience unexpectedly enchanting. Brother Yu, be honest. Did you have any doubts about me before? Bibi Dong leaned closer to Luo Yu, her pouting red lips imbued with a hint of sorrow. How could that be? Luo Yu promptly refuted. Bibi Dong's smooth, cool hand glided along Luo Yu's back, inching upward with a gentle caress. A soft breath escaped her lush red lips, whispering against Luo Yu's ear, how could you doubt me? Heartless one, this empress has remained pure for you all these years, eagerly awaiting your return. Donger, you are playing with fire, Luo Yu cautioned, his blood racing. Bibi Dong's delicate fingers traced the contours of Luo Yu's face, exhaling a fragrant breath as she dreamily remarked. It's all right to have your doubts. Some truths are undeniable and can only be discovered through experience. Buzz. Luo Yu's eyes reddened, feeling that if he did not take action, he would undoubtedly become a complete eunuch. Chapter 24, Special Punishment. In the face of the teasing from Bibi Dong, whose smooth and delicate fingers resembled soft jade, Luo Yu felt a flame surging within his chest, as if it were about to explode. Just as he was about to execute a fierce pounce, the woman smiled alluringly. She gently pecked his lips with her cherry blossom-like mouth, then swiftly withdrew her graceful figure, leaving a trail of fragrant air in her wake. Observing Luo Yu's dissatisfaction and his impending wrath, Bibi Dong let out a delicate laugh, cleared her throat, and teased. You insolent man, for doubting me earlier, you must now endure a little temptation as a form of punishment. I pondered for quite some time on how to chastise you. Hitting you seems too harsh, and biting you would be undignified. Finally, I have devised a splendid idea. Bibi Dong's phoenix-like eyes sparkled with mischief, accompanied by a cascade of melodious laughter, as she lifted her snowy neck with pride, resembling a resplendent little peacock. I shall decide your punishment. Luo Yu disregarded everything else and sprang from the bed, rushing towards Bibi Dong. Brother Yu, please refrain from moving, she said, her voice sultry. Today, let Donger attend to you properly. With a gentle parting of her fragrant lips, she unleashed strands of condensed soul power, instantaneously binding Luo Yu in a tight embrace, rendering him helpless upon the bed. What are you planning, Bibi Dong? Luo Yu demanded, irritation evident in his tone. Shoo, brother Yu, do not speak just yet. She replied, her delicate finger resting on her crimson lips as she cast a beguiling glance in his direction. Slowly, she began to shed her opulent and dignified papal robes, revealing her alluring figure in all its curves. The golden crown atop her head was deftly removed and elegantly tossed aside. Each smile and gesture from Bibi Dong seemed to possess an enchanting allure, leaving Luo Yu's throat parched. What sorcery is this? Release me at once. With a playful glare, she retorted softly, Brother Yu, do not be hasty. Your punishment has only just begun. What punishment? Luo Yu struggled futilely against his bonds. Bibi Dong nibbled on her hair tie, lifting her silky fingers to gracefully arrange her flowing locks, which she then secured, exposing her exquisite ears and long, smooth neck. With her lips slightly parted, she seductively remarked, "The punishment I have in store for you has already commenced." She gestured in a particular direction. Standing as punishment must be one of the cruelest trials for men, wouldn't you agree? The celestial visage of Luo Yu was adorned with a cold smirk. How dare such a prodigy be so audacious? If you possess the courage, release this young master and engage in a duel of 300 rounds. After which I shall send you to the blissful realms beyond. Bibi Dong, with her ruby lips covered, cast a provocative glance with her beautiful eyes, teasingly beckoning with a finger. Here I stand, yet you do not approach. You truly are insufferably arrogant. Luo Yu's face flushed with indignation. Humph, she is a woman. Certain matters may be overlooked. Yet some grievances are not so easily forgotten. Misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Our dear Donger is magnanimous. Do release me at once. Not a chance. The true spectacle has only just begun. Bibi Dong smiled alluringly, revealing an unprecedented charm, her garments partially unfastened, exposing her smooth, fragrant shoulder. With delicate straps that seemed to tighten like the strings of Luo Yu's heart, the intensity of Luo Yu's gaze deepened, and his breath grew heavier. Yet, he found himself firmly bound. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept in. Bibi Dong had approached, using her soul power to immobilize Luo Yu, their noses nearly touching. With her delicate, boneless hand, she gently caressed his solid chest through his clothing. Your physique is truly remarkable. Your charm surpasses what I remember from our first encounter. Such allure will undoubtedly captivate countless girls, Bibi Dong whispered softly, but Luo Yu was indifferent to her words. His gaze was drawn downward to Bibi Dong's softness and fair skin, concealed yet tantalizing beneath her garments, capturing his full attention and rendering him reluctant to look away. A soft, melodic giggle escaped Bibi Dong's lips as she playfully obscured the enchanting view with her hand. She stepped back, just within 3 feet of Luo Yu, turned her back, and swayed her slender waist and ample hips, leaving him with the alluring sight of her serpentine form. This enchantress had lost her senses. If she did not release him soon, Luo Yu felt he might explode with frustration. Bibi Dong seemed to sense Luo Yu's turmoil. Slowly, she turned. Moving with the grace of a cat, her sinuous waist undulating with each step, exuding an irresistible allure, no longer the dignified queen but rather a bewitching temptress. Bibi Dong, I shall not allow you to triumph, he resolved. Luo Yu let out a soft hum, his extraordinary visage instantly becoming solemn as he forced himself to endure. Oh, how resolute. Bibi Dong gracefully approached, her fingers deftly grasping the man's collar. Slightly leaning forward, she paused near Luo Yu's neck, her crimson lips gently exhaling. The warmth and tingling sensation immediately enveloped Luo Yu's neck, complemented by the captivating beauty before his eyes and the intoxicating, opiate-like fragrance of the woman lingering at his nostrils. In that instant, he felt as though the resolve he had painstakingly gathered was on the verge of crumbling once more. Brother Yu, is it truly so easy to be a sage? If you cannot endure, then do not force yourself. As long as you plead for my assistance, I shall release you, allowing you to act at your own discretion. A head may be severed, blood may flow, but can a man's dignity truly be sacrificed? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and declared resolutely, in your dreams, that is impossible. Oh, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes seemed to have already perceived everything. She cast a charming glance at the man. Donger was merely jesting with Brother Yu. The matters that need to be attended to must certainly proceed. How can you ascertain Donger's innocence without personally stepping into the fray? With a flick of her wrist, Bibi Dong effortlessly severed the strands of soul power enveloping Luo Yu, causing them to dissipate instantaneously. Luo Yuan remained perfectly still, her gaze directed inward, observing her breath and heart. Though you have yet to arrive, preparations have been thoroughly made. Bibi Dong gracefully unfurled her tender arms, her delicate and shapely legs liberated entirely. As she slowly closed her eyes, her long, curled lashes fluttered gently, betraying an inner tension that contradicted her serene exterior. This day had been rehearsed countless times in her mind. Although she appeared to take the initiative, her heart had been shy from the very beginning. Yet, all of this was orchestrated with one purpose, to captivate the man she admired, her benefactor. If Brother Yu takes delight in her, then everything becomes worthwhile. Brother Yu, Donger is ready. The truth and the answers lie before you. Come and seek them yourself. Luo Yu could no longer contain himself. He advanced forward with the ferocity of a wild beast on the hunt, fiercely embracing Bibi Dong. In a note of gratitude, the author expresses appreciation for the support from handsome men and beautiful women for this book, assuring that updates will be consistently reliable. As a brief reminder of the preceding plot, the protagonist willingly shattered his million-year beast god body with the aid of the Thunder Tribulation, transforming it into the nourishment for the 24th grade Golden Lotus. This act not only activated the system, but also enabled the Golden Lotus to cultivate an infinitely potential pure golden body, laying the foundation for a true, extraordinary killing god in the future. The narrative will gradually reach its peak, fulfilling the desires of the readers. The Nine Heavens Extermination sword will possess unique characteristics, and readers can speculate on who the next goddess to sign in will be. Chapter 25. The women who vent their frustrations for Luo Yu. A tragic fate for the seven offerings. Within the inner palace, the fragrance was thick. The flickering candlelight wavered before ultimately extinguishing. Several hours later, Bibi Dong lay obediently in Luo Yu's embrace, her languid, enchanting eyes radiating happiness. Her delicate fingers traced erratically across the man's chest. "Look, brother Yu, I wasn't lying to you," Bibi Dong said, pointing to the vibrant hue on the bedsheet. Luo Yu smiled wryly, raising his finger to gently caress the woman's delicate nose. "To be candid, I initially harbored some concerns, fearing that you might be mistreated in my absence. However, after you shared the entire story with me, I felt reassured. If you are now reassured, why do you still provoke her?" Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow. Luo Yu, speechless, remarked, "Do not overthink. My attraction to you is purely a matter of lust, and it has nothing to do with validating my innocence." Bibi Dong pouted her delicate lips, admitting, "This is the first time I have encountered a man so unabashedly forthright in confessing his lechery." Luo Yu playfully twirled the silken tresses of Bibi Dong, a gentle smile gracing his lips. What man isn't captivated by desire? It is not shameful to acknowledge this. Rather, it is the shameless and depraved individuals who should feel the weight of disgrace. In our case, where mutual affection flourishes, there exists no association with lewdness, does there? Bibi Dong blinked her eyes, her crimson lips pouting, her gaze seemingly on the verge of shedding tears as she lamented, "I am not here of my own volition. It is you, the scoundrel, who has coerced me. With your overwhelming strength, how can a delicate woman like myself possibly resist?" At this enchanting sight, Luo Yu could hardly contain himself. Who could possibly maintain composure in the face of such allure? This enchanting creature was evidently intent on ensnaring him. Certain women, while embodying the regal demeanor of an ice queen in public, transform into temptresses behind closed doors, weaving a spell over men akin to that of a potent poison or opium. Luo Yu was uncertain whether others could endure, but as for himself, he felt no inclination to hold back any longer and promptly launched a second assault. As Luo Yu savors the exquisite wonders of life, the seven offerings of the Spirit Hall find themselves in a rather dismal predicament. The grand palace of the seven offerings appears unremarkable from the outside, yet chaos reigns within. A series of thunderous explosions reverberate, unleashing formidable elemental orbs that crash through the air. The seven offerings, spitting blood, feels as though his 9 soul rings are on the verge of shattering, and he is sent hurtling backwards, his form crumpling against the wall. Dust and debris cascading down around him. Ignoring the pain that courses through his body, he stares in horror at the figure before him. There stands a breathtaking young woman, resplendent with silver hair and violet eyes, her bare feet and long legs accentuating her ethereal beauty. Her countenance is frigid, brows furrowed, and her eyes radiate an aura of lethal intent. With a soft thud, she strides forward, seemingly intent on amplifying the dread reflected in the eyes of the seven offerings. "Who are you? What do you intend to do to me?" He stammers. "Who am I?" Gu Yue Na scoffs, shaking her head dismissively. "You are not worthy of that knowledge. As for what I shall do," a cold smile graces her lips as she conjures a fireball, hurling it directly at the seven offerings, producing a sizzling sound. Take a guess. A scream erupts as the dissipating soul power of the seven offerings is enveloped in black smoke, the acrid scent of charred flesh filling the air. Weakly, he threatens. "This is the Spirit Hall. You cannot act recklessly here." Boom. A bolt of lightning erupts, striking his face and leaving his mouth a bloody mess. Gu Yue Na slowly lowers her hand, still crackling with energy. "Act recklessly? It seems you have yet to grasp the situation. To me, slaughtering every last one of you in the Spirit Hall is of little consequence." The pupils of the seven offerings dilate in sheer terror. His instincts honed over years assure him that the woman before him is not jesting. Where did such a formidable being come from? He wonders, struggling to recall when he had incurred the wrath of such a terrifying presence. Step by step, Gu Yu Na approaches, dismantling the mental defenses of the 7 offerings. Your Grace, I bear you no ill will, nor have I wronged you. Why then do you strike so mercilessly? His voice trembles with a mix of indignation, frustration, and above all, fear. Gu Yu Na halts, fixing him with a frosty gaze as she speaks indifferently. What defines respect, and what defines contempt? The 7 offerings freezes momentarily, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Had he not reiterated these very words to that boy earlier? Could this woman be connected to him? Impossible. How could he possibly know such a terrifying entity? With a swift motion, her hand, still aflame, grasps the 7 offerings by the throat, yanking him rudely from the wall and suspending him in midair. Tell me, what defines respect and what defines contempt? The cold, stern voice of the woman rendered the entire hall akin to an icy cavern. I am but humble, while you are exalted. The 7th elder's face, grasped tightly, turned a deep shade of purple as he desperately articulated his subservience. With a resounding crash, he was hurled to the ground, earth and stones flying, creating a deep crater. Please, spare me. I truly know not how I have offended you. You have not offended me, she retorted, but you have provoked one far more formidable. With a flick of her wrist, Gu Yu Na conjured a small tempest of lightning, encasing the 7th elder within it. His agonized screams echoed, and had it not been for the prohibitive barriers, the entire spirit hall would have heard his cries. Consider yourself fortunate. Had he been harmed today, your demise would have been inevitable. Remember, should you wish to provoke him, you are not worthy. The 7th elder, too weak to even utter a scream, succumbed to unconsciousness. In those fleeting moments before darkness claimed him, a realization dawned. He understood everything. This woman was undoubtedly avenging that young man. But who was he? What sort of terrifying influence did he wield? Had he known, even his foolishness would have deterred him from openly challenging such a figure. Casting a disdainful glance at the charred and ashen figure, Gu Yu Na's eyes glimmered with contempt. In a flash of silver, she vanished from sight. In the empress's chamber, Luo Yu lay languidly upon the bed, succumbing to a tranquil slumber. Bibi Dong, resting her head upon a jade arm, blinked her curled lashes and murmured to herself, I must tread carefully. Brother Yu's current cultivation state cannot withstand recklessness. Tomorrow morning, I must remember to instruct the kitchen to prepare nourishing broth for him. Yet before that, there remained an urgent matter to attend to. Bibi Dong's gaze turned icy as she silently descended from the bed, donning her attire with an air of lethal intent as she exited. After her departure, a graceful woman, possessing an alluring silhouette, stealthily entered. Her curvaceous figure and peach-like posterior were far beyond the comparison of any youthful maiden. Upon seeing the slumbering Luo Yu, the woman let out a soft scoff, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Ultimately, she said nothing. In a flash of pink light, she vanished, leaving behind a delicate, soft-boned charm rabbit nestled against Luo Yu's chest. Feeling the warmth and inhaling the familiar scent, the rabbit found immense comfort and blissfully closed its eyes. Chapter 26. A surprising revelation. Can the mother and daughter duo truly surpass you? Meanwhile, within the hall of the 7th elder, Bibi Dong, initially brimming with fury, now wore a face of utter astonishment. Externally, the hall appeared unremarkable, yet internally, it lay in tatters, utterly destroyed. The target of her vengeance lay half-conscious on the ground, darker than charcoal, without her needing to lift a finger. What is this situation? Bibi Dong gasped. Could it be that the 7th elder, foreseeing my arrival, has taken his own life in atonement? Observing the grim state of the 7th elder on the ground, Bibi Dong hesitated momentarily. To cease the fight? To retreat? No, it was inconceivable. Regardless of the circumstances, having struck my Yu brother during the day, I, Bibi Dong, could not let this grievance go unaddressed. With a swift motion, a gentle wave of healing soul power materialized in her palm and was directed towards the 7th elder. Gradually, his breath began to stabilize, and his eyelids fluttered. Upon raising his gaze to meet Bibi Dong's, he was instantly filled with excitement. Your Majesty, you have finally come to my rescue. You must seek justice on my behalf, he implored. A woman arrived just moments ago and without uttering a word, dealt me a brutal beating. You must avenge me. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. Who struck you? The 7th elder, seeing the empress here to support him, began to gesticulate fervently, tears streaming down his face as he recounted his ordeal. A silver-haired sorceress of unfathomable power, she truly gave me a thorough thrashing. Why did she strike you? At this question, the 7th elder's anger flared, his teeth clenched in frustration. Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report. This individual came to the aid of that young man named Luo Yu, which clearly indicates that he possesses a formidable background. He is not aligned with our spirit hall, nor does he share our interests. We must exercise utmost caution in dealing with him." "Oh, is that so?" Bibi Dong replied with a smile. The seventh elder struggled to rise, nodding vigorously. "However, I believe it is unwise to act against that young man just yet. We must first capture those behind him, then expose his true nature, ensuring that all understand that not everyone can thrive in the spirit hall." Indeed, Bibi Dong's smile broadened. The seventh elder added, "Though I lack talent, I am willing to take the lead and secretly monitor that young man. However, I will require your support from behind, for those backing him are undoubtedly formidable opponents." Bibi Dong nodded. "Since you are so astute, why not take a moment to guess why I have come to you at such a late hour?" The seventh elder responded without hesitation, a grin on his face. "Is it not obvious? You must have sensed something amiss and come to rescue me. Are you so certain?" "Of course," he asserted confidently, his face alight with joy. Yet, as he looked up, he noticed the empress's expression shifting from one of mirth to an absolute chill. Unbeknownst to him, an additional layer of restrictive barriers had quietly formed around them. "Congratulations, you guessed incorrectly." Boom. Bibi Dong's imposing aura erupted, pressing down on the seventh elder, who struggled to breathe as another mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his lips. "Your Majesty, what is your intent?" The seventh elder, filled with dread, retreated repeatedly. "What is my intent?" Bibi Dong approached gracefully, a colossal shadow of the Spider Emperor emerging behind her, her taunting words resonating in the air. "Allow me to share a secret with you. The individual you refer to as Luo Yu is, in fact, mine. To be precise, he is my man." The seventh elder's smile froze, his gaze solidified, and a tempest of turmoil surged within him, sending shivers down his spine. If Luo Yu were present, he would undoubtedly wish to inquire whether this revelation was surprising or unexpected. In truth, the seventh elder was rendered speechless. He could not comprehend why. Having merely provoked a junior, such terrifying entities had come knocking at his door. Had he unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest? Tears threatened to spill from his eyes as he struggled to grasp the situation. How was it possible that his esteemed rank of 96 and his identity as a spirit hall elder held no weight? Was he truly so powerless before a mere junior? He felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, devoid of any means to escape. It was not merely a misstep, it was akin to kicking a sacred relic. He staggered backward, pleading, "Your Majesty the Empress, I am one of your own. You cannot harm me. I am unwaveringly loyal to the spirit hall." Yet, such declarations fell on deaf ears. "Where has your arrogance gone, when you flaunted your might before my beloved? I have endured your insolence for far too long." Boom. The seventh elder was propelled into the palace's dome, only to be rebounded by a barrier, crashing heavily onto the ground and raising a cloud of dust. "Spare my life." "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistakes." Bibi Dong looked down upon him, her authority palpable. In the absence of Luo Yu, she reverted to her formidable persona. "The sovereign of the Phoenix realm. Tell me, what is respect, and what is contempt?" The repetition of this question nearly brought the seventh elder to tears. Fear gripped him. He was genuinely terrified and would never dare to provoke Luo Yu again. This was undeniably terrifying. "You are revered, and I am wretched. I should not have been so reckless in my elder years." At that moment, the seventh elder had no regard for his dignity. His life was at stake. And dignity was of no consequence. The murderous intent in the Empress's eyes was unmistakable and not to be trifled with. She shook her head, fixing her gaze upon the seventh elder as her soul energy surged. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deafening booms echoed within the room. Bibi Dong's expression softened. The seventh elder, now swollen like a pig's head and battered beyond recognition, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. "Listen well, I shall only say this once. Apologize to him tomorrow. If he spares you, you shall live. If he does not, even the 1,000 paths flow cannot save you." As Bibi Dong approached the door, she turned to deliver a final warning. "I have already placed spider poison upon you. No one but I can remedy it. You should have a clear understanding of whether tonight's events will remain a secret." "Understood, understood." The seven offerings, with bleeding lips resembling a sausage, responded with great effort. After the queen's departure, he collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the ruined grand hall, tears streaming down his face. No more pretenses. He vowed never to put on airs again. Was it so difficult to be a little humble? He could not fathom the origins of Luo Yu, nor dared to speculate, and certainly did not wish to challenge. All he understood was that this was an ancestor he could not afford to provoke, and from now on, he would avoid any encounters. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, who remained ensconced in slumber, Bibi Dong returned quietly, having bathed and changed, enveloped in a fragrant aura. As she ascended the bed, her gaze fell upon an unexpected addition, a rabbit, audaciously claiming her man. Instantly, her attention sharpened. However, having already gleaned information from Luo Yu, she was not taken aback by the rabbit's presence. With a graceful motion, she seized the pair of rabbit ears and tossed them beneath the bed. Then, casting a defiant glare at the rabbit, she asserted her territorial claim before snuggling against Lu Yu, wrapping her arms around him in intimate affection. Beneath the bed, the charming rabbit's pink eyes brimmed with indignation. How utterly outrageous to monopolize her benefactor. After all, the creature occupied no space. If this woman continued her tyrannical ways, perhaps a contest for the benefactor's affection was in order. If one could not compete with her for his favor, surely two could. It must be said that the thought process of spirit beasts is refreshingly straightforward. How infuriating. The warmth of her benefactor was so inviting. Yet it was claimed solely by this woman. Such injustice. The rabbit, feeling aggrieved, pouted, contemplating whether it was time to persuade her benefactor to depart from the Wuhuan palace to visit their daughter. Chapter 28, On S Special Treatment. Helena takes the initiative the following morning. The warm rays of sunlight streamed into the empress's chamber. A gentle sensation coursed through his arm, rousing the slumbering Lu Yu. As he blinked awake, he found the charming rabbit delicately licking his arm with its soft pink tongue. Suddenly taken aback, Luo Yu swiftly retracted her arm, eyeing the rabbit with caution. What was she up to? Was she, in the early hours of the morning, attempting to tempt me? What are you doing, dear benefactor? I merely noticed the numerous crimson scratches adorning your skin, the enchanting rabbit remarked, her watery pink eyes reflecting a semblance of a woman's grievance. So what if I have them? That has nothing to do with you pestering me at this hour. Luo Yu retorted, her eyes wide with disbelief, feeling as if even slumber had turned perilous. The alluring rabbit replied earnestly, are you not aware? The saliva of soul beasts possesses healing properties. I observed the scratches upon your body and wish to assist in your recovery as a gesture of gratitude. Please, are those even injuries? Luo Yu countered, moreover, I can mend those myself through the circulation of my soul energy. A dark line appeared on Luo Yu's forehead as he gazed into the innocent, sparkling pink eyes of the soft-boned enchanting rabbit, making it difficult to discern whether her ignorance was genuine or feigned. The soft-boned enchanting rabbit, filled with remorse, said, while I was away, you sustained injuries. It is my failure to protect you, and I must take responsibility. Moreover, this method heals external wounds remarkably quickly. In a moment of speechlessness, Luo Yu suddenly became aware of a pressing issue. He hastily lowered his gaze to his own chest, running his hand across his back a couple of times. It was as smooth as jade, and scathed. Where is the emblem of manly glory on my back? He cast a sidelong glance at the delicate rabbit, who appeared to be reveling in its accomplishments. I have healed every other part for my benefactor. The arm was the last remaining area. Luo Yu found himself in a state of bemusement. Alas, has he become sullied? Is it truly so that he has been so inexplicably taken advantage of by a mere rabbit? My benefactor, why do you appear so discontented? Have I erred in some way? At that moment, Douluo felt a flutter of anxiety within her, for this was her inaugural attempt at employing such a method to heal external wounds. Although she had previously been aware of this technique, her obsessive cleanliness had deterred her from utilizing it. Indeed, she was so fastidious that she even recoiled from her own injuries, preferring to endure the slow process of healing through her soul power. Yet, upon witnessing the suffering of her life-saving benefactor, she unhesitatingly resorted to the swiftest and most effective remedy. It's nothing. I am quite pleased, and you have done nothing wrong, Luo Yu replied with a resigned smile, reluctant to further elaborate, for the other party's intentions were genuinely benevolent. Douluo, should such a situation arise again, please refrain from using this method. Allow me to recover on my own, Luo Yu earnestly advised. But this method truly expedites the healing of external wounds. Quickness is not the issue. There are distinctions between the sexes. Luo Yu retorted with a stern expression. I am unbothered. It matters not to me, came a nonchalant female voice. I care. Luo Yu exclaimed, widening his eyes. What if outsiders were to witness this? Ah, so you are concerned about embarrassment. Then let us proceed discreetly. Luo Yu's lips twitched, signaling an ineffable situation. He felt it was time for Douluo to receive a lesson in the ways of the world. Otherwise, should Xiao Wu someday encounter her mother engaged in such activities, how could he possibly explain it? Wouldn't it cause an uproar? Benefactor, may I request a favor? Speak freely. Douluo's name is rather unappealing. It would be better if you referred to her simply as a Wu from now on. Very well. Luo Yu rose from his bed, the external injuries having been tended to by eye. Nonetheless, he could still feel a subtle ache coursing through his muscles, prompting him to shake his head with a wry smile. It seemed that mere talent was insufficient. He must seize the opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Otherwise, his capabilities after an all-night battle would undoubtedly be in question. Upon standing, he noticed that Bibi Dong was nowhere to be found. A basin of water and a towel had already been prepared and placed beside the bed. In the center of the room lay an array of dishes, all inverted to prevent cooling, accompanied by a note inscribed with elegant handwriting. Luo Yu swiftly perused the note. The delicate figure of the empress, with her gentle admonitions, vividly emerged upon the page. She expressed her reluctance to attend the morning court, wishing instead to share a meal with him. However, due to the recent flooding along the west coast, several towns had suffered, and as the empress, Dong Heir could not remain indifferent. She was compelled to personally organize relief efforts, dispatching soul masters for assistance. Thus, she regrettably informed him that he would have to dine alone. On the table lay a meticulously prepared nutritious breakfast for him. She insisted he consume every morsel, forbidding any leftovers, lest it provoke her displeasure. Luo Yu smiled gently, feeling a warmth in her heart. She had initially thought the empress was aloof and detached from the mundane world, yet she was pleasantly surprised by such thoughtfulness. Everything had been meticulously arranged for her. No one could possibly fathom that the formidable empress, who radiated authority in public, could so readily temper her assertiveness in the presence of the man she adored, resembling a delicate and graceful bride. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the air. Creak. As the door swung open, her gaze was met with a pair of long, snow-white legs, encased in shorts that accentuated an astonishing curve. As she looked up, she beheld the empress's golden, stylish short hair, and her exquisitely sculpted features that exuded both nobility and allure. Well, did you ever expect I would come to see you? Gu Yue Na beamed a radiant smile, playfully blinking her eyes. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, and upon hearing the knock on the door, I immediately knew it was you. In this imperial chamber of the empress, who else but you, her cherished disciple, would dare to approach? Gu Yue Na pouted, visibly annoyed. How dull. I detest engaging with clever individuals. There are no surprises to be found. Is it really that difficult to decipher? Gu Yue Na's exquisitely beautiful face instantly fell in disappointment. Luo Yu shook her head gently and turned towards the dining table. Please come in. It doesn't matter whether it's a surprise or not. Your presence brings me great joy. Upon hearing the warm voice ahead, Gu Yue Na's face brightened with delight, and she swiftly approached with her long, fair legs. I was just about to have breakfast. Would you care to join me? Of course. I haven't eaten yet either, Gu Yue Na replied eagerly, her cheeks slightly flushed. In truth, she had risen early each day for her training and had already eaten, but she feared being sent away by Luo Yu without a valid reason to linger. Then let us sit together, Luo Yu said cheerfully. Is it all right for me to impose on your meal? Gu Yue Na asked, feeling a bit bashful. Luo Yu chuckled. How could it be? It is a tremendous honor to have the saintess accompany me. Countless individuals yearn for such an opportunity, yet remain unfulfilled. How annoying, always teasing me. Gu Yue Na pouted, though the delight in her eyes was unmistakable. Gazing upon the man's striking features and his ethereal demeanor, she felt her pulse quicken. The memory of his dominance and allure during yesterday's battle lingered in her mind, and she sensed herself teetering on the brink of surrender. Previously, those around her paled in comparison, whether in beauty, strength, or lineage. She resembled a snow lotus upon Tian Shan, blooming in solitude, relishing in her own splendor, with no one worthy of entering her heart. However, everything began to shift after encountering Luo Yu. Gu Yue Na was acutely aware that she was on the verge of falling. Yet she willingly succumbed to the intoxication of this unique emotional experience, captivated by his handsome visage, astonished by his prowess, and entranced by his tranquil yet decisively fierce aura. Now, she yearned to connect with Luo Yu, yet she found herself at a loss for words and actions, as she had no experience in matters of the heart. What was she thinking? Luo Yu had already set the table, waving utensils before her. And nothing. Gu Yue Na responded, feigning composure while inwardly chiding herself for her lack of restraint. She harbored feelings for him, yet wondered how he perceived her. Moreover, such behavior felt excessively unreserved. Come, let us see what delectable dishes your teacher has prepared for us. Luo Yu rubbed his hands together and lifted the lid. Luo Yu was taken aback. What on earth is this? Beside him, Gu Yue Na was momentarily stunned and responded with surprise. Is that party ginseng stewed with an old turtle? It nourishes Yin and replenishes the kidneys, invigorating energy and enriching the blood. Brother Yu, do you consider this a breakfast? Is it truly that nourishing? Luo Yu was suddenly beset by an ominous premonition as he swiftly uncovered one lid after another, his lips twitching in response. Black-boned chicken with purple mushroom soup? Braised earth dragon whip? The final dish appeared rather peculiar. Deep-fried kidney? A dark line appeared on Luo Yu's forehead, and he felt his composure shatter. What could Bibi Dong possibly mean by this? Furthermore, the primary issue at hand was no longer the meaning behind Bibi Dong's words. The crux of the matter lay in the increasingly altered gaze of Gu Yue Na, whose crimson lips were slightly parted beside him. Ahem, allow me to explain. Gu Yue Na fixed her captivating eyes on him, exclaiming, Yuga, so this is how your talent is cultivated. As Luo Yu was about to elucidate, he suddenly realized that Gu Yue Na had not grasped that particular layer of meaning, and he let out a sigh of relief. With a smile, he nodded and emphatically affirmed. Indeed, as spirit masters, we must consume well. Without proper nourishment, how can we cultivate effectively? Yes, Brother Yu is absolutely right, Gu Yue Na replied, nodding repeatedly. Luo Yu felt an unsettling dissonance in her gaze. At that moment, Gu Yue Na sighed inwardly, lamenting the cruelty of fate. Who, at such an early hour, would indulge in such restorative fare? It must be that Yu harbors some unspoken troubles. I have heard that men are particularly sensitive about such private matters. I must not expose him. Yet, I cannot help but devise a way to assist Yu. Such a flawless man cannot possibly have a hidden affliction, can he? And who knows what the future may hold for him? Gu Yue Na's cheeks flushed as her thoughts trailed off. Yu, would you accompany me for a brief outing? She inquired. Why? Luo Yu asked, puzzled. Gu Yue Na bit her lips slightly, her face flushed. I have something I wish to present to you. It is something you might need. What do I need? Luo Yu responded, bewildered and unable to comprehend. Gu Yue Na shook her head, playfully reproaching him. Oh, just follow me, and you will find out. Curiosity piqued, Luo Yu followed her out the door. Chapter 28. The saintess engaged in theft. How thrilling. The spirit hall, a magnificent edifice, stood tall, on the broad avenue paved with azure bricks. A pair of youthful figures traversed, instantly igniting a stir among the crowd within the hall. The woman was a vision of beauty, her delicate features captivating. With luscious red lips and enchanting eyes that seemed to smoke with allure, her long, slender legs, revealed beneath her shorts, were nothing short of perfection, evoking an irresistible desire to admire. The man was tall and imposing, striding with the grace of a dragon or tiger, his features reminiscent of a celestial being. And within his seemingly indifferent starry gaze lay a depth that was both mesmerizing and electric. What a marvel this man was, able to walk so intimately alongside the saintess. How impressive, indeed. Could it be that our pure-hearted saintess has found companionship? Whispers of disbelief echoed through the hall, as the disciples of the spirit hall rubbed their eyes in astonishment, initially suspecting they were witnessing an illusion. After all, the saintess possessed a proud demeanor akin to that of an empress. These disciples, while not lacking in talent themselves, would be pursued by admirers if placed in the outside world. Yet, the notion of pursuing the saintess would have them faltering before they even acted. Apologies. They were all too self-aware. This was beyond their reach. Indeed, it was no illusion. The saintess was genuinely walking so closely with a man, sharing laughter and conversation. Could it be true? Had the saintess found love? It seemed likely. When had one ever seen the saintess walking so closely beside a man, almost shoulder to shoulder, with hands nearly intertwined? A disciple lamented, mourning as if his beloved had been taken away, exclaiming, "Oh no! Will our brilliant jewel of the spirit hall be claimed by another?" Others in the vicinity could no longer contain their disdain, casting scornful glances. "Who are you calling a pig?" One retorted. "Which of your eyes is blind? Perhaps I should render the other useless, as it serves no purpose. Just take a look at yourself. Do you possess even a fraction of his charm? Given this handsome fellow's looks, he might be a fitting match for the saintess. Though it would be even better if I were included. Ugh, such a lovesick fool, utterly shameless." With a thud, a sturdy figure shook his fists, wearing a proud expression. What use is good looks? Can they fill one's belly? Strength commands respect. Men speak through their prowess. Please, spare us your bravado. From the side, someone could not resist delivering a blow to his ego. Don't tell me you're still oblivious. Just yesterday, our spirit hall unveiled a prodigy of unparalleled caliber, a dual spirit wielder with innate soul power at level 40. If I'm not mistaken, that must be him. How can your brute strength even compare? Hiss. I've heard about that too. The once confident figure now faltered, questioning, could it possibly be a hoax? Excitement surged through the crowd. A hoax? Absolutely not. My grandfather was present at that moment, and it must be said that this individual's talent is truly remarkable. Praised by the elders as a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, a rarity beyond compare. Is this person even of the same species as us? It seems rather absurd, does it not? Regardless of its absurdity, the truth stands before us. This is a figure of immense stature. If one possesses a sound mind, they would seek to ingratiate themselves. And if unable to do so, they should keep their distance. One simply cannot afford to provoke such a presence. Just moments ago, the imposing figure of the Iron Tower had shrunk his neck and retreated into the crowd, cautiously glancing towards the saintess, fearful of being reminded of his earlier remarks. Someone, with a sly grin, remarked, "Should I go over and introduce myself, to familiarize myself with the future magnate? Are you foolish? They are in the midst of a romantic exchange. Do you dare to intrude? Are you not afraid of being met with hostility? Ah, indeed. I am grateful for your timely warning." Meanwhile, Gu Yue Na, eavesdropping on their conversation, wore a peculiar expression, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Upon hearing someone refer to her and Luo Yu as a pair, she felt not annoyance, but rather an indescribable sensation, coupled with a hint of shyness. Stealing a glance at the man, she noticed his brow furrowed in contemplation. Gu Yue Na whispered, "Brother Yu, they are discussing you over there. Do you not have any reaction?" "What trouble?" Luo Yu frowned. "What trouble could there possibly be?" Gu Yue Na replied in astonishment. "You are currently a prominent figure in the spirit hall. Who would dare to trouble you?" Luo Yu shook his head and remarked, "Consider this. If the disciples of the spirit hall are already aware of my whereabouts, it is inevitable that this information will reach the ears of various powerful factions. What do you think their course of action will be?" Gu Yue Na, momentarily taken aback, pondered deeply before articulating her analysis. "They will swiftly seek to uncover your secrets, ascertain your strengths and weaknesses, and then either attempt to win you over or eliminate you entirely." Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, remarking on your quick response. "Humph. My position as the Holy Maiden is not something freely granted," Gu Yue Na retorted with a hint of pride. Luo Yu raised his hands in exasperation. "And now you understand why I sighed." Gu Yue Na rolled her eyes, saying, "What's there to panic about? Our spirit hall is grand and powerful enough to ensure your safety. But I will eventually have to leave the spirit hall." "What? You intend to depart from the spirit hall?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na instantly felt a surge of anxiety. In that moment, her concern was not for the potential loss of a prodigy by the spirit hall, but rather for her own youthful sentiments. Luo Yu seemed oblivious to Gu Yue Na's emotions as he continued, "I do not fear for my personal safety. What I detest is the incessant harassment from various factions. How can one live in peace under such circumstances? It is utterly exasperating." Gu Yue Na, concealing her inner tension, replied with a forced smile, "Indeed. These factions will undoubtedly station spies to monitor your every move. The moment you step outside, you may find yourself besieged by countless factions eager to win your favor. However, if you remain within the spirit hall, none would dare to act against you." Luo Yu absent-mindedly nodded, quietly contemplating a strategy. He certainly could not remain here indefinitely. He had yet to fully appreciate the enchanting landscapes of Douluo continent. Moreover, it was unnecessary to deliberate too long, given the system's nature. It would inevitably hone in on Xiaowu and her companions sooner or later. Staying indoors was not a viable option. Furthermore, he had no inclination towards the power of the spirit hall. After all, the Pope of the spirit hall was his woman. It seemed imperative to devise a comprehensive plan to rid himself of those persistent nuisances and prevent them from bothering him. In the midst of his musings, Gu Yue Na led Luo Yu to a grand hall adorned with dark purple glazed tiles. "Is this your residence?" he inquired. "Shoo," Gu Yue Na whispered, placing her finger against her lips. Upon noticing the locked doors, she let out a sigh of relief, her excitement palpable. She gestured for Luo Yu to follow her, then nimbly leaped onto the rooftop, skillfully prying open the glazed tiles that covered the palace's dome. With decisive movements, she soared into the air, akin to a female thief, and swiftly entered the chamber within. Luo Yu was taken aback. Is she planning to lead me into thievery? Does she intend to engage in nefarious deeds in broad daylight? Displaying such audacity? Hurry, come inside. Gu Yue Na gestured with her hands, her mouth forming the words. How exhilarating it is to accompany a saintess in an act of theft. A playful smirk graced Luo Yu's lips as he swiftly descended, eager to discover what this woman had in store for him. Follow me. Gu Yue Na beckoned with her finger. Luo Yu remarked peculiarly, We have ventured out to pilfer, and even in broad daylight, we find ourselves unmasked. This is rather unprofessional. Gu Yue Na pouted her crimson lips and shook her head, saying, "What are you talking about? This is not theft, it is merely borrowing. Upon your arrival here, what is it that you intend to borrow?" Luo Yu was utterly perplexed. How could the holy maiden of the spirit hall find herself in such a predicament? Reduced to borrowing items? Gu Yue Na bit her delicate lip, her complexion flushed. "No more questions. We do not know when the master will return, but I assure you, there is something here that you require. Let us first seek it out. What is it that I need? How could I possibly know?" Luo Yu felt utterly bewildered, while Gu Yue Na had already begun rummaging through the room with fervor. Ultimately, she triggered a mechanism concealed within a vase at the corner, and with a crisp sound, a section of the gray stone wall began to descend slowly, revealing a dark opening within, leading to a winding staircase. Chapter 29, The Secret Chamber, the Unlabeled Jade Vase. The man's principles. As the gray stone wall descended, it unveiled a shadowy abyss behind it, with the staircase extending downward into the unknown. Curiosity flickered in Luo Yu's eyes, while Gu Yue Na wore an expression of knowing anticipation, a slight smile gracing her lips. "What place is this?" Luo Yu could not help but inquire, as he sensed that the woman seemed overly familiar with this place. She appeared to possess an intimate knowledge of the hidden mechanisms and secret passages, as if she were well acquainted with every detail. Ahem. Gu Yue Na displayed an awkward expression, stepping forward to gently grasp Luo Yu's arm. "All right, no more questions, brother Yu. Let us hasten inside, for there are precious treasures awaiting you within." Luo Yu now found himself utterly bewildered. With a vast estate and abundant resources, he lacked for nothing. Yet, he could not comprehend the mysterious riddles that this young lady seemed to be weaving. Thus, he was led by her into the shadowy embrace of the staircase. Upon entering, Gu Yue Na did not forget to activate the internal mechanism, causing the stone wall to rise anew. With a resounding thud, the wall ascended, plunging the space into a suffocating darkness, where not even a finger could be seen. The silence enveloped them, thick and oppressive, as the two could distinctly hear each other's breaths. In this secluded chamber, with no light to illuminate the surroundings, the atmosphere shifted, becoming exceedingly delicate between the lone man and the solitary woman. In a moment of whimsical impulse, Luo Yu playfully squeezed the soft and delicate hand that he held. A soft whimper escaped the girl, as if startled, and she bashfully inquired, "Brother Yu, why are you pinching me?" Apologetically, Luo Yu quickly released her hand, instinctively gesturing in contrition, but then his attention was drawn to something else, causing him to inadvertently flick his hand away. "Ah!" A startled exclamation broke the silence. "Brother Yu." Gu Yue Na chided softly, her sentence trailing off. In the enveloping darkness, the girl anxiously clasped her hands over her chest. Her face flushed to the point of nearly spilling over with warmth. Confusion swirled within her. What was Brother Yu intending? Was he up to some mischief? Indeed, men could be such boorish creatures. Was his action deliberate or merely accidental? Biting her delicate lip, Gu Yue Na felt a wave of nervousness, for she had never before shared a space so intimately with anyone. Suddenly, a beam of light burst forth, illuminating the shadowy surroundings. Luo Yu's fingertips were gathering a sphere of golden light. "Are you all right, Nana?" "No, I'm fine," Gu Yue Na replied, shaking her head. Strangely, at the moment when darkness was dispelled, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Luo Yu began to survey his surroundings. A winding path led into a narrow tunnel, surrounded by rocks adorned with lush moss. "Is this place perilous?" "There is no danger." "Are you so certain?" Luo Yu grimaced, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. "Of course. Brother Yu, just follow me." Gu Yue Na gracefully stepped forward, and under the dim light, the contours of her figure appeared even more exquisite. Luo Yu gazed momentarily. Lost in thought, not harboring any malicious intentions, he simply found Gu Yue Na's silhouette to be strikingly beautiful. The enchanting figure, graceful and poised, moved with a delicate sway, radiating a captivating charm. Descending the stone steps, the path initially felt constricted, only to expand into a spacious chamber, revealing a small hidden room. A resplendent golden light assailed Luo Yu's vision, unveiling heaps of golden soul coins, alongside a dazzling array of jade and precious artifacts. Yet, amidst the treasure trove of opulence, Luo Yu merely lifted his eyelids slightly, displaying little excitement. His interest lay in enhancing his strength and appreciating beauty. Wealth was of little concern to him, for he lacked nothing in that regard. After all, does a strong individual need to worry about finances? A beggar may plead for alms, enduring the elements with a worn-out bowl, while a powerful figure can simply extend a hand to receive. At that moment, Gu Yue Na was over by the wall, exploring and searching for something unknown. Luo Yu found himself with leisure time, gazing at the transparent system panel. Task objective: capture the saintess, Gu Yue Na. Task reward: exclusive 9 Heavens extermination sword and the first soul ring of 10,000 years. Luo Yu held a distinct perspective on system tasks. His character would not be dictated by the system. If the system commanded him to capture someone, he would not simply comply. Such obedience would render him akin to a puppet. Moreover, the emotions fostered through such coercion would be insincere. What value could there be in that? He was willing to invest his efforts in a girl, but only if she were truly a good person, someone worthy of his endeavors, and with whom he felt a genuine affinity. Otherwise, why should he yield to the system's whims? The notion that he would simply capture whoever the system instructed was preposterous. Who was in charge here, the system or himself? Apologies, but that was simply out of the question. The system would forever remain subordinate. He was the true sovereign. The gaze in Luo Yu's starry eyes gradually transformed, becoming sharp and luminous. This was, in fact, the reason he had initially opted for a brief interaction with Gu Yue Na after receiving his mission, rather than hastily launching an offensive. Now, having gained a deeper understanding, he had developed a considerable fondness for this girl. It was time to take a more proactive approach. Found it. A voice filled with delight captured Luo Yu's attention. Gu Yue Na beamed with joy, deftly tucking her tousled golden locks behind her ear with one hand, while the other held aloft a small vial resembling exquisite agate glass. She waved it towards Luo Yu. The vial, transparent, contained a gently swirling pale pink liquid that was truly enchanting. Here, brother Yu, this is for you, Gu Yue Na said, fluttering her lovely eyelashes as she eagerly pressed the vial into his hand. What is this? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, momentarily unable to discern the nature of the object. The bottle's surface felt smooth to the touch, exuding a faint warmth. Oh, is there perhaps a label here? A label? What kind of label? Gu Yue Na shook her head repeatedly, her cheeks flushing slightly as her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the concealed scraps of paper. Brother Yu, you should take a sip and try it first. To be honest, I am uncertain of its efficacy. If it proves ineffective, you may simply keep it. As Luo Yu gazed into Gu Yue Na's expectant eyes, he managed a faint smile and chuckled. What exactly are you concealing in that gourd of yours? You're being rather enigmatic. I must know what it is before I can partake. In her heart, Gu Yue Na pondered that it was often said men were quite sensitive about their issues in that regard. If she were to speak candidly, would it not embarrass brother Yu and cause him to storm away in indignation? No, she resolved. It was imperative to feign ignorance. She must honor brother Yu's masculine pride. With firm determination, she smiled and said, Brother Yu, since you are newly arrived at the spirit hall, I have little to offer you. This elixir is perfect for strengthening muscles and bones, promoting blood circulation, and significantly enhancing physical capabilities. Consider it a token of my welcome. Luo Yu's lips twitched slightly. The tone and efficacy of the product he was hearing sounded remarkably akin to the promotional pitch of a roadside vendor peddling powerful pills. Initially, he contemplated outright refusal, however. Upon witnessing the glimmer of hope in Gu Yue Na's eyes and the alluring pale pink liquid within the bottle, he reconsidered. Admittedly, he had never encountered such a substance before. Perhaps it would be worth a taste? He felt no fear of poisoning. Firstly, his pure divine body, forged from the golden lotus during tribulation, was impervious to toxins. Secondly, he harbored no doubts that Gu Yue Na would wish him any harm. With a soft pop, he uncorked the bottle, releasing a fragrant aroma. Under Gu Yue Na's watchful gaze, Luo Yu took a tentative sip. TSK. Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at the young maiden. Is this a kind of wine? The liquid slid smoothly over his palate, imbued with a subtle sweetness and a delicate fragrance that tantalized his taste buds. A warm sensation followed as it flowed down his throat, enveloping his abdomen in a comforting warmth. Observing Luo Yu's enjoyment, Gu Yue Na revealed a sweet, charming smile. Brother Yu, if you like it, you should drink it all. I specifically brought this for you, she said. Thank you. I truly relish this wine, Luo Yu replied, then took a generous gulp, savoring the experience. Gu Yue Na's smile grew ever sweeter, realizing she had cleverly resolved a significant dilemma for him. This wine is indeed delightful. Why don't you have a taste? Luo Yu suggested, shaking the jade bottle with satisfaction. No need for me. Nana is fine, she replied. Not in need. Luo Yu's expression turned skeptical. Gu Yue Na waved her hands dismissively and shifted the conversation. So, brother Yu, after consuming this, do you feel any better? Are you not feeling as weak? Luo Yu felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Nana, I find it difficult to comprehend your words. Is there something amiss with this wine? Gu Yue Na innocently shook her head. What could possibly be wrong? It merely serves to enhance one's vitality and is quite delightful in flavor. Now that we have acquired the items, let us hasten our departure. Wait. Luo Yu tilted his head back and drank the contents of the vial in one swift motion. He then retrieved a small silver flask from the spatial pouch at his waist. Tilting the jade bottle toward the mouth of the flask, a milky, white liquid flowed out, quickly filling the small vessel. Brother Yu, what are you doing? Gu Yue Na inquired, her curiosity piqued. The man set the jade bottle down on the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips. Did you not say we came to borrow? Naturally, there must be a return. I, Luo Yu, have never taken advantage of others. This spirit liquid shall serve as my token of gratitude. Gu Yue Na's delicate form trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the man's gentle smile. Sensing an intangible charm emanating from him that made her heart flutter inexplicably, while both appearance and strength held significance. It was the character revealed in one's every gesture that truly touched the heart, even if they were to take the treasures within this place. The original owner would remain none the wiser. The milky spirit liquid was clearly a rare treasure, yet Luo Yu chose to retain it for the sake of repayment. Shall we depart, brother Yu? Although Gu Yue Na said nothing further, her tone was imbued with admiration and affection. Wait. Luo Yu's voice suddenly turned somber. What is it? Do you not feel that this room seems a bit warm? Luo Yu instinctively tugged at his collar. Gu Yue Na lifted her gaze and gasped. Brother Yu, why has your face turned so red? Chapter 30. The Roaring Spirit Wine. Gu Yue Na's heart secretly acknowledges. Blushing? Luo Yu instinctively touched his face. Goodness. It feels so hot. Gu Yue Na furrowed her brows, anxiously gazing at the man, unsure of what had transpired. Luo Yu now finds himself in utter bewilderment. Just moments ago, he felt nothing amiss. Having enjoyed a small drink, he was pleasantly warm. However, an unsettling change began to take hold. His body became suffused with an intense heat, as if every pore were exuding steam. A malevolent fire surged within his dantian, rising uncontrollably. His throat felt parched, and as his gaze fell upon the jade vial, his eyes, now tinged with crimson, fixed menacingly upon the woman. Gu Yue Na, what on earth did you make me drink? Witnessing the fierce demeanor of the man, Gu Yue Na instinctively tightened her body, appearing pitiful as she stammered, I swear it's nothing serious. Luo Yu felt a wave of heat surging through his mind, an inexplicable and malevolent fire intensifying within him. It seemed as though his blood vessels began to expand, and his muscles exhibited signs of tension and swelling. Speak quickly. Gu Yue Na, noticing the unusual changes in Luo Yu, approached him with concern etched upon her face. Brother Yu, what has happened to you? With a firm restraint on his growing agitation, Luo Yu dryly exclaimed, Enough of the nonsense. Just tell me what that drink is. Gu Yue Na, biting her lip, felt her heart race at his harsh tone, her voice tinged with urgency and a hint of tears. It's nothing, really. That wine is merely a supplement. A supplement? What sort of supplement could possibly leave me in this state? Luo Yu's voice escalated sharply, finding the situation utterly absurd. Gu Yue Na, in a state of anxious explanation, stammered. Brother Yu, I noticed you consumed so many tonics this morning, so I thought, well, just tell me already. Luo Yu now felt utterly unwell, yearning to transform into a beast. At this juncture, Gu Yue Na could only muster the courage to confess. I saw that you ingested so many kidney tonics this morning, and I intended to assist you with your hidden affliction. Fortunately, I know of a treasure here that should be just what you need. At this moment, Luo Yu felt a profound sense of frustration, nearly on the verge of spitting blood. How could he not comprehend the woman's insinuations? She might as well have explicitly stated that he was suffering from kidney deficiency. Was she insinuating that their peculiar, hesitant conversation had led him here to seek remedies? Brother Yu, are you all right? Gu Yue Na asked, flustered and bewildered, having never encountered such a scenario before. It certainly did not appear to be a case of poisoning. Initially, things were fine, but now they had taken a turn for the worse. With reddened eyes, Luo Yu shot her a fierce glare and emphatically declared, Let me make this abundantly clear. I am not suffering from kidney deficiency. I am perfectly fine. I understand now. Brother Yu, what is happening to you? Gu Yue Na was genuinely anxious, for the ethereal aura that typically surrounded the man had dissipated, replaced by a wild, volatile energy that seemed poised to erupt at any moment. You dare ask me what is wrong? Is that tonic you gave me truly a remedy? Luo Yu exclaimed in exasperation. Hulaina's petite face was etched with worry. Yes, it is a tonic. My brother boasted about it when he gave it to me, claiming it was far superior to the renowned 68 universal tonic, stating that men who consumed it would be invigorated and brimming with vitality. Luo Yu felt a sudden darkness envelop his vision, and at that moment, clarity dawned upon him. It became evident that the saintess of the spirit hall had thought herself to be in a state of weakness, leading him into his brother's secret chamber to pilfer tonic herbs. Even more absurd was the fact that he had actually succumbed to her deception and consumed the elixir, finding its taste rather agreeable. What kind of predicament was this? Had she not informed him of the purpose of this concoction? What was its name? Luo Yu's throat quivered with agitation. His brother had assured him that this substance was meant to rejuvenate the body, boasting effects unparalleled in history, painstakingly acquired with great effort, and labeled with the phrase majestic and fearsome. Ah, yes. His brother had mentioned it bore another name. What was it? Luo Yu's voice dipped, struggling to contain his rising tumult. Dragon Rising. How fitting. What an apt title for majestic and fearsome indeed. He was truly rising now, not only rising but ready to explode. Luo Yu has come to the realization that the girl before him is feigning ignorance while being fully aware. It is understandable, for as a holy maiden of her generation, how could she comprehend the intricacies of men's desires? Observing Luo Yu's body tremble, Hulaina hastily reached out to support him. In the secluded chamber, with only a man and a woman present, the fragrance of the woman drew near, causing Luo Yu to feel as if he might lose control. With a thunderous roar, his formidable aura erupted, and the dragon god martial spirit manifested, directly suppressing Hulaina. Brother Yu, what is happening to you? Hulaina attempted to resist. A surge of masculine vigor enveloped her, as two arms, as unyielding as iron, constricted around her, making it difficult for her to breathe. What's wrong? You ask what's wrong with me? Isn't it you're doing? Shouldn't you take responsibility for extinguishing this fire? What? Hulaina's eyes widened in disbelief. Even now, she remained unaware of the drink's peril. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips, her brow furrowing as pain radiated from her earlobe, where Luo Yu had bitten her. You say we slept together today. Is it my fault or yours? With a tearing sound, her outer garment was ripped apart, revealing a black undergarment that accentuated her flawless figure. Hulaina struggled in vain, having been thoroughly subdued by Luo Yu's dragon god martial spirit. Gazing into Luo Yu's slightly frenzied eyes, Hulaina resignedly closed her eyes, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek. She never anticipated such a turn of events. A suppressed roar echoed in Hulaina's ear, alarmingly close. Now you know to cry, do you? You have brought this upon yourself. Hulaina, you owe me a tremendous debt this time. Luo Yu firmly grasped the pair of long, supple legs. With a resounding crash, Hulaina felt her body relax. And before she could even open her eyes, she heard the deafening sound of stone shattering. When she finally opened her eyes, she beheld a large hole where the stone steps had once been, and Luo Yu had vanished without a trace. Draped over her shoulders was a man's coat. Brother Yu. Hulaina gazed vacantly at the man's coat adorning her, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Her emotions were tumultuous. If the previous moment was marked by fear, this moment was engulfed in an overwhelming concern for the man. Which scoundrel dared to invade my home? An angry voice echoed as Xie Yu hurriedly rushed through the gaping hole in the wall into the secret chamber. Upon seeing Hulaina, he was taken aback. Sister, why are you here? He looked around frantically, his eyes wide, and demanded, where is the thief? Seeing Xie Yu, Hulaina's eyes reddened, feeling utterly wronged. Xie Yu, I will make you pay for this. With a thunderous roar, her fox spirit manifested, granting her elongated ears and a tail, as she struck directly at Xie Yu. Sister, stop. What madness has possessed you? Xie Yu hastily defended himself, being caught off guard by his sister's sudden aggression. Moments later, Xie Yu, clutching his bruised face, lamented. Your brother's home has been robbed, and you are still here causing a ruckus. Hulaina, her eyes vacant and lips pouted in distress, replied, after all these years, I finally encounter a man I adore, and now you've ruined everything. What? What have I done? Xie Yu was bewildered, expressing his innocence. Soon after, Hulaina recounted the series of events that had transpired since she brought Luo Yu here. Xie Yu's mouth fell agape, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? You brought a stranger to steal from your brother? His heart felt shattered, Truly, a daughter should not be kept. Well, as long as you're unharmed and nothing serious has occurred, I suppose that's a relief, he sighed. Gu Yue Na glared at him through tear-filled eyes. You think the rest no problem? Did you not tell me that your concoction was for restoring health? Why did Brother Yu react that way? Xie Yu responded helplessly. I couldn't very well tell you that it was a medicinal herb of the highest order at that moment. A medicinal herb? You mean that was a medicinal herb? Gu Yue Na felt as though struck by lightning, finally comprehending Luo Yu's frenzied and distressed behavior. That was something I had secretly prepared for my master. A concoction made from hundreds of spiritual herbs following a secret recipe. I was hoping to find the right moment to trade it for treasures with my teacher. Now it's all gone. Xie Yu felt the urge to weep. Xie Yu, will consuming that be unbearable? Gu Yue Na asked dreamily. Xie Yu retorted with annoyance. What do you think? That concoction is not your ordinary medicinal herb. Its potency is immense. Just a sip can ignite dry kindling into a roaring flame. Even a sage would lose their wits. If left unresolved, it could lead to dire consequences. Gu Yue Na's delicate body trembled as she caressed the garments left by the man. Her gaze stirred with emotion. At that moment, even if he had truly done something, what could she possibly blame? After all, it was a predicament of her own making. Yet, Luo Yu resolutely resisted his instincts in pain, choosing to endure his own suffering rather than cause her harm. Had it been anyone else, they might have naturally taken advantage of her vulnerability. Brother Yu. Gu Yue Na's pupils contracted as she covered her mouth, her heart deeply moved. What have I filled this bottle with again? Xie Yu inquired curiously. It was the spiritual liquid that Brother Yu had deemed too precious to take without offering something in return. Xie Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation. What spiritual liquid could possibly compare to my beloved dragon rising? Suddenly, her dismissive tone was cut short, followed by a gasp of astonishment. This is the 10,000-year jade essence spiritual liquid? Xie Yu tried to drop on her tongue and felt her soul power surge. Wow, it truly is the 10,000-year spiritual liquid. Sister, did he say this was for me? She exclaimed, gripping the jade bottle tightly, her face alight with excitement, forgetting all about her earlier discomfort. Is this thing really that precious? Gu Yue Na asked, lost in thought. Precious is an understatement. This is found only in the most central region of the Douluo forest. Consuming this vial could potentially elevate my level by at least 4. Gu Yue Na's already trembling heart was further shaken, completely moved. In that instant, Luo Yu's figure was indelibly etched in her heart. Sister, what are you planning to do? Xie Yu exclaimed in alarm. But Gu Yue Na's graceful silhouette had already vanished from the room. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications echoed in Luo Yu's mind. However, he was too consumed by his emotions to pay them any heed, on the verge of losing his rationality. Chapter 31. On the brink of consuming a rabbit. The exclusive 10,000-year red soul ring of the Sword of Extinction. Luo Yu burst forth from the chamber of the evil moon, desperately clinging to the remnants of his sanity as he raced back to the Empress's palace at a breakneck speed. Hurry, even faster. Luo Yu clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his complexion resembling that of a boiled lobster, while every joint began to tremble as he valiantly endured the surging waves of wicked fire within him. The spirit liquor, capable of revitalizing even the most withered of souls with just a sip, had an even more potent effect on Luo Yu, whose innate talents were already extraordinary. After consuming an entire bottle, the consequences were all too predictable, leading to a fervent surge of blood coursing through his veins. Had he not possessed extraordinary resilience, he might have succumbed to his impulses long before in the hidden chamber with Gu Yue Na. Luo Yu was not a pedantic individual. However, under such circumstances, he found it impossible to take a girl. What he did not anticipate was that his unintentional act would impress Gu Yue Na, revealing a radiant facet of his character that captivated her heart entirely. At that moment, the system continuously prompted notifications of task completion, yet Luo Yu was indifferent to them. His remaining rationality solely focused on hastening his return to the Empress's chamber, for the consequences of delay were unimaginable. Soon, he arrived at the Pope's palace. Luo Yu violently pushed open the door, his throat parched and his eyes reddened, poised to unleash a massacre, only to discover that Bibi Dong had yet to return. This is a disaster. Luo Yu silently lamented his predicament, as the last vestiges of reason were on the verge of being consumed by the fervor in his heart. Benefactor, what has happened to you? A's startled voice echoed from within the room. Surrounded by a delicate pink glow, the enchanting rabbit transformed into human form. A gentle breeze carrying a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, as a poised woman with soft pink eyes appeared at Luo Yu's side, her delicate hand grasping his arm. Her face a portrait of concern and anxiety. At this moment, Luo Yu resembled a bomb poised to detonate at any moment. The captivating elegance of the woman before him, coupled with her subtle yet intoxicating fragrance, ignited a fervor within him. The alluring pink of her eyes was irresistibly enticing, her ruby-red lips reminiscent of dew-kissed rose petals, and her porcelain skin radiated an invisible allure, particularly with that familiar charm. "Benefactor, what has come over you? Please do not frighten all." The woman gently shook Luo Yu's arm, bewildered. Suddenly, her lips were besieged, and Ao's eyes widened in shock, her words abruptly silenced. "Benefactor, you mustn't do this." Ao turned her body to evade, yet Luo Yu seized the moment. A rip echoed as fabric tore apart, accompanied by a startled gasp. Ao's cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed, her soul force gently pushing Luo Yu away. "I feel so hot." Luo Yu emitted a low, mournful sound. Witnessing the man's discomfort, Ao suddenly felt a pang of compassion. After all, the benefactor had saved her life. What was her own sacrifice in comparison? However, her crimson lips were already marked with bite marks, and her gaze flickered with uncertainty, observing the man's strikingly handsome face now flushed with color. Ao resolved to act, regardless of the consequences. If it was what her benefactor desired, then so be it. She shed her tattered outer garments, revealing her flawless figure clad only in undergarments, with a delicate waist devoid of any excess flesh and legs as pristine as ivory. She relinquished her control over Luo Yu's spiritual power, opening her arms shyly. It was intolerable. "You are of no use here. Step aside." A's delicate form was thrust away from Luo Yu by an unseen force. A silver portal materialized within the room, and an irate female voice echoed from within. Following this, a pair of exquisite, slender feet stepped forth, adorned with a delicate silver anklet. Cascading silver hair fell like a waterfall, and the girl's violet eyes brimmed with reproach, as if holding back a tide of frustration. "Master, please assist my benefactor. What has happened to him?" Ao exclaimed, as if she had spotted a savior. Gu Yue Na scoffed. "What else could it be? He has been drugged by a foolish woman." With a swift motion, silver light flickered as the elements of space converged. The room once again fell into a tranquil silence. Luo Yu and Gu Yue Na have both vanished. Wu gazes blankly. "My lord, it seems you have forgotten me here. Time has elapsed, though how long remains a mystery." Cough, cough. Luo Yu slowly opened his eyes and beheld the rugged rocks surrounding him. As he reached out with his hand, he felt the soft embrace of a plush carpet beneath him. Rising to his feet and surveying the area, he found himself in an unfamiliar cavern, measuring around 60 to 70 square meters. "Where am I?" Luo Yu gently pressed his forehead, instantly recalling the events that had transpired earlier. He hurriedly returned to the papal hall, addressing Ao with urgency. The image of Ao's final, yielding demeanor lingered in his mind. Alas, such a calamity. Rather than inflicting harm upon the innocent, it would be more prudent to administer justice to the saintess within the confines of the secret chamber. Luo Yu hesitated for a moment, recalling that she had seemingly been taken away by Gu Yue Na in the end. Wasn't she supposed to be in the Stardew forest? How could she possibly appear in the Pope's hall? Could it be that Gu Yue Na had also assisted her in resolving the matter? Surely not. Luo Yu's expression froze, his lips twitching. The proud and aloof Silver Dragon King personally assisting him in relieving his anger? It felt utterly surreal, as if he were lost in a dream. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. How could Gu Yue Na ever engage in such behavior with him? Luo Yu lowered his head and observed that his attire was unscathed and impeccably arranged, which brought him a sense of relief. It appeared that the situation was not dire. With Gu Yue Na's prowess, she undoubtedly possessed alternative methods to assist him in detoxification. Most importantly, Luo Yu felt no trace of fatigue typically associated with such experiences. Rather, he felt invigorated to an extraordinary degree, even experiencing a breakthrough in his spiritual energy. His skin emanated a radiant glow, seemingly more resilient than before. It seems that this dragon's ascent, aside from its side effects, truly possesses the capability to enhance one's physical condition. He cast a glance at the system panel. Luo Yu was astonished. When was the task completed? Task objective: capture the saintess, Hu Liena. Current task progress, 100. The host has successfully captured the heart of the saintess. Task reward: the first exclusive soul ring of the 9 heavens, slaying heaven sword. 100,000-year soul ring. Frostbite, red lotus ice phoenix. Red lotus ice phoenix? Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity. Previously, the The system had indicated that the heaven-slaying sword required the addition of a martial soul to reveal its true potential, and now, its miraculous effects were manifesting. Intrigued by the tales of its extraordinary capabilities, he was eager to uncover the truth. With a resounding clang, the sound of the sword echoed through the cavern, reverberating in waves. A 4'3" ancient sword materialized in Luo Yu's grasp. The blade, resembling a stone sword, exuded an inconspicuous aura, appearing rather unremarkable. However, the crimson soul ring spiraling around the sword was strikingly eye-catching. In Luo Yu's eyes, a glimmer of admiration flickered as he perceived the blood-red soul ring, which appeared profoundly captivating, as if it harbored another realm within, yearning for his awakening. Channeling his soul power, he activated the soul ring. A resplendent burst of crimson and azure light erupted, exceedingly dazzling. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though a red lotus had blossomed, accompanied by the cry of an ice phoenix. An intense wave of deep blue chill permeated the air, causing a delicate layer of frost to form instantaneously upon the rocky surface within the cavern. Luo Yu appeared lost in thought, staring blankly at the Zhuqiang's sword in his hand. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he could hardly fathom the astonishing transformation that occurred upon activating the soul ring. In Chapter 32, The Innocent Gu Yue Na, the stunning and marvelous first soul skill, the Zhuqiang's sword had undergone an extraordinary metamorphosis, no longer resembling its previously unremarkable form. Were it not for the sensation of their bloodline connection, Luo Yu might have doubted its identity as his own martial soul. The sword's blade had grown wider. Its hue transformed into a translucent ice blue that shimmered with ethereal light. Intricate engravings of ice phoenix motifs adorned the surface, exuding a lifelike quality, as though it were a living entity. A long, icy blue chain spiraled forth from the hilt, coiling around Luo Yu's hand and extending up his arm. The blade itself radiated a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of a red lotus. Even before the sword was swung, it felt as if the surrounding space was on the verge of being frozen by its sheer presence. This was truly astonishing. Luo Yu stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape for an extended period. In the realm of Douluo, every soul weapon possesses its limitations. Even the esteemed seven-killing sword, renowned for its unparalleled offensive prowess, can merely enlarge or diminish in size, enhancing its might. In contrast, his Zhuqiang's sword, in its ordinary state, was rather unremarkable, at most being unyieldingly resilient. However, once infused with the power of the soul rings, it underwent a metamorphosis, shedding its mundane exterior as if reborn. Its entire form transformed, with alterations in color, attributes, and shape. As the sword's master, he could distinctly perceive that he was merely witnessing the initial release form of the Zhuqiang sword's first soul skill. Within it seemed to dwell an extraordinary power of ice, and once unleashed, it would undoubtedly astonish the world with its unparalleled magnificence. Suddenly, a silver silhouette appeared outside the cave, drawn in by the commotion caused by Luo Yu's soul skill. Gu Yue Na? Luo Yu averted his gaze from the sword's blade and beheld the enchanting beauty of a stunning young woman. "You have finally awakened," Gu Yue Na remarked in her calm, amethyst eyes, devoid of any emotion. "Was it you who assisted me?" Luo Yu inquired, closely observing the woman's expression. "Of course, who else could it be?" Gu Yue Na scoffed, her eyes narrowing as she retorted, "You truly are something else, to be ensnared by a mere girl-esque scheme." Luo Yu's lips twitched awkwardly as he remarked, "She had good intentions but ended up causing trouble. I never imagined that thing could be the Chuan medicine." Gu Yue Na cast him a sidelong glance, her expression suggesting he was left utterly astounded in the end. Luo Yu shook her head and said, "Enough of this talk. Did I hurt you while escaping from that state?" "You? Hurt me? What a joke." Gu Yue Na glanced sideways with her beautiful eyes, as if to imply, "Do you think you are worthy?" Luo Yu was not swayed by her demeanor. The young girl displayed an air of indifference. Yet, having spent countless years with Gu Yue Na, how could he not perceive the subtle nuances of her behavior? "If you truly possess such composure, might I suggest you first release the grip of your hands behind your back? It is utterly vexing. Must you always pry into every detail, demanding clarity on all matters?" Once Gu Yue Na's facade was pierced, a playful pout emerged, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. "You wouldn't genuinely consider assisting me, would you?" Luo Yu felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. "Assist? How could you even think of such a thing? You have shared a bed with that female pope, yet you still wish to approach me? Absolutely not." Gu Yue Na's expression turned frosty once more, her violet eyes narrowing, her lashes fluttering. How do you know so much about my affairs? Gu Yu Na, are you surveilling me? As Luo Yu's face darkened, Gu Yu Na averted her gaze. Revealing her graceful neck, and with a light huff, she declared, I am not surveilling. I am merely safeguarding you from the shadows. Why are you not staying put in Stardo, instead of trailing after me everywhere? Luo Yu scolded her. What do you mean, Luo Yu? This young lady will go wherever she pleases and associate with whomever she desires. Do you have any right to dictate my actions? Gu Yu Na retorted, her eyes wide with indignation, her voice rising in pitch. Luo Yu, who, with a serious expression, fixed his gaze upon the young girl, his commanding voice imbued with authority. Your wounds have yet to heal. Are you not aware of that? In an instant, Gu Yue Na's icy demeanor faltered, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion. The harsh words that had nearly escaped her lips now swallowed back. Are you concerned about me? Her voice softened. Of course, he replied. After all these years together, who else would I care for if not you? In this vast Stardo forest, aside from me, who dares to look after you? Even if they did, those fools would never comprehend the anguish in your heart, nor the scars you bore in the divine realm. Luo Yu's tone softened as he sighed. Gu Yue Na's enchanting gaze melted completely, her former sharpness dissipating, and she whispered gently, Brother Yu, it was wrong of me. I should not have followed you secretly. Luo Yu shook his head, expressing that she should not have followed him, but rather focus on her recovery. Gu Yu Na gracefully traced circles with her smooth, jade-like foot, insisting, I care for you. If I am not here, who will help you with your troubles? Luo Yu paused for a moment, inquiring how you might assist me in resolving this. Gu Yu Na lowered her head, urging you not to overthink it, for nothing particularly significant had transpired. Luo Yu furrowed her brows, expressing her disbelief. I cannot possibly be the sole one to improve, can I? Speak plainly about what I have done to you, and I shall take responsibility. Gu Yue Na scoffed lightly, shaking her head repeatedly as she stammered, using hands. There's no need for responsibility, right? Ah, is there such a method? Luo Yu was utterly bewildered. He never expected that Gu Yu Na would engage in such antics. Who could have possibly taught you these wicked things? Gu Yu Na, clearly agitated, pouted her lips in discontent and retorted, What are you saying? Who would dare to teach me? Just watch, and I'll make sure they regret it. In truth, I witnessed the entire episode between you and the Empress that day, and I contemplated whether I could assist you in resolving your issues through a different approach. Luo Yu gazed deeply at Gu Yu Na, momentarily captivated by her ethereal beauty. At that instant, words eluded him. Is this the remarkable prowess of the Silver Dragon King? A natural talent, indeed. What are you staring at? With my cleverness, how could I possibly allow a wretched man like you to take advantage? Gu Yu Na declared haughtily, lifting her chin, her silvery locks flowing gracefully around her. In a moment of speechlessness, Luo Yu found himself pondering. Are you certain I am not the one taking advantage here? Of course, he would never vocalize such thoughts, instead casting an awkward glance at that exquisite, jade-like hand. By the way, how did your martial spirit suddenly transform into this form? 100,000-year soul ring. Your first soul ring is 100,000 years old? Gu Yu Na's lips parted slightly as she swiftly approached. Her slender fingers prodded at the crimson blade and the icy blue body of the sword, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Wait, it took you this long to notice? Luo Yu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Gu Yu Na shot him a disapproving glance. Weren't you just asking me a question? Speak quickly, how did your sword undergo such a remarkable transformation? It's truly astonishing, in all my experience. I have never encountered such a peculiar sight. Luo Yu promptly provided an explanation to Gu Yu Na, albeit concealing matters pertaining to the system. Wow, your first soul skill is extraordinarily remarkable. The overall form and attributes of the long sword have undergone a complete transformation. It is akin to having exchanged it for an entirely different sword martial spirit, is it not? Luo Yu smiled gently, and her words seemed undeniably accurate. Wait. Gu Yu Na pondered, you won't release each soul ring in an independent form, will you? Luo Yu shook her head. I'm not certain. But what you suggest is indeed plausible. Gu Yu Na stepped aside, playfully beckoning with her jeweled finger. Come, come, it should still be in its initial state. Allow me to test the true power of your first soul skill. Luo Yu was not one to dawdle. He was well aware of Gu Yu Na's cultivation level. She was indeed an excellent candidate for testing his skills. With a surge of soul power, he summoned forth his first soul technique with utmost intensity. An icy blue mist emanated from the blade, causing the vibrant phoenix patterns on its surface to come to life. The temperature within the cavern plummeted rapidly, encrusting everything in a layer of frost. Red and blue lights flickered. With a resounding crash, behind Luo Yu, a pair of phoenix wings materialized from the void. Crafted from profound ice, each feather, formed from crystalline frost, exhibited exquisite detail, appearing vibrantly lifelike. As if that were not enough, beneath his feet arose 12 crimson lotus petals, entirely composed of solidified ice, exuding an aura of chilling beauty. These petals blossomed not only in splendor, but also enveloped Luo Yu in a protective embrace. Gu Yu Na was instantly captivated, having never witnessed such a breathtaking display of soul technique. Luo Yu brandished his longsword, the crimson blade slicing through the air. As a phantom of a blue ice phoenix suddenly materialized, the temperature within the cavern plummeted dramatically, hurtling towards Gu Yu Na in an instant. Bang! Crack! Crack! The cave trembled violently, the ground fissured, and fragments of stone cascaded from the walls. Chapter 33. A Tender Kiss, a Fair Maiden Bestows a Treasure. Divine Artifact, the Thousand Illusions Mask. Whoosh! Luo Yu gasped heavily, gazing into the swirling mist ahead. While the soul skill of 100,000 years was indeed formidable, it came at a significant cost. Merely invoking this technique nearly drained his soul power entirely. Fortunately, the resulting power was visibly terrifying. In an instant, the burst of frigid air and the subsequent explosion exceeded his expectations. As the dust settled, Gu Yu Na was completely encased in a blue, solid ice, resembling a beautiful ice sculpture. However, it was not long before her violet eyes sparkled with brilliance, and the ice shattered instantaneously. Emerging from her icy prison, Gu Yu Na gracefully approached. How was the power? Luo Yu inquired. Gu Yu Na, marveling, replied, the potency of this soul skill is indeed limited by your insufficient soul power. Otherwise, I fear it would be even more monstrous. Did you notice? Luo Yu chuckled wryly. I lost control for a moment and nearly succumbed. Gu Yu Na fixed her gaze on the Zhutian's sword, exclaiming, to speak frankly, this soul skill has surpassed my expectations. It is certainly no ordinary technique. Such extraordinary manifestations cannot simply be encapsulated by the notion of 100,000 years of soul skill. Those phoenix wings behind you could surely soar if only your soul power were sufficient. The crimson lotus beneath you envelopes all directions, shielding you as you gather your strength. And that icy chain coiling around your arm possesses unique properties yet to be unveiled. Luo Yu could not help but give a thumbs up to Gu Yu Na. Truly, she is the Silver Dragon King, possessing unparalleled spirit and an extraordinarily keen insight, able to discern so many intricacies in such a brief moment. Gu Yu Na raised her chin and scoffed. If I lacked such discernment, I would have perished beneath the Azura divine sword long ago, rather than surviving in this world for so many years. Luo Yu's expression shifted as he gripped his sword with a solemn tone. Rest assured, give me a little time. With me here, no one shall harm you. Gu Yu Na's delicate form trembled slightly, but she quickly pouted her crimson lips and retorted in a soft yet defiant voice. You boast too much, you foul man. My adversaries are not to be compared to the mere small fry of Douluo continent. Luo Yu gently shook her head, leisurely dispelling the soul technique. The Nine Heavens extermination sword reverted to its original ancient form. Though unadorned, it radiated a unique aura, showcasing its extraordinary essence. Why are you silent? Gu Yu Na could not help but inquire. Luo Yu, taken aback, chuckled softly. Did you not doubt the words I spoke? Humph. My adversaries are not merely a single deity, but the entirety of the divine realm. Do you comprehend the magnitude of such a terrifying existence? Furthermore, you have now severed your ties with the spirit beast form. You are no longer entangled with us, so it would be best not to involve you further. Gu Yu Na turned away from Luo Yu, concealing her intricate emotions from his gaze, her hands nervously entwined in the fabric of her garment. Luo Yu smiled faintly, offering no response, nor any vows or assurances. Some matters, once resolved to pursue, require no further words. Actions alone suffice, and time shall reveal the truth. In this moment, he wished only to revel in the breathtaking scenery before him. The girl's graceful figure, her waterfall-like tresses cascading down, the alluring curve of her backside, her straight and supple legs, and her unblemished feet, all radiated an enticing femininity that left him parched. Meanwhile, Gu Yu Na was lost in a gentle murmur of her own thoughts. Luo Yu indeed possesses the unparalleled dragon god martial soul, a force that may one day contend with the god king Shura. However, in recent days, she has come to realize that her adversaries extend far beyond a singular Shura. The 5 great god kings of the divine realm each wield their own formidable powers, surrounded by countless deities offering their protection. How could a solitary figure like Gu possibly stand against the entirety of the divine realm? No, she could not endanger Gu for her own safety. Pulling him into peril, Gu Yu Na bit her lip, contemplating inwardly, as an inexplicable ripple stirred within her heart. Uge's sword martial soul is so extraordinary. Perhaps one day, he could indeed cleave the heavens with a single strike? Shaking her head, Gu Yu Na chided herself for such folly. Suddenly, she felt a gentle pat on her shoulder. Turning around, she beheld the man's warm and handsome smile, his starry eyes radiating wisdom that seemed to penetrate her innermost thoughts. Focus on recovering, do not dwell on fanciful notions. If that day truly comes when the sky falls, step back and let this man bear the burden. His calm tone, devoid of any overt emotion, enveloped Gu Yu Na like a gentle spring breeze, granting her instant solace. After years of evasion, it felt as though she had finally found her sanctuary. Luo Yu, Gu Yu Na whispered softly. What is it? Moi. Gu Yu Na rose on her delicate toes, offering her petal-like lips for a fleeting kiss upon Luo Yu's, akin to a chick pecking at grain, before swiftly retreating. You, woman, are you not afraid of igniting a fire within me? Gu Yu Na fluttered her eyelashes, her beautiful eyes rolling playfully as she teased. Some have fallen so low as to depend on tonics for sustenance. Whether they prove effective remains to be seen. TSK. Luo Yu's lips twitched slightly. Are you bringing up the past again? Haven't you already tested my capabilities? Gu Yu Na's cheeks flushed a gentle shade of crimson. Luo Yu smiled with satisfaction, his words flowing with an air of superiority in their verbal sparring. Gu Yu Na, feeling vexed, suddenly darted beside him, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, a gentle breath escaping her lips. I tried it. It's quite substantial, isn't it? Huh. You've turned to mischief. After their playful banter, the two engaged in conversation. Gu Yu Na, somewhat taken aback, inquired, Aren't you planning to return to the spirit hall? Luo Yu shook his head. Well, since you brought me out, let's not return just yet. Bibi Dong is occupied with disaster relief, and it is rather inconvenient to meet with Hu Lai Na at the moment. It feels somewhat awkward. The primary reason for my avoidance of the spirit hall is the irritation it brings. My talents have already been revealed, and I suspect that the elders will incessantly come to court my favor. While it is true that one should not strike a smiling face, continually declining their advances can be quite bothersome. Especially Qian Douluo. That fellow is resolutely determined to win me over, a true sycophant. Others may be oblivious, but I am acutely aware of that old man's temperament. Should I lack talent, he would undoubtedly turn against me. His nature is purely self-serving, devoid of any genuine character. As for the suggestion of introducing Qian Renshui as a potential spouse, Luo Yu remains indifferent. Without the involvement of Zhang Tu, do I lack the capability to pursue Qian Renshui myself? Ahem. Without Qian Daolu's introduction, do I still lack the ability to win over Qian Renshui? Luo Yu fixed his gaze upon Gu Yu Na and said, There is a matter on which I seek your counsel. Please, go ahead. Luo Yu sighed helplessly. It seems that the news of my martial soul awakening has spread. Various factions may be keeping a close watch on me. If they were to discover my whereabouts, they would likely swarm in, either to eliminate me or to recruit me. Life would become unbearable, and it's quite vexing. Gu Yu Na pondered. So what you mean is, Luo Yu flattered, didn't you previously cast an illusion on Au? Why not do the same for me? Gu Yu Na rolled her eyes elegantly and replied, Well, at that time, I was constantly by your side, which allowed me to utilize my spiritual power to create a mirage. Without my presence, it would revert to its original form. Then what shall we do? In a moment of helplessness, Luo Yu found himself feeling somewhat agitated. Is it truly so difficult to lead a low-profile life? But fret not. I possess a solution. Gu Yu Na offered a mysterious smile, and with a flicker of light from her hand, she produced an object. It was shaped like a mask, resembling a delicate film that shimmered with a faint glow. What is this? This object is known as the Thousand Illusion Mask. It lacks offensive capabilities, but can alter one's appearance and aura, even concealing the color of your soul rings. Such a remarkable item? Luo Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this is a divine artifact I acquired from the realm of the gods. Gu Yu Na lifted her graceful neck, displaying a proud demeanor. Luo Yu opened his mouth, hesitating to reach out and accept the gift. Was this divine artifact truly being bestowed upon him? Gu Yu Na pressed the Thousand Illusion Mask into his hands, her lips curving into a playful smile. It's not a loan, it's a gift for you. I have no use for it anyway. The girl's exuberance, coupled with her radiant smile, momentarily took Luo Yu by surprise, but he soon returned her smile with understanding. Well then, thank you. No need for pleasantries. Unbeknownst to Luo Yu, this item held significant value for Gu Yu Na as well. However, she chose to remain silent about it. The Thousand Illusion Mask was a remarkable artifact forged from the fur of a mythical beast that transcended 1,000,000 years, infused with special materials. It was this very mask that had allowed Gu Yu Na to disguise herself and conceal her aura, enabling her to evade pursuers and find refuge in the Douluo continent. Oh, and take this too, Gu Yu Na added, handing him a fragrant pouch. What is this? Don't ask too many questions, just keep it close. Without further ado, she tucked the pouch into Luo Yu's embrace. Promise me you won't lose it, and absolutely do not open it secretly. What is with all the mystery? Luo Yu scoffed, yet he accepted it without hesitation. After all, it was a token of the girl's affection. How could he refuse? He gently shook the Thousand Illusion Mask in his hands, slowly shaking his head. He had not intended to rely on others. Yet here was sustenance being offered to him effortlessly. The allure of the meal and the beauty before him made it seem rather impolite not to partake. Sigh. I genuinely wish to strive on my own. Subsequently, Luo Yu entrusted Gu Yu Na with a few matters, requesting her assistance in delivering a letter to Bibi Dong. The contents of the letter were essentially to reassure the empress, urging her to focus on disaster relief and not to worry, as they would undoubtedly meet again soon. As silver light flickered and her graceful figure vanished, the conversation came to a close. Luo Yu stepped out of the cave, directing his gaze towards the direction of the Heaven Do Empire, his lips curving slightly with a hint of anticipation and amusement. Tang San, master of hidden weapons. I wonder if you can withstand a sword strike from me. Dai Mu Bai, the white tiger of unparalleled might. I ponder if you can endure a punch. Ma Hongjun, the fire phoenix soaring through the skies. I question if you can incinerate my divine body. This time, he was eager to witness whether the legendary talents of Shrek truly lived up to their reputation. A glimmer of brilliance flashed through Luo Yu's resplendent starry eyes. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated once more within his mind. Ding! The system has relocked onto the target. Goddess Chapter 34, Encounter with the Sultry Beauty in Leather. First meeting with Zhu Zhuqing. A new target already? LSP system, it seems you are truly intent on preventing me from resting. Luo Yu let out a soft scoff, secretly pondering who it might be this time. However, it proved rather difficult to ascertain. After all, on the Douluo continent, one could hardly overlook the abundance of enchanting beauties. There was the unparalleled and sultry empress, the alluring saintess Hui Yuna, the youthful and magnificent cat girl Zhu Zhuqing, the charming and playful rabbit spirit Xiao Wu, the pure yet seductive sorceress Ning Rongrong, and the stunningly ethereal Ice Emperor. With such a plethora of extraordinary maidens, Luo Yu found himself momentarily at a loss, unable to deduce whom the system would select. Ding! The system has successfully locked onto the goddess. Mission issued. Capture the ethereal spirit cat, Zhu Zhuqing. Mission reward. Exclusive Zhu Tian sword and a 10,000-year second soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing, is it? Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback as a vision of a cat girl, strikingly beautiful yet possessing an alluring curvaceous figure, flashed through his mind. A captivating sight indeed. This dog system certainly had an eye for selecting individuals. As a thought crossed his mind, a faint smile graced the corners of Luo Yu's lips. Apologies, dear Dai Mu Bai, but it appears the system wishes to place a hat upon you. Should you have any grievances, direct them to it, for I, Luo Yu, am not implicated in this matter. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? I merely seek a soul ring reward. Ever since witnessing the extraordinary and dazzling first soul ring of the Nine Heavens slaying sword, Luo Yu found himself eagerly anticipating the imposing nature of the second soul ring. His heart tingling with a sensation akin to a cat's playful scratches. He retrieved a map from his storage pouch and meticulously compared it. Soon, he pinpointed the location of Shrek Academy. Just as he took 2 steps forward, the emotionless electronic voice reverberated once more. Ding! System notification. Zhu Zhuqing has yet to join the academy and is en route to Shrek. She has not yet joined the academy? On her way? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Luo Yu's heart raced with understanding, realizing the current juncture in time. It seemed he had arrived not a moment too late, but rather at the perfect moment. Luo Yu inquired, do you know where Zhu Zhuqing is? The system remained silent. However, before Luo Yu, a transparent panel suddenly materialized, revealing a map. His location was marked by a golden, remaining stationary, while another location was indicated by a black, swiftly traversing the terrain. Hiss! Impressive! Luo Yu exclaimed in admiration, marveling at the navigation system's efficiency. Was the woman moving with such urgency due to some unforeseen trouble? Luo Yu pondered for a moment, then darted off in a determined direction. The night had fully descended, and the stars twinkled brilliantly in the sky. The radiant crescent moon hung aloft, casting its silver luminescence upon the forest near Soto City. The rustling of grass echoed in the moonlit woods. Suddenly, a shadow sprang forth, a voluptuous and alluring figure, with a slender waist and generous curves, clad in snug black leather that accentuated her perfect silhouette, exuding an astonishingly wild charm. This striking beauty possessed a youthful visage that belied her figure, complete with two adorable, plush ears atop her head, adding an unusual allure to her appearance. At that moment, the girl's delicate face was cold, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety and restlessness, as she bit her lip and hurriedly made her way, glancing back periodically. Upon seeing that no one was in pursuit, she let out a sigh of relief and slowed her pace. Suddenly, her previously relaxed gaze sharpened, her spirit coalescing. Ahead of her, a flicker of firelight pierced through the forest, glaringly conspicuous. She crept forward stealthily, cautiously parting the underbrush, and beheld a boy of around 12 or 13 years, unassuming in appearance, sitting cross-legged by a campfire, with a wooden rack upon which he was roasting meat. After observing him for a considerable time, she noticed no signs of danger. Realizing the absence of threat, she felt a wave of relief wash over her and stepped forward confidently. "Who are you?" The boy quickly turned his head. The girl in the tight leather suit waved her hand and replied, "Fear not. I am merely passing through and mean no harm." "Oh, then come closer," the boy remarked, turning back to focus on his grilling. The girl approached step by step, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Did this fellow truly dare to turn his back to a stranger encountered in the wild, unafraid of a potential ambush? His lack of vigilance seemed rather naive, perhaps a sign of inexperience. In a brief span, the girl lowered her guard entirely and drew near. Unbeknownst to her, the boy, with his back turned, wore a gradually rising smirk, as if everything had unfolded precisely as anticipated. This boy was none other than Luo Yu, who had arrived early, anticipating the rout. To evade attracting attention from powerful entities eager to ingratiate themselves, he had donned the illusory mask, obscuring his true appearance, even disguising his martial soul, rendering him seemingly unremarkable. In truth, the capabilities of the illusory mask could have rendered him more handsome, yet Luo Yu deemed it unnecessary. Having been striking for too long, he found the occasional experience of being an ordinary person refreshing. After all, pursuing a girl under such circumstances presented a greater challenge, did it not? He currently possesses a relaxed and confident demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing curiously scrutinizes the young man before her. This fellow seems utterly oblivious to her presence, engrossed in the sight of the meat sizzling over the campfire. It is evident that he is not only inexperienced in the ways of the world, but also a true gourmand. Zhu Zhuqing finds it difficult to think otherwise. Throughout her life, every man who laid eyes on her would exhibit an unmistakable glint of desire, even if subtly, and she could always perceive it. Even her fiancé was no exception, a gaze she found quite distasteful. However, this young man is entirely preoccupied with food, which strikes her as both peculiar and somewhat foolish. After a prolonged silence, Luo Yu rotates the succulent meat on the grill, and droplets of oil cascade into the fire, producing a crackling sound and releasing an enticing aroma. "Hey!" Zhu Zhuqing can no longer restrain herself from speaking. Luo Yu glances her way. "Your awareness is astonishingly low, isn't it? Is there a problem?" Zhu Zhuqing pauses, pondering whether this fellow is merely naive or rather dim-witted. "Are you not aware that one must be cautious of strangers in the wilderness?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, questioning if you were cautioning him to be wary. Zhu Zhuqing's tranquil demeanor was disrupted, pondering the peculiar thought processes of this individual. With a huff of annoyance, she retorted, "Do you realize that had I struck you from behind just now, you would no longer be here?" Luo Yu blinked, and for a fleeting moment, Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced inexplicably, as if the gaze directed at her possessed an extraordinary allure, captivatingly beautiful. Yet, the individual before her was undeniably quite ordinary in appearance. She had encountered numerous handsome men in the past without ever feeling her heart stir. Perhaps the fatigue from being pursued for so long had taken its toll. Now that she had managed to shake off her pursuers, it was indeed time to rest for a while. "What are you staring at me for, you lecher?" Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. "I was pondering whether you would kill me," he replied. "Is that even a question? If I had intended to strike, you would have perished moments ago." Zhu Zhuqing retorted with an eye roll. Since you aren't going to kill me, why waste so many words? Luo Yu immediately turned his attention back to his small barbecue. You. Zhu Zhuqing felt utterly silenced by his response. After all this conversation, it turned out she was the fool? He was not intimidated in the slightest? Watching Luo Yu nonchalantly focused on grilling meat, Zhu Zhuqing shot him an annoyed glance, secretly grumbling to herself. You should count your blessings that it's me you've encountered. With your level of vigilance, if faced with a real threat, you'd be a corpse by now. The forest remained quiet, the atmosphere thick with silence. Yet the aroma of the grilled meat grew ever more fragrant. Luo Yu extracted a sharp little knife, slicing through the tender roasted meat with ease, and sprinkled a handful of his homemade aromatic seasoning. Instantly, the surrounding jungle was suffused with an enticing fragrance. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard, having been relentlessly pursued. She had scarcely enjoyed a proper meal. Damn it, how could this fellow make the meat smell so delectable? Would you care for a piece? Luo Yu cut off a chunk of roasted meat, wrapped it in paper, and extended it towards her, just as Zhu Zhuqing reached out to accept it. Her expression shifted suddenly. Wait a moment. Wasn't this tantamount to slapping herself in the face? She politely declined, saying, No, thank you. Do you not possess common sense? In the wild, one must never accept food from strangers. What if it were poisoned? Oh, afraid of poison, are we? Luo Yu replied with a faint smile, retracting his hand. Then you shall not have any. How could this person be so insufferable? Zhu Zhuqing's composure was once again shattered. Humph. If she didn't want it, then she wouldn't have it. This young lady has provisions of her own. Luo Yu began to indulge himself heartily, even producing a flask to sip from. The rich aroma of the meat wafted through the air, mingling with the splattering of juices and the enticing fragrance of the spices. Zhu Zhuqing, her delicate lips nibbling on a piece of dry rations, quivered slightly. The food that had once seemed delectable now felt unappetizing, as if its allure had vanished. Hey, you really aren't going to eat? There's still a piece left here. Luo Yu suddenly exclaimed. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, her grip tightening around the dry rations. Oh, if you're not going to eat, then I shall partake in your stead. Without further ado, Luo Yu tossed the roasted meat into his mouth with a flourish. Chewing vigorously, he exclaimed, who is this fellow? Why does he disregard all conventions? It's infuriating. Zhu Zhuqing felt her composure shatter. Her serene state of mind had been utterly disrupted by this individual. Truly vexing and utterly detestable. Oh dear, our meeting must hold significance. How could I possibly indulge alone? Just look at that woeful expression on your face. Luo Yu gazed at her with a teasing glint, as if performing a magic trick, producing a piece of roasted meat wrapped in green leaves. The aroma was intoxicating and utterly enticing. Don't you want it? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, slowly parting his lips, ready to retract his outstretched hand. Of course I want it. Who said I don't? Humph. No one turns down such a treat. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly extended her small hand, quick as lightning, and snatched the roasted meat. Observing her cherry lips glistening with grease, Luo Yu couldn't help but smirk subtly. After all, she was still a young girl, innocent and adorably charming. Chapter 35. The Beauty Under the Moon, Heartfelt Conversations, and a Man's Ambitions. The crescent moon hung low, casting a tranquil aura in the serene woods, where birds chirped and insects buzzed. The crackling campfire occasionally sent sparks flying into the night sky. Luo Yu reclined with his arm beneath his head, his expression tranquil as he gazed at the stars. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing discreetly stuck out her delicate tongue, quickly licking the residue of grease from the corner of her mouth, then pursed her red lips, a flicker of curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Through their exchanges and by consuming his food, her wariness had significantly diminished. This man exuded a distinctly different aura, evoking an indescribable sensation within her. In the Star Luo Empire, regardless of which noble's offspring laid eyes on her, most wore a facade of flattery. Even Dai Mubai was no exception, invariably attempting to curry favor with her. As a sensitive agility-type soul master, her keen observational skills had long since revealed the truth. Those men who claimed to care for her were merely lusting after her physique. Yet, this one was different. She was certain that since their initial meeting, not a trace of lewdness had flickered in his gaze. Zhu Zhuqing touched her smooth, delicate cheek. There was nothing unclean upon it. Her eyes gradually sharpened with focus. If her allure posed no issue, then perhaps the fault lay with him. How many youthful men could truly disregard a beauty? There would invariably be subtle fluctuations in their demeanor. This fellow was likely far more complex than he appeared. Cautious by nature, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of curiosity to test him. Channeling her energy discreetly, she unleashed a slender shadow through the air. Whoosh! The shadow sliced through the void, aimed directly at Luo Yu. Astonishingly, as if he possessed eyes on his side, he raised his arm, deftly pinching the shadow between his fingers with uncanny precision. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils constricted in shock, although her strike lacked lethality. The proximity and surprise element meant that an ordinary soul master would struggle to react in time. This fellow was indeed extraordinary. TSK. Using golden soul coins as concealed weapons, what a lavish display from a beauty. Luo Yu displayed a smile that was neither fully a grin nor devoid of mirth. As gold coins deftly twirled between his fingers. Who are you? Zhu Zhuqing inquired with a note of caution. That should be a question I posed to you, he retorted. You, with your delicate and charming demeanor, resorting to underhanded tactics, did my recent culinary efforts merely serve to feed an ungrateful wretch? Zhu Zhuqing, recognizing her own fault, pressed her crimson lips together and replied, that gold soul coin was meant as my token of gratitude. Oh, it seems that if I lacked a modicum of skill, I would find your heartfelt intentions rather overwhelming, he teased, eliciting a faint flush of embarrassment on Zhu Zhuqing's face. I apologize. I have been relentlessly pursued, and my nerves have been somewhat frayed. Who could be so lacking in appreciation for beauty as to chase after such a lovely maiden? Upon mentioning this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened instantly, and she shook her head in silence. There is no need to discuss matters one prefers to keep private. Everyone is entitled to their own secrets. Hearing Luo Yu's understanding words, Zhu Zhuqing's frosty demeanor softened slightly. She hesitated before saying, Did you not hear me clearly? I am being hunted. Do you not fear that I might bring you trouble here? Luo Yu raised his hands in exasperation, suggesting that she should promptly depart from this place to avoid implicating him further. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. Under ordinary circumstances, when a man witnesses a young girl in distress, he would instinctively offer his assistance. What girl does not yearn for a hero to swoop in like a celestial being and rescue her during her time of need? Even with her typically aloof demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing was still at an age where romantic notions stirred within her heart. Yet, instead of encountering a gallant savior, she found herself facing an ordinary-looking man who was notably timid, merely adding to her woes. It seemed that men were indeed unreliable, just like that fellow Dai Mu Bai, who, fearing the turmoil within his own clan, had abandoned her to seek refuge in this remote corner of the heavenly empire. Truly, men could not be depended upon. Zhu Zhuqing's voice took on a more distant tone as she coldly reassured him, Rest assured, my enemies will not catch up to me anytime soon. Should they pursue, I shall divert their attention and ensure you remain unscathed. Allow me a moment to recuperate my soul power here, and I shall leave on my own accord. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, teasingly gazing at the woman. What is the matter? Are you disappointed? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow. What do I have to be disappointed about? Stop pretending. Your forlorn expression is clearly etched upon your face. Perhaps you regret not encountering a hero and instead have stumbled upon a coward like me? Zhu Zhuqing candidly replied, disappointed? Perhaps, but who isn't he dreamt? However, I am not a naive girl fresh to the world. I can see things clearly. You and I are strangers. It is only natural that you would not assist me. Why would you risk your safety to help me? The fact that you offered me meat and have yet to hasten my departure is already something for which I should be grateful. As Luo Yu gazed upon the tender visage of Zhu Zhuqing, marked by a tenacity that belied her tender years, he could not help but feel a pang of emotion, coupled with a profound disdain for Dai Mu Bai. What a wretched individual he was. How could such a fool think it acceptable to cowardly flee? Leaving a woman to shoulder the burdens alone, he exhibited not an ounce of responsibility. Had he merely taken Zhu Zhuqing with him in his escape to the Heaven Do Empire, Luo Yu would have refrained from casting judgment upon him. He truly brought shame upon manhood. Were it not for the fortuitous encounter with Tang San, who lent him a helping hand, he would have surely met his demise at the hands of his brother, dragging Zhu Zhuqing down to her doom alongside him. Sighing deeply, Luo Yu lamented his fate. I remain silent even when pursued, yet you choose to sigh? Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a roll of her eyes. Luo Yu shook his head, surveying Zhu Zhuqing from head to toe. It was inconceivable to him that anyone could be so callous as to allow such a beauty to be cast aside. If she were mine, I would cherish her like a precious little princess. These words seemed to strike a chord within Zhu Zhuqing, and her gaze instantly dimmed, her heart aching as if pierced by a knife. Her father had allowed her family as sisters to turn against one another, while her betrothed had cowardly fled. In her life, There was no one she could rely upon but herself. Having traveled thousands of miles, what hope could she possibly still seek? Where would her belonging lie? Spare me the sweet words, Zhu Zhuqing retorted with disdain. Did you not just cower at the mere mention of someone pursuing me? Luo Yu retorted, asserting that it was not cowardice, but rather a matter of cherishing one's reputation. Zhu Zhuqing pouted slightly, conveying her disbelief. Luo Yu inquired, did you ask for my assistance? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, replying, not at all. Isn't that sufficient? Luo Yu shrugged. I have offered my help, but should you choose to disregard it, would that not render my sentiments futile? Thus, why squander such emotions? Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. How do you know I would not appreciate it? Then why not beseech me? She turned her head to the side. Luo Yu smiled gently and remarked, see, some are willing to risk their lives to assist you. Yet you are reluctant to ask for help. Whom can we blame for that? Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath, gazed intently at him, and ultimately shook her head. Let it be. If it comes to a confrontation, you may not even stand a chance against me, let alone those who are pursuing me. Your assistance would be of no avail. Nevertheless, I wish to express my gratitude for the conversation. It's been quite peculiar today, as it has been a long time since I have uttered so many words. Luo Yu smiled gently and turned her gaze back to the night sky, calmly stating, perhaps we are simply destined to get along. Maybe, was the only response from Zhu Zhuqing, who did not contradict him. Sensing an inexplicable sense of comfort in this man's presence, she followed his gaze upward, her crimson lips curling slightly, wondering what was so captivating about the view. Luo Yu softly inquired, do you have a goal? The man's sudden question caught Zhu Zhuqing off guard, leaving her momentarily dazed and internally hesitant. A goal? It seemed she did not possess one. What about you? What is your goal? Zhu Zhuqing fluttered her eyelashes. The corners of Luo Yu's mouth curled slightly upward. His deep black eyes seemingly more pure, as a hint of confidence quietly emerged. A slow yet remarkably penetrating murmur escaped the man's lips, reverberating through the forest. The night sky stretched endlessly, with stars twinkling and the moon rising high. With my 3-foot sword, I shall contend at the pinnacle of Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing, initially indifferent, was jolted awake by Luo Yu's final words. Her watery eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the man. How dare he harbor such ambition? Such lofty aspirations? What is it? Luo Yu turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing. The girl opened her mouth slightly, still entranced by shock. Are you not being overly arrogant? Luo Yu shook his head. I do not consider it arrogance. Having goals to pursue is far better than indulging in a life of hedonism and drifting aimlessly. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in the depths of Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Although this fellow appeared ordinary and his talents were perhaps unremarkable, his mindset truly overshadowed that of the irresponsible man. Giggling, a voice rang out, mocking the naive boy who had never seen the world. A mere small fry from a remote place, daring to dream of the pinnacle of Douluo, how utterly unaware of his own limitations. With a flamboyant laugh, a tall and striking figure suddenly appeared. Her appearance bore some resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing, yet her attire was bolder. A black leather jacket barely concealed half of her fair skin, revealing an eye-catching décolletage. With a start, Zhu Zhuqing sprang up, her martial soul instantly manifesting. Her expression cold as ice. What's wrong, dear sister? Have you truly forgotten about me? It seems you have indeed fallen, reveling in conversation with this wild boy. Silence. Zhu Zhuqing rebuked sharply. Zhu Zhuqing, my affairs are none of your concern. Oh, how brave you've become, daring to speak so loudly to your sister. Zhu Zhuqing's features were frivolous, her laughter carefree. Furrowing her brows in concern, Zhu Zhuqing urgently turned back. What are you still doing sitting there? Hurry and run. Luo Yu could not help but chuckle in silence. Why should I run? Is it possible that a mere stray dog could compel me to abandon my dwelling? Chapter 36. The arrogant Zhu Zhuqing and the sudden confession. Luo Yu's disdainful words reverberated through the air, causing a palpable tension to envelop the forest. Zhu Zhuqing stood momentarily stunned, her heart racing with impatience. Had this fool truly lost his mind? Did he not notice her trembling legs? While she was stalling for time, he seemed oblivious to the urgency of their escape. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you insulting me? Her expression swiftly contorted into one of fury as she barked. How dare you, a mere wild boy from a backwater, speak so boldly? Do you even know who I am? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and scrutinized her from head to toe, letting out a light chuckle. I may not know who you are, but given your provocative attire, your profession must be quite exhausting. It's late at night. Why aren't you diligently working instead of meandering about? Have you abandoned your quest for profit? Ah, damn you, scoundrel. How dare you insult me so? Zhu Zhuqing seethed, her teeth clenched in fury. With her esteemed status as a royal consort of the Xingluo Empire, she could not tolerate such affronts. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted. Her soul light manifested as she transformed into the form of a spectral feline. Four rings of yellow and purple soul energy ascended around her, causing the surrounding flora to tremble. Zhu Zhuqing quickly retreated, her expression tense, and exclaimed in urgency. Are you out of your mind? I am stalling for you. Why provoke her further? Luo Yu suddenly flashed a grin. Are you foolish? If I do not provoke her, how can I assist you in extricating yourself from this predicament? What? Zhu Zhuqing paused momentarily, failing to grasp the meaning. In the realm of mountains and rivers. We shall meet again, until we cross paths once more. As Luo Yuhuan's soul power surged, he leaped into the air, leaving a profound footprint in the ground, and swiftly darted off in a determined direction. Before departing, he glanced back at Zhu Zhuqing, beckoning her with a finger, his eyes radiating an intense provocation. Zhu Zhuqing, if you're unafraid of death, come chase after me. Wild brat, it seems you have a death wish. The woman bellowed fiercely, watching as Luo Yuhuan's figure began to fade from view. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Zhuqing, a cold smile gracing her lips. I shall first deal with that wild brat. There is no urgency to kill you, even if I let you go. You and your useless fiancé pose no threat to us. With a disdainful smirk, she transformed into a shadowy specter, racing towards Luo Yuhuan's direction. Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity. She had never anticipated that a man she had only known for half a day would risk his life to divert danger from her. Why would he do such a thing? Wasn't he supposed to be the coward? The image of his nonchalant smile as he departed flashed through Zhu Zhuqing's mind. Words can be deceptive, but actions speak the truth. Regardless of his intentions, in the face of peril, he had unhesitatingly drawn away the enemy, alleviating her crisis while placing himself in jeopardy. An inexplicable tremor coursed through her heart. For the first time in her life, a man was willing to take risks to protect her, and he was merely a stranger. The men in the imperial capital who admired her had all retreated at the revelation of her family's struggles, too afraid to involve themselves. No matter what, I cannot allow someone like him to come to harm. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her small fist tightly. Swish! In the depths of the forest, Luo Yuhuan navigated through the branches ahead. Zhu Zhuqing closely pursued, steadily closing the gap between them. How dare a lowly commoner insult me? You seek death. First soul skill, Phantom Stab. Whoosh. A yellow soul ring erupted with brilliance as Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a shadow, her speed surging instantaneously. She swung her sharp claws directly at the artery on Luo Yuhuan's neck. Clang. An ancient longsword materialized, blocking the beastly claws. Sparks flew in a dazzling shower. Luo Yu, wielding a long sword, swiftly descended upon an open space. Why have you ceased your flight? Zhu Zhuqing approached him with a sinister smile, her black tail swaying behind her. In her martial spirit embodiment, she exuded not only a seductive allure but also an untamed beauty. Indeed, he was merely a wild lad from a small town, daring to compete in speed against an agile attack-type soul master. Clearly, he was utterly ignorant of the true essence of strength. Luo Yu shook his head, seemingly sensing an ominous turn of events, as you unexpectedly caught up with him. What? Are you frightened now? It is too late. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed derisively, saying, if you were to prostrate yourself on the ground and crawl around a couple of times, licking my boots clean, I might contemplate sparing your life. TSK. It appears you do not quite grasp the implications of my earlier words. Luo Yu flicked his fingers against the sword's body, producing a melodious chime, and raised an eyebrow, saying, what I mean to convey is, now that you've caught up with me, your current predicament does not bode well. Zhu Zhuqing flashed a wicked smile, his charming visage contorting slightly. To dare to speak defiantly when death looms, what gives you the audacity to oppose me? Just that pitiful sword in your grasp. Pitiful sword? Luo Yu arched an eyebrow, warning, you might want to reconsider your stance. Zhu Zhuqing, instead of growing angry, chuckled, I see you are genuinely attempting to amuse me. What can that feeble sword of yours possibly achieve? It's utterly unimpressive. If the 7 kills sword were to arrive, I would not hesitate to turn and leave. Then you should pay close attention. Clang. Luo Yu channeled his soul power, causing a yellow soul ring to gracefully ascend from the surface of the Zhutian sword. The previously serious Zhu Zhuqing burst into laughter, her mirth blooming like flowers. After being irked for a while, she realized she had encountered a fool. Surely, one would not expect to contend against my 4 soul rings with just that pitiful soul ring of yours. It is not the quantity of soul rings that matters, but their quality. One is more than sufficient to handle you. Luo Yu shook his head. Huh. Zhu Zhuqing's laughter grew even more unrestrained, her 2 snow-white breasts, partially concealed within her leather attire, quivering with mirth. To be honest, your foolishness is so endearing that I find myself somewhat reluctant to take your life. Luo Yu displayed a hint of impatience. All right, enough of your incessant chatter. I'm granting you this opportunity solely because you are a woman. If you possess any remarkable skills, now is the time to reveal them. I shall strike first, lest you depart this world with unfulfilled desires. Zhu Zhuqing's laughter abruptly ceased, her expression darkening with fury. Who bestowed upon you such unfounded confidence? You may as well embrace death. With that, Zhu Zhuqing's speed intensified, melding seamlessly into the shadows of the night. Her claw-like appendages glimmered ominously, slicing through the air as they aimed directly for Luo Yu's throat. Luo Yu raised his hand, poised to wield his sword and strike down his adversary. In a flash, another graceful figure rushed in, intercepting the opponent's attack. Zhu Zhuqing stumbled back 3 steps, while the elegant silhouette let out a suppressed groan, her complexion paling, nearly losing her balance. Zhu Zhuqing, I have spared you for now. Do you still dare to seek your demise? Luo Yu questioned, perplexed. Zhu Zhuqing, her face ashen, inquired, why do you choose to assist me? Luo Yu, rendered speechless, remarked, surely you did not come all this way merely to inquire about this? It is unimaginable that I would involve others in my own affairs. Zhu Zhuqing, with her delicate countenance resolutely firm, replied, you have yet to answer my question. Why do you wish to assist me? Is there truly a need for a reason to help others? Indeed, there is. I find it hard to believe that anyone could possess such altruism. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was one of unwavering determination. Luo Yu nodded, acknowledging the accuracy of the guess. Indeed, I am not the type of person who indiscriminately assists others. Speak plainly. What is your true intention? Zhu Zhuqing's keen gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of Luo Yu's heart. In truth, I am uncertain whether my feelings for you stem from instant attraction or mere desire. Regardless, I find myself enamored, and surely that explanation suffices. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Chapter 37. Your guasha service leaves much to be desired. The sisters are astounded. Zhu Zhuqing's eyelashes fluttered. Her fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue as she struggled to meet Luo Yu's gaze, her lips parting ever so slightly. Is this your way of confessing? It feels rather casual, doesn't it? Luo Yu chuckled. I have not confessed either. Were you not inquiring about the purpose of my assistance? This is the reason. Zhu Zhuqing raised her head, her enchanting black eyes revealing a sense of bewilderment. Is what you said truly genuine? Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, indifferent to the matter, leaving it to your discretion to believe or not. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, shaking her head in refusal, asserting that he could not harbor feelings for her as she was already betrothed. Luo Yu inquired, in such perilous circumstances, where is your fiancé? Surely, he must be indulging in revelry. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, her lips pressed tightly together, her small hands clenched. After a few moments, her eyes, filled with complexity, turned towards Luo Yu. You risk your safety to aid me. I shall not forget your kindness. You must leave now. I will confront her here. If I survive, I would be most eager to forge a true friendship with you. How trivial. We are bound by life and death, yet you merely wish to be friends. Luo Yu scoffed. Zhu Zhuqing, frustrated, stamped her foot. How can you be so insensible? We hardly know each other. It is customary to establish familiarity first, not to declare feelings outright. Are you implying that there may be a chance for us in the future? Luo Yu teased with a smirk. Implying? What nonsense. At a time like this, you still have the audacity to jest? Our priority is to survive today. With that, she positioned herself firmly in front of Luo Yu. Her expression icy as she declared, Zhu Zhuqing, grievances have their roots, and debts have their masters. If there is any retribution to be dealt, let it be directed at me. This person is innocent. Have you agreed on who shall die first? Worry not. None of you shall escape today. Zhu Zhuqing's face bore an expression of disdain as she unleashed a surge of soul power, a multitude of black claw-like shadows converging upon them. I'll hold her off. You must flee. Zhu Zhuqing urged. You are foolishly naive. This is no place for inexperience. With urgency, she pushed Luo Yu away, her beautiful eyes locking onto his as if to etch his image into her memory. before charging boldly into the tempest of claws. Despite her 27th level of cultivation, Zhu Zhuqing chose confrontation over flight, engaging directly with the four-ring soul master Zhu Zhuqing, a choice that could not be sustained for long. After exchanging numerous blows, her leather attire bore multiple tears, revealing her fair skin marred with crimson claw marks. If not for her desperate evasions, those red marks would surely have transformed into gory scars. Bang! Zhu Zhuqing let out a muffled groan. After relentless defense, fatigue weighed heavily upon her, her body feeling as though it bore an insurmountable burden. In stark contrast, Zhu Zhuqing remained composed, her face a mask of mockery, each strike fierce and playful, as though toying with her prey. As the chilling shadows of claws descended upon her face, Zhu Zhuqing found herself unable to defend any longer, helplessly awaiting the impending attack. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts raced through her mind. Surely, that man must have escaped. What a peculiar man he is. Daring to stand against a four-ringed soul master for her sake. Is he truly a fool? Yet, his bravery was undeniably captivating. It seemed unlikely they would meet again. Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes, bracing for the arrival of death. Apart from the man she had just encountered, she felt a profound disillusionment with the world. Stubborn little kitten, you have finally resigned yourself to fate. Rest assured, my sister would not truly harm you. At most, she would mar your appearance and render your abilities ineffective. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, her expression tinged with menace, exuding the demeanor of a conqueror as her claw-like hand prepared to descend upon Zhu Zhuqing's flawless visage. In a moment of peril, a figure surged forth. A streak of sword light cleaved through the air. Clang! The brilliance of the blade flared, a cold radiance scattering forth, instantly thwarting the triumphant Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing blinked in bewilderment, her eyes widening as she beheld the imminent danger dissipate, a broad and stalwart figure now shielding her. Why have you returned? Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, a look of frustration and disappointment etched upon her face, feeling as though her efforts had been in vain. I never left your side. Luo Yu turned around, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shrugged. Zhu Zhuqing, exasperated, stamped her foot in frustration. Are you truly lacking in intellect? You are merely at the first ring, while they are at the fourth. Remaining here would only result in the loss of another life, which is utterly unwarranted. Luo Yu smiled softly. Are you concerned about me? Zhu Zhuqing glared. I truly admire you. The situation is dire. Yet you still have the presence of mind to jest. Where's the fire? I see none. Luo Yu unsheathed his sword, surveying his surroundings with an air of tranquility, ultimately pointing towards Zhu Zhuqing. Surely, you cannot be referring to her. She is merely a trifling fish, not worthy of such a dramatic farewell. Who do you deem a trifling fish? Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her stunning visage clouded with fury. She hesitated to strike, her mind lingering on the sword that had previously repelled her. How had he managed that? Had he fortuitously discovered the flaw in her technique? What was she so concerned about? After all, he was merely a first-ring soul master. Could he truly transcend the heavens? Observing Zhu Zhuqing's increasingly fierce demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing hastily urged Luo Yu away. You must leave at once. Do not be reckless. You are no match for her. Step back and merely observe. Luo Yu's voice was calm, yet impossible to refuse, seemingly imbued with an inexplicable charm that caused Zhu Zhuqing to swallow back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She quietly stepped aside, obediently observing the man. With a flick of his wrist, he swung his longsword, directly confronting the fierce Zhu Zhuqing, executing an initial stance. Heh, Zhu Zhuqing sneered, her crimson tongue licking her elongated dark purple nails, resembling a bloodthirsty leopard of the jungle, as her four soul rings spiraled above and below. I find myself perplexed. Who granted you such confidence? A mere one-ringed soul master dares to provoke the formidable powers of the soul, sect time and again. Or perhaps, you are simply a fool. Luo Yu shook his head, advising you to speak less, for although I have no intention of harming your woman, should you continue your incessant prattle, I fear I might inadvertently strike you down. Ah. Zhu Zhuqing's face contorted in fury, her hair whipping wildly as she let out a furious roar. Third soul skill, Abyssal Springfall. She brought her hands together above her head, the claws on her fingers swiftly merging, transforming into a blade approximately a foot long. Infusing it with soul power, the black light blade coalesced in a straight line, descending upon Luo Yu with lethal intent. Quick, evade. Do not confront it head-on. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in alarm from the side. Luo Yu stood unwavering, nonchalantly raising his sword. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. Ha, like a man is trying to stop a chariot, utterly deluded. My third soul skill is not so easily countered. Let us see how you were cleaved in twain. Clang. The resounding clash of metal echoed. The fierce black blade shattered upon impact, while the seemingly unremarkable ancient sword remained poised in midair. The man had scathed. What? How is this possible? Gasps of disbelief erupted simultaneously. Zhu Zhuqing's lips parted in astonishment. How did he achieve this? Zhu Zhiyun's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. That was my third soul skill. Just like that. It was thwarted? No, I refuse to believe it. A frenzied expression crossed Zhu Zhiyun's face as she unleashed her soul power, her claws slashing downward in a rapid descent. With her body spinning rapidly and the sharp penetrative force of her feline claws, she launched hundreds of strikes at Luo Yu in mere moments. Yet, regardless of the ferocity of her attacks, Luo Yu shadowed her movements, countering each strike with ease. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her hand clasping tightly over her mouth, unable to comprehend the scene before her. What is happening? This fellow is merely a first ring. Yet he is exchanging blows with a fourth ring soul master? With a swift motion, Zhu Zhiyun was swept aside by a sword strike, her leather pants torn asunder, revealing her long, snow-white legs. In that moment, however, she was oblivious to such trivialities, breathless as she gazed at the man, her heart churning tumultuously. Her eyes devoid of any contempt, filled instead with astonishment and uncertainty. Luo Yu brushed off the dust from his clothes and exhaled softly, a smirk playing on the corner of his lips. Just a moment ago, he had been quite arrogant, yet the effectiveness of this scraping service leaves much to be desired. Could you perhaps apply a bit more force? Zhu Zhiyun clenched her teeth, unleashing her fourth soul technique, ethereal void slash. A surge of energy erupted, and a fierce gust of wind rushed forth. Under the terrifying assault, Luo Yu did not even lift his eyelids, merely letting out a soft sigh. Indeed. Within the realm of martial arts, one finds themselves constrained. Attempting to maintain a low profile proves to be no easy feat now. I declare the game is over. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded. The forest trembled, the earth lamented, and the illusion cast by the thousand phantom mask over the martial soul was instantly shattered. A terrifying wave of explosive energy surged from Luo Yu, akin to a mighty river breaching its banks in a frenzied outpour. The ordinary martial soul in his hand, along with the inferior yellow soul ring, began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Chapter 38. Surprised? Unexpected. 100,000-year soul ring left the entire audience in shock. The wind howled fiercely, sand and stones swirling chaotically. Trees swayed, green leaves rustled, and bushes toppled over in disarray. Luo Yu was enveloped in an overwhelming and boundless aura, causing a dramatic transformation in his demeanor. In that moment, he was surrounded by radiant brilliance, metamorphosing from a carefree ordinary youth into an extraordinary genius, brimming with wild ambition, reflected in the astonished gazes of the Zhu sisters. What was even more astonishing was, in Luo Yu's grasp, the seemingly ordinary longsword spirit transformed from hilt to tip, as a radiant shimmer coursed through it, manifesting a true divine form. Ancient elegance flowed forth, emanating an imposing sharpness. The yellow soul ring morphed into a profound purple. Is this real? The first soul ring is actually purple? Zhu Zhuqing's lips trembled. Her voice caught in her throat, her mind shaken, astonished to the utmost degree. How could this person suddenly seem like a different individual? Wasn't he merely a one-ring soul master? How could he possess such formidable power? What weapon is that in his hand? What spirit is it? And why have I never heard of it? It is overwhelmingly powerful. Who exactly is he? In contrast to Zhu Zhuqing's astonished curiosity, Zhu Zhiyun was gripped by genuine fear, a primal terror coursing through her. As the long sword was drawn, a murderous aura surged forth, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Yet, the offensive had already commenced. There was no retreat. She could only brace herself and forcefully unleash her fourth soul skill, netherworld-shattering slash. A blade of black energy, imbued with a wave of power, descended with the intent to mercilessly cleave through all. Luo Yu raised his gaze, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, as the nine heavens extermination sword trembled slightly in his hand. The resonant sound of the sword echoed like the cry of a divine phoenix soaring through the skies. The tip of the blade emitted a silver arc, swift as lightning, flashing past in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the strike appeared effortless, yet it obliterated all in its path. The dark blade of the underworld shattered instantaneously, dissolving into countless points of darkness that vanished entirely. The once arrogant Zhu Zhiyun's black leather attire was torn apart, sending him reeling. Blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed heavily into a distant tree trunk, leaves cascading down with a resounding thud. Zhu Zhuqing, accustomed to maintaining a stoic facade, now stood in shock, her mouth agape, wearing a look of disbelief. Is this not a dream? She bit her tongue and shook her head, her eyes wide open, taking in the scene vividly. The boisterous Zhu Zhuqing lay sprawled beneath the tree, utterly defeated. The man remained composed, calmly sheathing his sword. My sister is a member of the Soul sect. How could she be dispatched so swiftly? Moreover, this individual appears to be no older than myself. How can he possess such terrifying prowess? The sudden display of might from the man truly left Zhu Zhuqing in awe. It was hard to fathom that an ordinary glutton encountered in the forest could unleash such astonishing combat strength. Luo Yu approached the tree trunk with the Zhutian sword in hand. Zhu Zhuqing's hair was disheveled, her lips stained with blood, and her garments had been reduced to mere rags, revealing her vulnerable form. She was now engulfed by fear, curling up like a frightened creature, devoid of the once arrogant demeanor that set her apart. Please, do not come any closer. Is this amusing to you? Luo Yu's lips curled into a sinister smile. This grin sent shivers down Zhu Zhuqing's spine, prompting her to exclaim in panic, "Who are you?" Luo Yu approached step by step. Do not be anxious. Am I not merely the rustic villager you speak of, the so-called country bumpkin? Do not come any closer. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head vigorously, her face contorted with fear, her slender legs trembling as they pressed against the earth, pushing her backwards for support. Why run? What is the matter? Are you frightened now? Weren't you quite enthusiastic just moments ago? At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing felt on the verge of tears, wondering how she had unwittingly provoked such a formidable foe. Who would dare to provoke someone capable of such decisive prowess? The thought of being so effortlessly vanquished was beyond her comprehension. Remembering her earlier disparagement of him as inconsequential, she felt utterly humiliated. Indeed, in his eyes, she was the ignorant fool. I beg you, spare me, Zhu Zhuqing began to plead. Luo Yu tilted her ear, inquiring. What did you say? Please, I implore you, spare me. Zhu Zhuqing bit her delicate lip, her face reflecting a plea. While the alluring curves of her figure seemed to yearn for revelation, enticing the man before her, Luo Yu shook his head with a sigh, exclaiming how rapidly one could change their demeanor. Just moments ago, wasn't he quite arrogant? Zhu Zhuqing pleaded repeatedly, kneeling beneath the tree, confessing his folly in not recognizing a master, unaware of Luo Yu's true prowess. Had he known, he would never have dared to provoke him. Luo Yu scoffed, narrowing his eyes. Is it the fate of the weak to be bullied? Zhu Zhuqing found himself at a loss for words in the face of such inquiry. Suddenly, a commotion arose from another direction. There is little to say. The strong feast while the weak wallow in filth. If you are weak, then you deserve to perish. Swish, swish, swish. From the forest emerged 3 formidable black figures, their faces concealed, the leader being the one who spoke. They positioned themselves protectively before Zhu Zhuqing, confronting Luo Yu directly. Your Highness, we have arrived late. It matters not. Your presence is what counts, Zhu Zhuqing replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he steadied himself against the tree. With a triumphant gaze directed at Luo Yu, he declared, Youngster, your strength has truly taken me by surprise. I never anticipated you would feign weakness to ensnare the strong. However, in the end, I still hold the upper hand. Surely, you did not expect that I had allies. All that talk was merely a ruse to buy time. So tell me, do you now regret not eliminating me sooner? Luo Yu furrowed her brow, sensing that you seemed to possess a certain sharpness, perhaps? Hee. Zhu Zhuqing covered her mouth, feigning a laugh. Luo Yu shook his head and replied, No, it's rather despicable. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned cold. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Hu San, reveal your strength and demonstrate it to this fellow. Understood. With a resounding boom, 5 soul rings ascended, showcasing the full prowess of a soul king. Zhu Zhuqing's previously joyful expression instantly paled as she hurried to Luo Yu's side. Zhu Zhuqing, your family actually provided you with a soul king level guardian? Foolish sister. Our wretched family isn't that generous. It was Davis, that fellow, who feared I might be taken advantage of and sent someone to protect me. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned ashen as she tugged at Luo Yu's sleeve. You must flee quickly. Do not concern yourself with me any longer. Flee? Why should I? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. I know you are formidable, but the opponent is a soul king, and there are no soul kings among the younger generation. With your talent, your background must be extraordinary. There is no need to risk yourself for someone like me. I believe if you wish to leave, you certainly can, so please go. Zhu Zhuqing let out a cold laugh. Leave? Do you think I would allow this insufferable wretch, who has insulted me time and again, to escape? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes reflected despair. Zhu Zhuqing turned to Luo Yu. Kid, do you not enjoy playing the role of the underdog? How does it feel now? Is it thrilling, unexpected, or delightful? Oh, how quickly the villain revels in his triumph. Luo Yu chuckled softly. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a fierce glare. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on what it means to masquerade as a pig only to become one. You three, subdue this brat. I want him alive. He startled me earlier, and I cannot bear to let him die so easily. Yes. 3 formidable auras erupted simultaneously. 1 soul king at level 51 and 2 soul ancestors at level 45, all possessing the wolf spirit. You must leave. I will remain here. Zhu Zhuqing insisted resolutely, pushing Luo Yu aside, though her efforts were in vain. The man shook his head dismissively. Just trash, hardly worth fearing. Huh. Zhu Zhuqing laughed incredulously. I may not be able to defeat you, but that does not mean others cannot. You may have misunderstood my intentions. Luo Yu slowly elucidated. I do not mean to label you as worthless. Rather, I unequivocally refer to the 4 individuals present as entirely insignificant. As these words echoed, a palpable shock enveloped the surroundings. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare this man mock the Soul King? This young fool seeks his own demise. The Soul King is not to be insulted. With a roar, the wolf martial soul howled as the 3 of them merged their energies, advancing step by step, intent on crushing his will with their overwhelming soul power. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly positioned herself in front of Luo Yu, unleashing a torrent of soul energy, exhausting her final reserves of potential. Fool, do not overestimate your abilities. You cannot contend with the Soul King, she urged. This is my battle and does not concern you. Take this opportunity to escape while I self-destruct. Enough, save your breath. Allow me to handle this. Luo Yu placed a firm hand upon her shoulder, instantly suppressing her spiritual energy and dismissively pushing her aside. The atmosphere was thick with affection and delight, utterly unblemished. Zhu Zhuqing applauded, laughing heartily. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, addressing the foolish woman. Do you truly believe that what you witnessed just now was my utmost effort? Zhu Zhuqing scoffed disdainfully. Merely a fade of bravado. No matter how formidable you may seem, can you truly contend with the Soul King? Oh, Luo Yu replied, offering no rebuttal. Boom. In the face of their united front, the tension escalated. In Luo Yu's grasp, the Zhutian Longjian erupted with an even more formidable aura, akin to an abyss or a prison, far surpassing its previous manifestation. An already astonishing purple soul ring ascended gracefully, undergoing yet another transformation. It deepened to an exquisite shade of purple, ultimately evolving into pure black. Remarkably, that black hue advanced once more. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and breaths were held in awe. The final trace of blood red glimmered strikingly in the night, captivating and resplendent. What? 100,000-year soul ring? What is the nature of his soul ring? This scene left everyone in a state of shock, for they all understood the significance of that crimson hue. Zhu Zhuqing stood in bewilderment, while the masked Soul King was taken aback. Zhu Zhuqing was left dumbfounded, a foreboding sensation cloaking her heart. Just how many secrets does this individual conceal? What is his true limit? Luo Yu bared his teeth, echoing the woman's earlier words, his voice resonating through the forest with remarkable clarity. How surprising, how unexpected. Chapter 39. The unrivaled soul technique unleashes its divine might, annihilating the Soul King, commanding the arena. Within the dimly lit forest, the campfire had long since extinguished. In the darkness, the man's blood-red soul ring shone with a brilliance that was almost blinding, reflected in the wide eyes of all present. The man's voice, laden with amusement, reverberated, causing Zhu Zhuqing to wince at its jarring tone. She had not anticipated such a swift retaliation. The words she had just hurled at him now ricocheted back with stunning rapidity. Her delicate fingers covered her agape lips, masking her profound shock, her eyelashes fluttering in a suspended tremor as the man's figure loomed larger in her vision, gazing at the rare 10,000-year soul ring. The retort she wished to voice lodged in her throat, unable to escape, leaving her feeling breathless. How could he possess a 10,000-year soul ring? How was it even possible? Big brother who? What on earth is happening? The masked voices of the 2 soul sect members trembled, their legs feeling weak beneath them. The Crimson Soul Ring, something they had only heard of, never seen. The extraordinary phenomena manifesting upon Luo Yu's body instilled a sense of unease within them. "Damn it! Who do you think I am to inquire?" roared the masked Soul King Hu San, his irritation palpable. "Just ponder for a moment. Our Emperor of the Star Luo Empire does not possess such a crimson soul ring. Do you truly believe this lad could possibly have one? It must be an illusion." "Indeed, our leader is correct. It is undoubtedly an illusion," echoed the two masked soul sect members, bolstered by their own vocal affirmations. A soul beast of 10,000 years, let alone slay one. They had never even laid eyes upon such a creature throughout their lives. Thus, they concluded that the soul ring of this young man was certainly a fabrication, mere trickery, with a newfound conviction. Their previously skeptical gazes transformed into unwavering determination as they fixed their predatory stares upon Luo Yu. Luo Yu smiled faintly, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of her mouth, unhurriedly observing them. Han Wang Hu Sin stepped forward, clapping his hands repeatedly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You're quite impressive indeed. Such a remarkable skill to conjure such lifelike illusions, and your demeanor is flawless. You nearly frightened us three brothers out of our wits. However, you underestimate our intellect. Do you truly believe a mere youth could possess a soul ring of 100,000 years? If you're going to pretend, at least do it convincingly." The masked soul sect members nearby jeered. "Big brother, this lad is quite cunning. Thank goodness you saw through his ruse. He almost managed to slip away." Hu San raised his head, casually gesturing with his hand. "It's merely a matter of experience in the martial world, hardly worth mentioning. You both have much to learn in the future." Basking in the adoration of his two subordinates, he cast a disdainful glance at Luo Yu, scoffing lightly, yet with a serious undertone. "You too, when you venture out, make sure to use your brains more. Do you comprehend? When faced with an enemy, one must learn to analyze the situation calmly. Do not let any stray fool with a bit of trickery frighten you. It would be a source of ridicule if word got out that you were associated with me." The two soul sect members nodded vigorously, glancing at Luo Yu before spitting contemptuously on the ground. "We almost brought great shame upon ourselves this time. Can 100,000-year soul ring even exist? Are you jesting with me at this late hour?" Watching their confident analysis, Luo Yu almost found herself convinced, her expression growing increasingly peculiar. Hu San snorted imperiously, declaring, "Enough. You two, stop embarrassing yourselves here. Remain and reflect, keeping your eyes wide open to witness how your elder brother apprehends this little brat." With a thunderous stomp of his left foot, a deep pit formed in the ground. 5 soul rings rotated above him, radiating intense heat. The menacing phantom of a wolf rose, towering over 3 meters, its residual energy causing the nearby leaves to rustle violently. His two subordinates fawned. "Our boss is amazing. Our boss is formidable." On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing was also inspired, her fear dissipating. She called out, "Hu San, today I shall credit you with a merit. If you capture this lad, I shall reward you with a significant accolade." Hu San laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. "Rest assured, Your Highness. Dealing with such a young opponent requires no more than a single move. I can easily capture him alive to present to you." "That would be splendid." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Hu San radiated an aura of confidence, having discerned what others had overlooked, which instilled in him a profound sense of superiority. The 4th soul ring erupted with a brilliant light, causing his form to expand dramatically, tearing through his garments to reveal a coat of gray wolf fur, sharp fangs protruding. And beneath the dense fur lay explosive muscles. His expression was one of haughty pride, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. "Your Highness, just watch how effortlessly I shall seize victory." With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled as Hu San's gaze brimmed with assurance, conjuring a gust of blood-scented wind. In the distance, the air currents tousled his dark hair, caressing his face. Luo Yu, however, remained as steadfast as a mountain, exuding an air of tranquility, even indulging in a yawn. "Have you finally finished your incessant chatter? In truth, witnessing your wit and bravery, I believe it would be a pity to refer to you as Tiger 3. Tiger 13 would be far more fitting." Tiger 3 momentarily faltered, but then his eyes blazed crimson, a tempest of fury igniting within him, and his assault surged with renewed ferocity. The attack was imminent. In an instant, the playful arrogance on Luo Yu's face vanished, as though he had undergone a transformation. His demeanor turned solemn, exuding an innate authority without any trace of anger. With a graceful flourish, he wielded his long sword, and the blood-red soul ring erupted in a blinding radiance, merging seamlessly with the Zhutian sword. With a resounding clang, The piercing cry of an ice phoenix reverberated across the expanse, causing the surrounding air to plummet in temperature. Frost coated the leaves and grasses, and an intense, dazzling azure light followed, prompting those nearby to instinctively close their eyes. A majestic wolf's howl ascended to the heavens. The two soul sect members, initially unsettled and uncertain of the unfolding situation, felt a surge of exhilaration upon hearing the powerful wolf's call. It's the elder brother's voice. With such momentum, I wager he can defeat that young man in 3 moves, they thought. In this pitch-black night, my eyes nearly blinded by the brilliance. Such despicable tactics are mere bluster, incapable of achieving anything significant. I bet on 2 moves. That young man is destined to perish, and if he survives, I shall eat dirt. Given my elder brother's unwavering confidence, I believe 1 move will suffice. With a thunderous explosion, a fierce gale swept through, rustling the foliage as the azure light gradually dissipated. Zhu Zhuqing quickly opened her eyes, scanning the surroundings with concern. Zhu Zhuqing, arms crossed and chin raised, observed with a cold, haughty gaze. The 2 younger followers exchanged knowing smiles, eagerly anticipating the outcome. As the brilliance faded and the scene became clear, all present felt their pupils constrict in shock, a profound astonishment rendering their blood frozen and their hearts seemingly halted for a heartbeat. There stood Luo Yu, towering like a celestial being. From his broad, imposing back extended a pair of colossal ice-blue phoenix wings, each feather meticulously detailed, encircled by a ring of crimson lotus blossoms. The long sword in his hand had undergone a remarkable transformation, its exquisite ice-blue blade intricately carved with phoenix motifs, the scarlet edge emanating a chilling aura. The ice chains extending from the hilt coiled around his forearm, exuding an air of extraordinary grandeur. In stark contrast, the once reckless Soul King Hu San now appeared utterly diminished, his soul light flickering as his features contorted in disbelief, standing dazed before Luo Yu's sword. His body was drenched in blood, marred by countless sword wounds, each gash adorned with shards of ice, the crimson blood frozen within, rendering a truly tragic spectacle. Luo Yu's expression remained impassive, devoid of any mockery, as he slowly shook his head and softly murmured, "Is this truly the Soul King? Hardly remarkable." Chapter 40. The heart of Zhu Zhuqing trembles as the stunning sister kneels in plea. In the restored tranquility of the forest, the air was suffused with the chilling aura emanating from the blade of the execution sword. The man's indifferent voice, though soft, resonated in the hearts of all present. Beholding the pitiful state of Soul King Hu San, the smiles of the 2 members of the soul sect shattered, as if they had encountered a specter. Their lips quivered incessantly, a wave of chill ascending from their feet, coursing through their bodies. Had the Soul King been defeated? Could this man have vanquished him in a single strike? Who exactly is he, and what makes him so fearsome? Zhu Zhuqing's expression froze, an indescribable terror enveloping her. A profound chill sweeping through her body, her abdomen trembling uncontrollably, while she desperately clenched her legs in an attempt to maintain composure. Zhu Zhuqing, however, was of an entirely different mindset. The young girl's eyes sparkled with delight, her exquisitely fair face radiating intense joy, her gaze filled with excitement and admiration, rendering her emotions almost ineffable. Her feelings surged like a roller coaster, akin to plummeting from a cliff only to soar suddenly. All of this was due to the man before her. Clenching her small hands tightly, her proud form quivered with exhilarated breaths. In the past, she had dismissed legends and tales. Now, she found herself a believer. Though she was not a princess, in moments of peril, a prince or celestial being had indeed descended to her aid. As she gazed upon the imposing figure, sword pointed at the Soul King, Zhu Zhuqing's luminous eyes sparkled with vibrant hues, her cheeks flushed, her palm pressed against her chest, acutely aware of her racing heartbeat. No one could fathom her current feelings, for they could not comprehend the joy of transitioning from despair to vibrant life. Though the man appeared unremarkable and often indulged in jests that irked her, he had unexpectedly intruded upon her inner world. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, biting her rosy lips, felt an intense curiosity toward the man she had encountered in the forest. What sort of person was he? Crack, crack. The ice began to thaw, shards cascading down. Hu San, the Soul King, regained sensation in his rigid body, terror surging from the depths of his soul, trembling violently, gazing at the terrifying ice-blue sword, its crimson blade glaring ominously so close at hand. He had long since forgotten his earlier arrogance and unleashed the most desperate scream of his life. "Help! Someone, please save me. His frantic cries echoed through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. Yet, who would come to his rescue? The two members of the Soul sect, along with Zhu Zhuqing, were seized by fear. Without a moment's hesitation, they summoned their soul energy and fled in haste. Luo Yu lifted his gaze and softly uttered two words, "Stop." The three fleeing individuals immediately trembled, their hair standing on end. One of them, a soul master, was overwhelmed with dread, screaming in panic. Only a fool would halt. Quickly, disperse and flee if you wish to survive. The formidable soul technique he had just unleashed could not possibly be wielded again. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing and another attempted to escape. Suddenly, a blue arc of light cleaved through the night sky, leaving an exquisite rainbow in the darkness. With a sharp sound, the soul master who had just darted away found his form suspended in midair, bewilderingly gazing at the sword tip protruding from his chest. Not a single drop of blood escaped the wound. His entire body was encased in a frigid sheath of sword energy. He stiffly turned his head, staring at the lengthy chain of dark ice, filled with confusion. What manner of martial soul is this? With a thunderous crack, he was reduced to a flurry of ice shards. The chain surged, the sword light returned, grasped firmly in Luo Yu's hand. Having slain one, the man's expression remained as inscrutable as an ancient well. The blade of the heaven-slaying sword shimmered with divine radiance, untouched by blood, its surface exuding a chilling brilliance that suggested a beauty concealing a bone-deep coldness devoid of life. The remaining soul master dared not move a muscle. Zhu Zhuqing felt as if she were nailed to the ground, unable to take a single step forward, her delicate legs tightly pressed together. Were it not for her final shred of shame, she likely would have succumbed to terror. Why not flee? Why the hesitation? Tears of fright welled in the eyes of the last soul master, cursing his companions for their reckless folly. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head faster than a rattledrum. Her lips, clenched in terror, had begun to bleed crimson without her realization. Luo Yu cast a sweeping gaze over the entire scene, her voice indifferent as she commanded, "Kneel." Without a trace of hesitation, the soul sect promptly fell to their knees. "I am the princess. I cannot kneel." Zhu Zhuqing clung to her final vestige of defiance. "Oh." Luo Yu inclined his head, twisting his wrist as shadows of the sword surged forth. A fleeting glimmer of cold light passed, and the kneeling soul master shattered into countless fragments of ice. Bewilderment etched across his face. He pondered why he was still struck down despite his submission. Luo Yu's lips curled into a sheepish smile, revealing a grudging memory. With a resounding thud, Zhu Zhuqing found herself utterly shattered, collapsing to the ground. In the face of life and death, what concern was there for dignity? She had come to realize that this individual was nothing short of a devil. In moments of levity, he was jovial and carefree, yet once engaged in conflict, he transformed entirely, exhibiting a ruthless decisiveness devoid of any mercy. Luo Yu shifted his gaze towards the Soul King before him, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "You refuse to kneel?" With a swift, ethereal motion, he struck, his sword finding its mark at the Soul King's throat. As the Soul King collapsed, his heart was engulfed in despair and indignation. "Am I not allowed to kneel? I would if my entire body weren't frozen in place. This is such an unjust death." The three fell silent. As Luo Yu stepped forward, sword in hand, Zhu Zhuqing knelt submissively on the ground, her once enchanting visage now pale and wan. All her pride dissolving into a pitiful plea for mercy, utterly terrified by the man's ruthless decisiveness. "Please, I beg you, spare me. I recognize my mistakes. I was too arrogant, too foolish, too reckless." Her anguished cries for mercy elicited a strange reaction from Zhu Zhuqing, who watched nearby. She had never witnessed Zhu Zhuqing in such a state. This woman, who was always so haughty and regal, now lay humbled before a man brought low from the heights of heaven to the depths of the earth. The man's ruthless nature did not repel Zhu Zhuqing. Rather, it stirred something deep within her heart, contrasting sharply with the cowardice of Dai Mubai, who had fled in fear. All three of them were indeed deserving of their fates, complicit in their own misdeeds. The familial strife within her own clan was far more brutal than the scene unfolding before her, and though her heart had long grown cold, today it unexpectedly rippled with emotion. The tip of the sword fell gently as he approached the woman. "If memory serves me right, did you not say that I am unworthy even to lick the soles of your shoes?" "No, absolutely not." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly, her disheveled hair framing her face, her eyes crimson with tears, resembling a weeping pear blossom, while the white of her attire revealed much of her delicate form. Luo Yu slowly raised the tip of his sword. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's pupils contracted to their utmost, panic flooding her heart. She hastily crawled to Luo Yu's feet, exclaiming, "It is my fault. I failed to recognize your worth. I beseech your forgiveness." With that, she urgently extended her tongue, bending down towards Luo Yu's golden-embroidered boots. "Begone. You are unworthy." Luo Yu struck Zhu Zhuqing's cheek with the back of his sword, causing the woman to collapse to the ground. Ignoring her swollen face, she rose to her knees, tears as large as beans streaming down her cheeks. "I beseech you for mercy. I, Zhu Zhuqing, am willing to do anything for you, to serve you in any way possible. Please grant me the chance to start anew." He scoffed. "Do you take me for a dumping ground?" Luo Yu's gaze remained unwavering. The pitiable often possess their own faults. She vividly recalled how audacious this woman had been, and had he been lacking in strength today, death would have been inevitable. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with desperation as she implored in a delicate and urgent tone, "I am not worthless. I am still a virgin. I am still pure. I beseech you, grant me a chance." Is it truly so? To preserve her life, she would cast aside her dignity? The scene before Luo Yu did not evoke disdain. After all, even the most insignificant creatures strive to survive. However, he felt no affinity for this arrogant and ruthless woman. He swiftly raised his hand, the Excalibur in his grasp emanating a resplendent azure glow. Such a fierce man, utterly unmoved by beauty. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes reflected despair, growing vacant. Her voice silenced as she awaited the arrival of death. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over her for the life she had lived. Perhaps this was the retribution for fratricide. Had she not erred, she would not find herself in such dire straits. At this moment, her resentment was not directed at Luo Yu, but rather at her grotesque family. Had she not been born into such a lineage, enduring the twisted ideology of survival of the fittest, she might have lived as a virtuous woman. How ironic it was to feel remorse only at the brink of death. How utterly laughable, Zhu Zhuqing mused bitterly. She could already sense the chilling sword aura before her. Suddenly, a soft and delicate voice, akin to that of a frail kitten, emerged from behind. "Excuse me, could you pause for a moment?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, advancing cautiously, her eyes warily observing the man whose expression was as cold as frost. Chapter 41. Tears of Regret. The surrendering beauty, Zhu Zhuqing. The long sword wielded by Luo Yu abruptly halted in midair, refraining from descending in a strike. He turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, who stood close by. Due to their height difference, he found himself glancing down at the girl's alluring figure, her perfect form accentuated by the snug black leather attire. The young woman bit her crimson lip, her eyes reflecting a mixture of hesitation and complexity. As she uttered the words, "May I make a humble request of you?" Luo Yu gazed at Zhu Zhuqing's difficult expression, a peculiar look crossing his face. "What do you desire from me? Surely you do not wish for me to spare her." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell upon the woman kneeling before them, her eyes vacant and her small hands clenched tightly, knuckles paling, as if she were grappling with a formidable decision. Finally, taking a deep breath, she met the man's gaze and nodded affirmatively. "What?" Luo Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "After all her relentless pursuit, you still intend to let her go?" With a sigh, Zhu Zhuqing responded, "In truth, she is a pitiful soul." Luo Yu let out a scoff, rebuking, "You pity her, yet do you not feel pity for yourself? Instead of indulging in such compassion, it would be far wiser to cherish your own well-being and pay her no heed." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze flickered. Though the man's words were harsh, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she perceived an undercurrent of concern, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within her heart. Shaking her head, Zhu Zhuqing gently elucidated, "Though she treats me thus, my animosity does not lie with her. My ire is directed towards that cold-blooded and unfeeling family, who regard their offspring as mere vessels for breeding strength, indifferent to the demise of those who fall short of becoming the strongest. To be born into such a lineage is a profound tragedy. If one does not strive to eradicate their own kin, it is oneself who faces extinction. Were I to possess the same advantage of youth as she does, I might very well find myself compelled to eliminate every potential threat." With a delicate flick of his fingers, Luo Yu struck the sword's edge, producing a crisp, melodic chime. "Is this not fortuitous? With a single stroke, I shall clear your path, ensuring that from this moment forth, the vast expanse of the sea remains unthreatened." Zhu Zhuqing's face betrayed a struggle. Countless times I had envisioned seizing the opportunity to eliminate her, thus achieving my ultimate freedom. Yet, when that day finally arrived, in the fleeting moment you wielded your sword, I faltered. After all, she is my sister. The family may be misguided, but must I also continue down the path of error? What distinguishes me from those cold-hearted individuals within my clan? Tears welled in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she gazed longingly at Luo Yu. I truly hope that I never become the very person I once despised. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been kneeling in resignation, suddenly trembled. Soon, her shoulders quivered slightly. No sound escaped her lips, and her downcast expression remained obscured, save for the glistening tears that fell like beads, plopping onto the ground. The young girl shows remarkable awareness. She is worthy of praise, Luo Yu nodded. Just as a smile began to grace Zhu Zhuqing's fair visage, Luo Yu abruptly shifted the tone of his words. While you may be inclined to forgive her, I have never declared my intent to spare her. Ah? Zhu Zhuqing's face expressed astonishment, her mouth agape. Luo Yu snorted. Do not forget, she shares no blood ties with me. Why should I grant her forgiveness? If it weren't for my martial prowess, I fear her body would already be cold. Zhu Zhuqing's brow flickered with anxiety, yet she was at a loss for words. Eventually, with a bashful demeanor, she softly pleaded. I beg of you, please spare her. The girl's blushing countenance radiated an unusual charm, stirring Luo Yu's heart, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips as he declined her request. We are not related. Why should your single plea compel me to release her? Zhu Zhuqing's delicate features stiffened, and she hesitated, stammering, We are friends. Do you even know my name? Luo Yu remarked, half smiling. Zhu Zhuqing found herself at a loss for words. Luo Yu shook his head, recalling how she had just mooched off his barbecue. And then he had come to her rescue. Now, she had the audacity to plead with him for her release. Did he really appear so easy to persuade? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson, as she realized she might have indeed overstepped her bounds. There was no connection between them. What reason did she have to expect his compliance? His act of saving her was an immense favor. I see you as a good person, she began, but Luo Yu swiftly interrupted. Stop right there. How dare you label yourself as a good person so readily? Enough of these empty words. Could we not discuss something of tangible benefit instead? Tangible benefit? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in confusion. Luo Yu scrutinized her figure from head to toe. Zhu Zhuqing felt as though she were stripped bare, akin to a vulnerable lamb. Her fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue, presenting a captivating and enchanting appearance. TSK, such exquisite beauty, he remarked. Zhu Zhuqing crossed her arms defensively, attempting to shield herself from his penetrating gaze, resembling a startled kitten as she took a few steps back. What are you planning to do? Luo Yu withdrew his gaze, shaking his head repeatedly. With such exquisite beauty, it would be a pity not to have you wash my clothes and prepare my meals. What? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. She had anticipated that a man might make some outrageous demands. However, she was no naive girl. She understood the dynamics of such a situation, where a lone man and woman could easily find themselves in compromising circumstances, and she was aware that resistance might be futile. Is there a problem? Luo Yu quirked a smile, his tone laced with mockery. Today, I have experienced a tremendous fright and feel quite aggrieved. Unless you offer some tangible compensation, I shall find it hard to forgive her. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes narrowed in disbelief, her inner thoughts laced with disdain. You were frightened? What a jest. It was the entire gathering that was nearly terrified to death by you. She realized that while this man was chillingly cold when it came to taking lives, he was quite different in everyday interactions, displaying a playful charm and a hint of roguishness. This revelation eased her worries, and she playfully winked at him. All right then. I suppose I could serve you tea and water in the future. You might be generous enough to pardon her. I believe that after this experience, she will no longer dare to be so arrogant. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance. You are doing this of your own volition, are you not? No one is coercing you? No, no one is coercing me. This is entirely my own choice. A dark line appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's forehead as she couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Was this individual truly the same person who had just moments ago exuded such a fierce aura of hostility? Yet, such is the nature of men. Zhu Zhuqing found it difficult to harbor any disdain. Instead, she felt a peculiar sense of authenticity and uniqueness, stirring a sense of anticipation for the interactions that lay ahead. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction, a flash of sword light signifying the retraction of Zhu Tian. He cast his gaze towards the tattered, kneeling woman, her demeanor starkly contrasting with that of Zhu Zhuqing. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by an icy tone. Raising her head, Zhu Zhuqing trembled, obediently lifting her countenance. Her radiant visage bore the marks of regret, streaked with tears, her crimson lips pressed tightly together to stifle her cries. Luo Yu shook his head, pondering the futility of past decisions. He had overheard what your sister had just said, hadn't he? Zhu Zhuqing nodded solemnly, her once proud gaze now replaced by an overwhelming sense of shame. I acknowledge my mistakes, and I am willing to make amends, my lord. Allow me to take on the tasks you set for my sister. The origins of this predicament lie with me, and thus, I shall bear the responsibility. Very well. I am curious to hear your proposed means of compensation. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Zhu Zhuqing cautiously glanced at her sister, her voice trembling as she said, I am fully aware of the gravity of my transgressions. As a delicate willow, I am at your disposal, my lord. Though I do have certain requests that I hope will be met. Hiss. This woman does not seem to be a virtuous character. Luo Yu pondered in silence, questioning whether it was his own thoughts that had strayed or if the woman was subtly hinting at something. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing obediently parted her crimson lips. In a swift motion, a pill shot directly into her mouth. Luo Yu murmured softly, if you truly repent and amend your ways, then I shall grant you release. However, should your treacherous nature remain unchanged, do not blame me for the consequences. Zhu Zhuqing nodded repeatedly, her beautiful eyes revealing a glimmer of fear. Luo Yu spoke, all right, rise. Zhu Zhuqing respectfully stood up, casting a grateful glance at her sister, her beautiful eyes reflecting appreciation. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing waved her hand dismissively, showing little concern for her sister, her curious, long lashes fluttering as she leaned closer to Luo Yu. With eager eyes, she surveyed the surroundings, her heart brimming with countless questions. Chapter 42. The sisters tenderly attend to each other, with only one room remaining. The luminous moonlight cascaded upon the dark, dense forest. A bonfire crackled nearby. Beneath a towering tree, a large white blanket was spread out. Luo Yu reclined comfortably, using his sister Zhu Zhuqing's long, graceful thigh as a pillow. His eyes closed in a feigned slumber. Below, his sister Zhu Zhuqing was diligently attending to her work. With a focused demeanor, her delicate hands glided over Luo Yu's thigh, gently kneading and tapping, devotedly providing him with a massage. She had changed into a new outfit, a fitted black leather ensemble that, whether by intention or happenstance, clung precariously to her form, barely covering her enticing curves while revealing her alluring waist and seductive navel. In contrast to Zhu Zhuqing's attentive and accommodating service, there lingered an undercurrent of flirtation in her demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing she could sink her toes into the ground. Her fair complexion flushed to the point of almost glistening, burying her face within the softness around her, too bashful to meet anyone's gaze. When had she ever maintained such a posture with a man? Even her betrothed, Dai Mubai, would never dare to touch her in this manner. How had she so inexplicably acquiesced to this outrageous request? Surely, it must be an act of gratitude. Finding a semblance of justification within herself, her demeanor relaxed somewhat, emboldened by a quiet curiosity as she discreetly lifted her gaze from her chest to the man. Her heart fluttered with intrigue. This individual, with his unique martial soul and soul rings, was unlike anyone she had ever encountered in the Douluo continent. Recalling the fierce image of Luo Yu wielding his sword to vanquish 3 foes, Zhu Zhuqing felt a stirring in her heart. She had always borne her hardships alone, and this was her first taste of being protected. Gradually, the ordinary features of the man seemed to emanate an inexplicable allure, drawing the young woman's gaze, her eyes becoming increasingly entranced. The man's eyelashes fluttered slightly, causing Zhu Zhuqing to hastily avert her eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. Luo Yu rested his head on the woman's leg, gazing upward, and was captivated by the breathtaking scenery that unfolded like layers of majestic mountains. He couldn't help but marvel at how this girl, having endured hardship since childhood, had managed to cultivate such rich vitality. Have you had your fill? What do you mean by had your fill? Zhu Zhuqing feigned ignorance. TSK, still unwilling to admit it? Some people were utterly entranced just moments ago. Zhu Zhuqing vehemently denied. No, I was merely observing you for no particular reason. Because I'm handsome, Luo Yu replied, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Zhu Zhuqing huffed, utterly shameless. I have reason to suspect that your prowess is merely a fade supported by your looks. In truth, I am quite handsome, he retorted, though perhaps it's not readily apparent. Luo Yu smiled faintly. So, Are you implying that you find me unattractive? Zhu Zhuqing felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, fearing that the man might misinterpret her words. She waved her small hands and repeatedly clarified, I don't think you're ugly at all. You are quite pleasing to behold. I'm not someone who is obsessed with looks. Really? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly. See? You're now admitting that you were staring at me just now, Luo Yu said with a triumphant smile. Oomph, you are too cunning, Zhu Zhuqing pouted. Her cheeks puffed up in indignation. All right, I won't tease you any longer. In truth, I am quite handsome, he declared. Before Zhu Zhuqing could respond, someone interjected from beneath Luo Yu. The master is undeniably handsome, especially when wielding a sword. Zhu Zhiyun's delicate face displayed both fear and admiration, utterly convinced. I was addressing you, be quiet. Oh, and besides, your sister is right here. Does it seem fitting for an elder sister to keep calling me master? Zhu Zhiyun's radiant visage broke into a sultry smile. As long as you are satisfied, she has no say in the matter. Luo Yu pondered whether he had somehow damaged the woman's intellect, or if she inherently possessed a penchant for masochism, requiring a harsh approach to find satisfaction. Zhu Zhuqing cast a scornful glance, then curiously turned her gaze towards Luo Yu. She had yet to learn his name. Would you prefer my true name or a pseudonym? Zhu Zhuqing's lips curled slightly in disdain. Need that even be asked? Naturally, it should be your true name. I can share my real name, but it must remain confidential. Very well. I am called Luo Cece. Huh, I have never heard of that name before. The two sisters found themselves momentarily taken aback. Luo Yu waved his hand, indicating that you would understand in due time. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes and remarked, I truly do not comprehend what peculiar amusement you derive from this. Your strength is likely unparalleled among your peers, yet you choose to masquerade as an ordinary individual to deceive others. Below, Zhu Zhiyun pouted sadly, almost on the verge of tears, as she had been profoundly affected by this charade. Luo Yu could not help but retort, I never claimed to be ordinary. For instance, I continue to emphasize how handsome I am. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity as one delicate hand instinctively reached out. After a few playful touches, Luo Yu sighed dramatically, his expression one of utter despair. Alas, I am now tainted. You must take responsibility. Zhu Zhuqing, blushing, huffed, do not speak nonsense. I merely wanted to check if you were wearing a disguise. Luo Yu's lips curled into a playful smile. Is that what you wish to see? Perhaps if you were to call me brother of affection, I might reluctantly grant you a glimpse. Oh no, I certainly won't. Zhu Zhuqing quickly shook her head. But brother of affection, I truly wish to see. Luo Yu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and cast an angry glance at the enchanting woman, exclaiming, Silence. I did not invite you to speak. Zhu Zhiyun pouted, feeling aggrieved. After all, they were sisters, yet the disparity in treatment was starkly apparent, leaving her discontented. Have you truly changed your appearance? Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand reached out once more. Slap. Luo Yu swatted her small hand away. If you wish to see, then you must call. Silence begets nothing. Zhu Zhuqing pouted her delicate pink lips, resembling rose petals, resolutely refusing to comply. She would not look, shrouded in mystery, as if to imply that one must be exceedingly unattractive to warrant such concealment. Surrender the notion. Provocations are futile. Zhu Zhuqing's spirit faltered, feeling as though she were ensnared entirely by the man. By the way, why do you conceal yourself so meticulously? Do you harbor any enemies? Luo Yu raised her hands, wishing to cite instances of celebrities donning masks in her previous life. However, sensing that these two might not comprehend, she succinctly remarked, to be my adversary, one must possess the requisite qualifications. I simply detest being scrutinized wherever I go. Such audacious words? The sisters were momentarily taken aback, for even their forebears would not have dared to utter such statements. Yet, recalling Luo Yu's astonishing sword strike, Zhu Zhiyun's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with a pair of hearts. This is a true man, she thought, utterly enamored. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, was profoundly shaken, unconsciously comparing Dai Mubai with the man in her embrace. There was no comparison to be made. Dai Mubai was unworthy. Luo Yu furrowed his brow, suggesting that she elevate her legs for comfort. Absolutely not. Zhu Zhuqing coldly rejected him, yet her beautiful legs inexplicably shifted to accommodate the man's comfort. After a brief conversation, Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing resolved to journey together to Shrek Academy, while Zhu Zhiyun dutifully accepted her role as a handmaiden, allowing the man to take the lead. The forest was not far from Soto City. The trio traversed the night, making their way through the deserted streets of the city. By now, it was late at night, and only one hotel remained open. The establishment was adorned entirely in a rose-red hue, with its three-story structure resembling a blooming rose. Upon entering, the male attendant at the reception was left utterly mesmerized. Wow, this guy is impressive. He walks in with two stunning twin sisters, one a pure lotus, the other a fiery enchantress. This is divine. The elegance and taste were unparalleled, far surpassing that of the man who had just taken two women upstairs. Luo Yu courteously requested, "Young man, could you please provide me with 3 rooms?" Zhu Zhuqing leaned in, saying, "Master, 2 rooms will suffice. I shall attend to your slumber." The waiter gasped in astonishment. Goodness! If a man can achieve such heights, it is indeed akin to a young cow returning home. Truly remarkable. Luo Yu furrowed her brow, expressing concern. "There is no need for you to demean yourself in such a manner." Zhu Zhuqing blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, "I am doing this willingly. Please grant me just one opportunity. Although my knowledge is limited and my skills are lacking, I am determined to put forth my utmost effort." Ah! The master is in tears. The waiter felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity, wondering when he had ever witnessed a goddess-like figure being so submissive to a male counterpart. No, it was far beyond mere submission. It was clearly an act of adulation. Luo Yu did not ponder much further. He merely felt a throbbing pain in his head. What was the matter with this woman? She was either wildly unrestrained or excessively submissive. Was the impact of a troubled childhood truly this profound? Luo Yu lightly tapped the table and said, "Young man, please book me 3 rooms." The waiter began to grow anxious. "Buddy, are you a man? The goddess is being so forward, and you remain indifferent?" Suddenly, the waiter seemed to have an epiphany, realizing that this fellow was quite adept at the game of seduction. "I must assist you," he thought, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. "I'm afraid, dear guest, we only have 1 room left." Chapter 43, The Heartstrings of Zhu Zhuqing, a room adorned with roses. "Only 1 room left?" 2 female voices exclaimed in unison. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her small hands, overwhelmed with shyness, while Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting face radiated excitement. The waiter sincerely stated, "Indeed, there is only 1 room available. We are experiencing a high demand for accommodations. Why not make do with this one? Our bed is quite spacious. 3 people won't be cramped." Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. We should find another establishment." Zhu Zhuqing huffed. "What is the point of changing? I think this place is quite nice. What is wrong with sharing a bed? We were just huddled together on a blanket in the woods a moment ago." The waiter was instantly struck by the revelation. "What have I just heard? It appears they have already engaged in a private encounter in the little forest?" He gazed at Luo Yu as if venerating a master. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson as she bit her delicate lip, torn in her thoughts about sharing a bed with a man. "You 2 stay here. I will find another place." The waiter cheerfully interjected, "Madam, there is no need to ponder this further. In the entire Soto city, our establishment is the only one still open at this hour." Zhu Zhuqing's charming face froze momentarily. "Fine, 1 room it is. It's certainly better than staying in the wilderness." Luo Yu, without any hesitation, produced a dingling pouch of coins and handed it to the attendant. "Very well, please hold on." Soon, the attendant returned, presenting Luo Yu with a key adorned with a pink tag. "Just turn left on the 3rd floor. It's the Pink Beauty Grand Bedchamber." Initially, Zhu Zhuqing was already quite anxious, and upon hearing the name, she became even more flustered, her delicate hands at a loss, inwardly scoffing at the name that sounded so improper. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Esteemed guest, here is your remaining change." Luo Yu shook his head, indicating that there was no need to search further. "We will be staying for 2 days. If there are any available rooms tomorrow, please remember to reserve 2 for us." "Certainly, no problem at all. I will ensure that any available rooms are reserved for you," the attendant assured with great conviction. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction, leading her sisters upstairs. The attendant waved and called out, "Dear guest, 12 gold soul coins will suffice. There are still plenty left in your pouch." Luo Yu paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow. "Is there still some left? You may keep it for yourself." The attendant, gazing down at the remaining gold coins in his pouch, realized they nearly surpassed his annual salary, and his eyes sparkled with delight, a broad grin stretching across his face, nearly reaching his ears. He had evidently encountered a benefactor. There was no doubt. It must have been our earlier astute actions that pleased the boss. Otherwise, how could such a generous tip be bestowed upon us? Clutching the pouch, he cast a grateful glance at Luo Yu's retreating figure. "Rest assured, Dear boss, tomorrow we shall maintain the private room, as long as you bring a lady. This establishment will always have only one room available for you. On another note, he pondered whether it was too mischievous to have placed these twin sisters in the same room together. The hotel corridor was suffused with the fragrance of roses. The plush carpet and the dim pink lighting imbued the atmosphere with an air of intimacy. Luo Yu clutched the keys as she sought out the room, while her strikingly tall and alluring sister lingered at the foot of the stairs. Zhu Zhuqing gazed around with excitement, her voice lilting as she exclaimed, "The surroundings are utterly beautiful." Zhu Zhuqing, already flushed and brimming with anxiety, shot her sister a sharp look and retorted, "Haven't you ever been to a place like this with Davis? Huh, what a joke. I would never visit such a place without a grand wedding." Zhu Zhuqing elevated her graceful neck, proclaiming that a woman's virtue is her ultimate asset. If a man were to possess it, its value would diminish. Look at how I keep him hanging. Isn't it easier for him to treat me well that way? Zhu Zhuqing pouted. "You are being rather mercenary, aren't you?" Giggling. "My naive sister, you remain too innocent." Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned somber. "Born into a family like ours, one must learn to leverage every advantage, including our own bodies, to survive." Zhu Zhuqing shuddered, her voice faltering. But what? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head with a bitter smile. "Oh, my foolish sister. I one teen naively yearn for love like you. I simply seek a man who can ensure my safety, to whom I can wholly surrender myself and serve with devotion." Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise, tinged with uncertainty. "Doesn't Davis meet your criteria? That guy?" Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, her gaze revealing unmistakable disdain. "He flaunts his princely status while engaging in all sorts of debauchery, having no idea how many sordid deeds he has committed behind closed doors. What woman would desire a man of that nature? Perhaps in a moment of desperation I might settle, but I am a woman, and I too harbor desires." This scene struck a chord within Zhu Zhuqing, who murmured despondently, "What good are desires and fantasies when we lack the freedom to choose our own love? There was none before, but now there is." Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head, her gaze long and resolute, fixed upon the broad back of the man ahead. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, following her sister's gaze. Her body jolted, her delicate hand covering her agape lips. "No way. You're meeting him for the first time. Do you even know his identity?" Zhu Zhuqing cast her a sidelong glance, scoffing as she shook her head. "Oh, my naive sister, you truly lack discernment." "Lack discernment?" Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in confusion. "Just because you cannot perceive the subtleties does not mean I cannot," Zhu Zhuqing remarked proudly, a smirk playing at her lips. "You may call me reckless or shameless, but regardless, I, Zhu Zhuqing, am resolutely committed to this man." The woman's gaze was unusually resolute. No longer paying any attention to Zhu Zhuqing, she tugged at her collar, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, and gently lowered it to reveal her alluring assets. Only then did she smile seductively, swaying her remarkable waist and hips, leaving a trail of fragrant air as she gracefully followed. Zhu Zhuqing watched her sister approach the man. And although she should have felt indifferent, an inexplicable sense of crisis welled up within her, as if something precious were about to be snatched away. What was happening to her? She had never felt this way before. It couldn't possibly be because of this newly acquainted man. How could that be? Zhu Zhuqing bit her peach-like pink lips, her steps subconsciously quickening as she followed suit. The voices of the two girls were barely audible, yet Luo Yu, possessing an extraordinary physique, could naturally hear them. While she felt neither fondness nor aversion, her disdain for Zhu Zhuqing diminished slightly. With a click, the door swung open, and the sweet fragrance of roses wafted in. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, Luo Yu was still momentarily taken aback. What greeted her eyes was a carpet of rose petals spread across a spacious room of several hundred square meters, adorned with a magnificent chandelier resembling crystal agate, intricately carved with pink patterns that emitted a dreamy, subdued light. As the two sisters stepped into the room, their beautiful eyes reflected a spectrum of emotions. After all, which girl does not adore roses? And which girl has not dreamed of traveling with her beloved man, to be cherished in a lavish room at night, experiencing a perfect union of souls? Ahem, let us venture inside. Luo Yu coughed lightly. Externally composed as a seasoned individual, internally, however, she felt a twinge of unease. It was her first time in such a place. Zhu Zhuqing buried her head in her chest, while Zhu Zhuqing, in stark contrast, flashed a charming smile and stepped forward to entwine her arm with Luo Yu's, saying, "My dear, I shall accompany you." Luo Yu's throat felt parched. "What do you intend to do?" Zhu Zhuqing blinked her innocent, sparkling eyes, and mischievously nudged her arm against his. I'm not doing anything. Merely accompanying you to the bedroom to see if the bed is spacious enough. The sensation from her arm startled Luo Yu, and he glared at the woman. You might regret this. Zhu Zhuqing leaned in closer, her enchanting face revealing a hint of naivety. Regret what? I am your devoted servant. It is my duty to attend to you. As Luo Yu's mind buzzed, he abruptly pulled back his arm and cast her a penetrating gaze. If his mind remained intact, he demanded she behave normally and cease her self-deprecation. With that, he withdrew to the bedroom. This scene inexplicably caused a jolt in Zhu Zhuqing's heart, momentarily overshadowing her shyness. Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen, her beautiful eyes fixed on the man with a complex expression. The gaze in her pupils grew increasingly resolute. It appeared she had indeed chosen rightly. Chapter 44. The Awakening of the Beautiful Maiden. Zhu Zhuqing's heart versus her words. The two sisters, unable to withstand their curiosity, followed Luo Yu into the bedroom. Upon entering, they were instantly enveloped by an enchanting and intoxicating atmosphere, their eyes widening in astonishment. The heart-shaped red bed nearly dominated the entire space, while delicate pink curtains cascaded from the ceiling, shrouding the bed above and imparting an exquisite and dreamlike quality. Zhu Zhuqing glanced to the side, her pupils narrowing as she let out a startled cry, covering her face and turning away, stamping her feet in dismay. How can you possibly undress? Luo Yu had just shed his outer garment, revealing a robust torso with well-defined muscles accentuating perfect curves. Upon hearing the girl's exclamation, he lifted his gaze, momentarily rendered speechless. The bedroom conveniently contained an adjoining bathroom, and believing the two of them would not enter, he had thought to indulge in a bath first. Zhu Zhuqing playfully chastised. What are you doing bathing when there's no need? After a long day of travel, you're absolutely filthy. Luo Yu shook her head and approached the bathroom door, lightly chuckling. Hey, Zhuqing, would you care to join me for a wash? Zhu Zhuqing, who had been covering her face and bowing her head, suddenly jolted, repeatedly shaking her head in refusal. Perverse man, who would want to wash with you? After a prolonged silence, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated to lift her gaze. Enough of this self-indulgent fantasy. The master has already entered. What? Zhu Zhuqing raised her head, parting her fingers that concealed her face, revealing a gap through which she discovered the man had indeed vanished. Was he merely jesting at her expense? As she sighed in relief, an inexplicable emptiness settled within her. Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Zhu Zhuqing scrutinized her sister from head to toe, finally pouting her lips in confusion. I have a chest, a waist, hips and legs. Why is the master fixated on you, refusing even a glance at me? Zhu Zhuqing glared at her. Have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you thinking? Zhu Zhuqing's gaze drifted towards the bathroom, listening to the sound of rushing water. She licked her lips and remarked, what a pity you missed the master's physique. It was quite captivating. Who says I didn't see it? Do you think I would be as infatuated as you? With those mere muscles, what's so appealing? While Zhu Zhuqing scolded her, the image of the man's robust physique flashed through her mind, embodying a beauty of strength that was undeniably alluring. Perhaps it was indeed rather attractive. With her eyes glazed over, Zhu Zhuqing abruptly snapped back to reality, shaking her head repeatedly. What was wrong with her today? Surely she hadn't caught the madness from this insane woman. Zhu Zhuqing smiled sweetly. Sister, he should be coming out soon. Will you wait here for him? Absolutely not. If anyone's waiting, it will be you. I shall take my leave to the sofa outside. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and dashed away. Once her sister had departed, the alluring woman gazed at the empty bedroom and the large red heart-shaped bed, a sultry smile gracing her lips. She turned her attention to the cascading water in the bathroom, her eyes distant, radiating a soft glow as she whispered words only she could hear. Oh, foolish sister, you still cannot see that this man is indeed worthy of our lifelong devotion. He possesses formidable strength while remaining modest. He is decisive yet courteous, charming yet respectful towards women. Although their acquaintance was brief, Zhu Zhuqing had discerned the man's uniqueness through her keen observations. His ability to single-handedly defeat 3 formidable masters, his astonishing 10,000-year soul ring, and his enigmatic martial spirit. With just a 3-foot sword, he dared to aspire to the pinnacle of Douluo, embodying poetic grandeur, all while treating ordinary service personnel with humility and grace. Even when faced with a beauty like herself who approached him, he maintained an unshakable composure. Where, one might ponder, could such a man possibly be found? Zhu Zhuqing felt that today was not a day of misfortune, but rather a moment when the heavens were favoring her, compensating for the years of suffering she had endured, allowing her to encounter a true treasure. It was difficult for her to fathom how, based solely on observable traits, one could uncover such extraordinary qualities in a man. If the mystery surrounding him were to be unveiled, it would surely be astounding. Zhu Zhuqing claimed she had lost her mind, yet in truth, she was not only sane but remarkably clear-headed. Davis was merely the fiancé imposed upon her by her family, a man she had no affection for. Otherwise, how could she have remained untouched all this time? Deep within her, there resided a sense of pride. Why then was she feeling so humble today? It was simply because the man currently in the bathroom was one who could genuinely conquer her heart and earn her unwavering devotion. A sense of urgency enveloped Zhu Zhuqing. Should she fail to seize this unique opportunity, this man might become a lifelong aspiration, forever beyond her reach. Biting her red lip, she resolved to engage in a gamble of her life, wagering her youth and future. With a soft click, she gently closed the bedroom door and locked it, isolating Zhu Zhuqing outside. Then, with a gaze filled with bashfulness and playful fingers, she let her alluring black attire and leather pants fall to the floor. Step by step, she approached the bathroom. Inside, Luo Yu, eyes closed in serene contemplation, luxuriated in a wooden bathtub, relishing the cascade of water from the overhead shower. The sound of flowing water was melodious and enchanting. This was the essence of life, filled with ideals, goals, and pleasures. Such a life was truly fulfilling. Otherwise, would she not become a mere ascetic? Luo Yu smiled gently, but soon realized that something seemed to be missing by his side. At this very moment, he wished that Donger were present. As for the two enchanting sisters outside, it was only natural for a man like Luo Yu to feel a stir of emotions. Moreover, they were no ordinary sisters. Their stunning figures and alluring beauty were hard to resist. However, while he acknowledged his own penchant for desire, he prided himself on not being lewd, and he would never impose himself upon others. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing often proved to be quite the temptation, igniting a fire within him that he struggled to contain. He could not ascertain whether her flirtations stemmed from fear of his intentions or if they were genuine. Especially with Zhu Zhuqing also present, any misstep could lead to an awkward situation. Moreover, he was concerned about the completion of his task, which was intricately linked to the acquisition of his second soul ring, a matter of great curiosity for him. Nevertheless, he found himself quite taken with Zhu Zhuqing, a girl he genuinely admired. Amidst the sound of flowing water, the gentle creak of a door and the soft padding of footsteps suddenly resonated. Luo Yu instinctively turned his gaze, momentarily stunned by the breathtaking beauty that unfolded before him. His eyes widened, and his mind buzzed as a surge of fervor ascended to the crown of his head. Before Luo Yu could finish speaking, her lips were silenced by two delicate fingers. The enchanting woman let her hair cascade down, offering a seductive smile. "Shoo, I've locked the bedroom door. If you make a sound, my sister will discover everything." Luo Yu's throat quivered slightly as he struggled to withdraw his gaze, speaking in a deep voice. "If your concern pertains to the poison, there is no need for such apprehension. When the time comes, I shall grant you your freedom." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her enchanting eyes shimmering. Leaning close to Luo Yu's ear, her crimson lips parted gently, exhaling a breath fragrant as orchids. "It is unrelated to those matters. Do not utter a word. Today, I am yours." As Luo Yu attempted to rise, he was gently restrained by a woman's hand upon his shoulder. "My lord, there is no need for concern. Allow Yuner to serve you thoroughly today." Meanwhile, in the living room, Zhu Zhuqing remained oblivious to the happenings within the secluded bedroom, where a veil of steam enveloped the bathroom. She was cold as ice, her gaze radiating an endless aura of menace as she listened intently to the unusual sounds emanating from the adjacent suite. Chapter 45. A psychological game with the young maiden. Voices from next door? Splash. The bathroom echoed with the sound of trickling water. Amidst the cacophony, a muffled, cat-like whimper could be discerned, as if the source was straining to suppress their sounds, desperately attempting to conceal something from the woman outside the bedroom. As time advanced, Luo Yu relaxed, reclining in the warm water with his eyes closed, rejuvenating his spirit. His perfectly sculpted torso floated upon the surface, arms languidly resting on the edge of the wooden tub, blissfully enjoying the meticulous massage from the delicate hands of the young girl. Zhu Zhuqing, her cheeks flushed like blossoming peaches, knelt demurely beside the tub, her fair, porcelain knees slightly reddened. She gently extended her smooth little hands to tenderly ease the tension in the man's shoulders and neck. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with satisfaction, almost as if they might overflow with emotion, emanating an alluring charm. Her lustrous, ebony locks clung damply to her neck, clad in a black strapless bodysuit and a short skirt that accentuated her alluring figure. "My lord, are you satisfied with Yuner's service?" Luo Yu's eyelids were gently closed, her lips slightly moving. "No one is coercing you. Why have you chosen to do this?" Zhu Zhuqing replied with a charming smile. "I belong to my master. Is it not the duty of a servant to attend to you? Compared to falsehoods, I find myself far more inclined to appreciate the truth." The man's tone was unremarkable, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. Zhu Zhuqing's actions abruptly halted. She leaned down, her delicate lips softly kissing the broad expanse of the man's shoulder. The allure that adorned her face faded, replaced by an air of poignant fragility. "Yuner asks for little, and does not seek a title. She simply yearns to remain by your side, serving you faithfully, and that alone suffices." Luo Yu furrowed her brows and scoffed. "Refrain from your theatrics. I am not easily swayed by such tricks." Zhu Zhuqing rose gracefully, gazing intently at the man, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Since ancient times, it has been said that a beauty recognizes a hero. While I may not possess the beauty of legends, I certainly recognize the hero that stands before me. The heart of a true hero is not easily accessible to ordinary souls. Thus, I am willing to seize this opportunity, to wager everything I have in the hope of securing a place by your side in the future." Luo Yu slowly opened his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the woman. Their gazes locked, lingering in silence for an extended moment. A smile crept upon his lips. "You, my dear, I must admit, I underestimated you. Who would have thought you possessed such audacity, daring to wager your own virtue? Do you not fear the possibility of future regret?" Zhu Zhuqing suddenly chuckled. "What if, in the event of a loss, the other party has no regrets?" Luo Yu shook his head, smiling as he remarked, "I apologize. It seems I must disappoint you. I am no hero." The enchanting Zhu Zhuqing appeared utterly unfazed by the man's words, fluttering her long, curled eyelashes. "Everything I possess, I have willingly bestowed upon you. It is too late for regrets now. From this moment onward, whether you wish to kill or to torment, it shall be entirely at your discretion." Luo Yu cast a deep glance at the girl, contemplating for a moment before he spoke. "In truth, I have not administered any poison to you. It was merely a pill to replenish your vitality. If you wish to depart now, I shall not hinder your exit." Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by his unexpected demeanor. She had assumed that her recent attentiveness would have left a lasting impression on him, but instead, he was prepared to let her leave without a second thought. Was she truly devoid of allure? With her lips delicately bitten, Zhu Zhuqing queried, "You would allow me to leave just like that? Are you not concerned that I might return to the Xinglua Empire to seek vengeance?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, playfully suggesting, "You are welcome to give it a try." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly, resolutely declaring, "I have made up my mind. I shall follow you unwaveringly from now on. That filthy and despicable empire is a place I have no desire to return to." Luo Yu shook her head in refusal, saying, "You may leave. I shall not keep a woman skilled in manipulation by my side." Zhu Zhuqing's composed countenance turned pale in an instant, and she stammered, "Master, please, do not cast me away. I have not plotted against you. I genuinely harbor feelings for you. If you send me back and Davis discovers my current predicament, he will surely end my life." Luo Yu nodded. "Very well. I shall allow you to observe for now. Should any treachery arise, well, you have witnessed my methods of dealing with adversaries." The air in the bathroom seemed to freeze instantaneously, imbued with a chilling aura. Zhu Zhuqing's mind conjured vivid images, causing her delicate frame to shiver involuntarily. This brief exchange of words deepened her understanding of Luo Yu's capabilities. She would no longer dare entertain any ulterior motives. She concluded that although this man appeared gentle on the surface, his domineering nature was unmistakable. Compliance was her only recourse. Any notion of control was utterly futile. Yuno harbored no ill intentions and only wished to wholeheartedly assist you in the future. Such is indeed a commendable sentiment. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction, his countenance cooling as if the previous emotions had never existed, while a gentle smile graced his lips. "Should you remain dutiful in the days to come, I assure you that I shall not treat you poorly. Perhaps I might even bestow upon you a rightful designation." Zhu Zhuqing felt a tremor in her heart, her crimson lips parting slightly, poised to utter something in response. Luo Yu, with a graceful wave of his hand, dismissed the need for pleasantries and simply said, "Let us change." "All right," Zhu Zhuqing replied obediently, her sweet smile illuminating her face, her heart feeling as though it had been coated in honey. Luo Yu felt quite satisfied with this outcome. When dealing with a woman of such intelligence, it is only through a combination of sternness and sweetness that one can truly win her heart. Otherwise, why did Prince Davis of the Starry Realm fail to capture the affections of that enchanting beauty in the end? It was simply due to his ineptitude, which ultimately benefited another. As the two of them donned their attire and prepared to leave, Luo Yu was suddenly halted by Zhu Zhuqing. Is there something amiss? Luo Yu inquired. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and, in a soft voice, asked, Does my benefactor hold any interest in my sister? What do you mean? Luo Yu replied. Zhu Zhuqing, with a coy tone, said, Though my sister may not be very articulate, if you can penetrate her heart, you will find a passionate flame within. Luo Yu was taken aback. It was one thing for you to accompany him, but surely you wouldn't want to involve your sister as well. What does it mean to pull someone into this? It would be a blessing for her to be with you. Zhu Zhuqing smiled seductively, her voice laced with flirtation as she said, Master, do you not wish to experience the service of two charming sisters? Luo Yu paused, her gaze sharpening as she inhaled sharply. This enchantress. How utterly absurd. Rest assured, I shall certainly assist you. Zhu Zhuqing volunteered, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Luo Yu suppressed the restlessness within his heart, casting a sidelong glance at her, and coughed lightly, saying, I advise you to refrain from acting recklessly. Zhu Zhuqing pouted her crimson lips, asserting, Rest assured, I know my limits and will surely satisfy you. She then added with a note of caution, By the way, Master, you must not reveal our intimate affair to her. The time is not yet right. Luo Yu nearly stumbled, a look of speechlessness crossing his face. Was he being foolish? This matter should not see the light of day. What kind of woman was she, anyway? In a moment of impulsiveness, he had accepted her, unaware of whether it would bring fortune or misfortune. Creak. The bedroom door swung open, and both Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback by the scene in the living room. Zhu Zhuqing's charming face was overshadowed by dark clouds, her beautiful eyes wide open like bronze bells, radiating an aura of impending doom. The pink sofa beneath her had been torn to shreds, and the room was filled with drifting cotton-like fluff. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned. This shouldn't have happened. How could they have been discovered? She had clearly stifled her voice just moments ago, and with the sound of running water as cover, how could she have possibly been heard? Luo Yu's heart trembled violently as she stared rigidly at Zhu Zhuqing, her expression awkward and strained. Allow me to explain, she stammered. Zhu Zhuqing's tone was chilling. What is there to explain to me? Cold sweat trickled down Luo Yu's forehead, akin to a cat caught in a compromising situation. Just as he was about to confess the truth, the wall behind the sofa suddenly quivered, and the piercing, wanton cries of two women penetrated through the barrier. Young Master Bai, you are truly formidable. Please take it easy. We can hardly endure any longer. The expression on Luo Yu's face transformed into an odd one, as if he had suddenly grasped a profound realization. Chapter 46. Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing. How dare you seek the company of a wild man? The neighboring room was filled with exclamations, a cacophony of astonishment. It was not merely the poor soundproofing of the hotel. Perhaps the intensity of the battle was too fervent. Bai Xiao? The twins? Luo Yu's expression turned peculiar as he silently pondered whether it could truly be this coincidental. To randomly book a room and encounter Zhu Zhuqing's fiancée? No, this was indeed no mere chance encounter. Suddenly, Luo Yu realized that, according to the timeline, this individual had indeed indulged in revelry just 2 days prior to Shrek's enrollment. Gazing at Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, which simmered with murderous intent, his conviction in his hypothesis deepened. Daimu Bai, oh Daimu Bai, it is not that I refuse to offer you opportunities. Rather, it is your own lack of ambition that has led to this dismal outcome. Such a promising hand has been played to utter ruin. Zhu Zhuqing turned her beautiful gaze towards him, inquiring, What were you about to say? Clearing his throat, he responded, Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to explain that I did not intend to undress in the bedroom earlier. That is of little consequence, compared to this. It is trivial, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her eyes still fixed on the wall, gritting her teeth in frustration. Each delicate cry from the other side pierced her heart like a dagger. The sound of the man's heavy breaths ignited her fury to the point where she felt her gums might bleed from clenching her teeth. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing was utterly bewildered. However, upon hearing a cry of Mubai, do it harder, she was suddenly enlightened. Casting a sympathetic glance at Zhu Zhuqing, she thought about how any woman would find it intolerable to have her fiancé engage in such antics. Secretly, Zhu Zhuqing nudged Luo Yu and whispered, Master, your opportunity has arrived. That man over there is Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. Luo Yu cast her a sidelong glance, as if to say that no reminder was necessary. She had already deduced the truth. Zhu Zhuqing pouted her lips, refraining from speaking further. Confusion lingered in her mind, for it had taken her quite some time to arrive at her conclusion, yet the man had managed to discern it effortlessly. Luo Yu slowly approached Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "Is this the fiancé you mentioned?" Zhu Zhuqing's dark eyes were frigid, her crimson lips stubbornly pouting as she replied, "Yes, indeed. Do you find me laughable?" Luo Yu shook his head, questioning the need for such words. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, lamenting the actions of a man who forsook his inherent responsibilities. Abandoning his fiancée to peril while retreating to this small locale, indulging in the allure of women. It is laughable that I, too, harbored thoughts of such a man, nurturing the hope of finding him, aiding him in regaining his confidence, and striving together to confront Davis. In retrospect, all of this appears to be nothing but a farce. Luo Yu asserted emphatically, "It is not you who is ridiculous, but rather he who is unworthy. He does not deserve a woman of your caliber, nor does he merit your journey across vast distances to seek him out." Zhu Zhuqing revealed a bittersweet smile, expressing her disappointment. "Are all men so lecherous?" "No. You're mistaken." Luo Yu shook his head in denial, speaking solemnly. "It is undeniable that men are often lustful. Yet under no circumstances would they abandon their women to flee alone, nor would they cower from responsibility and escape. Such cowards are unworthy of the title of man." Zhu Zhuqing, with reddened eyes, gazed at Luo Yu, who offered her solace. The memory of his recent protection eased the furrow in her brow. However, the loud gasps from next door ignited Zhu Zhuqing's fury, pushing her to the brink of tolerance. A strange woman's voice, excited and high-pitched, called out, "Dai Xiao. I heard you have a fiancé. Between us sisters, who do you prefer?" "Of course, it's both of you, my little darlings," the man replied. His tone laced with frivolity and charm, clearly an expert at winning over young women. That woman was nothing but a block of ice. Despite having set a wedding date for years, she remained untouched, her alluring figure merely a decoration, beautiful yet ineffectual, devoid of meaning. "Dai Mubai, I will take your life." Zhu Zhuqing's small hands clenched into fists, and with a resounding roar, her martial spirit manifested. She leaped from the sofa, a tempest of fury, and burst through the door. "Ah, it seems a splendid spectacle is about to unfold," Zhu Zhuqing thought, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, questioning whether you thrive on chaos. Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a smirk, "I am merely delighted for you. Just look, the opportunity has presented itself." This girl had been harshly dealt with by a scoundrel. If one were to seize the moment and take advantage of her vulnerability, it would be akin to cooking raw rice into a meal. "Silence," Luo Yu admonished sharply, then added, "When I pursue a girl, I strive for integrity. I disdain employing such petty tricks, as they tarnish the essence of true affection." With that, he swiftly dashed out. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback by his words, but soon her lips curled into a stunning arc of realization. It seemed her judgment had not been in vain. In the spacious corridor of the hotel, a cacophony erupted. The carpet smoldered, the chandelier above swayed precariously, and the door to another room was blown open. The sudden tumult nearly rendered the formidable Dai Mubai paralyzed with fear. The pair of twins hastily screamed and dove under the covers to hide. "Bamboo Qing? What brings you here?" Upon recognizing the fierce silhouette at the door, Dai Mubai was astounded. His twin pupils nearly leapt from their sockets, every hair on his body standing on end, his back drenched in cold sweat. "Ah, Dai Mubai, you are truly something." Zhu Qing's cold laughter echoed, her form having partially transformed, with elongated claws glistening like specters, radiating a chilling sharpness. "Bamboo Qing, please let me explain." Dai Mubai stammered, frantically attempting to cover himself with his clothing. "Haha, an explanation? Very well, I shall see how you justify this." In a desperate attempt to salvage the situation, Dai Mubai implored, "Bamboo Qing, listen to me. I love you. These two women are merely substitutes, mere frivolities." Zhu Qing scoffed, her beautiful eyes narrowing. "Who would believe your deceit? Do you think I did not hear your words from the adjacent room? That is not the case." "I was just speaking nonsensically," Dai Mubai insisted, waving his hands repeatedly. Zhu Qing's claws reflected the cold light, her voice icy as she declared, "Dai Mubai, today I see through you. Our engagement is hereby dissolved." "No." Dai Mubai's urgency escalated. His white tiger martial spirit surged forth, 3 soul rings ascending majestically, shattering the bed beneath him as he lunged toward Zhu Qing. The girl executed a swift maneuver, activating her soul skill just in time to barely evade the ferocious assault. Do you wish to continue this? What do you mean? Dai Mubai shouted from the corridor. You have lost your reason. I must calm you down before we can discuss this properly. A series of applause sounded, and Dai Mubai turned to see an unassuming man standing there. Casting a look of disdain. I've witnessed shamelessness, but never such a blatant disregard for dignity. You are caught red-handed with irrefutable evidence. What more is there to explain? Dai Mubai's anger flared. Are you seeking death? This has nothing to do with you. Do not speak of him. Zhu Zhuqing coldly reprimanded, her stance unwavering as she stood beside Luo Yu. Dai Mubai's sinister gaze suddenly sharpened, his finger trembling as he pointed at the two, incredulously demanding, What is your relationship? Zhu Zhuqing, enlighten me, who is this man? Huh? What right do you have to question me? Dai Mubai's head throbbed painfully, his face flushed with fury, his enraged roar reverberating throughout the hotel. Zhu Zhuqing, how dare you? You actually dare to seek out a wild man and humiliate me in public. Observing Dai Mubai's crumbling facade, teetering on the brink of madness, Zhu Zhuqing found the situation increasingly ironic. Seek out a wild man. How absurd. You, devoid of shame, dare to cast suspicion upon others? Dai Mubai, in a fit of desperation, retorted, Then tell me, who is this wild man? How could you possibly come to a hotel with someone like him? What merits does he possess that can be compared to me? As the man grew more frantic, Zhu Zhuqing gradually regained her composure, a mocking expression gracing her features. Dai Mubai, I warn you, he is no wild man. He is my savior. While I faced life and death, you indulged in revelry. What right do you have to criticize anyone? Furthermore, I solemnly warn you, in my heart, he is infinitely superior to you. You are not worthy to speak ill of him. Dare to utter another word, and I shall sever your tongue. Each of Zhu Zhuqing's words struck like a hammer, resounding within Dai Mubai's heart. He instantly erupted, his features contorted in rage, his sinister eyes fixating on Luo Yu. Bloodthirsty arrogance emanating from him. So it's you, boy, who covets my woman. Who gave you the audacity? Chapter 47. The Arrogance of Dai Mubai. A silent comparison between two men. Who granted me such audacity? Luo Yu helplessly shrugged, earnestly scrutinizing the frenzied Dai Mubai for a few moments. A faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed that in the face of such trash, there was no need for anyone to lend him courage. Huffing and puffing, Dai Mubai's chest heaved as he gasped for air, his blood-red, malevolent eyes filled with madness. His fists clenched tightly, producing a resonant sound, and within him, a fierce fire had ignited. You seek your own demise. Boom. A fierce, pale light erupted from Dai Mubai, whose already imposing physique surged even further. His bones cracked audibly. Muscles expanded to their utmost limits, and his violet eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty, beast-like gaze. In an instant, he shattered the floor beneath him and surged forth, brandishing his enormous, razor-sharp tiger claws in a lethal assault. Luo Yu maintained a seemingly harmless smile on his face, yet a flicker of indifference passed through his eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. However, before he could make a move, the dark silhouette beside him acted first. The second soul skill, Spectral Claws. Dai Mubai, seeing the lethal claws aiming directly for his throat, swiftly rolled back and evaded to the side. His crimson eyes lost their luster as he shook his head repeatedly, his hair dancing wildly, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with a heart full of anguish. Why? Why do you choose to assist this fellow? What merit does he possess? His appearance is unremarkable and his strength mediocre. Does he truly deserve you? Suddenly, a realization struck Dai Mubai, and he spoke urgently. I understand now. You are deliberately using him to provoke me, hoping to inspire me to focus and strive harder, right? I get it. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her gaze as tranquil as still water. Even the earlier fury had vanished without a trace. In a calm tone, she replied, Dai Mubai, I shall pose 3 questions to you. Who was it that shied away from responsibility, becoming a coward and a deserter? Who heartlessly abandoned a woman like me to confront crises alone in the Star Luo Empire? Who was it that, while I faced peril, was flirting with other women? Dai Mubai, eager to retort, found himself at a loss for words. Angrily, he pointed at Luo Yu, insisting, regardless of the circumstances, as my fiancé. You ought to remain steadfast. How dare you consort with another man here? Watch your words, Dai Mubai. Do not presume others are like you, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her eyes growing even colder, as if she had completely seen through the man before her. Moreover, you have never fulfilled the responsibilities of a fiancé. Thus, Our engagement is hereby terminated. Ha! Dai Mubai stumbled back a few steps, suddenly bursting into laughter, a wicked glint in his eyes as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Is it truly for this man that you make such a choice? Do not regret it. Alone, you stand no chance against Davis and Zhu Zhuqing. It is a path leading only to demise. Zhu Zhuqing spoke solemnly. This matter does not concern you. Heh, you may be unaware, Dai Mubai scoffed. I have already joined the Shrek Academy, which only admits monsters. Even if I cannot defeat Davis, the backing of the teachers will surely keep me safe. What relevance does this have to you? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flashed with impatience. We joined Shrek together to cultivate in peace. Ultimately, we can rely on spirit fusion skills to carve a path forward, and it is not impossible to return to the Star Luo Empire one day. However, if you choose this man, he is incapable of safeguarding you. Come with me now, let me deal with this boy, and our future shall be bright. With fervor, Dai Mubai concluded his impassioned speech, his countenance regaining its confident and proud demeanor. He was certain that his words would resonate with Zhu Zhuqing, for she would surely hesitate to relinquish their formidable martial soul fusion technique. Moreover, that boy, regardless of his strength, could never possess even a fraction of his princely charisma. It was evident to even the most Na'vi who would be the preferable choice. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, prompting a triumphant smile to grace Dai Mubai's lips. As if warmed by a gentle spring breeze, he even cast a disdainful glance at Luo Yu. With arms slowly outstretched, he awaited the woman's approach with unbridled confidence. However, Zhu Zhuqing halted, her demeanor as tranquil as a still pond, and cautioned, Dai Mubai, as an old acquaintance, I advise you not to provoke him. Leave immediately, or you may find yourself in peril. Dai Mubai's smile vanished abruptly, taken aback by her ominous warning. At that moment, the twin sisters emerged from the room. Attired and playfully caressing his shoulder, they cooed, Dai Xiao, she is merely a woman, not worth your ire. You have us by your side. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed lightly and turned toward Luo Yu. Leave, Dai Mubai barked, dismissively tossing the two women aside with a surge of soul power, sending them crashing against the corridor wall. He ignored them entirely, his gaze fixed menacingly on Luo Yu, his brows furrowed tightly, his voice resonating with the ferocity of an enraged lion, laced with an icy chill. You, the architect of this turmoil, today I shall tear you to shreds. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly pivoted, her tone ethereal. Dai Mubai, do you truly wish for your demise? Are you intent on shielding him? Dai Mubai chuckled coldly, his massive hand curling into a fist, disdain etched across his features. I warn you, stand aside, or I shall strike you down as well. Today, I shall end him, and no deity will save you. Zhu Zhuqing laughed unexpectedly, stepping aside with a gracious gesture. I have already forewarned you. If you seek your own destruction, then proceed at your own risk. Dai Mubai threw back his head and laughed, his tone rising to a near-manic pitch. Are you jesting? I, Dai Mubai, at the age of 15, am a 37th level soul master. You think you can slay me? Boom. The air crackled with tension as he unleashed his third soul ability, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. A terrifying pattern of black lines emerged upon the formidable muscle contours of Dai Mubai, as his tiger-like hands swelled once more. His entire form was enveloped in a blinding golden light, and his crimson eyes radiated the ferocity of a beast, the king of all creatures. He advanced towards Luo Yu, each step causing the entire building to tremble beneath him. A cruel and disdainful smirk curled at his lips. He had no desire for a swift defeat of his opponent, for such an outcome would lack intrigue. Instead, he intended to gradually erode his adversary's spirit, amplifying his fears until he knelt before him, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to witness just how utterly inadequate the man she had chosen truly was. With a sinister grin, Dai Mubai taunted, Boy, if you are afraid, just admit it. Kneel and call me grandfather, and I may consider sparing your life. Luo Yu shook his head with a sigh. It seemed you have disregarded others' reminders. I cannot fathom who endowed you with such audacity to be so brazen. Dai Mubai smirked. Do you think I am as foolish as others? I am aware that you may possess your own hidden cards. However, my third soul ring is the most exceptional 1,000-year soul ring, perfectly complementing my supreme beast martial soul with unparalleled soul skills. My power, attack, and defense will receive a double enhancement. What do you have to compare with me? Upon hearing Dai Mubai boast about his 1,000-year soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing could hardly bear to watch. A stunning crimson shadow flashed through her mind. The two men were unwittingly compared, one flaunting a 1,000-year soul ring, while the other, with a 100,000-year soul ring, remained exceedingly low-key. Zhu Zhuqing's heart stirred. She turned her gaze toward Luo Yu, her eyes flickering. She understood that Dai Mubai's fate was sealed today. Chapter 48. The dragon god martial soul emerges, crushing the malevolent white tiger with unrelenting force. Boom, boom, boom. Dai Mubai basked in the golden light of the white tiger's transformation. With each step, he left deep imprints on the ground, his exaggerated muscles radiating a fierce aura, while his sharp claws glimmered with a blade-like coldness. He stood tall, looking down with disdain at Luo Yu. Dai Mubai was brimming with confidence. At his age, he was invincible, with no rivals. Even if there were, there would not be this unremarkable lad before him. He wore a cruel smile akin to a cat toying with a mouse, cold and haughty. Zhu Zhuqing. Observe the man you favor. Why is he so silent now? Today, I shall utterly crush this man before you, shattering his dignity to pieces. You will know who the true stronghold is. Prepare to regret it, Zhu Zhuqing. The exquisite and fiery black-clad girl beside him shook her head, indicating that this man was beyond redemption. Her beautiful eyes reflected profound sympathy. To provoke this harbinger of disaster, Dai Mubai's tragedy was already destined. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted. Dai Mubai's feet twisted, unleashing a pale light as he surged forth, leaving behind a menacing illusion of the white tiger that swept toward Luo Yu with a gust of blood-laden wind. The floor trembled violently, and the chandelier above shattered, dust cascading down. The white tiger's phantom charged ferociously. Dai Mubai, embodying raw power, approached swiftly. Observing Luo Yu, who stood motionless and unresponsive, he revealed his fierce countenance. Grinning maliciously, I possess a top-tier offensive beast martial soul, unmatched in assault. Since you dare to be so arrogant, prepare to meet your end. Dai Mubai brimmed with an invincible confidence, his muscular arms coiling like dragons. With a sudden surge of power, he brandished his enormous, razor-sharp tiger claws, producing a sound akin to a thunderous explosion as he viciously struck towards Luo Yu's head. In the next heartbeat, it seemed as though the very essence of his being would splatter. A victorious smile had already begun to grace the corners of Dai Mubai's lips. Bang! A muffled thud resonated, and a fierce gust of wind surged forth. Dai Mubai's expression froze, his pupils contracting. The colossal tiger claw, seemingly imbued with the strength of 1,000 pounds, was unexpectedly held at bay by a pair of hands as translucent as jade, unable to advance even a fraction further. Luo Yu regarded the astonished gaze of the other with indifference, shaking his head with a sigh. Initially, he had no intention of engaging, but since the other seemed so eager for demise, he would oblige. Dai Mubai appeared as if his throat had been seized, his voice becoming shrill with excessive astonishment. How could you possibly withstand my white tiger diamond transformation when you have yet to summon your martial soul? Luo Yu's obsidian eyes grew increasingly profound as he spoke softly. Dai Mubai, your white tiger martial soul may indeed possess a certain arrogant capital to flaunt before others, but when it comes to facing me, it would be wise for you to temper your bravado. How dare you? Dai Mubai retorted furiously, his veins swelling in an instant as a torrent of soul power surged forth. The overwhelming explosive force erupted from his being, and his formidable claws sliced through the air with lethal intent. A thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of a dragon's mighty cry. With a frigid gaze, Luo Yu's long, lustrous hair swayed without wind, as a resplendent nine-colored radiance erupted from his being. The dragon god martial soul manifested abruptly, enveloping him in an overwhelming aura of vitality. The formidable presence of the dragon causing Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul to flicker uncertainly. Boom. At that moment, Luo Yu advanced, unwavering and unflinching. He directly confronted his opponent's frenzied onslaught. Thud, thud, thud. Each punch collided, producing a symphony of metallic echoes despite being mere flesh against flesh. Without a hint of doubt, the fiercely powerful Dai Mubai was forced into a retreat, his razor-sharp tiger claws shattered by 3 of Luo Yu's strikes, nails splintering and blood flowing freely. The so-called white tiger transformation appeared laughable in the presence of Luo Yu, infused with the dragon god martial soul. A mournful roar erupted from the white tiger, echoing with Dai Mubai's anguished cries. His brawny arm, as robust as an ox, was forcibly bent and grotesquely twisted by Luo Yu's might. Crash! This was merely the beginning. Luo Yu's face bore a resolute expression, launching blow after blow, enveloped in divine light, as if a celestial warrior had descended to the mortal realm. Each strike landed with devastating force, leaving Dai Mubai utterly defenseless. His chest caved in, blood spilling from his lips. His so-called resistance was nothing more than a futile struggle against an unstoppable force. Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes reflecting the figure of the fallen immortal, utterly astonished. She had foreseen Dai Mu Bai's grim fate, and although she had warned him, his refusal to heed her advice left her feeling it was deserved. What truly shook her was the revelation before her eyes. Wasn't this man's martial soul a long sword? What had just manifested was a dragon's shadow. What was the source of this surging and explosive vitality? Dai Mu Bai's white tiger martial soul was already among the pinnacle of beast martial souls, yet when confronted with the man's 9-colored dragon shadow, it seemed to shrink to that of a mere kitten, as if worlds apart. What a profound level of martial soul was this? Furthermore, could he possibly possess a dual martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in shock, her mind racing with speculation, astonished by the extent of this man's extraordinary nature and the secrets he harbored. It was almost unfathomable. From a distance, Zhu Zhuqing gazed with her lips agape, as if a fruit could fit within. The spectacle was utterly astonishing, truly remarkable. Witnessing the brutal thrashing of Dai Mu Bai, the man's imposing figure radiated power. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like stars. Her heart fluttered with emotions, lost in a whirlwind of feelings. After all, he was her man. Unconsciously, she touched her slightly aching abdomen. Feeling immensely grateful for her earlier decision, everything she had sacrificed was indeed worthwhile. In this moment, Zhu Zhuqing pondered whether her past hardships had been the heaven's way of tempering her, preparing her to encounter such a matchless suitor. She vowed to cherish this opportunity. The words spoken by the man had etched themselves in her heart like unyielding laws. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed, causing the entire building to tremble. Finally, tranquility returned. Dust and smoke filled the corridor, mingling with a faint metallic scent of blood in the murky air. As the haze cleared, the Zhu sisters beheld the scene before them, their delicate forms shuddering, gasping in horror. It was utterly ruthless, utterly barbaric. Luo Yu knelt on one knee, one hand firmly gripping Dai Mu Bai's neck, violently smashing his head into the ground, embedding it into the floorboards. His body reverted to its original form. The white tiger martial spirit had shattered. His chest caved in and in tatters, resembling a canvas marked by countless fist imprints, his entire being drenched in blood, ceaselessly oozing. Crack! Crack! The ground fissured with numerous spiderweb-like cracks. With a forceful tug of his palm, Luo Yu yanked back, pulling Dai Mu Bai forth amidst a cascade of shattered stones. The once strikingly handsome visage, now grotesquely swollen, bore an expression of malevolence, his sinister eyes dimmed and devoid of their former luster. All traces of arrogance had vanished, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dread. Luo Yu flashed a captivating smile. So how does it feel now? Chapter 49, The White Tiger Kneels. Zhu Zhuqing's overwhelming sense of security. The hotel corridor lay in disarray, littered with crumbling debris and gaping holes. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister covered their cherry lips, gazing in shock at the scene before them. Incredulous exclamations echoed around them. Impossible. How could I possibly lose? And to lose so utterly? Dai Mu Bai's sinister eyes dimmed, reflecting a vacant expression. He could hardly believe the reality he faced. What a bitter irony it was. In an instant, the man he had just mocked had annihilated him. Now, it was not merely the excruciating pain radiating from his body that terrified Dai Mu Bai. It was the trembling of his once proud white tiger martial soul within him. As if confronted by an unspeakable terror, an absolute suppression at the level of martial souls. His white tiger diamond transformation, a so-called top-tier millennium soul skill, appeared nothing more than a farce before the opponent's iron fist. Like paper, it offered no resistance whatsoever. The iron-like grip clutched tightly at his throat, and the smiling visage before him resembled that of the Grim Reaper, sending shivers of horror down his spine. Who on earth are you? Dai Mu Bai's mouth oozed blood, his eyelids trembling. Naturally, someone you cannot contend with, Luo Yu replied with a faint smile, exerting more pressure. With a sickening crunch, Dai Mu Bai's eyes bulged, his neck turning a deep shade of purple, struggling like a drowning man, his face betraying utter terror and a desperate plea. Please, spare me. The pitiful plea emerged from Dai Mu Bai's throat. Spare you? Surely, you jest. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Luo Yu's face was adorned with a heavy expression of mockery. What is this? Are you finally aware of fear? I'm afraid it's too late. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Dai Mu Bai's breath grew increasingly feeble, teetering on the brink of death. Wait. A sudden call from Zhu Zhuqing pierced through the tension. With a surge of power, Luo Yu exerted his strength and cast a sidelong glance. The enchanting maiden, with her crimson lips pressed together, approached with a glimmer in her eyes. Could you perhaps refrain from taking his life for the moment? Very well. Without hesitation, Luo Yu flung him aside. With a resounding crash, Dai Mu Bai was sent crashing against the wall as if he were a mere rag doll. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing Luo Yu's resolute action, displayed an expression of astonishment and inquired, "Aren't you even going to ask me why?" Luo Yu took out a white handkerchief, gently wiping the dust from his hands, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "After all, he is merely a waste, incapable of making any significant impact. It matters not when he is killed." Dai Mu Bai had already risen from the ground, anxiously clutching his neck, gasping for breath. His eyes filled with gratitude as they regarded Zhu Zhuqing. He had not suffered a complete defeat after all. Surely, she must have her own reasons. Otherwise, why would she plead on his behalf? Zhu Zhuqing cautiously met Luo Yu's gaze, seemingly fearful of being misunderstood, and softly said, "In truth, I do not wish to embroil you in my troubles. This fellow is from Shrek. I fear that if you were to eliminate him, the Academy's instructors might seek revenge upon you." Dai Mu Bai, who had initially basked in a moment of delight, was suddenly struck dumb, his body trembling violently as if struck by lightning. In contrast, Luo Yu felt a flicker of displeasure arise within him, though he masked it well. Yet upon realizing that Zhu Zhuqing was concerned for his sake, that discontent dissipated entirely. Zhu Zhuqing observed the man remaining silent, and for reasons unknown, a sense of unease began to swell within her. Having witnessed Dai Mu Bai's arrogant demeanor and his wretched pleas and defeat, her disappointment in him had already reached its zenith. And now she felt utterly devoid of any lingering attachment. Her current concern lay with Luo Yu's thoughts. Surely, he would not misconstrue her intentions. Zhu Zhuqing's face paled as she hastily clarified, "I truly am not concerned for him. I merely fear that my issues might bring you unnecessary trouble, creating a formidable enemy out of thin air." Luo Yu raised his hands in exasperation, pondering the dilemma. To spare him would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. The words that Zhu Zhuqing uttered next plunged the already beleaguered Dai Mu Bai into deeper despair. "The last time you controlled my sister with a pill, why not give him one as well? That way, he would think twice before speaking recklessly." Luo Yu's gaze suddenly took on an unusual expression. "Why are you staring at me?" Zhu Zhuqing said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Luo Yu clicked his tongue and remarked, "You truly are formidable." Zhu Zhuqing, stamping her foot repeatedly, retorted with a light huff, "I offered you advice merely to alleviate your troubles, yet you choose to mock me. I shall no longer entertain you." Coughing softly, she continued, "Is it not peculiar? He is your betrothed, and I share no connection with you. Why would you assist me? Who says we are devoid of any connection?" Zhu Zhuqing pouted immediately. "You are, after all, my savior. Without you, I would have perished." She then cast a cold glance at Dai Mu Bai, questioning, "What has this man done for me? He merely leaves me in peril while he frolics outside with other women, claiming I am nothing more than an ornamental piece, to be gazed upon yet never utilized. How could I possibly feel any affection for him? There is no camaraderie, only disdain." Dai Mu Bai, struck to the core by her words, appeared ashen. Each syllable from Zhu Zhuqing was like a blade slicing through him, inflicting a pain more profound than death itself. The unfortunate truth of her assertions left him utterly speechless, devoid of any retort. Luo Yu rose slowly, his large hand gently caressing the flowing black tresses of Zhu Zhuqing. The woman did not resist, allowing the man to act as he pleased. The soft rustle of his touch filled the air. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling the warmth emanating from his broad palm, found solace for her wounded heart, which had been pierced by Dai Mu Bai. The icy demeanor that had once graced her features melted away, transforming into a gentle serenity and acceptance. "All right, I understand your intention. I shall take care of the rest." Luo Yu retracted his hand and approached Dai Mu Bai in the corner. As his palm withdrew, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of loss. Gazing at the man's silhouette, she suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to her, she had developed a profound dependence on him, stemming from her lifelong struggle with insecurity. With a swift motion, Luo Yu tore away a substantial piece of fabric from Dai Mu Bai's attire, letting it fall to the ground. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Luo Yu chuckled coldly. "I ask you, would you prefer to live or to die?" "To live. I wish to live," Dai Mu Bai replied in a panic. "I beseech you to spare my life." I was blind to the truth. Then right at above, Luo Yu commanded, gesturing towards the cloth strip. What shall I write? Dai Mubai asked, astonished. Luo Yu narrowed his eyes and said, Is it possible that your engagement with her is no longer valid? Dai Mubai shook his head repeatedly, his lips still dripping with blood. It is not valid at all. You and she are truly a match made in heaven. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, spat in disdain, her face flushed, yet she refrained from voicing any rebuttal. Luo Yu glared, clearly perplexed about what to write. Dai Mubai shivered slightly, his tone tinged with resignation. As you can see, I do not possess a pen either. With a flicker of his gaze, Luo Yu observed that you have yet to shed sufficient blood. Dai Mu's eyes trembled as he immediately collapsed to the ground, dipping his fingers in the crimson stains. Shivering as he inscribed a line of blood upon the earth, he respectfully presented it to Luo Yu, his eyes reflecting a plea. I, Dai Mubai, deem myself unworthy of Zhu Zhuqing. Henceforth, our engagement is rendered void. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing's expression softened. As the shackles imposed upon her by her family for many years were finally relinquished, from this moment on, she would be free. Zhu Zhuqing cast a grateful glance toward the man, as if her life had begun to illuminate ever since their paths had crossed. I have fulfilled your requests. May I now be released? Dai Mubai implored. Luo Yu cast a fleeting glance at him, as if to say, Do you truly believe others are fools? Dare not. Dai Mubai appeared to be instantly seen through, his thoughts laid bare. He opened his mouth, and in an instant, a black pill soared into Dai Mubai's mouth. What have you made me ingest? Dai Mubai exclaimed in terror. Luo Yu being coldly remarked, There is no need for further words. If you adhere to your proper conduct, you shall encounter no troubles. However, should you entertain any devious thoughts or dare to bring trouble upon yourself, no one shall be able to save you when the time comes. Shrek is out of the question, and so is the Star Luo Empire. The chilling aura that flickered in Luo Yu's eyes instantly evoked a sense of dread in Dai Mubai, reminiscent of the fear he had previously experienced. He could no longer muster the courage to create a disturbance. All his injuries were self-inflicted and had nothing to do with anyone else. Leave, Luo Yu scoffed dismissively. Dai Mubai felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, stumbling away in a panic, neglecting the 2 dazed twins who had been caught in the aftermath. Stop! Dai Mubai's steps came to an abrupt halt as he turned back in a flurry of alarm. Luo Yu furrowed his brows, ready to leave without a second thought. First, clean the hallway, make the necessary repairs, compensate for any damages, and call back those who have fled. All right, I shall attend to it. Dai Mubai promptly began to move stones and tidy the scene. Zhu Zhuqing, watching from behind, was utterly captivated by the man's dominating aura. He exuded an undeniable masculinity and a profound sense of security. Come, let us return to our room, Luo Yu said as he turned back. Yes, master. Zhu Zhuqing replied, her mind and heart consumed by thoughts of the man. Dai Mubai noticed Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor and her address toward Luo Yu, causing his heart to tremble. Master, isn't she the fiancée of Davis? What is happening here? Chapter 50. The Sisters' Inquisition, Achieving a Hidden Accomplishment. Bountiful Rewards. Bang. The door slammed shut. Dai Mubai stared in disbelief as the man escorted the Zhu sisters into the room. His heart felt as if it would burst. Envy coursing through him. The twins beside him were merely mediocre in appearance. How could they possibly compare to the stunning Zhu sisters? The disparity in their presence was like that of clouds and dust. Why was it not he who won the heart of the beauty? In a fit of frustration, Dai Mubai raised his hand to strike the wall, but his motion suddenly halted. The pain of his injuries served as a stark reminder of the man's formidable power, and he dared not express his anger. He still wished to live. Who exactly was this man, capable of winning over even the proud Zhu Zhuqing? Dai Mubai was engulfed in doubt. He remembered how haughty Zhu Zhuqing had been in his presence, akin to a princess. Yet now she referred to this man as master. In that fleeting moment, he almost thought he was seeing things. Was this truly the aloof Zhu Zhuqing he knew? It seemed utterly implausible. The sting of his wounds and the departure of the woman left him in a state of profound frustration. He cast a venomous glance at the door, gritting his teeth as he silently vowed revenge. 30 years of prosperity on the East Bank. 30 years of decline on the West. Just you wait. With that thought, Dai Mubai began to diligently clear and repair the corridor, lifting broken bricks one by one. Back in the room thick with an air of intimacy, as soon as the door closed, Zhu Zhuqing eagerly bounded in front of Luo Yu. Master, you must be a dual martial soul. Previously, I saw you as a transcendent sword immortal, but upon awakening your second martial soul, you transformed into a violent demon. How wild. Hee, but I absolutely adore it. Zhu Zhuqing, please, try to contain yourself and refrain from gushing. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, unable to hold her tongue. With her impressive assets on display, she raised her elegant neck defiantly. Sister, I am entitled to express my affection. He is my master. And I shall do as I please. Zhu Zhuqing, you have gone too far. Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her eyes wide with indignation. What? Is this deemed excessive? To be candid, as long as my master desires, I would even wish to bear him offspring. Do you still care for your dignity? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed with anger. Dignity? Zhu Zhuqing raised her delicate brows. If forsaking dignity could earn my master's favor, I would gladly relinquish it all to you. Enough, you too. Let us have some peace for a moment. Luo Yu's powerful physique trembled, causing the two sisters to instantly wilt. However, they still shared a silent exchange, resembling playful children as they exchanged glances and gestures. I am weary and shall retire, Luo Yu yawned, disregarding the two women as he entered the bedroom. Luo Yu had just settled comfortably onto his bed, his eyes barely closed for a few moments, when he was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant breeze and felt a stir beside him. Startled, he opened his eyes to find two women perched beside him, one on his left and the other on his right. To his left sat a woman of fiery allure, her captivating eyes glistening with a hint of mischief, her luscious red lips appearing almost intoxicating, clad in a black strapless top that did little to conceal her exquisite assets. To his right was a vision of pure innocence, her youthful visage contrasting sharply with her provocatively curvaceous figure, accentuated by a sleek black leather ensemble that flawlessly traced her S-shaped silhouette. The breathtaking beauty of both women bore a striking resemblance to one another, and their proximity on the same enticing heart-shaped bed heightened the man's senses in an unprecedented manner. In that moment, even a stoic ascetic would likely find his heart racing. The captivating sisters, Zhu Zhuqing, were now gazing at him with an insatiable curiosity, their eyes roving over him as if they were searching for something undiscovered. Luo Yu tightened his garments, a wary expression crossing his face as he inquired, "What are you attempting while I slumber? You must not act recklessly. I am, after all, a person of integrity." Zhu Zhuqing cast a seductive glance at him, her enchanting eyes conveying the unspoken sentiment of her familiarity with his true nature. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft scoff, playfully sticking out her tongue and adopting an exaggerated expression that suggested she was on the verge of retching. Luo Yu let out a hum of discontent, exclaiming, "You two have gone too far, climbing into my bed in the dead of night, preventing me from sleeping." Zhu Zhuqing, feeling quite bashful, replied, "What are you pretending for? Weren't you the one who, with your head resting on my lap, couldn't keep your hands to yourself? Do you really think I was unaware?" "Indeed," Zhu Zhuqing chimed in, recalling the indescribable events that had transpired in the bathroom, her already bold and fiery demeanor flushed with embarrassment. She continued, "You are aware of my indiscretions, yet you deliberately position yourselves close to me in my bed." Luo Yu wore a teasing expression, questioning, "Could it be that you truly harbor improper intentions towards me?" "Huh, shameless," came the retort. "Not at all." "Oh, so you two have conspired against me, have you? Since you have both said so, it would be remiss of me not to put on a show for you." Luo Yu sprang to his feet in an instant, his hands reaching towards the slender, graceful legs of the two women. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly evaded, escaping the man's grasp. Upon raising her gaze, she discovered that her sister had no intention of retreating. Instead, she remained still, seemingly leaning forward, allowing the man to caress her exquisite legs. Slap. Luo Yu felt a sudden strike on the back of his hand and exclaimed with wide eyes, "Zhu Zhuqing, why did you hit me? Do not lay a finger on my sister." Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Luo Yu wore an expression of astonishment, glancing around. "Since when did you sisters become so close? You simply must not touch her," Zhu Zhuqing murmured, her tone losing its assertiveness. In truth, she did not truly mind whether Zhu Zhuqing was touched or not. Rather, it was the thought of Luo Yu being the one to do so that inexplicably unsettled her. Luo Yu, rendered speechless, said, "What is it you two have to discuss? Speak swiftly." The Zhu sisters exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with curiosity. "What exactly is your true identity, and how many secrets remain hidden from us?" Luo Yu shook her head, suggesting it would be discussed another day. Zhu Zhuqing fluttered her eyelashes, her sparkling eyes conveying unspoken sentiments. "Indeed, that day has already arrived." "Sister, what are you talking about?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled. Cough, cough, cough. At first, Luo Yu did not fully comprehend the situation until he caught sight of the woman's suggestive gaze. She was exceedingly provocative. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. It mattered little if certain topics were left unspoken. Might we have the pleasure of witnessing your martial soul once more? It emanated such strength, the moment it manifested. I felt my own martial soul, the spectral cat, tremble in response. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, seemingly lost in recollection. When your martial soul first appeared, I sensed an unusual sensation emanating from my own. Was it not fear? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, glancing at her sister. My experience seems to differ from yours. It was not fear, Zhu Zhuqing replied, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. Upon hearing her sister's words, Zhu Zhuqing's curiosity about Luo Yu's martial soul intensified, accompanied by a sense of grievance. It was all the Mu Bai's fault for being so weak. The battle concluded before she could fully appreciate the martial soul. Luo Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, devoid of the customary chill one might reserve for an adversary, instead revealing a hint of mischief. Merely observing would be insufficient. Just as the words hung in the air, his cheek was suddenly graced by the soft assault of a beautiful red-lipped kiss. Zhu Zhuqing, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing protested, her lips pouting indignantly, not fully comprehending the source of her own vexation. Sister, I wish to see the martial spirit. Whatever he desires, I shall provide. Zhu Zhuqing was nearly rendered speechless with frustration. Enough, you're the last one needed. Luo Yu's demeanor turned playfully ominous. Absolutely not, that is far too embarrassing. Zhu Zhuqing covered her face, shaking her head vehemently. Then it is settled. Luo Yu reclined backward, resting his arms beneath his head. No way, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, feeling a flutter of urgency. When the man's martial soul manifested, she sensed a peculiar stirring within her own, but before she could fully comprehend the sensation, he withdrew his martial soul. Qing'er, your master has saved you time and again and treats you with such kindness. A kiss is hardly excessive, Zhu Zhuqing urged earnestly. Absolutely not. I refuse to be like you, the girl protested, her cheeks flushed with shyness. To her astonishment, she realized that her feelings were merely embarrassment, not aversion. Zhu Zhuqing leaned close to her sister's ear and whispered something softly. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise, first hesitating, then resolute. Although her face was still flushed, she leaned down and pressed her lips to Luo Yu's face with a gentle peck. This scene left Luo Yu momentarily stunned. What on earth had Zhu Zhuqing said to provoke such boldness in her sister? Just as he was processing his astonishment, a series of electronic chimes echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving a hidden accomplishment. You have successfully collected kisses from 5 goddesses and received a hidden achievement reward package. Divine level movement technique, celestial wind moonlit steps, divine level swordsmanship, gale of 1,000 blades. The system's voice concluded, marking the end of this unexpected turn of events. Before Luo Yu had the opportunity to inquire, a sudden jolt resonated in his mind, plunging him into a state of reverie. He found himself transported to an ethereal realm, where atop a majestic mountain, an elder with an air of celestial grace stood, gazing up at the vast expanse of sun, moon, and stars. The elder took a step forward, and it seemed as though an abundance of clouds and celestial breezes surged beneath his feet. His form splitting into myriad illusions before coalescing into a singular entity, soaring through the heavens, reaching for the stars and embracing the moon. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Yu felt a stirring within, igniting a spark of enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the divine level footwork, celestial breeze moonlit steps. With a shift in the scene, Luo Yu found himself in a new world, on a battlefield strewn with carnage. A lone figure clad in silver shoulder armor and a flowing cloak stood resolute, wielding a long blade as he faced hundreds, even thousands, of adversaries with an air of haughty defiance, utterly unafraid. He brandished his weapon, conjuring phantoms, as a tempest surged forth. In the flickering of silver light and cold brilliance, it seemed countless fierce gales erupted, a million sword shadows swirling amidst the tumult, sweeping across all directions, obliterating everything in their path. In Luo Yu's eyes, the myriad sword shadows intertwined with the fierce winds reflected vividly, and a moment of enlightenment struck him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the divine level swordsmanship, the gale of 10,000 swords. All the magnificent visions abruptly vanished, and Luo Yu's spirit returned to reality once more. Are you all right? The fiery Zhu Zhuqing had crawled over from the bedside, perplexedly waving her delicate hand before him. I'm fine. Luo Yu shook his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. To the two women, it may have seemed that he merely lost his train of thought for a fleeting moment. Yet in the realm of his consciousness, it felt as though an eternity had passed. It appeared that the system intentionally allowed him to be present, enabling him to experience the formidable might of these two divine techniques in their perfected forms. This encounter not only bestowed upon him a versatile and agile footwork and unparalleled swordsmanship, but also deepened his understanding of the sword's path. The two great martial souls endowed him with unparalleled strength, while these divine techniques provided him with the finesse to wield such power effectively. Raw strength without skill resembles a brutish bear, while skill devoid of strength is akin to flowery punches and embroidered kicks. The true path lies in the harmonious cultivation of both strength and technique. With the long-standing deficiency now rectified, a sense of joy naturally blossomed within Luo Yu. He was pleasantly surprised to discover the existence of hidden achievements, and the rewards were exceedingly generous and thoughtful. He pondered the notion that collecting 5 divine kisses would summon a reward. What if he were to gather 10? Perhaps he was narrowing his perspective too much. If one were to extrapolate, could there be other hidden achievements to attain, perhaps something as whimsical as a 10th night? Ahem. Luo Yu's expression turned peculiar as he chided himself internally. I am a person of integrity, never indulging in frivolous thoughts. Sister, why do I feel he suddenly has a rather unsettling smile? Zhu Zhuqing pointed at Luo Yu, subtly shifting her voluptuous figure backward. Zhu Zhuqing let out a playful laugh, teasingly remarking, perhaps the master is contemplating how to devour you, little kitten. What? Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. A sharp sound echoed as Zhu Zhuqing playfully slapped her sister's rear, producing a crisp noise. Luo Yu cast her a sharp glance. Do not speak nonsense. Do I appear to be that kind of person? Zhu Zhuqing pouted her crimson lips, repeatedly kneading her petite behind. One need not even look to know that there must be a mark. This man truly struck her. Am I that kind of person? Luo Yu inquired once more. Absolutely not, master. You are certainly not that kind of person, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her voice rising in urgency. Luo Yu raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. See, even your sister acknowledges me as a good person. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing stood to the side, stifling a smirk and rolling her eyes. It's hardly surprising. I noticed you displayed no hesitation earlier, fully indulging in the bath without restraint. You've kissed her, and surely your martial soul can provide us with a glimpse of its prowess. Yes? Zhu Zhuqing's shy gaze was laced with profound curiosity. Is it merely a martial soul? That is easily addressed. Luo Yu, channeling his soul power, consciously restrained his aura, thereby avoiding an overwhelming display. A dragon's silhouette quietly emerged, enveloped in a resplendent 9-colored radiance. As torrents of potent vitality surged forth, the mere emanation of the dragon's might instilling trepidation in the hearts of Zhu Zhuqing and her sister. The sisters gazed with wide, astonished eyes, having previously marveled at the man's martial soul from a distance. Witnessing it up close on the same bed magnified their awe, allowing them to fully appreciate the extraordinary dominance of his soul. Master, what kind of martial soul is this? It is truly terrifying, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her radiant visage reflecting her astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard, her delicate fingers playfully poking Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist. Sister, I believe you have misidentified the source of your astonishment. This fellow possesses a twin martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing shuddered, momentarily daunted by the dragon god martial soul, nearly forgetting that the man was not merely defined by this singular power, but also wielded an enigmatic long sword martial soul. Why you? Zhu Zhuqing's voice trembled, while Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting eyes sparkled with an array of emotions. Luo Yu waved his hand, expressing that there was no need for such astonishment. After all, possessing a twin martial soul was merely a trivial matter, not exclusive to him in the realm of Douluo. Hiss! The sisters' beautiful eyes trembled, their hearts momentarily constricting. Good heavens! Merely a twin martial soul? Do you hear what people are saying? What more do you desire? The man's expression, as calm as still water, was utterly maddening to the two women. They stared unblinkingly for what felt like an eternity, truly unable to discern even a hint of self-satisfaction on his face. This was rather alarming, as it suggested that he genuinely did not place much significance on the matter of twin martial souls. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze turned complex, and she could not restrain herself from asking, "Are you aware of what possessing a twin martial soul signifies?" Indeed, Luo Yu nodded. Zhu Zhuqing, typically serene, felt her breath quicken, Then do you know that the last owner of a twin martial soul has ascended to become the most powerful empress of the Douluo continent? How could I possibly be unaware of that? Luo Yu rolled his eyes. She is my woman. What did you say? The sisters exclaimed in unison, covering their lips. It was a slip of the tongue. Luo Yu's expression faltered momentarily, and with a resigned shake of his head, he let out a sigh. Since it has come to this, I shall no longer keep it from you both. To lay my cards on the table, Queen Bibi Dong is my beloved. The two sisters blinked in surprise, gazing into the man's earnest eyes, and suddenly burst into laughter, their mirth blooming like vibrant flowers, exuberant and unrestrained. A look of incredulity etched upon Luo Yu's face. One could not help but wonder, was it truly that amusing? Zhu Zhuqing was on the verge of tears from laughter, imploring the esteemed elder to take their jesting more seriously. While merriment has its place, one must tread lightly when it comes to jesting about the empress. She stands among the most extraordinary talents in the annals of Douluo continent, a prodigy who has matured into her prowess, and the supreme ruler of the spirit hall. Zhu Zhiyun's eyes sparkled with admiration, for she was a paragon for the women of Douluo. Little did they know the depths of her reverence for the Empress Bibi Dong. Luo Yu nodded. Very well, I shall have the opportunity to take you to the spirit hall to spend time with her. He scoffed. The more you speak, the more absurd it becomes. Zhu Zhuqing cast him a sidelong glance. If we were born in the same era, you might truly have a chance with the Empress. But the disparity is far too great now. Zhu Zhiyun, with eyes full of admiration, encouraged, Master, with such extraordinary talent. I firmly believe that your future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of the Empress. Luo Yu's lips twitched slightly. You both still do not believe me. Humph. Enough of your boasting. If the Empress were truly your woman, I, Zhu Zhuqing, would serve you on my knees from this day forth. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, utterly unconvinced. She had once had the privilege of witnessing the Empress's grandeur. How could such an icy queen ever fall in love with a man? Luo Yu clicked his tongue and glanced at Zhu Zhiyun. What about you? Do you not believe either? Zhu Zhiyun smiled radiantly. The Empress is not your woman. Yet I am willing to kneel and serve you. Luo Yu realized at that moment that this woman was also skeptical. By the way, did you not mention earlier that you felt a disturbance in your body when my martial soul manifested? Zhu Zhiyun nodded. Indeed. I am currently suppressing the stirrings of my martial soul, as if there is an inexplicable sensation within me, though I cannot quite articulate what it is. Then release your martial soul. Allow me to see what transpires, Luo Yu said, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Chapter 52. An extraordinary skill. Can one actually assist in upgrading martial souls? Zhu Zhuqing, embodying the grace of a refined lady, knelt beside the bed, her perfectly shaped legs forming an elegant M. A hint of doubt crossed her charming face. She wondered why she did not experience the sensation her sister spoke of. After all, their martial souls were undeniably identical. In an instant, a flash of dark brilliance erupted as Zhu Zhiyun unleashed her nether spirit cat martial soul. The nether spirit cat is regarded as one of the premier beast martial souls in the Douluo continent, yet upon witnessing the dragon god martial soul behind Luo Yu, her forelimbs instinctively bent, and she prostrated herself in the void, immediately adopting a posture of submission in the presence of the opposing martial soul. Suddenly, Luo Yu felt as though his dragon god martial soul had established a peculiar connection with the other party. Is this what you meant by the stirring of martial souls? Luo Yu inquired. Zhu Zhiyun furrowed her brows, communing with her martial soul, and ultimately hesitated before pointing towards the ethereal image of the dragon god martial soul. Expressing with uncertainty, it seems that you possess the power I require. Luo Yu focused his mind, attempting to awaken the power within his martial spirit. A resounding roar emanated from the ethereal dragon's form. Soon after, a radiant beam of 9-colored light erupted from the dragon's mouth, illuminating the prostrate figure of the nether spirit cat. This spectacle captured the attention of both Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing. Boom. As the nether spirit cat absorbed the 9-colored light, its form underwent a dramatic transformation. Its size surged instantaneously, adopting an even more fearsome and grotesque appearance. The deep, dark skin shimmered with a faint glow, its sharp fangs elongated rapidly, their icy gleam becoming more piercing, as its overall shape clearly advanced toward a higher echelon of evolution. An exhilarating roar echoed forth, not a dragon's cry, but a profound metamorphosis of the nether spirit cat. After a fleeting moment of intense brilliance, Zhu Zhiyun rubbed her eyes, unable to believe the astonishing sight before her. The creature that had once been a mere spirit cat had undeniably transformed into a terrifying nether saber-toothed tiger. In addition to its sharper claws and glistening fangs, a pair of ominous, dark wings now adorned its back. Were it not for the bond of blood that connected them, Zhu Zhuqing would scarcely believe this was still her martial spirit. How do you feel? Luo Yu inquired. Zhu Zhuqing parted her delicate lips, struggling to comprehend the overwhelming power emanating from her martial spirit. I feel as though my martial spirit has grown even more formidable, she replied, disbelief lacing her voice. You should attempt to summon your martial spirit. That will provide clarity, Luo Yu suggested. Zhu Zhuqing suppressed her astonishment and myriad questions, leaping from the bed to stand on the pink carpet with her slender, jade-like feet. Martial spirit, manifest. Thunderous energy erupted. This time, unlike her previous beastly transformations, Zhu Zhuqing exuded an even more enchanting and otherworldly aura. The most apparent change was the emergence of a pair of black wings upon her back, resembling an angel of darkness, her presence far surpassing her former self. A mere flick of her wrist unleashed a sonic boom, an unimaginable feat in the past. As she felt a torrent of boundless power surging through her body, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with shock, intermingled with profound joy, a sentiment difficult to articulate. Her voice trembled as she gazed at Luo Yu with the reverence one might reserve for a deity. How did you achieve this? Why has my martial spirit suddenly become so powerful? Luo Yu gently massaged his temples and shook his head, saying, This is indeed my first encounter with such a situation. You witnessed the entire process just now. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard and stammered, Surely not. Your martial soul merely emitted a beam of divine light. And my nether spirit cat could evolve to this extent? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes fluttered in astonishment. She had observed the entire scene and was overwhelmed to an unimaginable degree. What kind of extraordinary power does this man possess, capable of aiding another's martial soul in its evolution? It is truly frightening. One must understand that the quality of a martial soul is intricately linked to an individual's combat prowess. A high-quality martial soul enhances the attributes it bestows, while a low-quality one cannot be simply summarized with the word tragic. Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware that her strength had tripled compared to before, and her speed, in which she was already proficient, had increased by more than fivefold. The nether spirit cat martial soul, having merely received the divine light bestowed by the other's martial soul, had astonishingly leaped to the pinnacle of martial souls. The man's ability to alter talent and facilitate the evolution of martial souls was simply unfathomable. Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming sense of power that seemed surreal, akin to a dream. She gazed at the man in utter astonishment. His ability was more extraordinary than that of any support-type soul master. Even the finest support-type soul master could merely enhance a person's physical state, whereas this individual had directly facilitated the evolution of another's martial soul. Luo Yu shook his head, imploring the two not to regard him so. It was only today that he became aware of such a matter. Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Had it not been for Zhu Zhuqing's presence, she might have rushed to Luo Yu's side, bestowing upon him a sweet and tender kiss. It is no exaggeration to say that the exhilaration brought forth by the evolution of martial spirits is indescribably profound for soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing marveled. Your methods are truly terrifying. You can actually facilitate the evolution of martial spirits. Luo Yu shook his head and pondered. It cannot be that exaggerated. I can sense that the divine light emitted from the dragon's mouth is likely time-sensitive, rather than a permanent evolutionary martial soul. Even if it is not permanent, it is still quite remarkable and terrifying. Wouldn't you agree? The astonishment on Zhu Zhuqing's face was unmistakable. Do you have any idea just how fearsome your methods truly are? Luo Yu said little more and continued to make an attempt. Guided by an inexplicable sense, he waved his hand. Within Zhu Zhuqing, a radiant light coalesced, manifesting as a brilliant nine-colored beam that swiftly merged back into the dragon's form. Stripped of her divine luminescence, Zhu Zhuqing was instantly reverted to her original state, transforming back into the ethereal spirit cat. Pouting in discontent, she lamented how her master was rather stingy, questioning why he had withdrawn so early when she yearned to fully savor the astonishing power. Nonetheless, this was indeed her first experience of such formidable martial spirit prowess. An exhilarating sensation that left her enchanted and yearning for more. By the end of her musings, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Now, she was wholeheartedly devoted to the man, harboring no doubts. Could I also have a try? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, though feeling a bit shy, Her curiosity about that state was insatiable. She longed to experience the thrill of martial spirit evolution, her heart tingling with anticipation. She summoned her martial spirit, awaiting Luo Yu's bestowal. However, the man remained silent for an unusually long time. "What is the matter?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, perplexed. Luo Yu shook her head and said, "It won't do. There seems to be a lack of connection with your martial soul, rendering you unable to unleash the nine-colored divine light." "How could this be? It is impossible. My sister can do it. Why can't I?" Zhu Zhuqing's face was filled with confusion. Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance, both startled, as if a shared thought had struck them simultaneously. Could it be? A peculiar look flashed in Luo Yu's eyes. Zhu Zhuqing shuddered slightly. Could it be that there was a benefit to such a sacrifice? Chapter 53. Bewildered eyes, trembling heart. The pleading maiden. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly confirmed her suspicions. It must be due to the intimate moments she shared with the man in the bathroom that this connection had arisen. There was no other plausible explanation. She and Zhu Zhuqing were of the same bloodline, their martial souls indistinguishable, even their soul skills remarkably similar. Why was she the exception? Why was she bestowed with the fortunate evolution of her martial soul? As this thought coursed through her mind, Zhu Zhuqing's already passionate gaze ignited further, shimmering with fervor as she looked gratefully at Luo Yu. Everything, every special occurrence, was a gift from this man. She found herself at a loss to articulate the exhilaration surging within her heart. Having grown up in a cold and unfeeling family, Zhu Zhuqing had never trusted anyone, holding her virtue in the highest regard, considering it her most treasured possession. However, after witnessing the hidden brilliance within Luo Yu, her heart fluttered, and with gritted teeth, she resolved to gamble her lifelong happiness, dedicating herself entirely to this unfamiliar man. It was a monumental wager. If the man's character were found wanting, she would be left with nothing, her life plunging into the darkest and most desperate abyss. Davis would not let her escape unscathed. If she had harbored any hesitation or anxiety before, being in the man's presence now, inhaling his robust masculine aura, brought her immeasurable comfort. She felt fortunate to have made the most astute decision of her life. This man before her, though only partially revealed, radiated an aura and talent that had already left her and her sister in utter astonishment. As Zhu Zhuqing's heart quivered, an intense premonition surged within her, reminding her of a legend. In the north, there dwelled a mysterious bird, hidden deep within the mountains, silent for 3 years. But when it finally sang, it astonished the world. Was not this enigmatic man before her a reflection of that tale? He likely reveled in the trivialities of life at present. Yet, when he chose to unveil his true potential, he would not remain as inconspicuous as he was now. At that moment, the entire continent would surely tremble in awe before him. With his extraordinary twin martial souls and formidable 10,000-year spirit ring, merely resting was enough for his martial soul to evolve. This was but the tip of the iceberg regarding his power. What manner of terrifying man had she aligned herself with? Zhu Zhuqing's crystalline, lustrous eyes fell into a daze, her heart brimming with boundless anticipation. The man's mystery and might had utterly captivated her, body and soul. "Sister, why does your martial soul respond to him while mine does not?" Zhu Zhuqing pouted, her delicate face radiating envy as she incessantly shook Zhu Zhuqing's arm, drawing her thoughts back. "Do you wish to be like your sister?" Zhu Zhuqing's crimson lips curled upward. "Indeed, that would be the evolution of my martial soul. As long as I am strong enough, my family will no longer be able to control me." The pure-hearted girl, with her youthful charm, revealed a gaze filled with longing. "Silly sister, what is the use of saying all this to me? You should seek the assistance of that man beside you. If he is willing to help you, why would you need to fear our disreputable family?" Zhu Zhuqing cast a shy glance at Luo Yu, proudly lifting her graceful neck, and huffed, "I refuse to be like you, lacking ambition. A girl should strive for independence. If you ask him for help, he might take advantage of you," she scoffed. "Are you certain? Would you not take the shortcut even if it exists?" Zhu Zhuqing's lips formed a beguiling curve. "Absolutely." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled as she resolutely declared, "In the future, if I choose to be with a man, it will solely be because I adore him, not for any trivial reasons." "Oh, now I understand." Zhu Zhuqing nodded with a smile. "What have you understood?" Zhu Zhuqing asked anxiously. "You haven't yet told me how your martial soul evolved." Zhu Zhuqing shot her a sidelong glance. "Did you not just say that you want to rely on yourself to grow stronger, without depending on a man?" "Indeed. So why do you still ask?" Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes. Zhu Zhuqing's small face was clouded with confusion. Zhu Zhuqing, with a playful smile, pointed at Luo Yu. My martial soul underwent a transformation solely due to the grace bestowed by my master. Zhu Zhuqing's expression instantly froze, her neck stiffly turning to focus on the man nearby, languidly yawning and seemingly idle. Just moments ago, she had declared her independence, never anticipating such a swift slap of reality. Biting her thin lips, her heart fell into a dilemma. This was no trivial matter. It was the allure of martial soul evolution. What soul master would not yearn for such an opportunity? Luo Yu shook his head and gestured dismissively, proclaiming, "Do not gaze upon me. I am utterly ignorant." "No," Zhu Zhuqing interjected with a resolute shake of her head, asserting, "I am well aware of my sister's talents. The evolution of her martial soul must surely be attributed to your assistance. Alas, how fickle is a certain woman, who just moments ago proclaimed her achievements were solely her own, and now, sister, silence yourself." Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, directing a fierce glare at Zhu Zhuqing. All right, I shall refrain from speaking. This slick visage is rather painful to endure." The alluringly mature woman displayed a playful, sultry smile. Zhu Zhuqing, undeterred by the teasing, fixated her lustrous dark eyes upon the man. Her lips, resembling ripe peaches, bore faint imprints of her teeth, as she remained silent. Luo Yu now feels somewhat overwhelmed. Can he really assist in this matter? He fears that uttering his thoughts may provoke a flurry of punches and accusations of being a rogue. Ahem. I regret to inform you that I am unable to assist with this endeavor, Luo Yu stated, firmly declining. Zhu Zhuqing, with her crimson lips pressed together, buried her charming face into her ample bosom, softly murmuring, "I was mistaken. I should not have boasted earlier. I implore you to help me. I truly need to enhance my martial soul." Luo Yu raised his hands in resignation, remarking that what had transpired was not a permanent evolution, but rather one with a temporal limitation. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly, reassuring him that it was all right. Perhaps this opportunity could indeed be the catalyst for her soul's evolution. However, she lamented, this was a matter in which she could offer no assistance. Her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her gentle voice quivered slightly. "In truth, you have saved me time and again, and I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. It would be inappropriate to impose further upon you. Yet, the power of my family is formidable, and with my current strength, I am unable to resist them." Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, expressing indifference. "Isn't it just the Zhu family of the starry Luo Empire? It's nothing significant." Zhu Zhuqing pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a long time. In truth, she harbored the thought that relying on men for everything made her feel utterly useless, and she feared that men would perceive her as merely a decorative ornament. She did not wish for that. Deep down, Zhuqing yearned for her benefactor to see her in a new light. A soft sigh escaped her heart, yet she felt too shy to voice it. In contrast to Zhu Zhiyun's resolute self-sacrifice, the excellence of men only instilled in Zhu Zhuqing a tinge of inferiority, prompting her to strive harder. "Silly sister, the master does not wish to withhold assistance. He simply knows you would never agree to that approach." "What approach?" Zhu Zhuqing glanced at her sister. "If you can do it, why can't I?" "You certainly cannot." At that moment, Zhu Zhiyun's smile appeared to Luo Yu like that of a cunning wolf deceiving an innocent woman. "Hurry and tell me. I can definitely do it." Zhu Zhuqing urged anxiously. "Are you certain?" Zhu Zhiyun raised an eyebrow. "I am certain. I will sleep with the master. Can you do that?" "I can." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing replied to her sister's provocative words. It was only when she noticed the strange looks exchanged between the two that she realized the implications. Her face igniting like fire, blushing deeply. What nonsense! How could sleeping with someone help in evolving a martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing's flustered voice echoed in the bedroom. Chapter 54, Consumed by Jealousy, Progress in Winning Over the Goddess. 100. See, you kept asking, and when they told you, you still didn't believe it. Zhu Zhuyin gave her a dramatic eye roll. The radiant young girl covered her flushed cheeks, shyly shaking her head repeatedly. Nonsense. How could that possibly help someone evolve their martial soul? Zhu Zhuyin shrugged, her fragrant shoulders rising as she chuckled lightly. Suit yourself, if you don't believe it. That is your choice. Gradually regaining her composure, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her small hand, fixing her beautiful eyes intently on her sister. You truly aren't deceiving me? Uft. Why would I lie to you? Have you ever seen an elder sister who would willingly push her younger sister into the arms of a man? Zhu Zhuyin replied, embodying a nonchalant attitude. Luo Yu could not help but curl her lip in disdain, secretly mocking the situation. Is it really you? Zhu Zhuqing, oblivious to her thoughts, tightened her small hands, tugging at the edges of her fitted pants, and hesitantly inquired, how should one sleep for that? Of course, it requires embracing each other to truly count, Zhu Zhuqing replied in a voice that was almost tantalizing, reminiscent of a devil luring one into temptation. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's body tensed, her long, graceful legs becoming even more refined. All right, you should really leave, Zhu Zhuqing said, her delicate foot stepping onto the plush carpet. Her impressive figure becoming undeniably apparent as she stood, pulling the young girl's smooth, fair arm towards the doorway. What are you doing? You don't want to evolve your martial soul, but I certainly do. Go on, don't hog the space, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, tugging the girl outward as she spoke. You are quite lacking in modesty, Zhu Zhuqing stammered. Humph, can modesty fill the stomach? Zhu Zhuqing completely pushed the girl out, slamming the bedroom door with a decisive thud. What do you know? Even if it weren't for evolving the martial soul, I would still desire to sleep beside our master. Click. With the door locked, the atmosphere in the bedroom instantly turned suggestive. Zhu Zhuqing cast a sultry glance, her body twisting like a supple serpent, swaying her voluptuous hips, and striding forward with her flawless, snow-white legs, taking slow, deliberate steps towards the man. Luo Yu's throat quivered slightly. In a lavishly adorned room, a man and a woman found themselves in an intimate setting. How could one resist the allure of such an enchanting woman, who was actively employing her charms? Zhu Zhuqing, reminiscent of a playful wildcat, possessed bright, sparkling eyes as she delicately licked her fingers. Master, the mischievous little wildcat has been sent away by the maid, and at last, we can indulge in our own world of intimacy. Her hands caressed the edge of the bed, and as she leaned forward, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Her long, slender legs stood gracefully, and her alluring figure formed a perfect, enticing S-curve. Luo Yu felt a sudden flutter in his heart, as if his very bones were turning to mush. This little enchantress possessed an extraordinary talent for seduction. In her presence, a man's visual and auditory senses were thoroughly tantalized. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, resembling a delicate spider spirit, had gracefully climbed onto the bed. Just as Luo Yu was about to make a move, Zhu Zhuqing placed her slender finger against his lips and whispered softly into his ear, Master, please do not move. I am here to assist you. Assist me? Luo Yu pondered for a fleeting moment. Shoo. Zhu Zhuqing withdrew her finger and placed it gently against her own lips. Trust me, that girl has already developed feelings for you. She is simply too shy to express them. I am merely stoking the embers of her affection. Luo Yu suddenly comprehended and grasped the woman's intentions. By the way, what did you say to her that prompted her to kiss me? In truth, I merely uttered a single phrase. You currently have no fiancé. You are a free individual now. Luo Yu, filled with perplexity, questioned whether it could truly be so. That a mere phrase would suffice. Zhu Zhuqing, with her delicate fingers tracing the contours of the man's chest, gently remarked, Indeed, that girl harbors genuine feelings for you. While it may seem improbable in ordinary circumstances, you have indelibly etched your presence in her heart during her most vulnerable moments. As Luo Yu was about to speak, he was silenced by Zhu Zhuqing. The woman slowly withdrew her crimson lips and whispered, Do not speak. Leave everything to me. Rest assured, based on my understanding of this girl, she will soon be unable to resist coming in. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing stood outside the door, listening to the utterly enticing sounds emanating from within the bedroom. The shyness on her face gradually transformed into a profound jealousy as she clenched her small fists. How shameless! How utterly shameless! Zhu Zhuqing, how can you behave in such a manner, especially as a young lady of repute? The creaking of the bed echoed through the air. Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety intensified, and unwelcome images began to surface in her mind. No, they cannot do this. Bang, bang, bang. What are you doing? Came Zhu Zhuqing's dissatisfied voice from within. Zhu Zhuqing stamped her foot and exclaimed, You cannot behave like this. Behave like what? It was your reluctance that made your sister take action. She is enjoying herself now. Don't disturb me. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, unsure why she felt such urgency. Just the thought of a man potentially engaging with Zhu Zhuqing inside made her uneasy. Previously, she had given it little thought, but the woman's voice was simply too evocative. Bang, bang, bang. The door swung open, revealing Zhu Zhuqing's displeased face. What are you knocking for? If you are unwilling, why impede others from their happiness? Zhu Zhuqing bit down on her pearly teeth, her small face resolute as she declared, Come out. What for? Zhu Zhuqing stepped outside. In a swift motion, Zhu Zhuqing darted into the bedroom, slamming the door shut and locking it behind her, effectively trapping Zhu Zhuqing outside. What are you doing? Open the door, Zhu Zhuqing demanded. Humph, if you wish to do something improper, there is no way I will allow it. You shall sleep outside tonight. Zhu Zhuqing spat defiantly, then turned to face the man on the heart-shaped bed, whose expression was one of utter astonishment. Her demeanor froze instantly, and an inexplicable silence enveloped the air. The stunning young woman suddenly felt at a loss. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's alluring voice floated in from outside. Oh, so my sister has finally awakened to the charms of men? If I, as the elder sister, relinquish the host to you for a night, what harm could it possibly do? Just be mindful of the noise. With a swift motion, Zhu Zhuqing became flustered, unsure of what to do. If she opened the door and fled, wouldn't that merely benefit Zhu Zhuqing? She absolutely could not allow that to happen. Yet within this room, it was just her and the man. She could almost hear the rapid beating of her own heart. At this moment, Luo Yu spoke up. Are you all right? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. What I mean is, if you are fine, you may as well go outside and let your sister return. I can assist her in upgrading her martial soul. The words of Luo Yu sent a buzzing sensation through Zhu Zhuqing's mind, igniting her irritation. Fueled by an inexplicable surge of courage, she boldly leaped onto the bed. Tonight, do not assist her, but rather, assist me. Gazing at the enticing swell of her modest bosom, the alluring curve of her waist, and the innocent charm of this pure sister, so distinct from the enchanting elder sister. Luo Yu hesitated. Assist you? Are you certain? I'm certain, Zhu Zhuqing replied through gritted teeth. Her eyes tightly shut as she wrapped her arms around Luo Yu's strong waist. The quivering of her eyelashes betrayed the turbulence within her heart. Luo Yu shook his head. Do you know what it takes to upgrade a martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing pressed her flushed cheeks tightly against the man's body, huffing, I don't care. You can do whatever you want, but you must not seek out that woman. It makes me unhappy. At this moment, the issue was no longer about the upgrade of the martial soul, but rather, after experiencing a thrilling episode, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized that a rogue had intruded upon her once tranquil heart. Luo Yu was taken aback, his hands lingering in hesitation and refusing to descend the stairs. Though he intended to coordinate with Zhu Zhuqing, he never anticipated that the girl would become so jealous. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind, startling him, yet simultaneously illuminating his understanding. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully winning the affection of the goddess, Zhu Zhuqing. Task progress, 100. Task reward, a dedicated second soul ring of 100,000 years. Chapter 55. Capturing Zhu Zhuqing's heart, the celestial soul ring reward. Task reward, the 9 heavens extermination swords dedicated second soul ring. 100,000 years soul ring, blade flower sea, cherry blossoms dance in unison. As the cascade of voices in his mind subsided, Luo Yu's starry eyes shimmered with excitement. Having witnessed the power of the first soul skill, he had long since grasped its implications. The dedicated soul ring of the extermination sword, though seemingly merely 100,000 years old, possessed astonishing might. As his soul power continued to advance, the potency of that soul skill would multiply exponentially. Luo Yu pondered silently, curious about the extraordinary transformation that this soul technique would bestow upon the sword of heaven's punishment, and what divine powers it might possess. His heart brimmed with anticipation, yearning to rush out of the hotel and find a suitable place to test its formidable might. Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Came the soft, anxious voice of Zhu Zhuqing from behind. At this moment, Luo Yu was momentarily distracted, silently chastising himself for his lapse in judgment. When could he afford to neglect the experimentation of his soul skills? Such a favorable opportunity was indeed a rarity. A woman's smooth, delicate arm encircled him from behind, crossing over his abdomen, holding him tightly as if she feared he might flee to seek Zhu Zhuqing. What truly unsettled Luo Yu was the manner in which the woman embraced him. Luo Yu's throat subtly quivered. What do you mean by that? Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face brushed against the man's back, her voice tinged with a hint of confusion as she stammered, I don't really know what's come over me. I just don't want you to sleep with her tonight. Could it be that you're feeling jealous? Luo Yu teased. Absolutely not. Why would I feel jealous of you? Zhu Zhuqing huffed defiantly. Upon hearing the girl's denial, a faint smile curved the corners of Luo Yu's lips. Given that he had already received a system notification, how could he possibly be unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's true feelings? The little beauty, so skilled at concealing her heart's desires, was likely grappling with her own inner embarrassment. As he attempted to turn, the woman tightened her grip on his arm, preventing him from moving. Please, Don't turn around, all right? Zhu Zhuqing pleaded, resembling a startled fawn. Would Luo Yu truly comply so obediently? Certainly not. At times, he might heed a woman's words, yet at other moments, doing so would undoubtedly indicate a lack of discernment. Now was precisely the moment to seize the advantage, to act decisively and boldly. He grasped the woman's delicate and fair hands, his powerful form stirring with a gentle force. With a slight tremor, he instantly freed himself from her embrace. Zhu Zhuqing emitted a startled gasp, taken aback by the man's sudden advance. Covering her face, she attempted to leap off the bed and escape, not wishing for him to see her anxious demeanor. However, before the fiery maiden could flee, a pair of strong hands encircled her slender waist, forcibly drawing her back. Zhu Zhuqing lost her balance, her charming visage paling as she fell into the man's embrace, the robust scent of masculinity enveloping her, distinctly different from her own fragrance. "Let me go?" Zhu Zhuqing protested, striking at his chest with her small fists. "Not a chance," Luo Yu replied with a smile, shaking his head as his powerful arms tightened their grip. Despite her repeated attempts to break free, she remained ensnared. "You scoundrel," she huffed, glaring at him with her dark, flowing eyes, only to freeze in astonishment. For in that moment, nestled within his arms, she found herself gazing up at his face. So close that she could distinctly feel his breath, the proximity was overwhelming. As she looked into his profound, starry eyes, her struggles ceased, her beautiful gaze becoming entranced. As if drawn into an irresistible spell, her heart fluttered, pondering the man's captivating allure. What extraordinary beauty must he possess to have such enchanting eyes? Some qualities truly cannot be concealed. Although Luo Yu donned the illusory mask to disguise his appearance, both Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing sensed his uniqueness, having long envisioned a flawless image of him in their minds. "Am I handsome?" Luo Yu asked, a confident and charming grin gracing his lips. "Uh-huh," Zhu Zhuqing instinctively nodded, only to quickly shake her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "You must let me go. This is inappropriate." "I see nothing wrong with it," he replied. As Luo Yu spoke, an inexplicable impulse led him to gently caress the woman's smooth, jade-like legs. Truly, her limbs bore no trace of excess flesh, providing an exquisite sensation. With a soft gasp, Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip and indignantly exclaimed, "You rogue! Is this how you take advantage of others?" Luo Yu, with a smile that seemed to mask deeper emotions, remarked, "If you say it that way, I find myself quite innocent. It was clearly you who locked your bedroom door. Yet you climbed onto my bed. Why did you not allow me to leave when I wished to?" Zhu Zhuqing gave a soft huff in response. Luo Yu shook his head, his hands unrestrained, as he playfully pinched her exquisite leg. "Do you think this place is one where you can come and go as you please?" The inner turmoil of Zhu Zhuqing was palpable, completely ensnared by the man's assertiveness. It was undeniable that she harbored feelings for him. The events that unfolded had deepened those sentiments immensely. After all, how could someone so protective of her dignity muster the courage to intrude into the bedroom? Yet, her inherent shyness hindered her from articulating her emotions. The man's boldness and dominance rendered her both bashful and gave rise to an unfamiliar sensation within her, a sweet feeling that was rapidly blossoming. "What am I to do?" Luo Yu whispered softly into Zhu Zhuqing's delicate ear. "Tell me, how could I resist indulging in a lamb that willingly presents itself?" Zhu Zhuqing grasped his audacious hands, her voice barely above a whisper. We cannot proceed like this." "Why not?" The man's voice seemed laced with temptation, reverberating in her ears, further disorienting Zhu Zhuqing, who was so overwhelmed that she lost her capacity for rational thought. "We've only just met. Our relationship is still so tenuous." Luo Yu gently whispered. "Those who are ill-suited will never become lovers, regardless of how long they have known each other. Yet, the right person can ignite a spark of love even upon the very first meeting." Zhu Zhuqing shivered slightly, her mind conjuring images of her encounters with a certain man. Initially, he was somewhat exasperating, speaking without restraint, leaving her with a distinctly unique impression, for the men she had previously encountered were always compliant and indulgent towards her. Later, during her darkest hour, it was he who extended a helping hand, transforming into a formidable presence, exuding an aura of dominance akin to that of a demigod. One must ask, which woman does not admire a true powerhouse, especially one who has long been deprived of a sense of security? Subsequently, when Dai Mubai explicitly declared the dissolution of their engagement, Zhu Zhuqing felt as though a shackle that had bound her body and spirit had vanished, and within her heart, there gradually emerged a new presence. Luo Yu noticed the subtle shift in the woman's gaze and gently remarked, Zhuqing, you may call me lecherous or rogue. But I must confess that ever since our first encounter, I have harbored an affection for you. Their eyes locked, and Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting eyes became entranced. As Luo Yu was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by the woman who gestured for silence. Do not utter a word, simply kiss me. Chapter 56. Have you truly given away the soul bone? The enchanting girl in pink stockings. Although Zhu Zhuqing always appeared bashful in Luo Yu's presence, once she resolved to undertake a task, she pursued it with unwavering determination. Her actions, though somewhat awkward, were infused with genuine effort and earnestness. The following morning, soft sunlight streamed into the hotel room. The pink rose petals scattered across the carpet seemed to bloom with even greater vibrancy. Creak. The bedroom door swung open, and Luo Yu stepped out, stretching his body in a satisfied manner, only to be startled by the sight before him. Zhu Zhuqing knelt gracefully on the sofa. Her exquisite legs curled beneath her, her enchanting visage drooping slightly, while her beautiful eyes brimmed with an endless melancholy. Her pouted, crimson lips appeared as if they could hold a pot of oil. Luo Yu leaned closer, observing the crimson veins in the woman's eyes and the pronounced dark circles beneath them. Hesitantly, he inquired, You haven't slept all night, have you? The mere mention of this stirred a wave of grievance within Zhu Zhuqing, causing her nose to tingle as she nearly burst into tears. How could I possibly sleep when you are engaged in such mischief inside? Mischief? Who is engaging in mischief? Luo Yu glanced around, bewildered. Stop looking around. It's you. It's undoubtedly you. The woman tearfully accused, reminiscent of a neglected wife in a secluded chamber. What have I done? Luo Yu shrugged in confusion. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes and scoffed. Master, I heard the commotion. Are you going to keep pretending? Compared to the exaggerated cries, these subtle, muffled moans were far more torturous, weren't they? Luo Yu gently touched his nose. Have you perhaps misunderstood? Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming urge to strike the man before her with a hammer. Misunderstood? Could she truly be mistaken? The commotion was reminiscent of the earlier incident in the bathroom. Master, you no longer love me. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was tinged with hoarseness, as if she were accusing the heartless man before her. Luo Yu pondered for a moment. Did I ever profess my love for you? In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale, suddenly realizing that love would no longer flourish. Indeed, men are often oblivious, easily forgetting their past affections once a new flame ignites. Is the elder sister not as enticing as the younger? Why does this fellow persistently fixate on Zhu Zhuqing? Cast your gaze upon me as well. Enough of this dejection. Here, this is for you. In a swift motion, Luo Yu cast an object that shimmered with a silvery glow, landing precisely in Zhu Zhuqing's embrace. Humph, that insufferable man. Does he think a mere trinket can soothe the heart of a wounded woman? Zhu Zhuqing thought haughtily. Yet her heart skipped a beat when she beheld the item nestled in her arms, her eyes widening in astonishment. She incredulously grasped the object, scrutinizing it repeatedly as her breath quickened, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Luo Yu, disbelief flooding her senses. Is this truly meant for me? Indeed. Luo Yu yawned, still enveloped in weariness from the previous night's exertions. With the man's affirmation, Zhu Zhuqing's astonishment only deepened. What she held was a resplendent soul bone, emanating gentle wisps of ethereal breeze, radiating a unique energy that bespoke its extraordinary nature. This is a soul bone. This fellow, so casually bestowing such a gift? Zhu Zhuqing's emotions were a tempest, her mind racing. Coming from a prestigious lineage, she had encountered countless gifts in her lifetime. Yet here was a man who nonchalantly presented a soul bone as if it were an everyday occurrence. What wealth must he possess? Even the spirit hall, the foremost power in Douluo, would not dare to be so lavish. In Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Luo Yu already held a grand stature, which has now been infinitely magnified. Gazing at the soul bone in her hand, Zhu Zhuqing found herself increasingly enamored, wavering with a sense of gain and loss as she pondered. Are you truly certain you wish to bestow this upon me? Do you comprehend its significance? Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, remarking that it was merely a soul bone. Nothing of great significance. Here, take it, he said. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard, finding it exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of the gift in her hands. This present is rather extravagant. What merit do I possess to deserve such a treasure? Luo Yu's expression turned serious. You are quite astute. But I hope you will direct your cleverness appropriately. Take good care of my woman. I shall not treat her poorly. Should you entertain other thoughts? Ah, Yunner understands. Zhu Zhuqing nodded obediently, for it was the first time in her life that she had encountered such a celestial being. one who was willing to bestow a soul bone upon another. This was truly astonishing. As she scrutinized the soul bone in her hand, it was evident that it was no ordinary item, one that wealth alone could not procure. She swallowed hard and inquired, "Have you already infused this soul bone with your essence?" "No." "Then why do you not keep it for yourself?" Luo Yu lightly waved his hand. "This soul bone, which might be considered a rare treasure by others, seems somewhat lacking to me, as I have loftier aspirations and choices. Alas, such an appearance, such quality of soul bone. And you deem it unsatisfactory. Do you aspire to ascend to the heavens?" In that instant, Zhu Zhuqing felt as though a multitude of alpacas were trampling through her mind. The grievances accumulated from listening to the sounds in the living room all night dissipated the moment Luo Yu unveiled the soul bone. Grateful for the benefactor's gift, Zhu Zhuqing tenderly embraced the soul bone. Enough of the pleasantries. Luo Yu raised his hand and stated, "You and Zhu Qing shall each take one. The soul bones I have selected are perfectly suited to your circumstances. Simply absorb them." "How considerate. I am utterly enamored." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes nearly sparkled with heart shapes. Her previously unremarkable life transformed upon encountering this man, as if she had stepped into an entirely different realm. The evolution of martial souls requires the bestowment of soul bones. This was something she had once only dared dream of, yet here it was, unfolding before her. Zhu Zhuqing suppressed her inner excitement, fluttering her long, curled eyelashes. "Master, your kindness towards me leaves me at a loss on how to repay you." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "Are you no longer angry?" "Angry? What is there to be angry about?" Zhu Zhuqing leaned closer and gently kissed Luo Yu's cheek. "If you have any needs, my sister and I would be more than willing to attend to you. I wouldn't mind at all." A dark line appeared on Luo Yu's forehead. He had not anticipated the remarkable efficacy of a soul bone. The woman's emotional fluctuations were astonishingly rapid. Just moments ago in the bedroom, Zhu Zhuqing had jubilantly celebrated the gift, showering him with embraces and sweet kisses. A soul bone aged around 80 to 90,000 years. Even if he chose not to gift it, would serve no purpose for him. Both women shared a profound bond with him, making the act of giving away such a treasure devoid of regret. With his immaculate divine body forged from the golden lotus of tribulation, to absorb these lower-age soul bones would be an utter waste and a devaluation of his worth. He had long since set his sights on a true objective. Luo Yu found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Zhu Zhuqing's fervent gaze. He rubbed his aching lower back and instructed, "You sisters may absorb the soul bones upstairs. I shall take a stroll. I shall await your return," Zhu Zhuqing replied, casting him an extremely flirtatious and endearing glance. At the Rose Hotel, the damaged areas of the corridor had been hastily repaired by Dai Mubai overnight. Although there were minor imperfections, the situation was now manageable. At Luo Yu's insistence, Dai Mubai even compensated the hotel for the damages and reassured the other guests before he discreetly retreated back to Shrek Academy. As he stepped outside the hotel and inhaled a couple of breaths of fresh air, Luo Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. A man and a woman were approaching from a distance along the street. The man had an unremarkable appearance, adorned with an extravagant belt, yet his clothing was rather plain. In stark contrast, the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her features exquisitely pure, dressed in a delicate pink jacket. What captivated Luo Yu's attention were her long, slender legs, tightly encased in pink stockings, perfectly rounded and strikingly straight, a sight of unparalleled allure. "Ding! Target detected, goddess." The system's voice resonated almost simultaneously as Luo Yu's gaze fixated on those enchanting legs. Chapter 57, Locking onto the Little Princess Ningrongrong. And Xiao Wu takes the initiative to strike up a conversation. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. Just last night, he had experienced Zhu Zhuqing's frigid exterior concealing a passionate heart, and now the system had initiated yet another task. It seemed it truly had no intention of granting him respite. He shook his head and gazed at the transparent panel before him. Task issued: capture the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Ningrongrong. Task reward: exclusive 9 heaven sword and a 10,000-year third soul ring. System notification: should the host manage to tame the proud temperament of the little demoness Ningrongrong, there will be an additional mysterious reward. Ningrongrong? Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. His gaze fell upon the street corner, where a fairy-like, exquisite young girl was gracefully approaching. The girl's charming visage, a delicate blend of porcelain and blush, was adorned in a snug, pink garment that accentuated her developing figure, while her slender waist seemed almost fragile to the touch. Her long, Black braided hair cascaded over her rounded, pert posterior, trailing down to her elegantly shaped calves, enveloped in pink stockings. Such iconic legs could only belong to Xiaowu. How then did his attention shift to Ningrongrong? Could it be that the system too was experiencing a moment of confusion? Luo Yu was momentarily at a loss. Why would you choose a distant target when you cannot even lock onto the nearby one? Such is the enigmatic operation of the system. As Luo Yu pondered, the beautiful girl with long legs and stockings and the boy beside her had already arrived at the hotel entrance, engaged in conversation. Third brother, can't we enroll in Shrek today? No, the teacher informed me that tomorrow is the day for Shrek's admissions. We have to wait until tomorrow? Xiaowu pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction evident on her face. Tang San chuckled. There's no rush. Let us first stay at the hotel. Xiaowu lamented. It's such a shame to waste the money we've saved on hotel accommodations, especially since this place looks quite luxurious. Tang San declared with bravado, it's all right. Let's indulge this once. I'll step out later to explore and perhaps find a decent blacksmith shop where I can earn a bit of extra money. All right then. The Spirit Master allowance I received from the Spirit Hall this month hasn't been spent yet, so it should be enough for 2 rooms, Xiaowu nodded. 2 rooms? Tang San inquired. What's wrong, third brother? Tang San shook his head. Actually, we could share 1 room. You can sleep on the bed while I take the sofa. The money saved could be spent on some delicious food for you. Xiaowu pursed her lips, shaking her head with a playful smile. Third brother, before I left home. My mother specifically told me not to share a room with boys. I always listen to my mother. Tang San took a deep breath, feeling a buzzing in his head. This was not the first time he had heard Xiaowu say something like this. Third brother, my mother says I shouldn't hold hands with boys. Third brother. My mother told me I shouldn't share a meal with boys either. Having known Xiaowu since their days at the Notting City Junior Academy, he recognized her respect for him, yet she always maintained a slight distance. This unseen mother of hers seemed quite fearsome, prohibiting all forms of intimate gestures between Xiaowu and boys. Tang San smiled wryly. Xiaowu, you're grown up now. You don't have to obey your mother's words in everything, do you? The stunning girl shook her head repeatedly, her enchanting eyes revealing a resolute expression. I cannot. I must listen to what my mother says. Tang San questioned. Xiaowu, don't you have any rebellious spirit at all? What your mother says isn't always right. You should interpret it critically. Xiaowu's captivating eyes sparkled with emotion as she reminisced about past events. Third brother, I encountered terrifying enemies when I was young. I still remember how my mother would rather sacrifice her life to hold back the enemy than let me escape alone. If it weren't for the fortunate intervention of someone later, I would have lost my mother. How could I not heed her words? Who were your enemies? Tang San inquired. Xiaowu shook her head, playfully sticking out her tongue. Third brother, everyone has their little secrets. Don't ask so many questions. In the young girl's mind, an indomitable figure unexpectedly flashed by. It was that man who, during the most despairing moments for her and her mother, descended like a divine being to rescue them. Despite the passage of many years, Xiaowu could not forget that shadow. As they conversed and entered the Rose Hotel, Xiaowu curiously blinked her beautiful eyes, surveying her surroundings. It was not until she spotted a stranger to the side that she realized he was also gazing at her. Their eyes met, and Xiaowu suddenly felt a jolt of awareness. Her mind momentarily faltered, and her steps unconsciously slowed. Noticing the girl's unusual demeanor, Tang San inquired, "What's the matter?" Xiaowu, looking into the stranger's eyes, seemed to be recalling and confirming something, as an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within her. "Sengu, please wait for me." Huh? Tang San, bewildered, noticed that Xiaowu had already brushed past him, hastily making her way towards the unfamiliar man at the entrance of the hall. Luo Yu now found himself in a state of bewilderment. He stood quietly, doing nothing in particular. Xiaowu, clad in pink stockings, approached him with a few steps, positioning herself a meter in front of him, scrutinizing him intently. Her gaze flitting back and forth between his eyes. Ahem. Luo Yu feigned a cough. Xiaowu snapped back to reality, her earlier expression of surprise dimming once more. She bowed slightly to Luo Yu, apologizing. I'm sorry. I found your eyes and demeanor somewhat familiar. It seems I mistook you for someone else. I apologize for the intrusion. With that, she quickly turned and departed. Tang San quipped, Xiaowu, what were you just doing? Xiaowu appeared still lost in her reverie. Murmuring, I felt a resemblance in his gaze to someone I know well. As I approached, I realized it was not him. That person means a lot to me. Truly very important. Tang San observed the faint glow on Xiaowu's delicate face, his heart skipping a beat. Who is this person so significant to you? Xiao Wu replied earnestly, "It is the one who saved both me and my mother." Tang San's previously anxious heart instantly found relief. The person who had rescued Xiao Wu must have aged by now, having no bearing on his life. There was no need for concern. Luo Yu found himself somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend why Xiao Wu had suddenly approached him, gazing at him with such intensity. It was only upon overhearing their conversation that he recalled the time he had rescued a Wu from the clutches of the spirit hall. A moment when Xiao Wu had also been present, albeit not yet having taken on her human form. Could it be? That fleeting encounter from so many years ago had left an impression on her? Surely, she could not still remember him after all this time. Luo Yu was indeed somewhat taken aback. Despite having altered his appearance with the thousand illusion mask, his eyes remained unchanged. How could he still be recognized? It was quite astonishing. How could Luo Yu possibly know the terror that engulfed Xiao Wu when she was pursued by the spirit hall? The despair she felt as her mother fought valiantly to protect her while facilitating her escape was unfathomable. The man's extraordinary prowess, which allowed him to rise above the rest, was indelibly etched in her fragile heart. The innate instincts of spirit beasts, combined with a woman's sixth sense, enabled her to grasp that fleeting sense of familiarity. The course of history had already undergone subtle changes since Luo Yu's appearance in Douluo. "Brother, we require 2 rooms," Xiao Wu said as she and Tang San approached the counter. The attendant scrutinized the pair for a moment before sincerely responding, "I am sorry, but we only have 1 room left." Tang San frowned slightly and turned to Xiao Wu, suggesting, "Shall we share a room?" Xiao Wu bit her lip, shaking her head in refusal. The attendant interjected, "However, we truly have only 1 room available." Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Wu's brows knitted together tightly. Caught in a dilemma. "Didn't you reserve 2 rooms for me? Please allocate 1 to them." Luo Yu strode over with confidence, addressing the attendant with a clear voice. Chapter 58. Tang San's jealousy and an unexpected encounter with 3 lovely beauties. HM? Xiao Wu, Tang San. And the attendant simultaneously focused their attention on the suddenly speaking Luo Yu. "The 2 rooms I asked you to reserve for me yesterday, are they available?" Luo Yu inquired as he approached the counter. "Yes, indeed." The attendant quickly responded, her demeanor alert. She was well aware of the fierce battle that had transpired the previous night and felt a deep apprehension towards this formidable man. Relieved that he had no intentions of causing a disturbance, Luo Yu nodded, expressing satisfaction with the arrangement, suggesting they be given a shared room. "Absolutely," the waiter promptly replied, swiftly delivering 2 keys to Tang San. Upon gazing at the keys, Tang San couldn't help but furrow his brow. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, with her enchanting eyes sparkling with curiosity, turned to Luo Yu and inquired, "What compels you to assist us?" Luo Yu smiled gently. "It just so happens that I have no need for 2 rooms, so sharing one with you is of no consequence." Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with mirth, and a sense of inexplicable familiarity and warmth towards the man before her enveloped her. "I must thank you. If there were only 1 room, I would find myself in quite a predicament." "No need for gratitude." Luo Yu casually waved his hand. Just as Xiao Wu was about to speak again, Tang San stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Luo Yu with suspicion. "Who are you? Why would you offer us assistance upon our chance encounter?" Luo Yu shook his head gently and said, "Our encounter signifies a fateful connection. It is merely a small favor, nothing of great consequence." Tang San fixed his gaze intently on Luo Yu, and with a swift motion, he retrieved a pouch of coins from his storage belt and handed it over, stating in a solemn tone, "I am grateful for your assistance, and I sincerely appreciate your kindness. However, let me be candid. I advise you to harbor no thoughts towards my sister, for should you do so, I shall not hesitate to take a firm stance." Luo Yu gazed at the purse being handed to her, her smile gradually fading in the face of Tang San's aloof demeanor. A faint curve of indifference appeared at the corners of her mouth. In life, simplicity often reigns supreme. One should not overcomplicate the thoughts of others. If she is to be accommodated in this room, let the payment be set aside, just put it on my tab. Observing the sudden shift in the atmosphere, Xiao Wu stepped forward, eager to speak. Luo Yu had already turned away from the hotel. Xiao Wu stamped her foot in annoyance and reproached, "Third brother, what are you doing? That person was clearly trying to help us. How can you speak to them like that? It's truly hurtful." Tang San scoffed lightly, shaking his head and replied, "Xiao Wu, you do not yet comprehend the treachery of human nature. Why would a stranger assist us? They must be harboring ulterior motives towards you." Xiao Wu shook her head repeatedly, insisting, "Third brother, I did not perceive any malice in their gaze." Tang San reassured her, "All right, There's no need to quarrel over an outsider. We shall never see them again. Let them be. I offered them money, and they refused it. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes in exasperation with that attitude of yours. It's no wonder they wouldn't accept. Tang San fell silent. Yet within himself, he recognized his possessive feelings toward Xiao Wu. Regrettably, she maintained her distance. After retrieving the keys, the two were about to ascend the stairs when they were halted by a waiter. Sir, I advise you not to provoke that gentleman from earlier. He is no ordinary soul master. Last night, he nearly wrecked our establishment, the waiter whispered urgently. Tang San chuckled lightly, a confident smile gracing his lips. And if we do provoke him? Rest assured, he is not the only soul master here. We are too. That fellow looks to be at most my age. Among peers, I am invincible. Xiao Wu cautioned. Third brother, you must not be so absolute. There are always greater forces. Tang San, in a rather foul mood, declared boldly. After all these years, do you still doubt my capabilities? What can these contemporaries of mine use to contend with me? Their lives. Xiao Wu conceded with a slight nod. She was well aware of Tang San's skills and innate talent, which indeed rendered him unmatched among his peers, a veritable genius. However, we should still treat others with a bit more kindness next time. All right, I understand, Tang San responded, gripping the two keys tightly, his chest still feeling constricted. Meanwhile, Luo Yu walked down the street after leaving, undeterred by the brief encounter with Tang San. Since one had displayed a poor attitude, they could only blame themselves when the time came for retribution. Luo Yu harbors no fear of others pretending to be something they are not. Such encounters bear no psychological burden and even evoke a certain thrill of violence. In contrast to the desolation of the night, the streets during the day bustle with life, teeming with incessant traffic, vendors, and throngs of passers-by. Luo Yu merely cast a fleeting glance at the street scenery before directing his attention to a transparent panel visible only to himself. It was a meticulously detailed topographical map. A black dot represented him, while a golden indicated another person's trajectory, perpetually in motion. Having gleaned insights from Zhu Zhuqing's experience, Luo Yu understood that this golden dot likely represented Ning Rongrong. Presumably, she too was on her way to join Shrek Academy. With no pressing matters at hand, he made his way toward the direction of the golden dot, eager to encounter the runaway princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In a luxurious clothing store nestled within a narrow alley, a cacophony of feminine voices resonated. At the counter, the shopkeeper was in a quandary, holding a handcrafted, exquisite, white skirt that exuded elegance. Three strikingly different young ladies stood in opposition. Ning Rongrong, adorned in a flowing white fairy dress, her eyes shimmering with innocence and desire, possessed a complexion as delicate as that of a celestial being. At this moment, her face flushed with anger as she glared at her opponent. Opposite her stood a woman radiating exotic charm, her neck flushed and eyes wide with intensity, sporting short purple hair and vibrant green nails. She wore a soft armor bodice that showcased her fair shoulders and alluring navel. Another ethereal girl, sweet and serene, remained aloof from the dispute, standing quietly to the side. Her gaze tranquil and deep, reminiscent of a placid ocean, undisturbed by the turmoil around her. Ning Rongrong, dissatisfied, exclaimed, "This skirt was my first choice. On what grounds do you claim it for yourself?" The purple-haired girl, Gu Yue Na, retorted with a huff, "It's not theft. I have already offered you double the price. Kindly allow me to purchase this skirt." "Huh, you wish to bargain with me?" Ning Rongrong shot back, her eyes narrowing, her lips curling defiantly. "I shall offer you 4 times the price. I am determined to have this skirt. Yield it to me. I will raise it to 6 times. Gu Yue Na stood her ground, unyielding. "Is wealth all that matters to you?" Ning Rongrong produced a large coin pouch, slamming it onto the counter, the clattering of gold soul coins resonating throughout. "No matter your offer today, I shall double it. This skirt will not leave with you." Gu Yue Na's expression shifted. She had not anticipated encountering such extravagant spirit in a mere girl who appeared to possess true wealth. The graceful girl, Yilingling, tugged at Gu Yue Na's arm. "Yin Yin. We were indeed in the wrong. Let her have it." Gu Yue Na shook her head resolutely, declaring, "Lingling, today is your birthday, and this skirt is perfect for you. I must acquire it as a gift." "No, let us seek other shops," Yilingling urged. "We have already visited numerous stores, and this is the one that suits you best. Enough of your objections. I shall handle this." Gu Yue Na glared at Ning Rongrong, stating with unwavering resolve, "You will relinquish this dress, and I will compensate you with double the price." Ning Rongrong let out a cold laugh. "Do you truly believe I am in need of your paltry sum?" In that moment, A glimmer flickered in Gu Yuena's eyes. With a resounding boom, a serpent with vibrant green scales materialized behind her, 3 rings of spirit energy swirling ominously around it, exuding an overwhelming aura. The shopkeeper trembled nearby, while Ning Rongrong let out a muffled groan, her expression darkening. At her current level of 27, she had not anticipated that her adversary would be a formidable soul master with 3 or more rings. How astonishing that even young maidens display such volatility nowadays. Is it customary to resort to violence over a mere purchase? A mocking voice echoed from the entrance. Who dares? Ning Rongrong and Gu Yue Na swiftly turned their gazes towards the source. There stood an unremarkable man at the door, observing the scene with a smile. Chapter 59. The Confrontation of Two Maidens. Luo Yu. You wish to hire me? It will cost you more. Gu Yue Na fixed her gaze upon the man, her brow furrowing as she sensed his concealed presence. Who is this audacious individual, unafraid of death, daring to mock my affairs? The shopkeeper, positioned behind the counter, was drenched in cold sweat. Good sir, do you not perceive the palpable tension in my establishment? There is no time to flee. How dare you intrude? Luo Yu cast a sweeping gaze over the exotic grace of Gu Yue Na, shaking his head with a sigh. You are indeed a beauty. Yet your words bear such a fierce edge. It is a pity to squander such a lovely visage. Suddenly, a surge of soul power enveloped Gu Yue Na, her violet hair billowing as her enchanting eyes locked onto Luo Yu. Listen here, young man, she warned. Mind your own affairs. I have no desire to harm the innocent. But do not provoke me. In the face of her fierce threat, Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk dancing upon his lips. Ah, your matters bear no relevance to me. So why should I meddle? It was I who made an impromptu remark earlier. I am merely a bystander here for the spectacle. Handle your own issues and pretend I do not exist. He crossed his arms and leaned against the door, gesturing with a flourish as though inviting the unfolding drama. Gu Yue Na's nails shimmered with a verdant glow as she spoke in a low tone. Young man, I sense you are deliberately seeking trouble. If you wish for a confrontation, I can oblige you at this very moment. Luo Yu chuckled and shook her head. Humph. Gu Yue Na, believing the man to be cowardly, let out a dismissive snort, choosing not to contest with such a trivial character any further. She then redirected her gaze back to Ning Rongrong, revealing her formidable soul power at the 38th level. Pointing at the exquisitely crafted fairy skirt held by the shopkeeper, she arrogantly declared, You can relinquish it to me now. Rest assured, I shall not resort to force. I will compensate you double the price. Ning Rongrong bit her crimson lip, remaining silent, her heart brimming with frustration. Having stealthily escaped from home as a solitary figure, she was merely a 27th level support type soul master, utterly devoid of offensive capabilities. Engaging in conflict here would undoubtedly lead to her suffering. During her hesitation, Gu Yue Na had already approached the shopkeeper, her neck held high in pride, casting a provocative glance at Ning Rongrong, reminiscent of a haughty peacock. She seized the skirt and, after producing 2 coin pouches, placed one on the counter for the shopkeeper and tossed the other at Ning Rongrong's feet. Here, this is your compensation, not a penny less. You. Ning Rongrong glared fiercely, her delicate frame trembling with indignation. What, are you dissatisfied? Gu Yue Na posed triumphantly, lifting the skirt in her hand, clenching her teeth. Ning Rongrong's eyes burned with fury as she retorted, You will regret this. I will reclaim this debt sooner or later. As the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, she had never endured such humiliation. Delighted by Ning Rongrong's words, Gu Yue Na retracted her smile, narrowing her eyes coldly. Oh, so you possess a fiery temper despite lacking prowess? What, do you wish to retaliate? It seems I must teach you a small lesson today. What do you intend to do? Ning Rongrong's expression shifted, taking a step back. Her martial soul's supportive capabilities were unparalleled in the world, yet she possessed no combat strength, rendering her incapable of contending against Gu Yue Na's green-scaled serpent martial soul. Afraid now, are we? Gu Yue Na laughed heartily, gracefully approaching Ning Rongrong, exerting psychological pressure upon her. I warn you, should you engage with me, you will surely regret it. Regret? Gu Yue Na scoffed. Given your attire and demeanor, you must have some background. Yet I am unmoved by such things. Today, I shall ensure you remember this encounter. Do not come any closer. I am a member of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, retreating step by step. She deeply regretted her impulsive escape. How could she have allowed herself to be bullied so? Gu Yue Na paused, intrigued. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect? Indeed. Ning Rongrong's lovely eyes regained a measure of composure. Your status may intimidate others, but you should think twice before targeting me. Gu Yin responded with a flippant smile. My grandfather is a titled Douluo, and my fiancé is the young clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family from the upper 3 sections. Should I fear you? Ning Rongrong's delicate face turned pale instantly. Despite the other party's status being slightly inferior, it was still not far removed from her own. Was she truly destined to suffer such a silent indignity today? She was unwilling to accept this and could not swallow her resentment. Her gaze swept around the vicinity, unconsciously disregarding the timid shopkeeper cowering in the corner, and instead focused on the leisurely figure of Luo Yu leaning against the doorway. Biting her lip, she called out, "Hey, you there, young man. Come over and assist me in confronting this madwoman, and I shall offer you a reward." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the reward. "I beg your pardon, but I am not in need of money, nor am I accustomed to being anyone's henchman." Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. Not expecting such an unequivocal refusal, Gu Yin scoffed disdainfully. "If you're afraid, just admit it. There is no need for all these justifications." She turned to Ning Rongrong and remarked, "You are truly casting about in desperation. In all of Soto City, who among us in the royal fighting team is not your superior? To rely on a mere passerby for assistance? How absurd. Do you think my prowess is as malleable as clay? Do you really think you would dare to confront me?" Ning Rongrong, witnessing the woman's confident demeanor, clenched her small fists tightly, her beautiful eyes seeming to blaze with indignation. She shouted at Luo Yu, "Since you dared to jest at this woman, you must possess some degree of strength. Do not fear her. My support spirit is formidable. In a real fight, I can certainly lend you a helping hand." Gu Yin let out a laugh, finding the entire situation amusing. In this trivial Soto city, where could one possibly find a worthy young master? Moreover, the fellow at the entrance appeared exceedingly ordinary, so unremarkable that he would be lost in a crowd, even with the assistance of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Or any other means, do you truly believe he would dare to confront me? Ning Rongrong's expression darkened. She begrudgingly acknowledged Gu Yan's words. In this remote little town, what reputable young soul masters could possibly exist? With her assistance, it was likely that this man's abysmal base would still falter against both Gu Yin and herself. She had indeed been momentarily bewitched, indulging in fanciful thoughts. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to concede defeat and swallow her pride, a man's voice cut through the tension. "You were the one who wanted to hire me, correct? I can certainly intervene on your behalf to stop her, but my service comes at a premium." Having observed silently until now, Yu Lianling began to scrutinize the man intently. Gu Yin let out a derisive laugh. "Let me offer you a piece of advice. Kid, don't jeopardize your well-being for the sake of money. I assure you, I will show no mercy." Ning Rongrong, somewhat skeptical, surveyed the man closely. Indeed, she found nothing particularly remarkable about him and could not help but question, "Are you truly capable?" Luo Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating confidence. "Fear not, my esteemed employer. As long as the funds are secured, I shall render our adversaries utterly incapacitated." Such audacity. The rustic villager is woefully ignorant. What could you possibly wield to contend with my prowess at the 4th ring? Gu Yin chastised, her disbelief palpable. For she could not fathom that among the youth of Soto City, there could exist anyone capable of matching her strength. "Come to my side." Ning Rongrong beckoned with a delicate wave of her hand. Leaning closer to Luo Yu's ear, she whispered with hopeful anticipation, "Should your cultivation reach approximately level 25, and if your martial soul and spirit ring possess commendable quality, I could assist you in facing her. However, if you lack even a 2nd ring, no amount of financial compensation would enable us to prevail against this woman. It would be prudent to concede." Upon uttering these words, a sense of despondency washed over Ning Rongrong. In a humble place such as Soto City, is it truly feasible for a mere passerby to possess cultivation beyond the 2nd ring? It seems exceedingly improbable. Luo Yu slowly extended his hand. "What are you doing?" Ning Rongrong inquired. "Pay me," Luo Yu replied succinctly. "Can you truly deliver?" Ning Rongrong's gaze revealed her skepticism. "If you continue to hesitate, I shall take my leave," Luo Yu stated, stepping towards the exit. "Wait." At this juncture, Ning Rongrong had no choice but to gamble on this individual, casting a heavy purse of coins towards him. Luo Yu jingled the clinking pouch of coins and couldn't help but marvel at the extravagance of the little princess. He turned to gaze at Gu Yin and Yi Lingling. "Ah, the boss has provided the funds. What shall we do now? Will you succumb on your own, or shall I intervene?" Chapter 60. With a mere flick of the wrist, Gu Yin was subdued, leaving Ning Rongrong in astonishment. A nonchalant tone reverberated within the clothing store. Ning Rongrong's lips twitched. and a sudden headache washed over her. Surely, she must have entrusted her money to a fool. What level of cultivation do you possess to speak so arrogantly? Though Ning Rongrong harbored a disdain for the purple-haired woman before her, she could not deny the truth. The other possessed a formidable 38th level of cultivation, a rare prodigy among the younger generation. While her companion had yet to reveal their prowess, it was evident that they were no ordinary individual. Ning Rongrong felt somewhat at a loss for words. In her fury, she had foolishly believed that any passerby could come to her aid. Could it be that a celestial genius would miraculously fall from the heavens and land upon her? What an absurd notion. The odds of such an event were simply astronomical. At that moment, Ning Rongrong felt utterly humiliated. Gu Yue Na, on the other hand, was thoroughly amused, casting a peculiar glance at Luo Yu. You, my friend, have you lost your mind? Can you not see the 3 glaring soul rings adorning me? To provoke me over a mere handful of coins is either an act of great audacity or a desire for self-destruction. Luo Yu shook his head and spoke. As for me, I do not relish the idea of striking a woman. This short skirt, despite the fact that you paid double the price, is ultimately something you have forcibly taken from another. If you return the garment and offer a sincere apology, I can take charge of this matter today, and we need not escalate it any further. Let us put an end to this. Heh. Gu Yue Na scoffed dismissively, saying, How amusing. Who do you think you are to instruct me on how to conduct myself? Luo Yu smiled faintly. Since reasoning has proven futile, it seems that one must resort to action. Gu Yue Na's gaze turned frosty as she retorted with disdain. In the Douluo continent, ultimately, strength reigns supreme. It is the might of one's fists that speaks volumes, rendering logic insignificant. If you can defeat me, then an apology and reparations can be discussed. The weak, however, lack the standing to engage with me on equal terms. Luo Yu nodded, understanding. What have you come to comprehend? Have you finally recognized your own position? A disdainful smile appeared on Gu Yue Na's face. The blue-scale serpent martial spirit manifested, revealing delicate azure patterns on the skin as its aura surged upward, adding an alluring exotic charm to its already fiery presence. The 7 treasures turned into a radiant glass. A kaleidoscope of colors flashed through the store as Ning Rongrong held forth a 7-colored glass pagoda, resplendent and translucent, its brilliance captivating. 2 soul rings encircled it, emanating an air of divinity. She glanced at Luo Yu, stating, I shall assist you from the sidelines. As long as your cultivation exceeds the 2nd ring and your martial spirit is not overly inferior, we stand a chance to engage her. A chance to engage? I beg your pardon, but you stand no chance at all. Gu Yue Na's face displayed a proud smirk, as if she had foreseen every outcome. Did you think you were the only support soul master? I too possess one. Ling Ling, summon your martial spirit to enlighten them. With a flourish, 3 soul rings floated from beneath Yi Ling Ling's feet. A pink begonia flower rested delicately in her palm, its petals a stunning blend of white and pink, vibrant and full of life. The 9 hearts begonia? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. She had heard her father speak of this martial spirit, if not for its exclusive lineage. The 7 treasures glass pagoda might not even be regarded as the premier martial spirit. In that moment, upon witnessing the 9 hearts begonia, Ning Rongrong felt a sinking sensation within her heart. The quality of the opponent's martial spirit was no less than her own, and their cultivation surpassed hers. They were at a severe disadvantage from the outset. How could they possibly prevail? She turned her gaze towards Luo Yu, letting out a soft sigh. With such a combination on the opposing side, we stand no chance. Let us concede. Luo Yu shook his head, gazing with keen interest at Yi Lingling's martial soul. In contrast to the bold and flamboyant demeanor of Gu Yue Na, Yi Lingling exuded an aura of profound tranquility, akin to a refined lady, paired with the 9 hearts begonia. She radiated an extraordinary charm and vitality. Gu Yue Na snorted and remarked, Are you frightened now? I'm afraid it's too late. You must endure some hardship to remember this lesson. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and declared to Luo Yu, I will lend you my utmost support. Let us strive to break through together. Luo Yu raised his hand, indicating that there was no need for such trouble. He would handle it himself. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, pondering the meaning behind his words. Luo Yu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the girl, and chuckled lightly. Against opponents of such caliber, I am not so diminished as to require the aid of a support spirit master. Simply stand by and observe while I handle this. Ning Rongrong, observing the man's confident demeanor, felt an immediate sense of urgency. How can you remain so distracted at a time like this? Do you even comprehend what the Nine Hearts Sea Buttercup spirit is? It is a monstrous spirit with the ability to ensure that soul power endures and teammates remain unscathed. Gu Yue Na laughed heartily and remarked to Ning Rongrong, "It appears you have indeed chosen a fool who cannot discern the disparity in strength. Allow me to deal with him first, and then I shall attend to you." As both sides prepared to engage, the shopkeeper lamented, "Oh dear, esteemed spirit masters. Could you possibly refrain from battling within my humble establishment? It is too fragile to withstand the chaos of your conflict." Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance at him, reassured that it would soon come to an end. "I wager she would fall within a mere second, incapable of inflicting any harm upon your little establishment. How audacious to speak so brazenly at such a moment." Boom. Gu Yue's eyes blazed with fury, her soul rings pulsating. The third purple soul ring shimmered, releasing an endless green toxic mist, its formidable presence resembling that of a living creature, coalescing into the shape of a fierce beast that lunged towards Luo Yu. Ning Rongrong was bracing herself to manipulate her soul skills for support, but Luo Yu pressed her shoulder down. "I have stated before, there is no need for assistance in dealing with them." As the toxic assault approached, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, pondering what this individual truly intended. Thunderous boom. As Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, a surging and extraordinary aura suddenly emanated from him. A thunderous dragon's roar resonated, followed by a radiant swirl of nine-colored light enveloping his figure, culminating in the emergence of a terrifying dragon god's phantom. Under the overwhelming might of the dragon, the poisonous mist that surged towards him disintegrated and dissipated instantaneously. Ning Rongrong, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily stunned, her lips agape in disbelief. Startled by the immense power Luo Yu had revealed, she could hardly fathom how the seemingly unremarkable youth had transformed into such a formidable force. Gu Yue Na trembled, her lips quivering, her complexion pale, devoid of the confidence she had previously exuded. She was engulfed by tremors, and her martial spirit, the emerald lizard serpent, appeared on the verge of collapse, flickering ominously. Gu Yue Na fixed her gaze on Luo Yu, her eyes shimmering with profound fear, overwhelmed by disbelief. It was inconceivable. What kind of martial spirit did this individual possess? Why was it that upon merely hearing a roar, she felt so utterly defeated? She could distinctly sense the lamenting fear emanating from the depths of her bloodline connected to the emerald lizard serpent. When the dragon god's phantom truly materialized, her martial spirit nearly shattered in an instant. Despite her cultivation surpassing 30 levels, she had been crushed effortlessly by the man's martial aura. Akin to a subject reverently bowing before a sovereign, a truly terrifying and surreal experience. How does it feel now? Is it amusing? Luo Yu, bathed in divine light, approached with a slow and deliberate grace, exuding an aura of authority that instilled immense pressure upon those around him. With each step he took, the soul power emanating from Gu Yue Na wavered and crumbled further, while the fearsome cries of the phosphorescent, serpent martial spirit echoed with an unbearable sorrow. The dynamics of power shifted instantaneously, enveloping the scene in an eerie silence. Chapter 61. The overbearing Luo Yu, the suffocating Gu Yue Na, the pleading gaze of a beautiful woman. At that moment, within the confines of a boutique nestled in the alley, the air seemed to thicken and congeal, creating a palpable tension. Luo Yu exuded an aura of tranquility, enveloped in a radiant nine-colored divine light, silently emanating an inviolable majesty. Behind him, the ethereal visage of the dragon god revealed an overwhelming and formidable presence. The relentless surge of vitality from his martial soul enveloped the entire room, rendering the three young women and the shopkeeper breathless with an oppressive atmosphere. The shopkeeper, bewildered and taken aback, hid behind the counter, astonished. He had initially thought that the girl who displayed 3 soul rings was already an extraordinary being, only to realize that the true deity had only just begun to unleash his power. Without even lifting a finger, the sheer force of his presence subdued the once proud and assertive girl, leaving her without a trace of defiance. The shopkeeper's mind began to unravel. What have I done to deserve this? I am merely a purveyor of garments. Why must these illustrious beings cause such uproar in my humble establishment? He fervently prayed that these formidable young ones would refrain from instigating any conflict within his shop. Should any damage occur, he would not dare seek compensation from them. As a small-scale merchant, he could ill afford any losses. He was but a commoner, responsible for supporting his family through the meager profits of his shop. In contrast to the shopkeeper's anxiety, Ning Rongrong remained in a state of continuous astonishment, her rosy lips parted in disbelief. Even with her distinguished lineage, she was profoundly shaken by Luo Yu's overwhelming strength. What kind of divine fortune is this? To casually encounter someone of such terrifying caliber? Ning Rongrong felt as though she were in a dream, questioning whether she had truly awakened. With her keen perception, she discerned numerous details. While the man's appearance was rather ordinary, his martial soul and imposing aura were no trifles, even among the elite of her sect. She had never encountered such a youthful master. This was truly alarming. Who was this man who stood up for her? How could someone of seemingly modest origins possess such remarkable strength and talent? Could it be that she had been deceived by her father all these years, and that the seven-treasure glazed tile school was not one of the upper sects, but merely an ordinary one? Otherwise, how could one so easily encounter someone with the power to overshadow all disciples within the sect? It seemed far too improbable. Ning Rongrong, with her illustrious heritage and exceptional martial talent, was indeed of the highest caliber, naturally possessing a certain arrogance, as few peers ever caught her discerning eye. While the talents within her sect were commendable, she found them rather lackluster, with none dazzling enough to pique her interest, which led her to escape from home in search of something more fulfilling. Little did she expect that upon arriving in the quaint Soto city, she would discover such a monumental surprise. Her exquisite, long eyelashes fluttered as her gaze brimmed with curiosity and a desire to explore, meticulously studying the man before her. Any irritation from her earlier altercation with Gu Yue Na had been momentarily cast aside. Luo Yu stepped forward slowly, although his steps were light. Du Guoyan felt as if a colossal mountain weighed heavily upon her, her azure-scaled serpent martial spirit wailing incessantly, conveying an overwhelming desire to flee this place. How could this be? Du Guoyan was engulfed in intense self-doubt. Such a feeling of being crushed had never before graced her existence. Her azure-scaled serpent was no feeble martial spirit. It belonged to the esteemed echelon of first-rate spirits. How could it be subjected to such a pitiful oppression by another spirit, devoid of even the slightest urge to resist? In the past, she had never experienced such a primal tremor in her blood, even when facing the world's foremost beast martial spirit, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. What kind of martial spirit do you possess? Why is it so terrifying? Du Guoyan's pearly teeth chattered as she gazed at the man in fear, particularly at the martial spirit behind him. She had been secretly straining to keep her long, snow-white legs tightly together, forcing her knees to remain steady. Otherwise, she would have succumbed to the oppressive aura of dominance and knelt before him. In response to the woman's inquiry, Luo Yu slightly shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "Did you not just say that the weak are unworthy of equal dialogue with you? Do you believe I qualify now?" Boom. As the divine spirit of the dragon god enveloped Lu Yu, his bones crackled audibly, and muscles, akin to diamonds, swiftly surged forth. His skin shimmered with an ethereal radiance, exuding a faint glow, suffused with a deep crimson vitality. With a resounding crack, the azure-scaled serpent spirit lamented, instantly collapsing into oblivion. Du Guoyan stifled a groan, a metallic sweetness rising in her throat, her complexion paling to that of gilded parchment. A bitter taste flooded her mouth, rendering her speechless in response to the man's inquiry. Had she been overly arrogant? Perhaps not. The Royal Combat Team had been in Soto City's Grand Soul Arena for quite some time, effortlessly dominating every opposing team they encountered, leading her to believe that no one in Soto City could challenge them, thus fostering her pride. Yet, the man's overwhelming force struck her like a thunderbolt, jolting her into a stark clarity. Du Guoyan inhaled deeply, clinging to the last remnants of her pride, declaring, "I am willing to acknowledge your strength. However, you must not lay a hand on me today. My fiancé is the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and my grandfather is a titled Douluo. You cannot touch me?" Luo Yu slowly shook his head, then suddenly fixed his gaze. Boom. The floor of the store shattered in an instant, leaving two deep imprints. A fleeting figure, radiant with 9 colors, darted past. Du Guoyan vanished from her spot, swept away. With a resounding crash, the walls of the clothing store trembled. "Yin Yin!" Yi Lingling exclaimed in alarm, her concern palpable. The man's movements were too swift for her to provide assistance. In that moment, Luo Yu resembled a ferocious beast, his powerful hand gripping Du Guoyan's delicate neck, pinning her against the wall, as spiderweb-like cracks appeared behind her. "I apologize, but I have an aversion to threats. Moreover, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the Poison Douluo, upon which you rely, hold little significance in my eyes." Du Guoyan's pupils constricted abruptly. her fair face flushing with color as she was subdued by the dragon's might, rendering her powerless. Her green-painted nails hung limply at her hips. Her alluring leather attire covered in dust. The suffocating sensation made it difficult for her to breathe, and she felt as though the man's grip would lead her to her demise at any moment, an overwhelming fear of death rising from the depths of her heart. I was wrong. She struggled to lift her limp arm, reaching towards the man's body, her pleading gaze reflecting from her beautiful pupils, which began to whiten as her consciousness gradually faded. Luo Yu suddenly withdrew his hand. Gu Yue Na was reborn, greedily inhaling the fresh air, completely indifferent to the 5 finger marks on her snowy white neck. She gazed at the man in fear, her heart harboring no doubt that had she refused to relent just moments ago and dared to continue her threats, he would undoubtedly have killed her. What went wrong? Luo Yu inquired. Gu Yue Na, still trembling with trepidation, replied, "It is I, Yue Na, who lacks discernment. I should not have provoked you." A flicker of light crossed Luo Yu's eyes, and Gu Yue Na's delicate figure trembled as she hurriedly added, "I should not have snatched someone else's skirt." Luo Yu shook his head, indicating that everything was amiss. Gu Yue Na's complexion turned pale, her heart racing with urgency. Sweat trickled down her back. Yet she could not comprehend what the other party was alluding to. Her beautiful eyes betrayed a glimmer of desperation, silently pleading for the man to relent. Chapter 62. Taming the Proud Maiden, the Allure of the Man, and the Heart-Fluttering Yilingling. Gu Yue Na's delicate neck bore bruises, marked by 5 distinct fingerprints. The already slender and alluring straps of her armor were now marred by scratches from sharp stones, revealing glimpses of her springtime beauty. She gazed at Luo Yu with a fervent plea, her heart gripped by fear. In her past encounters, every man had cherished her beauty. Even the most talented student of the Royal Combat Academy, Yu Qianheng, had been utterly captivated by her, coming to her door to propose. Yet this man, when angered, was truly merciless. For the first time in her life, the pampered Gu Yue Na felt a profound fear of a man, experiencing an unrelenting beating that left her emotionally scarred. With utmost caution, she inquired, "I am unclear where I have erred, please enlighten me." Luo Yu gazed into her eyes and calmly remarked, "Indeed, you are correct. The laws of this world dictate that the strong prevail and the weak are devoured. However, excess breeds folly. Should the powerful wield their strength without restraint, indulging in reckless abandon, this world would soon be on the brink of destruction." Upon hearing this, Yilingling, who had fought for her independence since childhood, appeared contemplative. In contrast, Ning Rongrong and Gu Yue Na, 2 girls accustomed to indulgence from a young age, looked on in confusion, utterly unable to comprehend. Luo Yu continued, "Imagine, if you wield your strength to bully the weak and trample upon their dignity, then does it not follow that my superior power grants me the right to mercilessly crush you, disregarding your very existence? And what if I encounter someone even more formidable than myself? Contemplate the nature of such a world, beyond the supreme beings, who can truly safeguard their dignity and honor from being desecrated. Thus, the powerful must hold themselves in esteem and establish their own boundaries. If one does not transgress against me, I shall not transgress against them, but if one does provoke me, then striking back with formidable force is the righteous path." Luo Yu ceased his words, and an air of silence enveloped the hall. Gu Yue Na's delicate form trembled, her gaze revealing a tapestry of emotions as she gradually awakened to understanding. Yilingling's ever-calm eyes stirred with tumult, and she gazed deeply at Luo Yu, her beautiful irises sparkling with an unusual brilliance. Ning Rongrong was profoundly shaken, lost in contemplation, utterly astonished that a man could utter such sentiments. Her father had spoken similar words, yet at the time, she had been unable to grasp their significance and had dismissed them. However, after the events of today and upon hearing the man's elucidation, a veil lifted, and she suddenly comprehended certain truths. Behind the counter, the once trembling shopkeeper now regarded Luo Yu with newfound respect. His earlier discourse had resonated deeply within the hearts of the common folk. Gu Yue Na bowed deeply to Luo Yu, her voice laced with humility as she confessed, "I, Yue Na, previously harbored misguided thoughts. Your words have been a clarion call, awakening me to wisdom. I have truly learned from this experience. Understanding is indeed paramount." Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Having witnessed Gu Yue Na's willingness to offer double the payment while seizing others' possessions, he discerned that her nature was not inherently malevolent. This understanding fostered his patience, prompting him to engage in a few instructive exchanges. Otherwise, had he encountered an incorrigible individual, he would have delivered a punch without hesitation. Gu Yue Na shifted her stance and approached Ning Rongrong, extending a beautifully crafted short skirt with an apologetic tone. I sincerely apologize for my previous offenses. It was my fault. Here, I return this to its rightful owner. I hope you can forgive me. Ning Rongrong, momentarily taken aback, accepted the skirt. The stark transformation in Gu Yue Na's demeanor left her somewhat disoriented, yet she could perceive the sincerity reflected in her eyes, which genuinely astonished her. She recalled her father's words, "It is easy to defeat a person, but to alter one's will and conquer their heart is a formidable challenge." Remarkably, this man had subdued her in such a brief span of time. Truly astonishing. At this moment, Luo Yu held the heavy purse that Ning Rongrong had just given him. With a few swift strides, he approached the shopkeeper and presented the purse. The shopkeeper, taken aback, regarded him with respect and inquired, "What is this, if I may ask?" Luo Yu murmured softly, "I may have been a bit too forceful earlier, inadvertently damaging the decor of your establishment. Consider this a form of compensation." The shopkeeper trembled slightly, a myriad of unspeakable emotions welling up within. Even if the other party had not mentioned it, he would never have dared to demand recompense. Yet, to his astonishment, the young man had voluntarily offered it. In the past, he had encountered soul masters who, though not prone to bullying, afforded little respect to the common folk. Always perched high above, oblivious to their feelings. However, in the eyes of this exceptionally gifted young man, he perceived genuine equality and respect. It is far too much. Repairing the shop will not cost nearly this amount, the shopkeeper responded, deeply moved. Luo Yu furrowed his brow, considering the remaining amount as compensation for the mental anguish they caused him. "No need, truly," he replied. "I have not been frightened at all. In fact, it is an honor to have the opportunity to witness a young talent such as yourself. It has broadened my horizons." The shopkeeper, wearing a cheerful expression of admiration, carefully retrieved a small handful of gold soul coins from his pouch and tucked them away, while respectfully presenting the majority of the remaining coins to Luo Yu. This scene did not go unnoticed by the three beautiful maidens within the hall, who suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of emotions. Observing how their perception of the man was gradually shifting, such behavior was unprecedented in their experience. In the Douluo continent, the status and identity of commoners were indeed lowly. The various sects and families dominated, monopolizing the vast majority of resources, and among the 5 prestigious elemental academies, only the Tianshui Academy was willing to accept commoners. Thus, the man's demeanor was truly unique and rarely seen. While the girls might feel astonished, for Luo Yu, it was of little consequence. Even after spending considerable time in Douluo, the ideologies and beliefs he had cultivated on that azure planet in his previous life remained unchanged. Luo Yu had no intention of lingering any further and made his way towards the door. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, her mind swirling with curiosity. Who exactly was this man? He was extraordinary, his martial spirit both formidable and enigmatic, unlike anything she had ever encountered. His actions were peculiarly erratic. He was decisive and ruthless in battle, yet exhibited such tenderness towards ordinary people. What kind of temperament did he possess? Moreover, did he not intend to exchange even a few words with her before departing so abruptly? A myriad of emotions surged within Ning Rongrong, leaving her in a state of confusion. As she witnessed him begin to fade from her sight, she could not help but call out, "Hey, wait a moment." Luo Yu paused his steps and turned back to inquire, "All the issues have been resolved. Is there anything else?" Ning Rongrong's delicate face flushed slightly as she hesitantly replied, Could you possibly stay with me for a while, to protect me?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "Stay to protect you?" Ning Rongrong quickly replied, Yes. I didn't bring a bodyguard when I went out. If you're willing to protect me, I can pay you whatever you ask." Their gazes met, revealing the earnestness in the girl's eyes. Luo Yu suddenly smiled and shook his head gently. "Do you truly believe I lack money?" Ning Rongrong was taken aback, initially intending to mention how the man had just asked her for protection fees. However, she quickly recalled his terrifying strength. Could someone of such formidable power truly be in need of money? It seemed he must have concocted some excuse merely to assist her. May I ask for your name?" "You've helped me, and I would like to repay you in the future," Ning Rongrong said, her small hand unconsciously tightening around the hem of her skirt, feeling a mix of nerves as this was her first time making a proactive approach. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for any trouble. Taking someone's money to avert disasters for them, we are now even. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment. Was he truly rejecting her so easily? This is infuriating. Ning Rongrong felt a deep sense of melancholy. Could he not perceive her true intentions? Luo Yu turned on his heel, casting his gaze towards the now silent Gu Yue Na, observing her commendable attitude and acknowledging her mistake. He felt compelled to offer a warning. You are currently afflicted by a form of poison due to the improper cultivation of your martial soul. If not addressed promptly, the consequences could be dire. Poisoned? That is utterly preposterous. Gu Yue Na retorted, incredulity washing over her. After all, she was the granddaughter of the most renowned titled Douluo in the Douluo continent, an expert in the art of poison. How could she possibly be poisoned? It was laughable. While she acknowledged the man's formidable strength, she deemed him still far from the prowess of a titled Douluo. Thank you for your concern, but I believe I am immune to any such affliction, Gu Yue Na replied with a hint of diplomacy. It is not just you who may be poisoned. Should your family members share the same martial soul, their affliction could be even more severe than yours. Absolutely impossible. Gu Yue Na dismissed his claim with conviction. A subtle smile graced the corners of Luo Yu's lips as he shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, and strode out of the clothing store. Ning Rong Rong. Noticing that Luo Yu had not cast a single glance back at her as he exited, pouted in dissatisfaction and stamped her silver lotus. Was she truly being overlooked? Gu Yue Na gazed in the direction of the disappearing figure, her lips curling in disdain. Lingling, do you think this guy is simply spouting nonsense? How could I possibly be poisoned? My grandfather certainly couldn't be either. Lingling? What are you daydreaming about? You seem distracted, Gu Yue Na inquired, puzzled. The serene beauty, with her crystalline eyes, exhibited a subtle shift in her ethereal demeanor, her white dress dancing with the wind as her soft pink lips parted slightly. Yin Yin. You often ask me if I could ever develop feelings for a man. I never could before, but now, it seems I might, she confessed. Ah? Gu Yue Na turned in astonishment, noticing that Yi Lingling's face remained as tranquil as always, yet her gentle words conveyed an unmistakable affirmation. Chapter 63. Yi Lingling contemplates love. While Zhu Zhuqing grows jealous. Wait, I must have misheard, Gu Yue Na said, her surprise evident as she looked at the girl. Having been on the same team for many years, she understood Yi Lingling remarkably well, due to the unique nature of the Nine Hearts begonia spirit, which could only manifest once in the world. Yi Lingling's mother had passed away at her birth, and her father had vanished, leading to her inherently distinct personality. While she was not cold by nature, her demeanor was decidedly tranquil to the point of discomfort. Yi Lingling was strikingly beautiful, radiating an ethereal and otherworldly charm. Yet, none of the men in their squad had ever harbored feelings for her. They were all perceptive enough to recognize that any affection would be futile, as she had no interest in engaging with them. Gu Yue Na began to suspect that her hearing might be failing her. You heard correctly, Yi Lingling replied. Her gaze as calm as still water, her tone imbued with certainty. Gu Yue Na, bewildered and puzzled, asked, Lingling, you've only just met him, exchanged barely a couple of words. How could you already have feelings for him? Yi Lingling's eyes lingered on the entrance where Luo Yu had long since departed, and she murmured, Yin Yin. Some people's aura is undeniable. That man, in every gesture, imparts a unique sensation upon me. Gu Yue Na, anxious, retorted, but this is far too hasty. Shouldn't you at least investigate his background? A tender smile suddenly graced Yi Lingling's lips as she clasped her hands over her heart, her silky hair gently swaying in the breeze. I wish it weren't so impulsive, but some feelings simply arise unbidden, and they cannot be suppressed. Gu Yue Na observed the flicker of emotions in her best friend's eyes and hesitated, but we know nothing of his identity or background. What if we never cross paths again? Yi Lingling shook her head. I believe that if it's meant to be, we shall meet again. And when we do, you won't be chasing after him, will you? Gu Yue Na felt a sense of unreality. This was not the serene girl she knew. Upon their reunion, Yi Lingling softly murmured, I will not pursue him. Fortunately, the girl had not fallen too deeply into obsession. She could still be salvaged. Gu Yue Na let out a sigh of relief. I shall confess my feelings directly, Yi Lingling stated with calm resolve. Huh. Gu Yue Na's cherry lips formed an astonished O, her face a canvas of disbelief. It was over. There was no hope left. Gu Yue Na rolled her beautiful eyes dramatically. Heaven knows what kind of enchantment that man had cast upon their team as foremost support beauty. Gu Yue Na playfully poked the soft flesh at the girl's waist, teasing. If those rascals from Tiando City were to learn that our dear Lingling has her heart set on someone, it would surely lead to a cacophony of lamentations. Yi Lingling furrowed her delicate brows and shook her head. Them? What do they have to do with me? Gu Yue Na paused, her expression frozen. Was that man's charm truly so formidable? She carefully recalled the scene that had just transpired, the man's commanding martial spirit, his domineering demeanor, and his humble yet respectful attitude. Gu Yan's slender hand instinctively brushed against her swollen throat, where a slight pain lingered, bearing the imprint of his touch. Yet, she felt no hatred. Instead, a peculiar light danced in her beautiful eyes, as if she had grasped a fragment of Yingling's thoughts. Ning Rongrong chased after them. But the alley was already devoid of the man's presence. She swayed her graceful legs, stepping repeatedly on the blue bricks at the entrance. Lowering her gaze to the white short skirt in her hands, her dewy red lips emitted a soft hum, revealing a hint of pride. Such an intriguing character. I shall not let him slip away. Even if he withholds his name from me, I will certainly find you. Luo Yu has returned to the hotel, carrying 2 bags filled with local specialties from Soto City. Indeed, the system has assigned him a task. Capturing Ning Rongrong would grant him a soul ring, and taming her capricious temperament would yield additional rewards. However, he is in no rush. Haste makes waste. Their recent encounter has already sown a favorable impression in Ning Rongrong's heart. If he were to hastily seek her contact information and persistently pursue her, the outcome would likely not be as favorable as it is now. He wonders if the young lady will feel a sense of surprise upon seeing him at the entrance of Shrek tomorrow. Luo Yu's lips curled slightly as he ascended to the hotel floor and rapped on the door. With a click, the door swung open, and he was nearly overwhelmed by a rush of blood. Zhu Zhuqing had her hair elegantly pinned up, droplets of water glistening in her strands. Enveloped in a white bathrobe, it did little to conceal her stunningly voluptuous figure, her ample bosom, pristine legs, and alluring curves of her enticing posterior sculpted an exquisite silhouette. "Master, you're back. I've just finished my bath," she said, her demeanor submissive, resting her head upon her delicate arm, leaning against the doorframe, accentuating her already sultry form. Her captivating eyes sparkled with a teasing glimmer, hinting at a playful invitation. "It's broad daylight. Let's not be foolish." Luo Yu's throat quivered slightly as he raised his hand to deliver a playful smack on the soft curve of her bottom. "Oh, please be gentle," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her small hand covering her dairy re as she cautiously glanced toward the bedroom. Her crimson lips brushed against the nape of Luo Yu's neck, whispering softly, "You're nearly going to leave it red. If you truly damage it, dear master, I shall be of no use to you." "What about Zhu Qing?" Luo Yu inquired. A hint of melancholy flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as her delicate fingers pressed against the man's chest. Zhu Qing, the moment she stepped through the door. She questioned me. "Isn't my elder sister more delightful than my younger sister?" "You are far too biased, master." Slap. Luo Yu cast a sharp glance at her, causing Zhu Zhuqing to fall silent, her lips pouting in a manner that exuded a sense of grievance. As she observed the man striding towards the bedroom, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but compare herself with her sister, Zhu Qing, in a fit of indignation. In terms of figure, she believed she was not lacking at all. Could it be that the master preferred innocence over allure? Zhu Zhuqing found herself ensnared in contemplation. Upon entering the bedroom, Luo Yu noticed that Zhu Qing had yet to rise, curled up like a small creature within the soft confines of her pink blanket, her head hidden away inside. Luo Yu approached and lifted the blanket, only to discover the girl's eyes were rimmed with red, her lips, akin to rose petals, tightly pursed. Upon seeing Luo Yu return, Zhu Zhuqing rushed towards him, wrapping her delicate arms firmly around his waist, as if wishing to meld him into her very being. Utterly unmindful of the soft contours, Luo Yu felt somewhat bewildered, pondering the circumstances at hand. "What is happening? I thought you no longer wanted me," Zhu Zhuqing uttered with a voice reminiscent of a longing kitten. Luo Yu, taken aback, exclaimed, "How could one think this way?" Zhu Zhuqing, with her exquisite visage pressed against the man's chest, murmured softly, "I have often heard that once a man possesses a woman's body, he begins to take her for granted." Luo Yu chuckled softly. "Who told you that? With such beauty as yours, how could I ever bear to let you go?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated and said, "After what transpired last night, do you think of me as a woman of loose morals?" Luo Yu shook his head and gestured towards the bedsheet. "Do not speak nonsense. If blood could deceive, your clumsy technique." He could not finish his sentence, for Zhu Zhuqing's small hand had already grasped his waist. "Please, stop. I am utterly mortified." Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face appeared as though it could release drops of water, feeling utterly ashamed to face anyone. "All right, let us cease this conversation." Luo Yu gently tousled Zhu Zhuqing's hair, saying, "Here, try this local delicacy from Soto City. I wonder if you will enjoy it. If not, I shall take you out to savor something else delicious." Zhu Zhuqing felt a warmth in her heart, not expecting such thoughtfulness from the man. "Let's see how it tastes." Upon hearing the phrase "how it tastes," Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes quivered suddenly, recalling certain memories that made her ears flush crimson. Outside the door, Zhu Zhuqing eavesdropped on the conversation within the bedroom, her lips pouting in jealousy. And the knuckles of her fingers pressed against the wall began to whiten from the force of her grip. Has he forgotten his old love for a new affection? That insufferable man, how outrageous. Humph, what is so special about a mere snack? I, Zhu Zhuqing, am not at all interested. Luo Yu cast a glance at the adorable little head peeking from the doorway and waved, Zhuqing, do come in. I have brought your share as well. Really? I'm on my way. At that moment, outside Luo Yu's door, a stunning beauty clad in pink stockings paced back and forth, her expressive eyes filled with complexity, hesitating between knocking and holding back. Chapter 64, Sisterly Rivalry and Jealousy, Xiao Wu's Visit. Within the enchanting pink bedroom, the air was infused with the fragrance of roses. The sisters bared their delicate, slender legs, intertwined as they sat cross-legged on the bed, sharing the delicacies brought back from Soto City. Zhu Zhuqing delicately picked up a morsel of spicy beef and brought it to her cherry lips. Is it delicious? Luo Yu inquired with a smile. MHM. The young girl nodded. As long as you enjoy it. Luo Yu produced a tissue, tenderly wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with happiness, a sweetness blooming in her heart. Zhu Zhuqing stood nearby. Witnessing this scene, the almond pastry she held suddenly lost its allure. With a sulky expression, she found it difficult to feel joy. It was only when Luo Yu chuckled softly and reached out to wipe the remnants from her mouth that Zhu Zhuqing revealed a knowing smile. Zhu Zhuqing shifted closer, settling beside Luo Yu, her jade-like arm draped over his, and cautioned, Zhu Zhuqing, this is my man. Please keep your distance. Oh, has my little sister grown up? Now she knows how to compete for a man with her elder sister? Zhu Zhuqing retorted defiantly, swiftly wrapping her arms around Luo Yu's other arm. Hiss. The sisters are embroiled in a rivalry of jealousy. Luo Yu silently lamented his inability to withstand the allure, as the figures of the two sisters were undeniably exquisite. He could distinctly feel the softness of their arms. Stealing a furtive glance, he realized that each sister possessed assets that were increasingly formidable. Were it not for the fact that their relationship had yet to reach its fervent peak, Luo Yu feared he might transform into the moonlit wolf, ready to engage in battle like Elbu against his rivals. The sisters, with their haughty expressions and full bosoms, clutched the man's arm tightly, engaging in a silent standoff. Neither willing to yield an inch in their fierce demeanor. While concessions could be made elsewhere, the matter concerning the man was non-negotiable. Luo Yu now sat upright, his gaze fixed, observing his own breath. It was prudent not to speak at this moment, lest the focus shift upon oneself. Was it not preferable to remain quietly as a mere wooden figure? Additionally, the two distinctly different fragrances of women wafting from the tip of his nose stirred a sense of distraction within him. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside the door, shattering the ambience of the room. Who could it be? The three exchanged bewildered glances, each feeling somewhat perplexed. Allow me to go. Luo Yu withdrew his arm, turned over, and got out of bed. He crossed the living room and opened the door. A tall and graceful figure stood outside, clad in a brief top, her stunningly beautiful long legs adorned with exquisite stockings. Her delicate pink eyes held a blend of innocence and a hint of allure. Her long black hair was styled into a sleek scorpion braid that cascaded down to her calves. Xiao Wu, what brings you here? Luo Yu inquired, puzzled. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Xiao Wu replied, clearly a bit shy. No, not at all. Is there something on your mind? Although feeling bashful, Xiao Wu's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the man's face, attentively observing him. I wanted to ask you, have we met before? Luo Yu chuckled and inquired. Why do you ask that? Xiao Wu hesitated before responding. You give me a sense of familiarity, akin to someone I know. In what way do I resemble them? Luo Yu smirked, his lips curling upwards. Xiao Wu shook her head. I cannot quite articulate it. It's simply an intuitive feeling of similarity. Luo Yu teased, my dear. If you speak in such a manner, I cannot help but suspect that you are intentionally trying to flirt with me. No, absolutely not. Xiao Wu repeatedly denied. Luo Yu spread his hands and remarked, well, look at you. If you cannot articulate how I resemble that person, I have reason to suspect you are merely seeking an excuse to draw closer to me. Xiao Wu bit her lip and replied, I apologize. I mistook you for someone else. That individual holds great significance for me, which is why I felt compelled to verify. Even if there existed but a 1 in 10,000 chance. Who could be so vital to you? Luo Yu inquired with a smile. Significant enough that Xiao Wu may never fully comprehend the gratitude owed to him by our family throughout our lifetime. Luo Yu suddenly realized. So you wish to seek that person to express your gratitude? Xiao Wu nodded. His strength may not require assistance from others. Yet I aspire to do something for him to the best of my abilities. Luo Yu shook his head, suggesting that perhaps those who had assisted you never anticipated a return of gratitude. They simply wished for the happiness and joy of your family. Xiao Wu chuckled softly, rolling her eyes and remarking, your tone implies as if you have aided me in some way. Luo Yu teased, you are so beautiful. Had I saved you, I would never let you escape, requiring you to pledge yourself to me instead. Xiao Wu let out a disdainful snort, delivering a merciless retort, unfortunately. You are not that person, he. It appears I must have misjudged earlier. How could a benefactor possibly appear in this place? Luo Yu feigned surprise, asking, if I were your benefactor and made such a request, would you acquiesce? Xiao Wu wrinkled her delicate nose and retorted with an air of annoyance, you're only dreaming. There is no if about it. A hint of mischief danced across her features, yet within her heart, a tempest of emotion stirred. In truth, her mother had instilled in her from a young age the belief that aside from her benefactor, she must maintain an absolute distance from all other men. It was only when her benefactor had no intention of claiming her that she could consider others. Xiao Wu did not perceive this as a burden. For in those bygone days, the presence of a man had timely rescued her wounded soul, leaving an indelible mark upon her heart. Forgive my impertinence for intruding. I have yet to properly express my gratitude for the room you offered me, she said. It is but a trifling matter, no need to dwell on it. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Wu inquired, what brings you here? Luo Yu replied, having heard that there exists a Shrek here, expressing a desire to explore it. What a coincidence, we are together, she exclaimed. My third brother and I are also here to partake in the assessment. Let us meet tomorrow, and best of luck. The lively and adorable Xiao Wu waved her tiny fist. With a click, she departed, and the door closed behind her. Luo Yu smiled softly, with no intention of revealing his true identity to Xiao Wu for the time being. He was not someone who sought favors in return. If Xiao Wu were to genuinely develop feelings for him in the future, it would not be too late to lay everything bare then. After all, they would soon be members of the same academy, providing ample opportunities for interaction. Luo Yu suddenly recalled Wu. What notions had this young woman instilled in her daughter? With her warning about maintaining distance from men, it was evident that Tang San stood no chance. A Qiu, a charming matron adorned in elegant palace attire, sneezed while traversing the official road. Her delicate pink eyes reflected uncertainty. Was her benefactor thinking of her, or was it that little Wu who was speaking of her? She wondered if little Wu had been obedient to her mother's counsel. There was a trace of concern. One must be wary of wild men in the human world. If she dares to associate with despicable outsiders, I shall break her little rabbit legs. Just as little Wu stepped out from Luo Yu's doorway, her gaze froze. Tang San was leaning against the corner of the corridor, arms crossed, his expression grim, a flicker of purple in his eyes. Third brother, what are you doing here? Chapter 65, stealthy and thrilling. The unyielding Tang San. In the hotel corridor, Tang San's face was as cold as ice as he solemnly inquired. Where have you been just now? I went to ascertain whether that person is my benefactor, little Wu replied, puzzled, as she tousled her cascading dark hair. Third brother. What's wrong? Are you unhappy about something? Nothing. I'm quite happy. Tang San forced a smile, though his heart was heavy with unexpressed frustration, fearing he might appear petty. Yet, he could not refrain from pressing further. Have you met that man? What did you conclude? Little Wu's pink eyes dimmed, her pretty face revealing disappointment. I was mistaken. He is not my benefactor. I merely sensed a hint of familiarity from him. Tang San visibly exhaled in relief, casting a stern gaze toward Luo Yu's door. Little Wu. Since he is not, you should keep your distance from that fellow. Why? Little Wu asked, bewildered. Tang San hesitated, unable to admit he was feeling jealous. He had to find a sound reason. That man clearly does not seem like a good person. You are exceptionally beautiful. He might be harboring ulterior motives. Surely not. Little Wu shook her head repeatedly. I think he is quite nice. Besides, he previously helped us by providing an extra room and even waived the fees. At this mention, Tang San's anger flared, but he suppressed it and began to reason with her. One cannot judge a person's heart by their appearance. While traveling, one must exercise caution. Think carefully, he is a stranger. What could his motives be for helping us? They are indeed suspect. Little Wu pouted, seemingly indifferent to his words. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with joy, and she exclaimed, Oh right, third brother. He mentioned he also intends to join Shrek. We shall likely be classmates in the future. His character must be impeccable. Tang San chuckled lightly and shook his head. Just based on him? Joining Shrek? How boastful. Have you forgotten what the teacher said to us? Shrek Academy only admits monsters, not mediocrities. It is not a place where anyone can simply walk in, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide. Are you suggesting that he might not even be able to enter Shrek? Tang San sighed, expressing his regret. Our confidence in gaining admission stems from our innate full soul power. At our age, we possess nearly the level of a 30-level soul master. What grounds does he have to compare with us? Xiao Wu opened her mouth, ready to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Those with innate full soul power are exceedingly rare. During her time in human society, she had discovered that only Tang San possessed such qualifications. It truly is a rarity. Tang San smiled upward, stating, if anyone could enter this academy, the quality of education would likely be subpar, and the teacher would not have specifically invited us to join. Brother San, you mentioned he might have the confidence to join Shrek. Perhaps he is also a genius? Xiao Wu mused, finding it a pity that such an interesting person might not become her classmate. Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, Tang San's expression shifted noticeably, and he scoffed. I too would welcome an additional classmate, but Shrek is not so easily accessible, unless he is also a genius with innate spirit power of level 8 or above. I find that unlikely. Are geniuses so common that we could encounter one at random? The probability is too low. He will likely be eliminated and sent home soon. Xiao Wu pondered, her slender finger resting on her red lips as she recalled, I felt he spoke with such confidence. He even mentioned wanting to casually visit Shrek tomorrow. Huh, casually visit Shrek? Tang San scoffed. What audacity. What talent or strength does he possess to make such claims? Even I wouldn't dare to be so brazen. Xiao Wu blinked her sparkling eyes, feeling a hint of suspicion. Brother San, why do I feel that you seem a bit agitated today? Nonsense, that is not the case. Tang San replied, tempering his expression. After hearing your description, I have a clearer understanding of the type of person he is. Most likely, he is just a wealthy young man out to have fun, unaware of the strict and harsh admissions process at Shrek. He will probably face a rude awakening tomorrow. Really? Xiao Wu's fair face showed a flicker of nervousness. Of course, Tang San replied, straightening his back. When it comes to judging people, I have never been mistaken. This young man will undoubtedly be confronted by the admissions officer tomorrow. Xiao Wu expressed her concern. Brother San, he helped us before. If he is not admitted tomorrow, can we speak to the teacher on his behalf? Tang San raised his hand and sighed. If he is not admitted, perhaps leaving would be for the best. Consider this. The students admitted to Shrek are all extraordinary. There are no ordinary individuals. Forcing him to remain with us would only bring him pressure. Once he realizes the gap in talent, it could lead to feelings of inferiority, and he would be unhappy. Do you understand, Xiao Wu? San Gu is merely considering his well-being. Oh, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding. Upon seeing Xiao Wu nod, a subtle pride flickered in Tang San's eyes. He did not speak lightly. He had discreetly observed Luo Yu and found him to be utterly ordinary, devoid of any remarkable qualities. The mere thought of such a person approaching Xiao Wu filled him with intense displeasure. What audacity! Who dares to draw near my dear sister Xiao Wu? Does he truly believe he is worthy? Why should he? Achu! Luo Yu let out a sneeze within the confines of the room. At that moment, he was sprawled across the plush red bed, his arms comfortably splayed, relishing the tender massage from delicate, fair hands. Zhu Zhuqing knelt gracefully at his side, her sleek black leather attire barely concealing her strikingly fair figure, a subtle fragrance emanating from her, devotedly attending to the man. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing sat nearby, her pearly teeth biting down on her soft lips, witnessing the alluring look in her sister's eyes. Her small fists clenched tightly, as if suppressing an urge to intervene at any moment. When she observed Zhu Zhuqing's hand teasingly gliding across the man's back, a pulse throbbed at her temple, and she rushed over, swatting her sister's hand away from the man. What do you think you're doing, Zhu Zhuqing? Can't you see I'm giving our master a massage? The youthful girl with a cherubic face retorted with a cold smile. Oh, I noticed you seemed quite burdened. I can do this too. Let me assist you, dear sister. Ah, such jealousy. Zhu Zhuqing waved her hand dismissively, laughing playfully, her alluring figure subtly shifting, emanating an irresistible charm. Humph, I'm not jealous, Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, turning her gaze elsewhere. Very well, very well. Who can argue with an elder sister? The master is all yours. Zhu Zhuqing cast a teasing glance at Luo Yu, her lips forming an ambiguous shape as if whispering something, before swiftly exiting the bedroom and thoughtfully closing the door behind her. With a thud, The atmosphere in the bedroom fell into a sudden stillness. Luo Yu could perceive that Zhu Zhuqing's breathing had become increasingly erratic. The atmosphere suddenly enveloped in a haze of uncertainty. He shifted his posture and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. The woman's waist, a testament to her rigorous training, was both radiant and firm, revealing a tantalizing line of definition. Ugh, you mischievous man, what are you up to? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as if they might overflow with warmth. Though she was inexperienced in practical matters, she was not devoid of worldly wisdom. An inkling of what was to come had already dawned upon her. What am I up to? Have you not already surmised? Luo Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. Otherwise, why would your body be so tense? You're incorrigible. I refuse to play along any longer. Zhu Zhuqing attempted to rise and depart. Yet, as she exerted herself, Luo Yu pulled her back into his embrace. She playfully pounded on his chest, her voice akin to that of a feisty kitten. Stop it. My sister is still outside. Shh, fret not. As long as you remain silent, she shall not hear a thing. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. You are utterly wicked. Did we not just— Luo Yu had no intention of granting the young girl further opportunity to speak. Chapter 66. The focus of beautiful women, Luo Yu. Gathered at the entrance of Shrek. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate toes curled, gripping the bedsheet tightly as she exerted all her willpower to maintain control. Yet, despite her efforts, a muffled groan escaped her throat. The living room was adorned with scattered rose petals. Zhu Zhiyun, with her hair elegantly styled like a noblewoman, donned a pair of sultry, skin-tight leather pants that accentuated her long, slender legs, resembling two exquisite white pythons. However, she had no intention of sitting idly by. Such behavior was far from her character. At that moment, she was stealthily crouched by the bedroom door, eavesdropping intently. Her alluring face was already flushed, and her mind was flooded with countless vivid images, immersing her completely. Unable to contain herself, Zhu Zhiyun rolled her eyes in exasperation, her crimson lips pouting in jealousy, as if they might reach the heavens. Listening closely, she wondered if this civilized exchange had taken a rather violent turn. It was evident that some rogue had been rather forceful and hasty. After what felt like an eternity, everything came to an end. Zhu Zhiyun slumped against the wall, breathless, her red lips panting as she glared resentfully at the bedroom door. It was utterly excessive and torturous. Creak. The door swung open, startling Zhu Zhiyun, leaving her momentarily flustered, almost on the verge of gasping aloud. But a large hand swiftly covered her mouth. Upon closer inspection, she found herself gazing at the tall and robust figure of Luo Yu. In that instant, she was mesmerized, her eyes wide with astonishment. The man's muscular physique was chiseled with striking definition, reminiscent of steel, radiating a faint luminescence as if harnessing explosive power. Zhu Zhiyun instinctively wiped the corner of her mouth with her delicate hand. Phew. She exhaled softly, relieved that she had not drooled, maintaining a semblance of composure. Luo Yu gently closed the bedroom door, leaving no time for the woman to react. With a swift motion, he scooped up the blushing Zhu Zhiyun and hoisted her over his shoulder, striding towards the newly arranged sofa. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go, Zhu Zhiyun protested, her delicate hands striking the man's back as she twisted her body in a futile attempt to resist. Yet, her actions bore little resemblance to genuine defiance. Rather, they resembled the playful banter of a young girl with her beloved. Bang! Luo Yu cast the alluring young girl onto the sofa. Master, what are you doing? My sister is still inside. How dare you be so audacious? Luo Yu chuckled lightly and said, Didn't you just gesture for me to wait for those 2 words? That is why I came. You're mischievous. I never said that, Zhu Zhiyun replied, her eyes glimmering like autumn waters, caught between resistance and allure. Rest assured, Zhu Qing is weary and has fallen asleep. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, Zhu Zhiyun's expression shifted dramatically, losing all pretense. She pressed against the man's chest, her voice soft and tinged with sweetness, saying, Master, you just remembered to bring me breakfast. How should I express my gratitude to you? Luo Yu gently grasped the woman's delicate hand, his gaze fixated on her enchanting, dreamy eyes, a perfect smile gracing his lips. It is merely a trifling matter. No need for gratitude, I presume. Zhu Zhiyun's eyes sparkled as she pouted and remarked, With such thoughtfulness from my master, I must certainly repay this kindness. Following Zhu Zhiyun's heartfelt invitation, Luo Yu could not bring himself to refuse, quickly becoming ensnared in an inescapable state of turmoil. Meanwhile, in Soto City, within the hotel where the imperial fighting team of the Heaven Do Empire resided, a cacophony erupted. The floor trembled, reverberating with the sounds of destruction. The elegantly adorned room was in utter disarray, littered with the remnants of shattered items. A tall and muscular youth, resembling an enraged lion, relentlessly smashed things about. While the other 6 members of the royal fighting team stood at a distance, too intimidated to utter a word. Yu Tianheng, his eyes ablaze, glared at Gu Yue Na. His fiancée had merely gone out to procure some items, yet upon her return, her clothing was tattered, and her neck bore the unmistakable marks of bruised fingers. How could he not be furious? Yin, tell me who did this to you. I shall have him torn to pieces. Gu Yin lowered her gaze to her jade-green nails and softly replied, Tianheng, please calm down. I am fine. Boom. Yu Tianheng exploded in rage, pointing at Gu Yin with indignation. You're in this state, and you claim you're fine? Speak. Who did this to you? I, Yu Tianheng. Swear to make him pay. Gu Yin shook her head, explaining, Tianheng, I made a mistake and ended up being taught a lesson. Let it go, please, for my sake. Huh? Yu Tianheng found this utterly absurd, his body trembling with fury. With a kick, he shattered a nearby wooden chair, splinters scattering explosively across the room. Gu Yin. I cannot swallow this insult. You must tell me who harmed you. Gu Yin pressed her lips together, pleading, Tianheng, can we please let this matter rest? Yu Tianheng, surrounded by crackling energy, coldly retorted, have you lost your senses? You were wronged, yet you defend your assailant? Gu Yin sighed and shook her head. Tianheng, that person's strength is unfathomable. It would be wiser not to provoke him. Huh? The man sneered repeatedly, his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit manifesting. Muscles swelling with an overwhelming sense of power. I refuse to believe that there exists anyone among the younger generation of the Heavendo Empire whom I, Yu Tianheng, cannot confront. Gu Yin pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Yu Tianheng turned to the girl in the white dress beside her, lingling. Your sister is not in a normal state. You tell me, who did this to you? Yi Lingling shook her head. Captain, you should heed Sister Yan's advice. That man is too terrifying. You may not be able to defeat him. With a thunderous roar, Yu Tianheng, in a fit of rage, broke through the threshold of his soul power, elevating from level 39 to 40 in that moment. He laughed coldly, his tiger-like eyes glaring fiercely. You think I cannot win? What nonsense. Lingling, all I need from you is to tell me who it is, for I am eager to see just who it is that I, Yu Tianheng, cannot defeat. Even if I am unable to, I refuse to believe that the 7 of us cannot overpower him, reducing him to a mere pile of mush. Captain, we must proceed with caution, Yi Lingling urged. Caution be damned. I am intent on taking a life. Yu Tianheng's eyes were already ablaze with fury. Ultimately, under relentless pressure, Yu Tianheng learned of Luo Yu's appearance, and the team dispersed, commencing a citywide search. Luo Yu has not been idle on this side. He has provided meticulous and insightful explanations on various issues concerning the Zhu Zhuqing sisters, striving for perfection. However, the sisters' most significant problems are deeply rooted and can only be resolved through Luo Yu's persistent efforts day after day. The following morning, Luo Yu awoke from slumber, embracing Zhu Zhuqing, inadvertently rousing the weary Zhu Zhuqing resting on the sofa. After a brief and simple routine of washing up, the trio checked out of the hotel together. The server's gaze, filled with a blend of envy and longing, seemed as if it might weep with bitter jealousy at any moment. This was particularly true for the 2 sisters, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing, who were undeniably exquisite. One radiated fiery allure, while the other embodied pure charm, their figures surpassing the allure of mere cosmetics and superficiality. This stark contrast evoked a profound sense of disbelief in the server, leaving her to ponder whether Luo Yu truly resided in a realm of paradise each night. Luo Yu, accompanied by 2 young women, departed from Soto City and traversed the official road, guided by the map. They passed through lush green fields and arrived at the entrance of a humble village. As the man approached, he caught the attention of the 2 young ladies who had arrived earlier. One possessed unparalleled beauty, clad in tight pink stockings, her delicate pink eyes exuding an ethereal charm. The other adorned a sky-blue fairy dress, her silk-patterned stockings revealing long, graceful legs, radiating an air of regal elegance. Her exquisite features reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Their gazes converged upon Luo Yu. At the entrance of Shrek Village, surrounded by a fence, the village appeared quite dilapidated. Even the academy plaque was merely a worn wooden board. A rickety table stood at the entrance, behind which reclined an elderly man in his 60s, eyes closed in a light slumber. In front of the table, a crowd had gathered, mostly parents accompanying their children to enroll. The anxious middle-aged men and women tightly gripped their children's hands, their bodies tense, faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and hope as they peered into the depths of the village. They understood that today was of paramount importance. Gaining admission to Shrek would undoubtedly elevate their children to great heights, transcending the common folk and ascending into the nobility of the Tiando Empire. Among the waiting crowd, two striking figures stood out. One, with pink stockings hugging her tall, elegant legs, exuded a playful beauty. The other, in a fairy dress, revealed her snow-white, elongated limbs, embodying an enchanting grace. The allure of both women was exceptional, a rarity in Douluo, unknowingly captivating the attention of many nearby. Several young men discreetly swallowed hard, stealing glances yet daring not to approach, intimidated by the formidable presence of the two ladies, which seemed to declare a boundary to outsiders. They pondered in silence what manner of man could possibly draw near such enchanting beings. As Luo Yu neared the entrance of Shrek Village, the two stunning beauties simultaneously called out, "You're here?" Xiao Wu, who had been watching intently, waved her small hand with delight in her sparkling pink eyes. "It's you. What brings you here?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise, not anticipating to encounter this man again today. Luo Yu approached, kindly nodding at Xiao Wu. He then turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, his lips curving into a smile. "What? Is it only permissible for you to be here, while I cannot?" Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled, revealing a complex array of emotions. The mysterious aura the man exuded yesterday had piqued her curiosity long ago. Yet, this infuriating man had not given her the opportunity to understand him, vanishing in an instant. She had thought it would be ages before they crossed paths again. Yet here they were unexpectedly face to face once more. Resolute in her intention, Ning Rongrong decided that since fate had brought them together again, she would surely uncover all the little secrets he harbored. Initially, the focus of the gathering was on the two lovely maidens. However, when they witnessed these remarkable girls warmly greeting a single man, all eyes inevitably turned towards Luo Yu, scrutinizing him closely. They sought to discern what merit he possessed to be so intimately acquainted with two such enchanting females. At first glance, a young man rolled his eyes in private disdain. This fellow appeared rather ordinary, not significantly superior to himself. With an unremarkable exterior, he certainly did not surpass his own handsomeness. Others shared similar sentiments, feeling a twinge of jealousy and discontent. In the next moment, however, when they noticed the pair of stunning twin sisters by Luo Yu's side, their eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, could it be? These strikingly voluptuous twin beauties could not possibly be associated with this man, could they? How did he come to know so many beautiful women? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow and inquired of Luo Yu, a hint of envy in her tone. The crowd gasped collectively at the sight. Indeed, it appeared that these twins were accompanying this man, adding the two who had greeted him, that made 4 beautiful women in total. What was happening? "We are here to apply to the academy. What about you? Have you brought a bevy of beauties to torment us?" Upon arriving, Luo Yu had scarcely uttered a few words, yet within a brief moment, he had mysteriously become the focal point of everyone's attention. As Luo Yu sensed the faint, envious glances surrounding him, he instinctively touched his nose, puzzled by the peculiar attention he seemed to draw. "Who are those two lovely girls greeting you?" Zhu Zhuqing discreetly nudged the man's lower back with her finger. In response to her inquiry, Luo Yu did not withhold any information. He succinctly recounted how he came to know Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, introducing the 4 girls to one another. All being blossoming young women, their conversation quickly became lively, facilitated by Luo Yu's presence. While outsiders perceived the gathering as a scene of discord, the camaraderie among the girls was evident, causing their gazes toward Luo Yu to grow increasingly curious. As enrollment had yet to commence, the 4 girls engaged in animated discussion, leaving Luo Yu somewhat sidelined. After a brief exchange, Ning Rongrong looked at the Zhu sisters with astonishment. "You both ran away from home too? Sort of." Zhu Zhuqing refrained from disclosing the fact that she had fled from pursuers. Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow and asked Ning Rongrong, "So you snuck out as well?" "Indeed." Ning Rongrong pouted. "Home is too suffocating. It's much better to get some fresh air." Xiao Wu, brimming with enthusiasm, was about to interject when she was abruptly pulled aside by Tang San, who wore a grave expression. "Brother San, what are you doing?" "I just made new friends, and we haven't spoken much yet," Xiao Wu protested, shaking off Tang San's grip. Tang San replied sternly, "Xiao Wu, have you forgotten what I said yesterday? When out, it's best to keep a distance from strangers." Xiao Wu shook her head, insisting, "They aren't strangers, soon enough." They'll be our classmates. Tang San chuckled. Whether they become classmates is not guaranteed. Shrek Academy is not easily entered. It's not a refuge for the inept. Last year, not a single student was admitted. Do you honestly think they will be accepted? Xiao Wu pouted. Even if they can't get in, it's still fine to be friends, right? Tang San shook his head. I warned you yesterday that he is a wealthy young master, and you didn't believe me. Look, today he's out and about with a pair of twins. There's no need to get too close to such a person. Just think about it. A man and two women together. What good could possibly come of that? Tang San scoffed. Xiao Wu's expression shifted. You shouldn't speak ill of others behind their backs. If there's an issue, confront me directly. At this moment, Luo Yu approached. Perhaps others could not hear clearly. However, with his pure divine physique, he possessed an impeccable sense of hearing, and thus he discerned everything distinctly. Tang San, that rascal, had a mischievous glint in his eyes, sharp and piercing, as he focused on the approaching man. My friend, he began, your assistance yesterday was invaluable, and my sister and I are truly grateful. Should you require any financial support for your accommodations, I would be more than willing to provide it. However, I must apologize, as my sister and I are accustomed to solitude and are not at ease in the company of outsiders. Tang San emphasized the word outsider with notable weight. His gaze fixed warily upon Luo Yu. Deep down, he harbored an instinctive caution towards this individual. Luo Yu gestured toward Xiao Wu, questioning whether it was her desire to avoid contact with outsiders or rather the reluctance of another. Tang San appeared taken aback by the implication, his expression shifting as he retorted, You already have two companions by your side. Is that not sufficient? Why must you persist in pursuing my sister, Xiao Wu? Luo Yu's gaze shifted, and he spoke coldly. What do you mean? It means nothing, Tang San replied, shaking his head. His tone grew stern as he continued. I cannot concern myself with whom you may harbor feelings for, but do not entertain any thoughts about Xiao Wu. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret it for the rest of your life. Is this fellow truly a diehard sister complex? Luo Yu pondered introspectively, questioning what wrongs he had committed. For was Tang San's possessiveness over Xiao Wu truly so intense? I am eager to witness how you will instill in me a lifetime of regret. A playful smirk graced the corners of Luo Yu's mouth. In an instant, Tang San's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, exuding an invisible aura of menace. Chapter 68. The beauty awaits the spectacle, the unwavering confidence of Tang San. With a glint of malice in his eyes, Tang San's presence surged with formidable intensity. When has Luo Yu ever suffered a setback? I simply cannot indulge his vile habits, and my gaze grows increasingly frigid, observing the atmosphere thickening with tension. The onlookers seem to revel in the unfolding drama. Unconsciously, most find themselves aligned with Tang San, primarily due to the envy sparked by Luo Yu's presence. Despite his unremarkable appearance and ordinary allure, what justifies his companionship with twin beauties and his proximity to two other goddesses? Among the crowd, predominantly composed of the young and ambitious, discontent brews, they yearn for Tang San to deliver a lesson to Luo Yu, hoping to leave the four beauties utterly disillusioned with him. Swiftly, Xiao Wu interjects, positioning herself between the two. Third brother, what troubles you? Your demeanor has been off since yesterday, and when I inquire about it, you remain silent. Tang San suddenly offers a light-hearted smile, replying, It's nothing. I simply find this dandy's behavior intolerable, especially his ulterior motives in approaching you. I cannot abide by it. What? Luo Yu was immediately amused, finding the situation utterly absurd. Me, a spoiled rich heir? Which of your eyes perceived that? Tang San squinted, his voice cold as he remarked, extravagantly spending money. Accompanied by a pair of beautiful companions at a hotel, what noble deeds could you possibly engage in? I can detect no profound aura of soul power emanating from you. If not a debauched scion, then what else could you be? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and remarked, If you cannot perceive my cultivation, perhaps you should reflect on whether your own abilities are lacking. Tang San chuckled derisively and retorted, With my purple extreme demon eyes, having practiced for so many years, I have never erred in discerning illusion from reality. What traces of cultivation do you possess? Luo Yu shook his head, remarking that past successes do not guarantee current infallibility. Impossible, Tang San asserted confidently. Under the gaze of my purple extreme magic eyes, the true essence of a soul emperor cannot hide. Your attempts at deception before me are utterly laughable. You certainly possess an abundance of confidence, Luo Yu retorted with a light laugh, glancing around at the crowd. If I were to strike you directly in front of all these onlookers, would that not be rather inappropriate? Tang San's demeanor shifted, his aura turning as frigid as ice. his eyes gleaming with a deep violet light, radiating a menacing intensity. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Tread carefully and speak wisely, lest you provoke the wrong individual. Should I take action, it will be too late for you to harbor regrets. Luo Yu beckoned with his finger, urging, "Come on. Enough chatter, make your move swiftly." With a thunderous roar, Tang San unleashed his energy, shattering the ground beneath him, leaving the earth cracked like a spider's web. His formidable presence caused those around to stiffen, acutely aware of his immense power. The Zhu sisters exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with sympathy as they cast a fleeting look at Tang San. This fellow must be seeking his demise, akin to an old man hanging himself, they mused. Particularly Zhu Zhuqing, who felt a surge of excitement. Having suffered greatly at Luo Yu's hands before, she was taken aback by the emergence of another foolhardy challenger. Admiring the audacity of the newcomer, Ning Rongrong wore a perplexed expression, almost wishing for a small stool to sit and watch the spectacle unfold. Frankly, she couldn't believe that a man of such caliber would wish to join Shrek Academy. This meager institution could scarcely accommodate someone of his stature. Were it not for her own escapade of running away from home for amusement, she would never set foot in such a dismal place. With anticipation, she awaited Luo Yu's next move. In contrast to the other three women, Xiaowu felt a twinge of concern. She understood Tang San's prowess with hidden weapons and soul power, fearing for Luo Yu's safety, and began to intervene. "Third brother, calm down. You've never been this agitated before. What has come over you today that you feel the need to resort to violence?" Tang San shot back. "It's one thing to provoke me, but if anyone dares to covet you, I will ensure they regret it." Xiaowu shook her head, urgently stating, "Third brother, you must be mistaken. He has no ill intentions towards me. Moreover, he even assisted us earlier, don't you remember?" Tang San sneered. "Of course I remember, otherwise he would already be lying down. Can't you at least be a bit more gracious towards him?" Xiaowu exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, feeling as though Tang San had transformed into a different person today. Tang San raised his voice, "Attitude? I hold no regard for someone like him. I despise these spoiled youths who lack real strength and rely solely on their family's influence. Third brother, you're being too rash. He hasn't said a word yet, and you're already branding him." Tang San asserted confidently, "My purple extreme magic eyes have reached the second layer of subtlety. I cannot be mistaken. No matter how skilled an actor he may be, he cannot deceive my gaze. He possesses no true power. He is merely putting on a facade." Xiaowu pushed Tang San aside and approached Luo Yu, blinking her eyes. "I apologize for his outburst. It's the first time I've seen him so agitated. Rest assured, you can participate in the Shrek test without worry. Even if you falter, should I succeed, I will certainly speak on your behalf to the assessment instructors." A subtle smile flickered at the corner of Luo Yu's mouth. It seemed as though Xiaowu regarded him as a pitiful entity in need of sympathy and protection. Could she genuinely believe that he was akin to a mere crayon, incapable of matching Tang San's prowess? It appeared so. At that moment, Tang San circumvented Xiaowu and approached. "Third brother, what do you intend to do?" Xiaowu's displeasure was palpable. Tang San waved his hand dismissively, instructing her to step aside. Addressing Luo Yu in front of everyone, he declared, "Since Xiaowu has pleaded on your behalf, I shall let you off this time. Consider this, given your current level of aura, the Academy would never accept you. Without admission, you will inevitably lose sight of Xiaowu, and I have no reason to harbor ill will toward you." As Tang San continued his monologue, the expressions of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were privy to the underlying circumstances, grew increasingly peculiar as they felt a chill of apprehension on his behalf. The three women had already noticed that Luo Yu was slowly raising his palm, exuding a palpable aura of danger. Just then, a voice bellowed from behind a table. "Enough with the nonsense. It is time for your soul power assessment. Let me be clear, only those under 13 years of age with a level above 20 are eligible for initial admission into the Academy." Gasps of astonishment reverberated through the crowd. Is it truly necessary to reach level 20 by the age of 12? Such requirements are utterly outrageous. The elder reprimanded, "Silence. If you cannot even meet the basic criteria, can you truly be called a prodigy? Those wishing to take the test, hurry up, do not dawdle." One by one, individuals stepped forward for the assessment, only to be met with disqualification due to inadequate levels or exceeding age limits. After testing over 10 candidates, all were eliminated. The elder's countenance darkened, filled with profound disappointment. This generation is worse than the last. A confident smile graced Tang San's lips as he stood tall, proclaiming, "Allow me to test first." He gracefully advanced to the elder, placing his hand upon the white crystal sphere with practiced ease. In an instant, the crystal sphere erupted in a dazzling radiance. The instructor in charge of the assessment widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this for real? Level 29? He swiftly checked Tang San's skeletal structure, further astonished. "You're only 12 years old?" A wave of incredulity swept through the onlookers, each grappling with their disbelief. Tang San's extraordinary talent left them utterly stunned. They were acutely aware of how remarkable such a gift was, a standard far beyond their reach. Tang San nodded, unperturbed by the envious gazes surrounding him. The crystal sphere continued to emit a brilliant light, illuminating his face, brimming with confidence. He pointed at Luo Yu with a haughty smirk, stating, "I have completed my test, level 29. What about you? Do you dare to step forward and try?" Chapter 69. The trembling crowd and Tang San's series of slaps to the face. Tang San exuded an air of unparalleled confidence. His provocative voice, though not loud, resonated with remarkable firmness and strength. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. The elder in charge of the assessment displayed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, brimming with joy. At the tender age of 12, possessing a staggering level of 29, he was undoubtedly a prodigious talent, a veritable treasure discovered. The admissions elder was so stirred by this revelation that it set off a cacophony among the others present. Could this individual truly be human? How could someone of his age achieve such near 30-level cultivation? It must be a jest. The youths and their parents were left in a state of shock, their minds overwhelmed with disbelief. In their understanding of the world, even possessing a level of 20 at this age was a rarity akin to a phoenix feather. Tang San's level had utterly shattered their perceptions, leaving them utterly astonished. As they glanced towards the silent Luo Yu standing off to the side, a flicker of sympathy unconsciously crossed everyone's eyes. It seemed he was destined to be thoroughly overshadowed today. Who could withstand such a monstrous genius? Some shook their heads in resignation. To be ridiculed by such a talent was truly disheartening, for the chasm between innate talent and strength was a glaring gulf, plainly visible to all. Everyone assumed that Luo Yu would soon retreat in disgrace. Even Tang San could not suppress a smirk. He was entirely convinced that no one among his peers could surpass his soul power, while others were still in their naivete. He had already been diligently practicing the Tang sect's ultimate skill, the Xintian art, elevating his soul power to its innate peak, and his cultivation had only surged forward from there. He would never believe that these so-called talents outside could compare to him. His martial soul's aptitude and the Tang sect's secret arts were no laughing matter. His usual pride, often concealed deep within, now shone brightly and unapologetically. For he could not abide the thought of any other man drawing near to Xiao Wu, not for any reason. Should that occur, they would be prepared to face his wrath. Tang San cast a cold smile towards Luo Yu, the testing crystal ball in his hand continuing to radiate a dazzling brilliance, a vivid testament to his unparalleled soul power among his peers. Luo Yu stood there, listening to the surrounding jeers, gazing at Tang San, who was surrounded by admirers like a moon encircled by stars, his expression gradually becoming somewhat peculiar. Tang San raised his head and remarked, "Just a moment ago, you spoke with such conviction. Why have you fallen silent now?" Luo Yu shook his head and sighed. "I find myself perplexed by a certain matter. Why is it that some individuals, despite their apparent ordinariness, exude such unwavering confidence?" Tang San's expression, once lively, instantly froze, and he glared, demanding, "Who are you referring to?" Luo Yu chuckled, "I am merely curious. Is a soul power level of 29 at the age of 12 truly remarkable? Is that what instills such confidence in you?" A gasp reverberated through the crowd, their expressions filled with disbelief as they gazed at Luo Yu, whispers of incredulity beginning to circulate. Could this individual be mistaken? Was he oblivious to the implications of such a cultivation level at merely 12 years of age? This was the mark of a prodigy, an unequivocal genius. Everyone present began to perceive that Luo Yu was merely putting on a brave front. Tang San's talent was undeniably formidable, instilling a sense of awe in those around him. Suddenly, a figure darted to stand before Tang San, casting a friendly glance in his direction while shooting a glare at Luo Yu. It was the elder responsible for admissions at Shrek Academy. He had discerned the conflict between Tang San and Luo Yu, setting aside the question of right or wrong. He recognized Tang San's extraordinary talent, something Shrek had not encountered in many years. In the eyes of the old man, Luo Yu's aura appeared exceedingly mundane. Thus, the choice was abundantly clear. The elder, seizing the opportunity to gain favor with Tang San, admonished Luo Yu with a stern voice. "You, young man. This is not a place for quarrels at the entrance of Shrek. Here, the power of words is utterly futile. True strength reigns supreme. Do you look down upon a cultivation level of 29? If you possess the ability, then showcase it for all to witness. If you lack such prowess, I advise you to depart promptly. Shrek will not entertain students who merely boast without substance. Upon finishing his words, the elder cast a sidelong glance at Tang San. Noticing the friendly gaze directed towards him, he felt reassured in his actions. Offending an ordinary young man while garnering the admiration of a genius was indeed a risk-free endeavor. Xiao Wu had already approached, softly advising Tang San, "Sengu, your actions may leave him feeling embarrassed. Your talent is far beyond that of an average person. Perhaps it is best to let this go and not escalate the situation." Tang San, hearing Xiao Wu speak in defense of Luo Yu, was instantly filled with indignation. A surge of unbridled jealousy ignited within him. "Xiao Wu, it is not my desire to engage with him. You witnessed his provocations yourself. Does he not think my cultivation level of 29 is sufficient? Then let him reveal his soul power level, so that I, along with everyone else, may broaden our horizons." At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Luo Yu, many spectators harboring a schadenfreude mentality, eagerly anticipating his downfall. Luo Yu, accompanied by a pair of strikingly beautiful twin sisters, certainly incited envy and admiration in equal measure. As Luo Yu faced the humiliation inflicted by Tang San, his onlookers reveled in the spectacle. Unfazed by the surrounding skepticism and derision, Luo Yu maintained his composure, a mischievous smirk playing upon his lips as if he were merely observing a farcical scene. "Zhu Zhuqing, why don't you give it a try?" he suggested. "All right." Zhu Zhuqing replied obediently, approaching Tang San to request the testing crystal ball. With a flick of his wrist, Tang San tossed the crystal ball, taunting, "What is this? Feeling timid and sending a woman to do your bidding?" Luo Yu, confronted with mockery, cast a fleeting glance at Tang San before averting his gaze, slowly shaking his head. "Hush, just watch. There will be a surprise." Just as Tang San was about to speak, he was abruptly silenced by the radiant burst of light emanating from the crystal ball. All eyes stiffly turned towards the dazzling orb and the continuous influx of soul power being channeled into it by Zhu Zhuqing, leaving them momentarily astounded. "No, it cannot be. Another level 29? This woman appears to be no older than 13. The elder responsible for admissions stood in disbelief, pondering the unprecedented display of talent before him. This girl, who seemed even younger than Tang San, possessed such remarkable prowess. Gasps of astonishment echoed around them. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained humble, her ears slightly flushed. Not long ago, she had been at level 27, and in a brief span, she had ascended to level 29. She understood the reason for her rapid advancement, attributing it entirely to the diligent cultivation of her partner. This realization brought her a mix of shyness and inexplicable joy, recalling how Tang San had just criticized her man. A cold expression crossed her face. She turned to the astonished Tang San and scoffed, "I still have 2 months until I turn 12. I should be younger than you. Achieving level 29 seems rather unremarkable, does it not?" Tang San's expression stiffened as he grappled with the bewildering notion that an unexpected woman could stand in comparison to him. With a sidelong glance, Luo Yu commanded, "Zhu Yun, showcase your prowess." "Certainly, master." Zhu Yun replied obediently, causing the hearts of those around them to race uncontrollably. Such a fiery and enchanting beauty addressing this fellow as master. It was even more extravagant than a romantic relationship. Boom. A formidable aura erupted from Zhu Yun, and the phantom spirit cat materialized, its 4 glowing soul rings of yellow and purple dazzling in the eyes of all present. A 4-ring soul master? This woman is already above level 40. The recruiting teacher was left in stunned disbelief, while Tang San felt as if struck by lightning, staggering back 3 steps. How could he, a practitioner of the Shantian skill, find himself outmatched by the woman beside this man? It was inconceivable. Tang San could scarcely believe it, his expression darkening. At this moment, the Zhu sisters shone brightly, yet they stood obediently at Luo Yu's sides, content to be mere green leaves, while the crowd was astonished, their hearts shattered with envy. Standing amidst the 4 rings, Zhu Yun scoffed, "Tang San, is it? You dare to take pride in being only level 29? You can't even compare to us sisters, yet you aspire to rival my master? Take a good look in the mirror. Do you truly think you are worthy?" Under the gaze of so many, Tang San's face darkened as he was publicly ridiculed by a woman, yet he found himself unable to utter a single retort. Zhu Yun rebuked, "My master simply cannot be bothered to engage with you. Do you genuinely believe yourself significant? I have tolerated you for far too long. The peculiar gazes from the onlookers made Tang San feel as though he were being roasted over an open flame. He swayed, his eyes turning crimson, pointing an accusatory finger at Luo Yu. I want to see you personally tested, not someone else. No matter how high another's cultivation may be, it is theirs alone. What does it have to do with you? Do you only know how to cower behind women? Luo Yu locked eyes with Tang San, his gaze fierce, and let out a bored yawn. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with the grave. He took the testing crystal ball from Zhu Zhuqing's hands and infused it with his soul power. In that case, open your eyes wide and behold. Your level 29 cultivation is nothing here. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled, and the crystal ball unleashed an astonishing phenomenon. Chapter 70, The Shattering of the Testing Crystal. A sensational display of Shrek's overwhelming talent. With the same crystal ball, when Luo Yu stood there and activated it, the resulting manifestation was entirely distinct. Unusual waves emanated forth. Tang San's pupils constricted in shock. The elder responsible for Shrek's recruitment was taken aback. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister wore expressions that suggested they had anticipated this outcome. Regarding Tang San as a mere jester, Ning Rongrong, intrigued, focused intently on Luo Yu, never once considering Tang San's talent. Instead, it was the enigmatic Luo Yu who piqued her interest. Boom! Amidst the quaking ground, the crystal ball in Luo Yu's hand shone with unparalleled brilliance, erupting in a blinding white light. The intensity of the light was so sudden and fierce that most present were momentarily blinded, unable to react. However, beyond the stinging pain in their eyes, a tempest brewed within their hearts. A simple comparison revealed that the radiance emitted by Tang San earlier was but a mere flicker in contrast to this display comparable to a firefly against the stars. The disparity was immeasurable. Yet, Tang San had already reached level 29 cultivation. What level of mastery must the man responsible for such a terrifying phenomenon possess? As this realization dawned upon the onlooking parents and students, they could not help but shudder, unable to fathom the implications. They had never before witnessed a talent like Tang San's. The situation surrounding Luo Yu has utterly surpassed their imaginations. Tang San, trembling, shook his head in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before him. Impossible. How could this be? I distinctly investigated. He possessed minimal soul power. Now, he was exerting all his strength to activate the purple extreme demon eye, incessantly probing the figure amidst the blinding light, desperately seeking evidence that the man had resorted to some form of deceit to achieve such a result. Regrettably, he found no signs of trickery. Instead, he witnessed Luo Yu's soul power surging forth like a torrential flood, ceaseless and terrifying. The smirk lingering at the corner of his opponent's mouth was deliberately directed at him, piercing Tang San's pride in that instant. Standing beside him, Xiao was equally astounded, her delicate face etched with surprise, her cherry lips parted in shock. Utterly taken aback by Luo Yu, it was not merely Tang San who had misjudged. She too had underestimated him. She had never anticipated that Luo Yu's talent could reach such astonishing heights, having undergone 100,000 years of transformation as a soft-boned charming rabbit. Could her own talent truly be called into question? To encounter someone like Tang San, who could rival her, was already enough to leave her in awe. The overwhelming presence of Luo Yu left her utterly dazed, as she found it hard to fathom that such a genius could exist in this world. Everyone assumed that an intense brilliance would inevitably lead to its gradual decline, yet they were unprepared for what was merely the beginning of astonishment. Crack, crack. The delicate and crisp sounds resonated through the air. Every neck stiffened as they turned to follow the source of the noise. Disregarding the tears that streamed from their eyes due to the blinding light, their hearts racing wildly in an instant. In Luo Yu's hand, the testing crystal ball, radiating an intense brilliance, bore a web of intricate cracks. Instantly, gasps of astonishment erupted. Has it fractured? Someone trembled, stammering. Can the testing crystal ball actually break? Of course. The crystal ball has a limit to its capacity. Exceeding that threshold will inevitably lead to fractures. Are you suggesting that this individual's soul power is too formidable for the testing crystal ball to withstand? How would I know? This is the first time I've encountered such a scenario. However, one thing is unequivocally certain. This individual, who appears to be our age, possesses a total soul power that undeniably far surpasses ours, placing him in an entirely different realm. Luo Yu scarcely afforded them a moment to react. As the blinding white light surged to its zenith, a deafening explosion resonated, causing every onlooker to freeze momentarily. The testing crystal orb emitted a mournful wail before succumbing to the strain and shattering into countless fragments. With a swift whoosh, these shards erupted in all directions. When tranquility returned to the entrance of Shrek Village, Luo Yu had already withdrawn his soul power, standing there with an air of serenity, as if the astonishing spectacle had no bearing on him whatsoever. Did that testing crystal truly just explode? What kind of soul power does this individual possess? It is utterly terrifying. I want to go home. It's too frightening. Although Luo Yu directed his actions towards anyone, the obliteration of the crystal had indeed left the crowd in shock. At that moment, how many faces were flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet Luo Yu's gaze? They began to comprehend that every phenomenon has its reason. If a man lacked capability, how could such alluring and enchanting women willingly call him their master? How could he be surrounded by so many beauties? It became clear that their previous ignorance was narrow-minded. The envious glances that once shot daggers now transformed into expressions of recognition and, more prominently, admiration as they beheld Luo Yu's prowess. The sheer magnitude of his power was explosive. Meanwhile, no one paid attention to Tang San. At 12 years old, at rank 29, was he considered a genius? If asked before, they would have answered without hesitation that he was indeed a genius. However, after witnessing Luo Yu, posing the same question felt somewhat awkward. In comparison to Luo Yu's soul power, what is rank 29? What significance does Tang San's talent hold? Did they not see that the testing crystal had exploded? Who could rival such a feat? The elder responsible for Shrek's recruitment felt a pang of regret. He understood all too well. This testing crystal was designed specifically for soul masters below rank 30, capable of cracking, but to obliterate it outright? Even a soul power of rank 40 might struggle with that. He now lamented his foolishness, realizing he had offended a genuine prodigy in an effort to appease a rank 29. What a predicament! Zhu Zhuqing was equally astounded, her red lips parting in hesitation as she remarked, "This is too frightening. I just attempted to use that crystal orb myself, and with my current soul power, I feel I am far from even cracking it." Luo Yu shook his head, his face betraying little emotion. After all, this was not the first time such an event had transpired. He was quite accustomed to it, and found no cause for astonishment. It cannot be, it cannot be. Tang San repeatedly shook his head, still unable to fathom that Luo Yu possessed a terrifying soul power far superior to his own. Could it be that all his years of cultivating the Xiantian skill had been in vain? Otherwise, how could anyone possibly surpass him by such a margin? Luo Yu approached Tang San, and the onlookers parted ways, retreating in fear and astonishment. Their earlier disdain utterly vanished. After covering some distance, Luo Yu halted, fixing his gaze upon Tang San. "Did you not always refer to me as a debauched scion? Is there still something left unspoken? Please, continue. I am all ears." Luo Yu casually scratched his ear, hardly paying any attention to his opponent. Tang San's expression began to fluctuate, his facade crumbling under the weight of so many witnesses. The scorn he had previously directed at Luo Yu now felt like a stinging slap to his own face. He clenched his fists, his gaze fixed menacingly on Luo Yu. His tone chilling. "I admit, I underestimated you. I never anticipated you to be so deeply concealed. However, this must be your entire arsenal, am I correct? I caution you not to presume that your soul power grants you the right to flaunt your superiority before me. My true forte does not lie in soul power. So tread carefully." "Oh." Luo Yu arched an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Little San, is the previous blow insufficient? Have you regained your confidence already?" Chapter 71. Tang San's perfect scheme, a public challenge. Tang San's tightly clenched fists suddenly relaxed as he regarded Luo Yu. The anger on his face dissipated, replaced by a mocking expression. "Blow? What blow? You think that your slight advantage in soul power can truly unsettle me? You underestimate Tang San far too much." He turned to survey the surrounding students and parents, as well as the elder recruiting for Shrek, and deliberately raised his voice. The level of soul power does not signify much. Given sufficient resources, even a pig could be elevated. What genuinely reflects a person's combat prowess is their practical ability. What do you mean by that? Luo Yu was intrigued to uncover the ruse Tang San was attempting to orchestrate. Tang San scoffed repeatedly, as if he had already seen through everything. "Enough with the charade. Do you still not grasp my meaning? My level 29 is the result of my own diligent cultivation. Yet yours, I suspect, is merely a product of your wealthy background, artificially inflated by medicinal resources. I, Tang San, possess innate, full soul power, not mere boasting. I have reached an extraordinary level of talent through relentless daily practice. How could your soul power possibly surpass mine by such a margin? Thus, the truth is singular. Tang San pointed at Luo Yu, disdain flickering in his eyes. Your cultivation is entirely reliant on piled-up spirit herbs. Otherwise, there is no conceivable way you could reach such a level at your age. You may inquire among the crowd if anyone believes your achievements are genuine. Tang San's assertions were unwavering and resonant. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. They suddenly found Tang San's argument quite reasonable. Achieving level 29 at the age of 12 was already formidable. How could someone possibly emerge at over level 40? Such talent seemed almost celestial. How could this be possible? Indeed, this individual must have resorted to substances to elevate his rank, expending an unfathomable amount of resources in the process. In an instant, the gazes of those around Luo Yu shifted once more, transforming from shock and reverence to envy and disdain. Even the elder responsible for enrollment at Shrek displayed a fluctuating demeanor. Enhancing one's level through such means is akin to hastily forcing the growth of seedlings. What future could one possibly expect? For now, he may appear impressive, but it is merely an illusion. Goodness, that startled me. I wondered why this fellow was so extraordinary. It turns out he has merely relied on drugs to achieve this. Why hadn't I considered this possibility sooner? Now, it all makes sense. Otherwise, reaching such a level at this age would indeed be a jest. Overhearing the murmurs of those around him, Tang San felt a profound satisfaction with this outcome. In just a few words, he had regained his composure and dealt a significant blow to his opponent. The sound of Luo Yu's applause resonated with remarkable clarity, drawing the surrounding silence once more. As all eyes converged upon him, eager to hear his words, Luo Yu gazed pitifully at Tang San and asked, "Is it so difficult to acknowledge that others are superior to oneself?" Tang San snorted, retorting, "Now that your secret has been exposed, will you continue to pretend?" With the enhancement of his Xian Tian Gong and a full innate soul power, coupled with dual martial souls, how could he possibly be so vastly outmatched? Thus, Tang San was entirely convinced that this individual had resorted to cheating with herbs. His disdain for the opponent intensified. Relying on underhanded methods to elevate one's strength is futile. No matter how high your soul power, it remains hollow. What does it matter if you are of a higher level? In actual combat, you are but a paper tiger, easily pierced and rendered insignificant. Emerging from the despondency of being slapped in the face, Tang San regained his confidence, his brows radiating brilliance as he reveled in his flawless deduction. Whispers began to circulate around, casting doubt upon Luo Yu. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong displayed peculiar expressions, fully aware of Luo Yu's combat prowess. They knew she could easily defeat a soul master and suppress the soul sect. You call him a paper tiger? Have you lost your mind? The three beauties observed Tang San, who stood confidently in the arena, their expressions growing increasingly strange, sensing that he was unwittingly courting disaster. They eagerly anticipated the moment he would grasp the true extent of Luo Yu's strength and the despair that would follow. At that moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the village of Shrek, interrupting the atmosphere and capturing everyone's attention. For figures swiftly raced from the distance, arriving at the village entrance in the blink of an eye. The first was a robust man in his 50s, his furrowed brow and broad shoulders reminiscent of a fortress. His physique seemingly forged from steel, his outer garments unable to conceal his muscular form. Following him were three others, a youth clad in gray with a delicate face and peach blossom eyes, a chubby boy sporting a red mohawk, and a striking young man with golden hair and piercing eyes, his visage marred by bruises and blood. The elder responsible for Shrek Academy's recruitment brightened upon seeing the burly man and hurried over. "Teacher Zhao, what brings you here?" The robust man, furrowing his brow, queried. What was that blinding light and the sound of an explosion at the village entrance? "I thought there was trouble, so I brought my men." The elder gestured toward Luo Yu. "It wasn't trouble. During the test for this young man, our testing crystal ball exploded." "What?" Zhao Wuji exclaimed, his companions' eyes widening in shock. Their gazes fell on Luo Yu, filled with astonishment, particularly Dai Mubai, whose pupils constricted upon seeing Luo Yu. How could this calamity come here? He instinctively took a step back, the pain on his face still fresh. "What's wrong, Mubai?" Zhao Wuji turned to ask. "And nothing. I was merely startled to hear that someone had shattered the crystal." Dai Mubai hesitated to reveal his acquaintance with Luo Yu. Having already witnessed Luo Yu's formidable abilities the previous evening, he dared not boast about being bested by another. Upon returning to the academy, he refrained from admitting his defeat. Zhao Wujie was about to pose a question to Luo Yu when an elder suddenly leaned in, whispering a few words into his ear. Zhao Wujia's expression shifted momentarily, and then his gaze roamed repeatedly between Luo Yu and Tang San. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Since you all have come to apply to our Shrek Academy, there is no need for disputes over trivial matters. I hereby officially announce that you have all passed the preliminary test of Shrek and may proceed with me to the next phase of evaluation. Wait, Tang San interjected suddenly, pointing at Luo Yu. Teacher, if this fellow's spirit power is merely enhanced by the use of drugs, then he hardly qualifies as a minor monster and should not be accepted by Shrek. Zhao Wujia frowned and turned to look at Luo Yu, remarking, to have shattered the testing crystal, your spirit power must be over level 40, correct? Luo Yu nodded, affirming the truth. How did you accomplish this? Zhao Wuji's heart trembled with astonishment, struggling to grasp the reality before him. Luo Yu raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, his lips curling into a playful smirk as he cast a sideways glance at Tang San. After all, I haven't indulged in any substances, he jested. Who would believe that? Tang San scoffed, resolutely unconvinced. Zhao Wujia's gaze flickered with intrigue as he inquired, may I examine your physique for confirmation? Do you doubt me? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, a hint of challenge in his tone. Clearing his throat, Zhao Wujia appeared somewhat embarrassed. It's not a matter of doubt. It is simply that your level of soul power is astonishingly formidable, leaving me somewhat uncertain. Luo Yu shook his head nonchalantly and replied, I cannot allow you to investigate. If you choose to believe, then so be it. If not, that's your prerogative. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted, initially devoid of suspicion, but now his gaze was tinged with doubt. Tang San scoffed and remarked, if you refuse to allow an investigation, it must be because you fear exposure. He turned to Zhao Wuji and clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Teacher Zhao, since he is unwilling to permit an inquiry, it matters little. A practical battle will reveal one's true capability. How about you officiate a contest between us? With so many witnesses present, it seemed evident that this individual harbored some hidden flaw, leaving him with nowhere to hide. A sly smile crept across Tang San's lips, for everything was unfolding according to his meticulous plan. Today, he aimed to demonstrate before all present who the true prodigy was, a soul master of over 40 ranks. Defeated by his own 20-something rank would surely render him unable to face others with dignity again. Most importantly, Xiao might never regard this person with favor again. It was a flawless plan, seamless in execution. Tang San was confident that regardless of whether this person had resorted to drugs to elevate his soul rank, he could not possibly surpass him in combat. Today was destined to culminate in his defeat. Chapter 72. Ning Rongrong rejects Tang San. Group duel. Luo Yu faces 4 opponents. Upon hearing Tang San's suggestion, Zhao Wuji's eyes flickered with contemplation. From his perspective, he was reluctant to see the 2 talented individuals under his tutelage embroiled in conflict. With so many witnesses present, it mattered not who emerged victorious. The defeated party would undoubtedly suffer in spirit, creating a rift detrimental to the unity of the academy. However, given Tang San's aggressive demeanor, it seemed unlikely that he would relent without a confrontation. Moreover, Zhao Wuji was eager to seize this opportunity to assess whether Luo Yu, at level 40, was indeed as formidable as he claimed. Suddenly, a compromise struck him as a brilliant solution: to divide the newcomers into 2 teams for a competitive match. This way, regardless of the outcome, the failure would be attributed to the team as a whole, thereby minimizing the personal embarrassment associated with defeat. Zhao Wuji's eyes sparkled as he turned to Luo Yu. What are your thoughts on the proposal for a practical match? Luo Yu shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to the situation. He observed, with a touch of sympathy, that the other party was so eager to provoke a confrontation that he felt a twinge of guilt for not indulging him. The stubbornness of a dead duck would soon reveal its folly. Tang San's eyes glinted with coldness, a smirk playing on his lips. He had countless hidden cards and did not regard Luo Yu's strength with any seriousness. Silence, Zhao Wujia bellowed, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Since there are no objections, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, it shall not be a private brawl amongst yourselves. Rather, each of you will lead a team into battle. This is for your own benefit, as future Soul Master competitions will also involve team formations rather than solitary duels. He summoned the elder responsible for recruitment and inquired, how many candidates meet our admission criteria today? The elder gestured toward the Zhu sisters. Zhao Wujia frowned. Is it merely the 2 of them? The elder sighed. I have yet to complete all the evaluations. Then hasten the process. I require the groupings. Zhao Wujia glared, producing a new testing crystal ball. Zhao Wujia swiftly evaluated the remaining candidates. The results revealed that only a scant few met the standards, with Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu being the only additions, a 27th and a 29th level respectively, sparking a minor commotion. Other parents and the unsuccessful children, cloaked in disappointment, did not depart immediately but lingered to witness the unfolding drama, well aware that the excitement was about to commence. A spacious area had already been cleared at the entrance of Shrek Village, with irrelevant onlookers retreating to the sides, all eyes fixed on the arena. Zhao Wuji announced, "This year, we have precisely 6 qualified individuals, Luo Shihui and Tang San. You may each select 2 individuals to be your teammates for a 3v3 match." "Not a problem," Tang San responded swiftly, rubbing his fists together, already brimming with anticipation. Luo Yu nodded slowly, remaining silent, his gaze coldly fixed on Tang San. Zhao Wujie remarked, "Very well. You may form your own groups." Before any selections could commence, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing had already positioned themselves beside Luo Yu, clearly declaring their allegiance. Xiao Wu cast a sidelong glance at Tang San and whispered, "Brother San, this doesn't seem right. Can we avoid fighting? It would only sour our camaraderie." Tang San shook his head. "Why should we refrain from conflict? Watch as I unveil this individual's true strength, revealing his genuine nature." Xiao Wu, unable to argue further, sighed, "Then let us keep it to a minimum. After all, we will be classmates in the future." Tang San scoffed. "That depends on whether his abilities warrant him as my classmate." He turned to Zhao Wujia, eagerly stating, "Teacher Zhao, since we have divided into groups, may we commence?" Just as Zhao Wujia was about to nod, a young girl's voice interrupted him. "Wait, I haven't declared my group yet." Ning Rongrong looked at Tang San, wrinkling her nose in disdain. "Don't get ahead of yourself. I never said I would be on your team." With that, she unceremoniously strode over to Luo Yu, taking her position. "I wish to join him." Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's dismissive expression and her hasty retreat toward Luo Yu, Tang San's face soured as though he had bitten into a rotten fly, his fists clenched tightly. This posed a dilemma for Zhao Wujia. He glanced at the 3 beautiful girls beside Luo Yu. "One of you, come over here." "No." Zhu Zhuqing and her sister, along with Ning Rongrong, rejected in unison. Without a moment's hesitation, this scene only intensified Tang San's frustration. At that moment, Ma Hongjun entered the arena, his gaze fixated on the trio of beauties beside Luo Yu. His innate desires ignited, utterly captivated by their allure. "Teacher Zhao, why don't I and Dai Mubai join Tang San's side? That would make it 4 against 4. "Wouldn't it?" Zhao Wujie shook his head. "Nonsense. You have both been enrolled for a year. What business do you have mingling with newcomers?" Ma Hongjun struggled to divert his gaze from the 3 girls, his eyes glimmering with mischief. "But teacher, you must realize that the strength of our opponents is not to be underestimated." Zhao Wujie hesitated. "Rest assured, Dai Mubai and I will exercise restraint. I would never dream of harming these delicate junior sisters." Ma Hongjun approached Tang San, curiously observing the inactive Dai Mubai in another corner, and called out, "Dai Mubai, why aren't you joining us?" Dai Mubai, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, nearly cursed Ma Hongjun under his breath. "You fool, don't drag me into this. I have no courage to provoke that calamity, Luo Yu." He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. "You go ahead. I'll sit this one out. I'm feeling a bit unwell today." Ma Hongjun hurriedly approached and whispered conspiratorially, "Dai Lauda, aren't you always eager when you see a woman? Those twin sisters across the way are quite stunning. Don't you have any thoughts about them? I believe your mother would certainly want you to." The mention of this made Dai Mubai's heart simmer with agitation. It was a sore spot for him. Though he thought this internally, he refrained from showing it outwardly. One cannot openly admit to being cuckolded, and the other was a deep-seated fear of provoking Luo Yu. He clutched his stomach, frowning as he said, "I truly cannot fight today. I get diarrhea every time I do." Ma Hongjun found this puzzling. Under normal circumstances, at the mere mention of beautiful women, Dai Laodao would likely muster the strength to run, even if he were limping. What has come over him today? Ultimately, Dai Mubai managed to escape under the guise of needing to relieve himself, leaving only 8 individuals in the arena. They stood in a line, divided into 2 groups: Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Oscar. Luo Yu, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong stood amidst the palpable tension. As the spectators remained bewildered by the unfolding drama, Dai Mubai touched his face, a wave of relief washing over him, for at last, someone could share in his pain. With Zhao Wujie's declaration to commence, the atmosphere crackled with intensity, reverberating with explosive sounds and a kaleidoscope of colors. As the fiery phoenix soared through the air, Ma Hongjun was enveloped in a scorching crimson blaze, his malevolent flames bubbling forth, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he exuded an unmatched aura of power, leaving the ground charred beneath him. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu radiated a soft pink glow, embodying the enchanting allure of a delicate rabbit. Oscar conjured several auxiliary sausages, presenting them to the trio with a flourish. Tang San's presence surged, his hands transforming into the ethereal Xianyu hands, as the blue-silver grass materialized like a wraith. His eyes, ignited by the purple extreme demon eyes, emitted a dazzling light, casting a confident gaze over the entire arena. Just as Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were about to unleash their martial spirits, Luo Yu interjected, raising a hand to halt them. They looked at him in astonishment, their expressions filled with bewilderment. With a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth, Luo Yu flexed his neck, producing a series of audible cracks from his joints. He stepped forward, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the four formidable opponents before him, and calmly stated, "You three, step back. Allow me to entertain them alone." As his words hung in the air, gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd, all eyes fixated on Luo Yu. What? This fellow intends to take on 4 adversaries alone? Has he lost his mind? Zhao Wuji appeared momentarily dazed, while Tang San and Ma Hongjun stood frozen in shock. Soon, however, fury replaced their astonishment as they glared at Luo Yu. "You underestimate us far too much. You're courting death." With a thunderous roar, the battle was poised to erupt. Tomorrow, a spectacular display of brutality awaits Tang San as the Qingming festival approaches. Updates will increase in frequency. I am grateful for the brothers' unwavering support. The pacing will quicken henceforth, as this segment serves to justify a thorough beating of Tang San. If he is not sufficiently provoked, how could Xiao Wu develop any disdain for him, only to later fall for the protagonist? Please forgive any issues. Much love to you all. I must emphasize, updates commence in the late hours each day. Chapter 73, Crushing the Evil Fire Phoenix, a display of overwhelming force. Is defeat imminent? Luo Yu's disdainful demeanor instantly ignited the fury of Tang San and his companions. A tremendous roar erupted, causing the spectators' eardrums to quiver as a burst of fiery brilliance shot skyward from the open ground at the village entrance. The surrounding temperature surged dramatically. Ma Hongjun, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, was the first to step forward from beside Tang San and Oscar. His small, piercing eyes glared furiously at Luo Yu, while flames in the form of phoenix feathers extended from his back, bathed in the fierce orange glow of malevolent fire, his tone chillingly cold. "What audacity you possess! Thinking you can take on all 4 of us? It is truly laughable. You 3 should merely observe. Allow me to teach this brat a lesson first." Though slightly stout, his speed was remarkable, and with a sharp, piercing cry, an overwhelming wave of malevolent flames surged toward Luo Yu, as if intent on incinerating everything in their path. Embodying sheer dominance, the air was filled with the acrid scent of charred matter. Even those spectators positioned at a distance could feel a searing heat wash over them, making it difficult to breathe. Their hearts raced with astonishment. The Shrek Academy students were indeed extraordinary, possessing the undeniable ability to challenge foes beyond their level. In that moment, Ma Hongjun's formidable presence, accompanied by boundless flames, surged forth. Luo Yu stood motionless, his eyelids not even fluttering, unwavering and unyielding. This left the audience in awe, wondering if this fellow had been rendered speechless by fear. If he did not unleash his martial soul soon, it would be too late. Ma Hongjun, observing Luo Yu's reaction from the air, silently scoffed to himself. His evil fire phoenix was no mere ragtag martial soul. Those who dared to underestimate him would undoubtedly pay a bloody price. Was the soul sect truly formidable? What genius could not challenge those above their rank? With a swish, Ma Hongjun closed in swiftly, his palm transforming into the talons of a phoenix, glinting with a sharp and cold radiance, infused with searing and surging flames. As he ruthlessly struck at Luo Yu's throat, he could almost envision the scene of his opponent, caught off guard, suffering defeat at his hands. A triumphant sneer involuntarily escaping his lips. His eagerness to charge forward was not out of a desire to assist Tang San, but rather to vanquish Luo Yu, which might just earn him the favor of the 3 stunning beauties by his side. Yet, fantasies remained mere illusions as the moment Ma Hongjun approached. Luo Yu stirred. Confronted by the fierce onslaught and the explosive flames, he did not even summon his martial soul. With a mere lift of one arm, he reached out and grasped his opponent's lethal claw. A resounding thud echoed as a powerful shockwave swept through the air. The scene seemed to freeze in an instant. The entire arena vibrating with astonishment as countless eyes fixed intently upon him. Did he truly catch it just like that, without summoning his martial soul? Such a terrifying attack was effortlessly thwarted by sheer physical strength, while others were in disbelief. Only Dai Mubai wore an expression of derision. Ma Hongjuan's pupils constricted in sheer disbelief. His invincible phoenix iron claw was ensnared by a hand as massive as a vice. The malevolent phoenix flames that enveloped him scorched the opponent's palm, yet not a single mark was left behind. How could this be possible? Gazing into the man's profound, dark eyes, Ma Hongjuan's heart sank suddenly. A chill ran down his spine, a wave of dread surging upward. Luo Yu slowly shook his head and remarked, "You possess quite a loud voice, yet is your strength merely at this level?" Ma Hongjun, engulfed in flames, struggled fiercely as his soul power surged, desperately attempting to break free from Luo Yu's grasp. Luo Yu furrowed his brow and let out a huff. "Do not move." Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed as his fingers twisted grotesquely. With the heartstrings intertwined, the sudden fracture caused Ma Hongjun's complexion to pale, and he emitted a blood-curdling scream. "Let go of me! Let go!" Boom! Ma Hongjun, losing all semblance of composure, desperately sought to escape as his second spirit ring began to swirl and rise. Spirit skill, blazing phoenix. The flames enveloping him surged with an increase in power by 30%. However, beneath the roaring flames, Luo Yu not only stood his ground, but wore a look of delight. With a playful smirk, he uttered a sentence that plunged Ma Hongjun into despair. "Let me share a secret with you. I am unafraid of fire." "I do not believe it." Ma Hongjun shook his head vigorously. His malevolent flames were already at their zenith. How could there possibly be someone capable of disregarding his fire? First spirit skill, Phoenix Fire Line. In a panic, he activated his first spirit ring, opening his mouth wide as a solid beam of purple-black flames erupted forth, aimed directly at Luo Yu's head, swift as the wind. At such a close distance, a common person would have no time to react. Yet, Luo Yu merely smirked, raising his palm with the speed of lightning to meet the fiery beam head-on, blocking it barehanded and sending it back with force. Smack! A resounding slap landed on Ma Hongjuan's face, forcing all the flames back into his mouth, while 5 fingers clung tightly to the contours of his face, refusing to relent. Luo Yu towered over him by more than a head, effortlessly seizing his face and lifting him up, making any attempts to escape futile. This scene unfolded in mere moments. When the audience finally comprehended the situation, they couldn't help but gasp in shock, their eyes wide with terror at Luo Yu's display of power. This single maneuver was utterly formidable. Zhao Wuji stood speechless, overwhelmed by disbelief. Ma Hongjuan's strength was well known to him, and witnessing such a swift defeat was astounding. Was it even 3 seconds? Most alarming was the fact that Luo Yu had yet to unleash his martial soul. This was truly terrifying. What level of strength did this individual possess? "Let him go." Tang San's voice rang out from the side, prompting Luo Yu's gaze to sharpen instantly. With a thunderous roar, a series of purple, black, blue, silver vines erupted from the ground, their thick tendrils adorned with peculiar barbs, ensnaring him from all directions and sealing off his escape route. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San and Xiao Wu conjured powerful gusts, their silhouettes darting through the air with a formidable presence as they simultaneously encircled Luo Yu, launching a dual assault from both sides. Luo Yu remained calm and composed, his expression resolute. With a swift motion of one arm, he hurled Ma Hongjun like a concealed weapon, sending him soaring through the air towards Tang San. Attempting to buy time. Little did he expect that Tang San would not choose to catch Ma Hongjun. Instead, he deftly sidestepped, allowing Ma Hongjun to skid along the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as he was propelled away. A glint of cold light flickered in Tang San's eyes as he maintained his speed, charging directly towards Luo Yu. "TSK, has he forsaken the safety of his teammate merely to confront me?" Luo Yu wore a mocking expression. Tang San's eyes glinted with a chilling light as he spoke harshly. "That kind of waste will only hinder us. Why should we concern ourselves with him? What if you displayed some skill just now? Today, let me show you how I shall defeat you. Xiao Wu, unleash your second soul skill, enchantment." Boom. Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes emitted a deep violet radiance. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes released a captivating pink glow. The 2 mental assaults, moving at an astonishing speed, struck directly at Luo Yu. In an instant, Luo Yu's movements faltered as the encroaching blue-silver vines ensnared his form, binding him tightly and immobilizing his joints. The thorns upon the vines simultaneously released a toxin, paralyzing his nerves. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, swift as a startled rabbit, had darted forward. With a graceful leap into the air, she seized her opportunity, her slender legs encased in delicate pink stockings rotating elegantly. Ultimately, she crossed her long legs and locked them firmly around Luo Yu's neck. With a mental assault from the front and the blue-silver vines constraining his lower joints, coupled with Xiao Wu's exquisite legs ensnaring his throat, he found himself utterly ensnared. Luo Yu appeared to be completely subdued, left at the mercy of others. It seems you can no longer move. Do you truly possess the qualifications to take on 4 opponents? A glimmer of blatant scorn flickered at the corners of Tang San's mouth, revealing the smile of a victor. His hands, imbued with the hue of mystic jade, tightened into fists as he ferociously struck towards Luo Yu's chest, aiming to conclude the battle with a single blow. Luo Yu had previously overpowered Ma Hongjun, seizing the advantage, yet in the next moment, he found himself ensnared. Facing Tang San's lethal strike, and on the brink of a dismal defeat, gasps of astonishment erupted from the sidelines. Zhao Wujia shook his head repeatedly. This young man possessed considerable strength, yet his arrogance proved to be his downfall. Now, utterly restrained, it seemed that the battle's outcome was all but certain and would conclude in an instant. It must be said, Tang San's timing in controlling the battlefield was indeed commendable, marking him as a promising talent. Zhao Wujia was already poised to extend a helping hand to Luo Yu. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety as she pouted and stamped her feet, casting a resentful glance at Luo Yu, lamenting that had she known, he should not have been so overconfident and careless. Just as she was about to offer assistance, she was stopped by Zhu Zhuqing and her sister, who grasped her shoulders. Can't you see he is trapped? We ought to help. Zhu Zhuqing huffed. What is the rush? Let us watch. Our master is not so easily defeated. Ning Rongrong looked towards the arena, witnessing the bound Luo Yu on the verge of being struck in the chest by Tang San's fist. Luo Yu's mesmerizing eyes suddenly regained clarity, radiating a divine light, while the corners of his lips curled into a perfect arc. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted, heralding an unforeseen transformation. The enchanting Xiao Wu, who held Luo Yu tightly, felt her pupils constrict in alarm. Her legs went numb, and her delicate frame began to tremble. The rhythm quickened. At the very least, there would be 4 updates today. Let us commence with the first. Xiao Wu is undoubtedly ours. Chapter 74. The overwhelming suppression of Tang sect's ultimate techniques. As Tang San faces crushing defeat, Xiao Wu's elongated, flawless legs, adorned in exquisite stockings, maintained a position reminiscent of an ancient tree's gnarled roots. She clutched Luo Yu's neck with unwavering strength, restraining his movements and leaving him no opportunity for resistance. As the dragon's roar resonated, Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes flashed with terror. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, instinctively reacting as her long legs stiffened, rendering her unable to move. The sudden and overwhelming pressure of the dragon emanating from Luo Yu left her entire body tingling and weak, as if countless currents of electricity surged through her veins, rendering her utterly powerless. Xiao Wu's heart raced with panic. She was bewildered by the man's martial soul that could elicit such a profound reaction within her. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, as if she had temporarily lost command over her own body. Her limbs felt heavy and unresponsive, her movements resembling that of a playful child clinging to Luo Yu, devoid of any lethal intent. Meanwhile, having already instilled fear in Xiao Wu, Tang San was now directing his Xian Yu hand to unleash a fierce and relentless assault. Amidst the entwining purple-black vines that ensnared him, a dazzling radiance of 9 colors erupted from the crevices, as a faint crimson vitality permeated the atmosphere, culminating in a thunderous explosion. The purple-black tendrils shattered into countless fragments, scattering in every direction. A fist, pulsating with vitality and enveloped in a spectrum of colors, was suddenly thrust forth, directly confronting the advancing Tang San. With a resounding impact, their fists met, leaving Tang San momentarily bewildered. In the next instant, he felt an overwhelming force surging from the punch, propelling him like a projectile. His eyes widened in astonishment as he was launched backward. Tang San had previously believed victory was assured, never anticipating that Luo Yu possessed the ability to break free from his restraints in an instant. With the combined force of his and Xiao Wu's dual spiritual assault, Along with the entangling prowess of blue silvergrass and Xiao Wu's locking technique, controlling a single individual should have been effortless. Yet, it now felt as fragile as paper before this man, utterly ineffective. With a thud, Tang San was sent flying several dozen meters, stumbling backward for numerous steps before barely regaining his footing, his long robe tattered by the residual force, suppressing the metallic taste that surged in his throat. He glanced down at his palm, now marred with white marks. His eyes narrowed. The Xinyu hand he had painstakingly refined over the years, impervious to all toxins and remarkably sturdy, had nearly been shattered by this individual. What kind of martial soul was capable of such amplification? At this moment, Luo Yu had become the undeniable focal point of attention. Standing in the arena, bathed in the gaze of dozens of onlookers, a magnificent nine-colored dragon silhouette emerged behind him, its vitality surging forth with immense might. Everyone felt a tremor within, speculating about the nature of Luo Yu's martial soul. Those present with beast martial souls, including Zhao Wujia, sensed an oppressive feeling emanating from their bloodlines. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Luo Yu with rapt admiration, captivated by his dominance and strength. She tugged at Ning Rongrong's skirt and remarked, "See, I told you, our master doesn't require our assistance at all. Whatever he decides, we should simply follow suit." Ning Rongrong instinctively nodded, but was too engrossed in the scene to respond, her eyes fixed on Luo Yu, her cheeks flushed, lost in excitement and contemplation. In the arena, having just sent Tang San flying with a punch, Luo Yu's gaze flickered as he swiftly seized Xiao Wu's ankle. "Come down," he commanded. The immense force struck, causing Xiao Wu to sway, struggling to maintain her grip around Luo Yu's neck. Gritting her teeth, she fought against the tingling sensation coursing through her body, her legs suddenly propelling with vigor. First soul skill, waist bow. However, regardless of how fervently Xiao Wu summoned her soul power or how vigorously she exerted her legs, Luo Yu remained utterly immovable, as if forged from iron and firmly anchored to the ground, impervious to any external force. Xiao Wu's delicate face gradually paled. This was the first time her waist bow had proven ineffective. With a sudden exclamation, Luo Yu seized her ankle and effortlessly dragged her down. He directly clasped her waist, sealing her soul power, and playfully smacked her rounded dairy ri. "Let me go?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, flailing her arms and striking Luo Yu's body, struggling with all her might. Yet with her soul power sealed, her efforts felt as futile as mere tickling to Luo Yu. Smack, smack, smack. As Luo Yu raised his hand, a flurry of slaps ensued, devoid of any tenderness, leaving Xiao Wu's backside nearly numb. "What business do you have meddling in a man's battle? You deserve the beating." Xiao Wu, subjected to Luo Yu's public chastisement, felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment, as though she had lost all dignity. She yearned to resist, but found herself utterly powerless. The overwhelming aura of the man rendered her increasingly feeble. The dragon god martial soul naturally possesses the power to suppress soul beasts. Release Xiao Wu at once. Tang San's furious roar echoed from afar. Luo Yu ceased his playful smacking and lifted his gaze. "What's the matter? Is your hand no longer in pain?" Tang San's eyes, tinged with a crimson hue, glared back with discontent. "I warn you, do not lay a finger on my Xiao Wu. Otherwise, you shall surely regret it." "What? Your Xiao Wu?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and, with a resounding clap, struck Xiao Wu's rear once more, adding, "It seems she has little to do with you." Tang San's eyes narrowed, his breath turning ominously perilous. "Since you seek your end, I shall oblige you." With a thunderous roar, Tang San summoned his energy and propelled himself forward. Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, and she murmured, "I shall first deal with this fellow before addressing you, my dear girl. How dare you lay hands on me? Why should I refrain from retaliating against you?" Xiao Wu retorted, her backside already numb from the blows she had received. Luo Yu shook his head, refraining from an immediate explanation. As Tang San approached with great haste, he hurled Xiao Wu towards the direction of Zhu Zhuqing and her sister, commanding, "Zhuqing, ensure that you keep this girl under control. Do not let her wander off." Luo Yu and Tang San swiftly engaged in combat. The arena resonated with continuous roars as the earth shattered beneath them, creating an astonishing spectacle. The intensity of the disturbance was far beyond what one would expect from two low-ranking soul masters. As Luo Yu unleashed his strikes, Tang San evaded with an almost ethereal grace, skillfully sidestepping the assaults while simultaneously tracing intricate and profound paths with his hands, countering with an artful use of force. Tang San's confidence burgeoned with each exchange, and he coldly declared, "You impudent boy, your bravado cannot last long." I possess the ghostly shadow evading technique to dodge your attacks. And with the skillful application of the control crane seizing dragon technique, I can effortlessly counter your brute strength. My techniques far surpass yours by countless measures. What can your raw power achieve against me? You cannot touch me, and if this continues, your defeat is inevitable. Huh, am I truly playing with you? It appears that after a prolonged period without being struck, you have grown overconfident. Luo Yu let out a cold laugh, and as he moved, a white mist suddenly surged around him. Within this ethereal cloud, it seemed as though a brilliant moon was rising, and a series of phantoms manifested within the arena. The divine footwork, celestial breeze, moonlit steps. Initially, Tang San had maintained a speed advantage, deftly evading attacks. However, in an instant, Luo Yu outpaced him, rendering Tang San completely unable to discern his attacking trajectory. The Tang sect's ultimate technique, Ghost Shadow Displacement, was swiftly countered, leaving Tang San at a significant disadvantage. In astonishment, Tang San exclaimed, "How is this possible? How could you possibly keep up with my Tang sect's secret arts? Here, your Tang sect skills are utterly insignificant." Luo Yu's gaze was sharp and fierce as he seized upon a moment of vulnerability from Tang San. The dragon god martial soul manifested, unleashing a radiant spectrum of colors that erupted with overwhelming power, shaking the very core of those who beheld it. With a mere lift of his hand, he delivered a punch imbued with immense strength and gravity. Controlling the crane to catch the dragon? Using a featherweight to move 1,000 pounds? What of it? Witness as I shatter myriad techniques with sheer might. Boom. With a force akin to the shattering of withered wood, Luo Yu's punch surged forth, rendering any attempt by Tang San to mitigate its might utterly futile. The strike landed squarely upon his chest. A sudden burst of crimson erupted from Tang San's mouth, painting the air with his blood, his face paling to a hue reminiscent of tarnished gold. Like a tattered rag, he was sent hurtling backward. Chapter 75, The Shrek Talent Stricken with Terror by Luo Yu. Third update.